Hello. Why, hello there. Hope everyone is having a gorgeous, gorgeous Thursday morning. Be out bright and early today, huh? Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing? Ooh, we getting right back to it. It looks like we getting right back to it. How many cakes we ate so far? Oh, too many. Too many cakes. That's how many. Lord have mercy. What's going on, Dark? How you doing? What's going on, Vicky? You cut your burger cake? I don't know if you can see it, but I brought it. I brought it today. Hold on, let me move league. Voila! So I will be eating my burger cake on stream today. Love her so bad. So bad for making a burger cake for me. No, it's literally art. The fact that it has actual sesame seeds, and I took a picture of it and put it on my Instagram in case anybody wants to like really see it. But wow. But wow. No, like actually kind of freaking insane. Kind of freaking insane. Well, let me get a piece though, and I got you. Happy birthday, day 2, and thank you. We got 30 days of celebration, okay? No, like, isn't it so cute, Jamal? I still consider it your birthday good, because it is. Good. Because it is. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Say no more. Birth month. Yeah. We will be turning up every day of the week. And like my birthday is on July 2nd. So just know, like, basically it's for the whole entire month. It's for the whole entire month. For sure, for sure. Okay, so we need to find Chief America because they won the $50 RP gift card yesterday, but they have their whispers turned off. They are also not following me. So if they not here today, we will be re-rolling. Because that's wild. That's wild to not even be following me. And you in here trying to get free RP. I think that's crazy. Low key. But that's just me though. From now on, I'm gonna make it a requirement that you have to be at least following me. At the bare minimum. From now on, all giveaways going forward, you must at least be following me. And then what I'm gonna do is subscribers will have like a little bit more edge because I can I can fine tune it so that subscribers get like a little bit more luck. Cause yeah, that's crazy. Girlies, what's happening? So yesterday, I don't know if you can see, but we reached a lot of these sub goals. We did. Oh my gosh, I didn't put up the lip sync performance submission. Okay, I need to do that during today's stream. Basically, y'all, we did a $50 RP gift card giveaway yesterday. And I went to message Shawty who won. And Shawty is A, not following me. And B, has their whispers turned off, so I can't even contact them. Sure. Yeah, you don't have to subscribe to win. I'm not gonna make it so that like you have to subscribe to win. There's just a way, so like followers will have 1 chance and then subscribers can have like 1.25 chances. You see what I'm saying? Where them girls at? Uh-huh. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they really want it. Because why are you not following me? That's the real question. That's the real gag. When did I get into Champ Select? Like, am I on that much autopilot? I'm still doing my birthday copy pasta. Not gonna lie. So friend, when we get in more Yone ADC, honestly, I'm down to like practice him today. It's the muscle memory. No, like, what incarnation? How is that even possible? Who is the ADC? Caitlyn? Oh, wait, I can swap. With 4 seconds left, of course. All right. And then Caitlyn, Nami, they gonna try and lane bully us. Not going cap. This person said I can carry if you swap. They're 100% going 0-14 this game. I'm not stressed about it, but anytime somebody says some mess like that, they go 0-14. Every time, without fail. Don't worry, I'm a carry. You going 0-14 fail. You're inting this game. You're inting this game undoubtedly. City Girls active, I got you. Let's cue that up. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, let's get a dub real quick, y'all. I will be doing my makeup throughout the duration of this stream, as we've got a long stream today, y'all. I think we're gonna be pulling a 12-hour stream today, because not only are we sponsored today, so we're doing an earlier stream, but also, guys, MSI starts at 12. And there's 2 best of 5s. So that means we'll probably be streaming until like 8 or 9. Also, T1 plays today. I need everyone in black, white, and red. Everyone in black, white, and red. One thing some streamers do is when they do giveaways, if the winner doesn't respond in chat for 5 minutes or something, they re-roll and have mods talk to the winner after completing attendance check. See, that's the thing. The person did respond in chat. The person did respond in chat. They were in chat all day yesterday. Like they talked after the giveaway. It's just, I like to wait 24 hours in giving away prizes or whatever, because that way, like, I can see like if they're like still active or if they're just like a bot there for that day. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that this person is a bot. I'm just saying like this person isn't even following me. So it's very unlikely that they will come back to my stream. And when I do these giveaways, it's to give back to my community because you guys are supporting me. And the fact that the person, like, I don't really care about like followers, but the fact that I care about my followers, but I don't care about the follower number. My thought process is the sub goals are there to give back to my community. And if this person isn't even following, they're not in the community. You see what I'm saying? Like that's my thought process. What's going on, Electricity? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day today. So yeah, that's my thought process. But we gonna figure it out. If they're not here today, then we will be re-rolling. And that's just that on that. Right, Devin.
Shot other guns.
Yeah, at the very least from now on, if you're not following, you are not eligible to win. Because the giveaways are for my community fully. And I feel like that's pretty reasonable. That's a pretty reasonable requirement. Thank you, Minxie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, this is my warm-up. That's why I'm not CSing. This is my warm-up. Get him, Vel, get him. This Vel poking the house. I like to see it, Vel cause. I like to see it, Vel cause. Dude, the way these minions are truly blocking all of my success. Thank you, Cubix.
I'm about to say something.
Let's see. Let's get this thing started. I'm glad we're all on the same page. And I appreciate y'all for being so reasonable and like understanding my reasoning on things, because I feel like I'm pretty like reasonable. I don't think I'm ever like unfair. I didn't need to flash that. I just didn't want to take the damage. Actually, let's let this slow push into us. I want to have 900 on my first back. Oh, well, frick a slow push, I guess. Oh, he wants to back. Oh, he's okay. We shall reset. Yes, I will let my merch stay up until my next merch drop. That will be when the merch goes away.
I'm listening. Hint, I'm not.
I love you too, Cubix. Yeah, no, the gifted subs, yo, genuinely yesterday, y'all, when I got like my stats recap from yesterday, I was like, yo, what the frick? Y'all went crazy yesterday, and I want to say thank y'all, truly. I think gifts and rewards are optional. We are here for your vibe and experience, and thank you for being your authentic self. So sweet. Thank you. Thank you guys for allowing me to be my authentic self. Like, if I'm honest with y'all, at the start of my like streaming career, I always thought that I like needed to have my hair done. I needed to make sure I had my makeup on. I needed to make sure the fit was on point, all of that. And like, to some degree, I do still believe that. But like, talking about being my authentic self, like y'all have made me feel like this is also a safe space for me, to where I can really be my authentic self and I don't have to, like, I've done my hair on stream before, both curly and straight. Like, the fact that like I feel comfortable enough doing that, like, I appreciate y'all making this a safe space for me, the way that like I've made the stream a safe space for some of y'all.
Woo!
These fights are intense. She has no flash. These fights are intense. Manxie, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 2 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. Thank you for supporting the stream.
Stands for JINX.
Sis, how you walk into the traps? I think sis just wanted to hit the traps for a second. That's awkward. I really wanted that kill, or at least an assist. Yo, she's still alive. That's freaking crazy. Okay. What can we do? Dang, I hate this. Low-key. Yeah. We paid. Gorgelicious. Gorgelicious, my friend. Gorgelicious. Y'all are silly.
Let's just behave.
Wait, did you ever tell us the story about guy number 1 from Streamer University? Guy number 1. No, I never told y'all about guy number 1. I didn't tell y'all about guy number 1 or guy number 3.
I'm crazy. Got a doctor's note.
Yeah, I feel like we need 3 to 6 business months for the story. Honestly, I feel like it wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. I'm just like, if I see this man again, I think it'd be crazy. Early stream, yeah, early stream. Today we are sponsored by 988, y'all. You can always do !988. If you are ever struggling like mentally, it is a lifeline. Oh my gosh, these Qs are hurting. The bloodthirster or the vamp scepter isn't putting in work. But yeah, they are 24/7 compassionate, non-judgmental support. If you're like ever struggling mentally or anything, just always know that someone is there. You can always do !988 in chat. There's also a panel in my about section. Run, babes. Oh, he's dead. Ooh, that's tough. Is 988 like 911? It's not 911. Because 911 is like police. It's more like it's a, I believe it's a government like supported gosh, I can't think of the word. Program? Like, you guys remember that song like 1-800 or whatever that Khalid and Elisa Clara put out? That is what it is. It's no longer that 1-800 number, it's 988. Yes, mental crisis hotline. Thank you. It's like the way that yeah, the Logic song, exactly. It's no longer that like long 1-800 number. It's just 988.
What's the worst that could happen?
And it's for both USA and Canada. Yeah, because I had to look that up when they asked to sponsor the stream. I was like, wait, is that the Logic? Like, I had to look it up because I wanted to be like, oh, is 988 in the number? No, it's just 988 now. Period, Lalina. I think Khalid is in there too. No, I also play jungle, Evil. I love playing a little jungle. I'm a Nocturne main when it comes to jungling. And we haven't played Nocturne in a minute. I really do need to get back on my Nocturne. Yeah, Khalid is also in the song. Oh, I will 100% be playing Yanara when she drops. Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't know about that one. Okay, we got a Shen ult. Been seeing a lot of Nocturnes lately too, so you might be in luck if he's meta. He is meta. He's been meta for honestly the entire year. Yeah, Kate is popping off right now. Yo, son of Banker, thank you so much for the GOAT popular, the lightning bolt, the GOAT, the lightning bolt again. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you for supporting the stream. Oh, I have to stay for this wave. During Worlds, Yanara will be able to be played for sure, because she would have been out for what, like 4 months or so. So she should be available to play in Worlds. Will we see her? Not sure, but she will be available. W sponsor, honestly, talk about a cause. Yeah, I feel like it is a pretty dark subject, but it's not just about suicide. It's like if you are just like struggling mentally and you need to talk to someone, like it's for any type of crisis. And again, it is a darker subject, but it's also like very necessary. Sometimes there are just hard things to talk about. Okay, that's good. Volibear is bot. We need to get out of here immediately. Yeah. What's going on, Laver? How are you doing? If we see her, that's a W. I know, right? Like, I definitely would love that. Okay, we need 1,000 gold. Those government funds being cut is crazy to me too. Dude, there's so many things that are getting cut. It's in... What do y'all want me to ult? Who do they want me to ult?
I'm trying to care.
I don't know who they wanted me to ult. Is Kraken still good for Jinx? I don't know if Kraken is valid at all anymore on any champions, because them nerfing it every 2.5 seconds has made it a little less appetizing to the ADC class.
Wait, I'm thinking. How do people do this?
So what do we build now if not Kraken? Standard build is Wild Arrows, i.e. Hurricane, LDR.
Bullets.
But I start Bloodthirster. Yo, Mr. Teddy, thank you so much for the roses and the heart me. What the heck, fam? Thank you. Holy moly, how many did you do? Oh, she's so low. Guys, why is she not dead? Holy moly, Mr. Teddy, how many did you do? Thank you for the 200 roses. What the heck? If she's stealing any Barons today, I will be professionally sniping today. I will be indeed. I will be indeed. Goodness gracious. No, that's not what we need.
let's just behave.
Okay, I guess we go mid. Holy moly. My alerts like closed.
I'm crazy. Got a doctor's note.
Oh my gosh, Giant Slayer passive, dude, like literally just bring it back. I do like playing Kog'Maw. I'm not the greatest with him, but I do enjoy playing him.
I don't even think once it's blowing stuff up.
What's up with the long stream? So like I was saying, we're sponsored today, so we're starting a little bit earlier, as well as MSI is today.
Oh,
MSI starts at 12 today, and it's 2 best of 5s. So we've got a lot going on, man. We've got a lot going on today. Is she gonna come steal this?
Choose now, my arrow.
It did look like she wanted to steal that. It wasn't even marked. Scuttle wasn't even marked. It's Rift Herald that's marked. Ooh, I could play some Jin. I'm down, I'm down, I'm down. I'm down for some Jin gameplay. Do not engage on me. I remember when I said I'm waiting for Zeri on MSI and I fell asleep. Bork does 1 damage on hit and Giant Slayer gone. Yeah, okay, Riot. No, it's like they really do not want ADCs to do damage to tanks.
Seriously, screaming helps.
They really do not want ADCs to do damage to tanks. You can't hear League on TikTok? Let me see if I can fix that.
An enemy has been slain.
Can y'all hear it now? If you're on TikTok, can you hear League?
Shot other guns.
Is on hit Ashe viable? Yeah. I think the standard right now is crit though. We ever gonna see some epic Neela gameplay? You know, I wish I was good at her, but I just don't know how to play her. Did Fly really lost yesterday? They did. They did indeed. It was very sad. It was very sad. But they at least put it down for game 1. At least we didn't go out too sad. We did go out sad after game 1, but at least we took 1 game. Trey Stones, thank you so much for the follow, or for the 15 months of support. Let me put some freaking respect on your name. How dare I? Thank you so much for supporting the stream, love. Hope you're having a blessed day today.
Hold on. I'm about to say something really cool.
Yeah, AL definitely pulled a Genji on us. It was kind of rough. It was kind of freaking rough. But hey, it's all right, my boy. It is all right, my boy. We gonna come back bigger, better, and stronger today.
Whatever. Let's just start.
This Nami kind of has been eating with these bubbles. Can't even hold her. You're such a mess, Hypo. Also, Hypo, I think you asked the question earlier, but I don't think I was able to address it. If I missed your question, I do apologize. Oh no, shot. One, my friend, run.
Hint, I'm not.
All right, I think we're good.
I'll be right back. No one dies screaming without me.
Out of topic question, but does anyone here know something about PC, specifically about my PC turning off and on instantly by itself randomly? Sounds like something wrong with the boot. Yeah. Did anyone answer you?
Now, where was I? All right.
Hello, Dexa. Thank you so much for the 2 months of support. I hope you're having a gorgeous day today, love. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hello, Mevro. Neela is somehow same as Samira, but complicated. People say that she's like the better Samira. I mean, I feel like Samira would be better if they didn't take every single last thing from her. But, you know, they did nerf her twice recently, so I can't complain too much. I did all in any Windows and GPU updates, ran any tests I could, and nothing. If it's turning off and on, that means it can't boot, yeah? All right, we get a cake kill real quick, and boop. Just like that, just like that. Very nice, very nice. Let's go get our item. Yeah, I want to dash to allies, or I want to lift people up off of any type of CC. We pick whichever one, Riot. Pick whichever one.
Wait. I'm thinking.
Thank you, an ugly barnacle. That's so sweet. Thank you. Ventilator problem. It might be overheating. Oh yeah, isn't it like if your fans don't turn on, your PC won't boot? I've seen that as well. Ooh, fail flash. Nice. All right, I got 15 seconds to make it down bot to drag. Nice. I low-key don't even think they need me. There's 2 dead. But I'm coming. Vel'Koz keeping on that bay. I missed my ult. That could have been a kill. It's fine. Are your fans turning on?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Like, are they fully working?
Behave. Said no one ever.
It was nice seeing you at Streamer University. How was the experience? It was so much fun. It was so much fun. Who's your top 3 streamers there? I met someone named Sholi. Love Sholi. I met Dude Dennis. And who else? Good morning, Black Chef Jay Taylor. What's going on, Lil? How you doing, Lil
I don't even
Bitten?
think once about blowing stuff up.
I'm kind of up here by myself. Vel'Koz is hanging with Yasuo. It could also be your power supply as well, just starting to fail.
All part of the plan I just made up.
Shoot, excuse me. Shoot, excuse me. We're down a member.
Really need a new gun.
Nice. 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 Shin coming through? Okay, you can't come no more. Nice. Thank you, Zama. Thank y'all. I have a bunch of tips for using Jinx on my TikTok. Highly recommend you check that out. One moment. My sword! Well done, team. Got a blast! Uh-oh. You know, I thought this Kindred was gonna end. She's doing quite well. I cannot hold her. Y'all, we did not do the Korean or Spanish word of the day yesterday. We looked at it, but we did not break it down. I just know the Korean word of the day is book, and that's check. But besides that, we did not study. We didn't do anything. If we want to be fluent, we gotta lock in, y'all. Oh my gosh, I need to submit my requests for freaking interviews. There's just so much going on, y'all. There's so much going on at one time. Thank you, Vin. Thank you, my love. We need Murtis Media on deck. Wait, what's Murtis? Wow, neither of them die. Are you kidding? No, because that's actually insane. Oh, thank you. Perfect. Dang, she took my cheeks, brethren. Okay, nice. She took my chickens. Get her, get her, get her! Get her, get her, get her! No, Val, no! Well done. Well done. Faker interview today. Unfortunately, I will not be able to interview Faker today, as I have to submit my requests for interviews ahead of time. So we'll just have to make and put in our requests today for the later dates, because I can submit them early. I'll take a look at the teams and then we can decide then. Yeah, I really want to buy that item, so I'm not trying to buy this other one. What do you mean Faker interview? They're married. Can y'all imagine having Faker on this stream? Can y'all imagine you open up twitch.tv/Miss Chim Chim. You open it up and you see Faker. Could you imagine? And it's not a YouTube video. He's responding.
Hold on.
He's responding to me.
Say something really cool.
Ow. Can I be a little bit vulnerable with y'all though? Like, I'm just a little bit worried that like my jokes, if any, will not be able to come. Like, you know how you can feel someone's energy in person? Like, I just really hope he's able to get my little jokey jokes, like, through the screen. How do you not know about your own media company, Ray? Mother Redacted Turnip Squad? Oh, I just have so many. So we have MRTUS, but we also have FTV, which is For the Girls Media. Like, we just have so many media companies. Yone. Expanding, going global, truly that. Thank you, Sovereign. How are you doing today, love? Hello, Panos. Hello, Joe is 0023. Little Bitten, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, because my jokes leave people like, no, like, I'm terrified. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it happens. I think we should definitely interview another player before we do Faker, though. Like, we can't just jump into this and do Faker. Like, we gotta... we need to ease our way in. We need to ease our way in. Dude, yesterday, my brother called me, like, early in the morning, and I didn't pick up because it was 6 a.m. Remember, like, he's on East Coast. He's back in Atlanta. And then I called him back later because I think he called me twice or something like that. No, I didn't call him back. He called me a second time around like 10 my time. And I picked up and he's like, did you change your number or something? Like, you never answer my calls. I was like, bro, it was 6 a.m. And he was like, oh, I forgot about the time zone change. I'm like, bro, I would never not pick up your calls on purpose. I promise, bro. I promise, bro. I would never do you like that. Bro, I'm just not picking up no 6 a.m. call. I'm sorry. I could fully be up. I could fully be up, alive and awake. I'm still not picking up no 6 a.m. call. I do apologize for the inconvenience. No, right? Also, like, I moved to LA and I'm just fully ignoring my brother. No, I would never. I love my brother so freaking bad, y'all. Like, it's to the point where, like, people are like, dang, you think your brother can do no wrong. And do. My brother could fully be in the wrong. Fully have done every single last thing wrong. And I'm like, no, actually, you need to apologize. Because you're not going to talk to him that way. I'm sorry. I understand he did XYZ, but that tone you got is crazy. Go ahead and hit him with it. I'm sorry. Okay, you will not be talking to my brother like that. I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is. Nobody gonna cross my brother. I do apologize for the inconvenience. I do. Thank you, Humberto. I appreciate you, love. She started blocking out the brother. I promise y'all, I would never do it. Ever. I got a little bit too much love for my bro. To let somebody talk to my brother crazy. I understand that my brother and I game together every night. We have been for like 10 years and we're super close. Exactly. Like, I just love my brother. I'm the protective older sister. Where do I have to sign to be your brother? Nah, it's crazy. Cause like, I don't know. I just feel like my parents are very good parents and like take care of my brother, but I feel responsible for him in a way. So like if we go out, like I always feel like I have to pay for him. If we're going shopping, like I always feel like I have to, like, I don't want him to spend his money. I rather pay for his clothes and stuff like that so he can have a little pocket change when he goes back to college, you know? Like stuff like that. Like I just feel like that's like my duty as the older sister. Yes, okay, Kyle. That's the middle child trauma. Otherwise, the parents are like, why didn't you get your brother that iPhone 16 Pro Max he wanted? No, right? No, literally, JT, right? It's crazy. I'm the oldest of 8. 8, so I'm very protective. To be fair, my mom had 5, but adopted my cousins. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So you live with your, or like you used to live with your cousins? I mean, did you like that? Because like, I feel like having a close-knit family, like even with your cousins, is like such a blessing. Hi, Ray OG. I just found out we are long lost siblings. Now pay for my lunch. You're so silly, bro. You're so silly. Thank you, Michael. I hope you're having a good day today as well. My brother be asking me for money. I'm the younger brother. No shot. No shot. My brother has never asked me for money. I've just always given it, you know? Or like have always just like given him advice or whatever. Like, I don't think I've ever, he's never hit me with like a, yo, Ray, can I hold $20? Because if he did, I'd be like, go ask mom. Like, what? It's like, if you ask mom, she gonna give you the $20. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, mom, middle child syndrome is not a, like, it's real. It's real. My mom and dad love my brother so bad. So bad. Like, being the youngest, and he's the only boy, because we have an older sister as well. Being the only boy and the youngest, that man gets whatever he wants. That man gets whatever he wants. He said he wanted a new phone. You know, he got a new phone the next day. Next day shipping. Next day shipping. Come on now. Come on now. He's so freaking for real. And then oldest sibling, of course, also got everything because they were the firstborn, right? And then the middle child, what's the point? They already had a girl. It was the first child. They have the son, the last child. Frick the other one. You know what I'm saying? Right, since I'm your brother, fly me out to LA. That's the thing. I've been offering to fly my brother out to LA, like to come stay with us. He'd have his own room, his own bathroom, everything. I'd take him out. I'd show him we go to the beach. Like, I've been offering that since I moved here a year and a half ago. And you know, this man, like, he's just like, oh, sorry, I can't. Oh, nah. No, thanks. I'm like, dang, bro, I'm offering you a free getaway, man. Free flight, free hotel. Dang. That's crazy work. He won't come. He might just be busy. He might just be busy. It's a hard knock life. My birthday was great, Milo. And shout out to y'all because y'all made my birthday phenomenal. Now, granted, we just getting started. We just getting started. But I appreciate y'all. Did I get lit after stream? Nah. Nah. Who y'all say y'all wanted me to play? Not even a little cocktail? Nah. I got some lemon water though. Stay hydrated, folks. Y'all said gin. Y'all said gin. Y'all said gin.
In carnage, I bloom like a flower in the dawn.
Y'all said gin for real. Y'all said gin for real. Y'all said gin for real. I'm sorry, I don't like Mythmaker. Oh, Kog'Maw as well. Yeah. I got y'all. Oh my gosh. Let's go, Mesmo. That's crazy. What have you noticed is the most OP combo? I made spaghetti last night. It was gonna be too much work making the steak after all of that. I was tired. How was the burger cake? I brought the burger cake so everyone can see it. As you can see, y'all know I love meat real bad. And so my roommate made me a cake that looks like a burger. And y'all, when I was younger, when I was like 5 years old, my mom bought me a burger cake just like that from Walmart. Like they just had burger cakes and it was for my birthday. And I have been searching for a burger cake now that I'm a little bit older. I actually need to send that to my mom because I don't think she know about it. But yeah, she said there's a surprise for you upstairs on the counter whenever you're done with stream. I go upstairs, the burger cake is right there. Love, freaking love. Like what a great roommate. What a great roommate. She made that from freaking scratch, bro. From freaking scratch. Is that not insane? Is that not insane? Hello, Jesus. All right, let's see. All right. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, I did my eyebrows. I did watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I did indeed. I did indeed. I thought it was a movie. It was a movie. It was a movie that I saw. It was so good. If you like it, I love it. If you like it, I love it. Truly. Let's see. Oh, not the hater. I didn't hate it. Can I give you my honest opinion and y'all don't cancel me? Like, is this a safe space? Like, let me know. Let me know. I just want to make sure before I put this out that I'm not gonna get canceled. Okay, we don't. Hey, Jen, we don't need all that music. We don't need all that. We don't need all this. Can it stop? Does it never stop? Okay, it sounds like it never stops. He just got music playing. But let me give y'all my full thoughts on K-pop Demon Slayers or whatever the frick. There was one good song. I'm sorry. There was one good song. It was when they did the duo. It was Jinu and Remy. When they did their duo, I liked that song. That was the one that I liked. After that, like, I'm sorry, I think all the songs were a little bit corny. I thought all of the movie was corny. Like, everything just was silly to me. Like, it had potential though in my... Let me check the global charts. Hey, if you like it, I love it. Truly. I'm not hating on y'all for... I'm not like, y'all dumb for not liking, or y'all dumb for liking this. Nah, I'm not hitting y'all with none of that. What I'm saying is... Oh my gosh, I did a barrier! Like, did it not give a little bit of cornball? Just a little bit? Yeah, just a little bit of cringe. Y'all didn't get any cringe or cornball from it? The Saja boys were like, I love the animation. How about that? I love the animation. The groups were cute. I just think it was a little cornball. Right, Mesmo? Like, y'all really showed up and showed out for my freaking birthday. Yee. For my freaking birthday. Yee. What do you mean? Please. 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 Am I chasing too hard? Dang, that crit went crazy. I think if you wanted like cringe and corny, it's super cute and wholesome. Yes, it was a very wholesome like thing. I think maybe I'm just not the age demographic for it. Maybe that's what it is. Good morning, Van. Good morning. Can anybody raise their hand and tell me why Ash was pinging me? He did not need to die though. He didn't, but like, if we go back into the cornball category, like he didn't have to, but like in order for the story, he had to. In order for that cornball story to go through, he had to. He sure did. Oh my gosh! I'm tired of people not dying.
Enemy double kill.
It felt rushed. I heard there's rumors that they did all that for a potential second movie though. Okay, if that is the case, do y'all think Jinwoo will come back? Personally, I think yes. I think we will see Jinwoo again. Okay, who is y'all's favorite members from He Has To? I don't care. I don't care. No, I'm saying. Who is y'all's favorite members from Hundrix? I think that's Untrix. Who is y'all's favorite members from the girl group and the boy group? I mean, I don't want you, I don't know what you want me to do, baby girl. You were just up there. Mira and Abby. Abby is the one with the abs. Gina was cute. Yo, this Ash gonna tilt me. I'm like so for real. Why are you question mark pinging and you are 1 and 3? Please stop. Please stop. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. Your soda pop? Ray, what? What? I like their manager. Their manager was my favorite character for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. You what? Girl, what? It's okay because soda pop was okay. God forbid a girl wants some soda pop. Hey, bro. I thought the song was very NCT coded. Am I tripping? Am I tripping in saying so? I feel like it was very NCT coded. Take that back? What? Don't they have a song that say chewing gum? And they can't be associated with soda pop? They got a song called Sobancha, fire truck. And we can't talk about soda pop? Come on now. NCT be singing two baddies, one Porsche. Don't they have a song that said, something about nacho cheese? Like, y'all, they love just like random objects. Come on now, stay with me now. Stay with me now. All right, flash. We'll take the flash. We'll take the flash. We'll take the flash. They literally over there singing about chewing gum, and you gonna say that I can't say that they want to make a song about soda pop? Come on now. Come on. Be for real with me. Be for real with me. Dang it. She got my barrier. Unfortunate. Yeah, that's that case. So come on now. What the heck? All right. KDA or Huntrix? Ooh. What you gonna say when I say I don't like either of them? Like what? What then? Can I say true damage? Like what do y'all want? What do y'all want from me? Like I don't know. Oh, Huntrix 100% gave KDA. 1,000,000% gave KDA. So in that case, I guess I'll say KDA because they the OGs. True damage is a valid answer. Thank you for understanding. I sound like a hater though. Let me chill out, bro. It was I sound like a true hater. Let me chill. Let me chill, bro. We truly can't fight them. We truly cannot fight them. Oh my gosh, it was giving KDA the house hypo. It was giving KDA the house. Please don't leave me. Some people just want to kill. One day, y'all, I'm gonna pray I never have another Ashe supported day in my life. What's going on, Alaska? How you doing? Am I going what, Snowflake? Am I going who what?
The universe, as I was meant to make.
Ashe support should not exist. Facts. Ashe support was like a thing, what, 2 years ago? Let it fade away.
A single bullet to shatter the mirror of my own.
Please don't remind me of no Ziggs ADC, bro. Please don't remind me. Oopsies. Oopsies. Nice. Lulu's top. Lulu's still top. I mean, honestly, 8-1 Zeri, she could probably 2v1 us, low key.
We are alone now. The stars.
If I open on her, I was gonna say she's just gonna go over the wall, but for some reason she didn't target me there despite I was in her face ulting her with 2 HP. Kinda wild from her, not gonna lie. Nice! Wow, that's first turret? No way. Whoa. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy we even got that. Nice job. What can I say? Thank you, True. I'm surprised you don't play more Zeri. She's like a Jinx and Jin mix. I just heard that she like wasn't valid right now. Like people keep saying that she's like not. Yo, Sherbert, thank you so much for the good afternoon. Good morning though. It's 10:30 where I am, but thank you so much. It's so sweet. A lot of flowers. But yeah, I've just heard a lot that like she's not that good.
That moment of collapse. Ah, beautiful.
Oh my gosh, yes, we need to look at the skins for Wild Rift. Have they like officially come out?
Existence.
They're on Skin Spotlight. Another college course. La-di-da, it's farming. Anywho, I feel like she gonna take my cheeks low key. Low key, I feel like she gonna take them. You want me to all in? All right, I'm gonna reset.
Silent gods.
The Flash is sending me. Some people need to realize you can never run from me. You will never be able to run. If I have a long range ultimate, you will be getting your cheeks took. You will. You will. Every time. Every time. What's going on, Narilka? Miss Jin Jin. my. Let's go. Let's go.
In annihilation.
Enemy killing.
Goodness
spree.
gracious.
An enemy has been slain.
Extinction.
I should not be matching Yone in the bot lane.
Do you wish to see my face?
Not my cheeks. What's going on, Boomer King? Jin, where have you been? Ooh. Dang! I got damage like that. I got damage like that, though. I got damage like that, though. Okay. Okay. Period. I don't even know if this is on high. Is it on high? It's on medium. You want me to put it on high real quick for you? I'll put it on high real quick. Say less. Say less, my good friend. Let me get out of here real quick. You want luxury? I'm gonna give you luxury. How long have you been playing League? I've been playing.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Anyways, I've been playing League since 2015. So a good 10 years. No, 2013?
Killing spree.
I feel like it's been longer than 10 years. Ah. I gave it my all, guys. Oh, we're pursuing. We're pursuing. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Okay. Alright, I'm resetting. I'm no longer pursuing. Flashing on you and for what? And for what? And for who? Oh, so they did buffer. Okay, gotcha. It is like there's a lot of stuff that you have to learn, Emo. I'm not gonna lie to you, for sure. Lollipops. What kind of lollipops?
Oceans of formless time.
Lollipop, lollipop, oh, lolly, lolly, lolly. Lollipop, lollipop, oh, boom, boom, boom. Oopsies. Oopsies. Lollipop, lollipop, oh, lolly, 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 lollipop. Lollipop, oh, boom, boom, boom. Cool. Like the base I go. Come on, Big Bang into anyone. If I'm putting on Big Bang, I'm putting on Bang Bang Bang. You feel me? Like it just has to be done. It just has to be done.
Divinity cannot.
How many subs for a date everything stream? What is that? What is date everything? I think it depends more so on how long I would have to play it. If I have to play it for like an hour straight, I'll do it for like 30 subs.
I must blind them.
No, truly, Cherry. Truly. Banger songs. Game where you date all the furniture.
Enemy has been slain.
The furniture? I'm sorry?
I am the artist, and I am starving.
You can turn any object in your house to a person. You're lying. I'm dead.
Oh, you like me, huh?
Yeah, of course. Classic ADC experience, bro. You see a Mordekaiser, you get ulted. TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Lollipop, lollipop, oh, lolly, 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 lollipop. Lollipop, boom, boom, boom.
The enemy's inhibitor
That's
has
insane.
spawned.
Even if the artist dies, his contributions persist in all things.
Where do we want to go? I'll go bot. Lollipop, lollipop. Soda pop, soda pop. Oh, soda, soda pop. You're so silly. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. I will say, I do like how in that song, like you hear like the sound of a soda opening. That part I think is cool. Man, we might have to turn that on, bro. Dang it, man. Now it's in my head. Luna. Okay, I have my item. Let's go get it. Have you ever played Monster Hunter Wilds? I have not. I have not.
What is it goal without?
So refreshing. You're my soda pop. Thank you, David. How are you doing today? Yeah, it sounds like it's like opening or whatever.
Space is not silent. It dances in it. Screams.
Nice cat, Hypo. Oh my gosh. She really thought she was doing something. And I one tapped her. Am I about to get my cheeks took? Nah. Nah. Celio, thank you so much for the follow. Pyatt, thank you so much for the rose and the super GG. Not that regular GG, that's super GG. Thank you. Soda Pop, I got you. Dang, what was I saying? I forget what I was about to say.
An enemy has been slain.
Mord gone somewhere. Over here acting like you want to do something. Gone somewhere, man. But while we're here, y'all, I do want to again shout out the sponsor of today's stream, which is 988. Shout out to them for sponsoring the stream. They are a crisis hotline, y'all, if ever needed. And they are a national network, so all over the US and Canada too, and they provide non-judgmental 24/7 support for anybody in emotional distress, or if you're facing mental health problems or challenges, any alcohol or drug use, abuse, or problems, or if you're just simply feeling alone and need someone to talk to. They are there 24/7, literally all day, all night. If you ever need them, you can call, text, you can chat online with them. They have a website. You can use !988 in chat if you so no, bro. Hey, what if you let me live? What if you don't chase me? What if you don't flash? Yeah, they're available 24/7. You can call, you can text, you can chat with them. You can do !988 in chat, or you can call or text 988 if needed. Yeah, he did really want me specifically.
Enemy killing spree.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be that way, idiots. It wasn't supposed to be that way, but he saw me and he wanted me, man.
My performance begins anew.
A Zeri game? I don't know how to play Shoddy in ranked. He's not of my caliber.
Oh, to create, to destroy.
Is there a reason my support is taking my CS? Is there a reason why I'm fighting my support for CS? Is there a reason why? I love how we've gotten to the point where each auto is like taking a minion. Somehow, I have survived. Somehow, I am A-okay.
Destroying galaxies is a pedestrian.
Yep, Alaska. Yep. Well, our jungler is in mid lane going for the inhibitor, so I don't think that we should really fight for this dragon. I don't know. I want nothing to do with this Mordekaiser. Well, I'm glad she's getting the inhibitors.
My knowledge transcends creation.
I got it with my W. Very nicely done. Ooh, I could have stolen the dragon too. Is that 28 health points? Oh. I didn't see that he was, you know, on me. Tough luck. Do you plan streaming more games? For example, horrors? I don't like horror games. I will say that. But I'm down to stream other games. I like playing Fortnite. What the heck happened to my lip pencil? Like, how does this even happen? I guess you can't see. What the heck happened to it? I don't even know how that's possible. We are technically supposed to go RFC, so let's do that.
To shatter the mirror of my own godhood.
You're my soda pop. My little soda pop. Y'all got that in my head, bro. Y'all really put that in my head. Bad life. Yeah. Just don't let me forget to queue it up when I get out of this game. Which looks like will be very soon. So refreshing. Hey, they killed the Zeri.
Divinity cannot be censored.
Don't worry. Our Ashe is split pushing bot lane. Would y'all define Bel'Veth as an unpopular champion?
They appreciate my art.
Yeah.
They have no
I feel like, you know the whole skins discussion about how like they only give skins, or they mainly give skins to champions that are popular because they sell. Wouldn't some champions be more popular if they had more skins? Am I tripping? Yo, thank you for the follow. Dang! Oh my gosh! Hello, hello. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day today. I want another Aurora skin. I'm honestly surprised some of the skins for the next skin line is not coming to PC. I have my item. How are you, Day? How has your day been?
Oceans of formless time open before me, and they whisper, Jin, we are your truth.
I'm surprised they haven't leaked them already, low-key. Yeah, I need Briar to get more skins, low-key. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop.
Double kill.
That moment.
Ally has been slain.
Oh no, they got him. They got him.
Existence.
My whole team is deceased. I'm just now noticing that. Yeah, I got you, bro. I'm about to 4v1. Let me put down the good old trappers. You need what?
All my children.
The trap hitting no minions. Elder Dragon. I'm a coming. I couldn't. Is that Zeri behind us? The Elder.
You have slain an
Don't worry, Ash support about to clock the frick in, y'all. Ash support about to clock in. Y'all not even.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Has been destroyed.
All right. So I've made a vow. I've made a vow for anytime I have a Shaco support, I dodge, right? I think I will now be doing the same for Ash supports. I think I will now be enacting the same exact situation. I don't understand why people FaceTime me while I'm streaming. What's up, bro? I'm streaming. Yup. It's 11 o'clock. I would only have an hour until I stream anyways. You play too much. Get off my phone, bruh. Okay. Soda Pop. I want to hear the song too, though. I want to hear the song too. Play it later. Okay. Shall we play another game? Let's get another game in. Let's get another game in. Oh yeah, let me pull up the. There's just so much going on. So much going on. Let me see the skins. Skin Spotlight. Wild Rift. Yes, the powder one is definitely my favorite one. Wonder Town Lilia, Glorious Galio. More Arctic Ops. Oh my gosh, they got more porcelain skins. Oh my gosh, they got a porcelain gin. Wait, the skins are not on Skin Spotlight yet. I need to clock in for Crystal Rose Part 2, dude. I gotta do that tonight. Oh my gosh, there's so much to do. I gotta do that tonight, bro. I gotta do that tonight. The YouTube community, they are mad at me for not doing Crystal Rose, bro. They are mad. They are mad. That's why I've been scared to post on YouTube, bro. They're like, where's Crystal Rose? Where's Crystal Rose Part 2? Where is it at? I don't care about none of this other stuff. I don't care about WASD. I don't care about no new league skins. Where's Crystal Rose Part 2? That's how they hitting me, dude. That's how they hitting me. Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared of YouTube, bro. They on me. They on me heavy. I do my skin reactions for Wild Rift a little differently. So I want to have that authentic reaction. I have to do it like off stream. By the way, where is Crystal Rose Part 2? No, like truly, like if here, I'm gonna pull up my YouTube for y'all. I'm gonna pull up my YouTube. I want y'all to see how they talk to me crazy, bro. They talk to me crazy, bro. I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna pull up the last 5 videos I've done. I'm gonna pull up the last 5 videos I've done. And I want to show y'all how they talking to me. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, I'm pulling up this one.
There's a new metagame.
Let me see. There might have not have been any in this one. There was none on this one. But please do another Wild Rift skin reaction. Been waiting and checking every day. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry, friend. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, this one.
Yanara is
I be doing them dirty, I think. Okay, let's see. Here, I'm gonna just Control F Wild Rift. Oh, there's nothing there. Crystal. Oh, did nobody comment about Crystal Rose here? Nah, I know somebody did. Because somebody was like, I guess we're never getting another Crystal Rose skin reaction. No, there's nothing here. Ooh, am I a liar? Hold on, I got a ban. Ooh, I'm jungle. Okay, we're getting a Nocturne game. Yeah, I guess I'm lying, bro. I don't think anybody commented on this. Ooh, I'm lying. I'm just out here lying, bro. I'm just out here lying. Wow, there's no Dude, I'm telling you, bro, they be on me heavy. I promise y'all, they be on me heavy. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why I can't find the comments right now, but they really do. Saw one comment that said, give us more. Oh, and we still don't have the Crystal Rose Part 2 video. I don't think she's gonna do a part 2. Bro, I promise y'all. It's just been crazy, bro. It's just been crazy. It's just been crazy recently. I promise I will indeed get the part 2 video. I promise. We're going Nocturne. I'm sorry. When is the next Wild Rift skin reaction? I feel so bad, bro. That's the one comment. I gotta get back on my skin reactions. I gotta get back on them. I'm gonna get back on them. I promise. Is the on me heavy in the room? Y'all, y'all right. You right. I lied. They on me heavy, bro. I feel it. I feel the on me heaviness. I'm getting now chat on me heavy. Dang, I can't have nothing. Gosh dang. Yeah, nah, we chilling. Are y'all ready for MSI today? Aw, amazing. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you for supporting the stream. Sure, bro. Take first pick. Makes me none. Yo, guys, what if I played Briar? How do we feel about a little Bri? Thank you, Jamazing. I appreciate you. Oh, who are we banning? Kane, undoubtedly.
Fear the shadows.
Fear controls them.
Oh, they banned Kane too. I'm sorry, bro, but that champion is dumb. It's T1 versus CFO. T1 versus CFO. Let me go ahead and open up my pick'ems. Oh, I'm sorry, TikTok. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. Oh my gosh, guys, I am top 5 on the... Oh my gosh, I gotta show y'all. Like, we really killing the game right now, man. It's looking like Talon Jungle. You have 3 AP. Hold on, I'm trying to think through. Yeah, I think I'm down for Nocturne here due to the fact that, like, I think they just have way too much CC. Like, these 3 CC, I just don't think I want to deal with. Okay. Let me show y'all this real quick. Like, I'm really putting on for the GWORLs. Really putting on for the girls. So these are pick'ems. These are the pick'ems. If I just scroll in real quick. Top 25% in the entire world, by the way. Perfection. Perfect picks, by the way. Perfect picks, by the way. But look at this over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm tied for first place, but I'm 5th on the list. Like, talk to me nice, man. I think it's in order of alphabetical order. But like, come on, man. Talk to me nice. Talk to me nice. I'm like that, man. I really like that. I really like that. We doing pretty solid with the picks. Now, I need CFO and BLG not to let me down today. I need them to really lock in today. Or I mean T1. I meant T1. CFO, please do not lock in. CFO, actually lock out. Lock out for me, bestie. Just real quick. Just for today. Just for today. Material girl. We did not pick a lip sync song. I'm going to post on my Instagram and ask for what people want me to lip sync to, and whichever gets the most votes, then that is the song I will do. No. I did not pick CFO. I picked T1. I'm gonna need them to disconnect. Disconnect. Go take a little retreat. You know what I'm saying? Go vibe. You have the chance to do the funniest thing. How do you think Graves is in the top lane? We all know he can top Twisted Fate very well, but lane? Honestly, that's a really hard question for me to answer because I don't play top, nor do I play Graves, especially newer Graves. And like, I low-key don't even really play jungle. I play Nocturne jungle, and that's it. So I really don't know. I think it's unfair for me to give you an answer to base your decision off of. You see what I'm saying?
This place disgusts me.
But I also think you should be able to do whatever the frick you want to in life. So lock it in, bestie. Y'all, I'm such a literal individual. Come on now. I am so literal. Y'all really be playing in my face. All right, lock in for this. Lock in for this game. Look at the kiting. Wow. Supreme gameplay. Well done, well done. So far, so good. We're looking mighty fine. We're looking mighty fine. Son of a banker, thank you so much for the lightning bolt. All right, we have officially 28 seconds to finish our clear and be ready for Scuttle Crab. Hey, bestie, you gonna let me finish this clear and then I will gank you. Yo, thank you for the victory, son of a banker. Hey, bestie. Let me tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna do this scuttle and then I'm gonna come. Thank you very much. And I'm on the way. Oh, she's going to ward. He doesn't even come, bro. He's going for bot scuttle. Talon is down here. Y'all need to be careful. Y'all gots to be careful. Okay, we're gonna get this and head that way. I pinged. I literally pinged it. People just don't want to listen. People just don't want to listen. Oh, I'm running medium right now. Somebody said we're talking about running it on high. I can turn it on high real quick. We are now on high settings. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. All right, we're almost done with our second clear.
Are you my nightmare?
I was supposed to do my Gromp and then blue, but oh well. All right, let's see if we can gank top again. Okay, got her flash. I can make a visit after I hit 6 because she won't have flash. I just have to make sure I time my spell shield perfectly for her condemn. I feel like she'll condemn me as soon as I ult, so it's something to keep in mind. Boy grub spawn in 2 minutes. Okay, thwarted, good to know. Hey Samira, how about you focus on your CS because you're losing to Zerath ADC right now. Focus on your CS, bestie. Don't worry about what I'm doing with my life. Worry about what you're doing with yours. All right, his whole top side is cleared. So even though he's bot, there's not much I can do. Oh, he dies there. That's nice. All right, we're starting stride. The Vayne really trying to play, facts. I'm gonna need no one to shot call. I'm gonna hit my little 6 and then we gonna start making plays. Up until that point, I need everybody else to chill out. Everybody calm down. We vibing right now. We vibing. We mad vibing. I gotta get to my powers fight. You know, we do need it warded. That is facts. That is facts. Are they on it though? Are they starting it now? We don't really have to fight for it. It's just first dragon. I don't even have smite. It's chill. I'm gonna go top. We coolin'. We mad coolin'. Oh, Vayne might be coming to ward it. Nice. See, they got dragon, we got void grubs. We coolin'. We mad coolin'. Vayne's flash is on my timer. I still got about like a minute and 20 seconds to get a little ulti off for top lane. Garen is overly pushed, so it's not gonna be right now, but it'll be soon. Like we don't have to force absolutely everything. We can just farm, get our little items, get our little gold, get our little power spikes, and then we can make something happen. Top, all these lanes are hard to gank except for bot, so we are gonna have to head bot side for a gank. I'm gonna go top though. Garen's getting pushed in. Does he have TP?
People are flames to be blotted out.
She ghosted. Her ghost is back. She did not flash. She just ghosted. All right, Talon is in my jungle. Talon is in my jungle. We've already taken all of it, so please just be careful. Do not die. Just be careful. Do not die. I do not have ultimate. Please just be careful. Do not die. I'm gonna try and make a play bot. Please just be careful. Do not die. I only pinged you 97 times. I only pinged you 97 times. Only 97. Only 97, bro. It was only 97 times. It was only 97.
Are you my nightmare?
What's going on, Urzy? How are you doing? Uh-oh. All right, Talon is here. We gotta be a little bit careful. Yeah, like we are indeed in danger. Oh, the fear did not go off. Aurora is here. I'm backing out. I'm leaving. Woo! Lord, have mercy. All right, we go, we go. All right, my ult is up. Nobody has like crazy shutdown gold. Nice. Okay, proud of you. Really thought you were about to sell there, not gonna lie. All right, I'm coming bot. I need a sweeper. Dragon is not up for another 20 seconds. He had to have used ult, right? Yeah, for sure. All right, I come. Oh, he has no stun. Uh-oh, there's a Awawa. Uh-oh, there's a Talon. The flash is diabolical. The flash is diabolical. Okay, team cleaned up there. That's fine. That's fine. Let's get... They have so much AP damage. We're gonna get Merc Treads. Yeah. Team did what it needed to do right there. That's good. That's good. That's good. All right. I definitely need to stay bot side for Dragon. It's warded though. I'm gonna go clear my top side. I want to get upgraded smite. So it's like uncontestable. Because his is also not upgraded. But he's up a couple camps on me. Are they just doing it? I mean, not everybody was there. It's chill. It's only 2. I'll get Rift Herald. I do not want to let them get any more dragons though. It will no longer be chill. Cool. Still trading objectives, so it's not like we're losing. I don't know why people were doing that low-key bounce, because Don Tolliver makes some fantastic music. He has ult. It's just if she jumps away, a little bit harder.
Or am I yours?
Dang, my bot is backing. Mid is pushed. I don't want to use Herald on that mid. It's got like 2 HP. I'm looking for the opportunities. It's just there are none right now. So I'm getting what I can. Fam, you're pushed up hard. You're gonna have to ult her. Oh, there's a Talon. Dang, got my cheeks. Tooketh.
Okay.
Tooketh. Can you rune Terra Drift? What is that? Yeah, she would need to be a little bit up further. Or he open with ult. Because if I ult, she's just gonna go invisible and jump out. Nice. Okay, well, he made it happen. Had to flash for it, but...
An ally has been slain.
Oh, is that what it's called? That's what y'all calling it? The Runeterra Drift? I call it driving the boat. Let me drive the boat. Summoner's Drift. Okay. I like that. I like that, Picasso.
Are you getting tired yet?
Is this warded? Holy. Thyra 2? Alright. It's giving Inter now, and I don't really like that. It's a full-on 3v3. Oh no. Serath is up there too. Nice. Okay, Samir's popping off now. Not. Hey. Hey. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay, we have to get this dragon. The dragon needs to get got. I'm getting dragon first. Oh, it won't move. Oh, they're going for Malzahar. Thank you, Cat Attack. She's claiming stacks. Okay. Leave me alone, Zerath. Leave me alone. Yo, I am normally never out farmed. Have I lost my Nocturne touch? Or is he just hyper farming? Is he farming waves? That's also a question. Like, maybe this man has just been like grabbing a couple of waves from his laners. Cause I've been pretty farm heavy. Let's see. They're not on it. Do I have a buy? No, I need 300 gold. Brothers. My brothers. Okay, he presses press to win button. Love when champions have those. Ping City, right? Everybody's just pinging. Yeah, we got we got 28 minutes. We got 28 minutes until game start. We got a little bit. How are your cakes? They're so good. I've got my burger cake back here. I don't know if you can see it, but we will be chopping into it at the start of MSI today. RIP my brother. RIP my brother Garen. I think she's just a little bit too hard to kill. Sis, I don't even want you. I'm lying. I want you in 10 seconds. Thank you. Have a blessed day. Are they gonna go Otacon? They are going Otacon. That's tough. I'm top. Not much I can do. I'm top with no ult. That's tough. Oh wait, he's up here. What the heck? Do you have ult by any chance? He's got that. Nice. They can't do it. They can't even do it. He's topside. Why is he topside? Couldn't tell you, but homeboy was topside. We're gonna get Ma. Actually, we're not gonna go Sterix. Sterix is typical, but they just got too much AP damage. Stream starts in 13 minutes on Riot channels, but they have pre-game analysis and talk first. Facts, facts, facts. Yeah, they do like a little pre-game function, but the games don't start until 12 o'clock on the dot PST. And even then, it doesn't start at 12 on the dot. They do their intro on at 12. So the games normally start at like 12:05. Champ select will come up at like 12:05 or something like that. I'm coming for the drag. Dang, shawty fast for real. Oh, he's dead. He's deceased. Not the FF vote. Hey, I did what needed to be done. I did what needed to be done. Yo, these people are low-key aggy with all the pings though. Am I tripping or what? Like, there is no reason for y'all to be spam ping. Look at all of the pings. I understand we want to communicate, but bro, y'all doing way too much. Way entirely too much. Yeah, typically at this point, I would deafen. You know what? I will deafen. Yeah. No, because they are very ping heavy. And like for no reason either. Okay, Ocean Soul. Otacon is on the board. If we can kill this Talon, we can do Otacon because he's bot by himself. Nice. Nice. Let's Otacon. Let's Otacon. Let's Otacon. Team. Garen. Hey, Garen. Hey, Garen. Hey, what if you didn't recall? What if you didn't recall and you came and helped Otacon? Thank you, bestie. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, fam. All right. Malzahar is defending top. I can make my way over that way. They're backing off. Man was like, you got this, my G. I guess we did, but like, why would we not want to take it ASAP? You know what I'm saying? I feel like it would, if it was just me and Samira, would have taken a lot longer. All right. We need 300 gold to get our item. So let's just be on the lookout for a kill. They have it heavily warded. I like to keep a Farsight on me as Nocturne for steals, but like sweepers are so necessary as jungle, man. Whoa. Speaking of steals, I don't have smite. Oh my gosh. I didn't have smite. I just smited Gromp. Oh, that's so tough. Hopefully my team pops off here. Oh, that's so close. Oh, that's so sad. Aaron? Oh, he gets that. Wow, what an outplay, bro. What an outplay. Holy moly. All right, all of their Baron is gone, but they did get the gold for it. I'm gonna head straight to Dragon. We've got 1 minute on the clock. Dude, what an outplay. Garen's just too good at League of Legends, man. He's truly just too good at League of Legends. Okay, but the emote is a part of the combo. Like, don't forget that part, Bounce. The emote is a part of the combo. Like, really get into that. Okay, it's not warded. Is he okay? Dude, remember when we were talking about Talon yesterday and how the wall jump is a horrible mechanic for League of Legends? I'd stand by what I said. I'd stand by what I said. Don't worry about that Q. It was for aesthetics. Turn off the lights. Let the moon shine through the blinds. I can't see fine. Light a candle. You know that I'm trying. Nice, nice, nice. Let's push. 4 dead. Yeah, I don't like Kane either. Because Kane can do it to any wall at any time. At least Talon has a CD on it. We don't need it. I'm gonna die. Hey, I got what I came for, bro. I got what I came for. I did what I had to do to get the job done. You feel me? I got what I came for.
Shut down.
Next up, I do think a death's dance is in order. Says the champ with the largest gap close ability in the game. Oh. 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 Does he have the largest gap close ability? He might, low-key. Low-key, I might not have a rebuttal for that. Oh, TF. What about TF? What about Rise? Yeah. Yeah, what about that? What about that? Exactly. Why do you think Sona gets so much hate nowadays? It might be because she is one of the worst supports to lane with. And as an ADC is very frustrating to lane with the Sona versus Draven Pike, who will all in you. They really just came for me though. Like I really didn't even do nothing to you though, is the thing. Like I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy, man. Oh, so you want to talk about gap closers? You want to talk about gap closers? You want to talk about mothers? Dude, that movie is so funny. You want to talk about mothers? I'm coming mid. Did she just flash into me? Ooh. Annihilated, truly. Babes, you gotta get some MR. I ain't never seen this on Samira. Anything you think Riot could do to make Samira Pro viable? I think she is viable. Yun said the reason why people don't play Samira is because of the items. The items aren't necessarily good, but she is good right now. Oh, you want to talk about mothers? You make Samira Pro viable by deleting her from the game. No! Stop it! Stop it! I gotta be at this drag. Lock in, y'all. Lock in. We got a dragon to get. 10 seconds until spawn. I should be in the area at the very least. If we can kill Talon before dragon, that would be fantastic. He might go in on the Sona. If he did, we would be ready. Sona, why are you backing? No B, no B, no B. Are they just gonna start it up? Dang, he hit me with everything he got, low key. All right, he dead. GG. time, you feel me? Stole 2 drakes that gang, you know what I'm saying? You know, some light, some slight, nothing to it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Have you been watching MSI every single game, Sigma? I am one of the official MSI co-streamers. I will be watching every single last MSI game. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Okay. GG. Salutations, party people. Yes. All right, guys. So that is it for that. GG's. We got MSI coming up in 13 minutes. Perfect timing. And before we leave, before we go, I just want to give one last shout out to 988. Thank you so much, 988, for sponsoring today's stream. Again, if y'all don't know what 988 is, it is a lifeline for if you guys ever need it. I took this sponsorship as it is a way to normalize talking about mental health, especially in the gaming community where there are a lot of toxic communities. I do just always want to have a lifeline if needed. And that lifeline is 988. It is a national network providing non-judgmental support for literally anyone, even if you're just simply feeling lonely or in emotional distress. You can always call, text, or chat with them, either using their website or by calling or texting 988. That's it. It's just 988. Quick and simple. So yeah, shout out to 988 for supporting the stream, for sponsoring the stream. Truly appreciate it. And yeah, this was a great, cute little sponsor. I actually, y'all, the reason why I was in New York last week is because 988 flew me out. Period. 988 actually flew me out to New York because they wanted me to speak on 9/8. Hey, period. Oh my gosh, that wasn't even intentional. The win-loss being 1 out of 988, that was not intentional. I did that like way before. I was just on a hot loss streak. That's crazy. That's actually insane. But yeah, they flew me out to New York because they wanted me to speak at a panel. They were doing a panel at the Games for Change. They had like a little conference, and I was one of the creators that they wanted to have to speak. And I thought that was so sweet. I got to speak about 988, the sponsored stream, how important it is to normalize talking about mental health in gaming communities. It was streamed on Twitch and YouTube, so I made sure to send it to my mom and dad. It was such a cute little moment. But I really want to thank them for flying me out. I got to have 24 hours in New York. It was a fun little vibe. I got to walk around. I got to see people from Streamers University. And everybody there was so freaking nice. It was so great to just like talk to people about like certain issues in the gaming community. They also like heard my story about how, like, even though I try to create a safe space here on my stream for everybody, like I want my stream to be a perfect little utopia where you can like escape reality if you need to, and like you just have the amount of time that I'm streaming, you have like a little escape where everything's perfect, everything's fine, and we're just chilling. The games might not be perfect, but we over here, we having a little party. It's great, it's fun, and it's fresh. Now, what I will say is that while I was talking on the panel, it kind of opened my eyes to one thing about how this might be like a safe space for y'all, but like I was speaking earlier, it's also, y'all have made it a safe space for me as well. Like I got to talk about how at Streamer University, like I know I told y'all after Streamer University, I was a little bit sad. It was a little bit sad because I felt like I didn't do enough. I felt like I didn't stream enough. I felt like I wasn't giving y'all enough content, but y'all were so supportive of me. And y'all gave me so, like, y'all uplifted me in a time that I needed it. And so I got to share that story about how, like, even though y'all can like fall back on me when y'all are having a bad day, I've also realized that I can fall back on y'all. if I'm ever like going through it or whatever. But all in all, 988 is always there for y'all. Okay. Stop playing with it. Stop playing with it. Oh, it's JoJo. Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing to be here. It's been the first international in Canada since I don't know how long. 2017, a long time. So I don't even remember what I was doing in 2017, but I'm very glad to be here. I don't know if we're going to get the home buff. I think I'm going to get the home buff, but I hope my team will get the home buff. I mean, they're a European team, but they have me, so I guess that's how it works, right? So I for sure think we're going to get much more confidence and just excitement from playing here, so I'm very excited to be here.
You were telling me that you've played in front of your family before. Obviously, international event hits different. Do you have a message for them as they're going to be in the audience today?
Yeah, just don't embarrass me too much if you guys do the interviews, and I mean, I hope you enjoy to watch me play. So.
Jojo, thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
I love him so much.
Don't listen to that man. Embarrass him. Don't listen to him. I love watching all these interviews with JoJo. He's smiling so much. He's clearly enjoying his time over there so much. And I remember even when they first announced.
I freaking love JoJo so much, y'all. He's so sweet. He's such a little cootie. He's such a little cootie, y'all. Oh my gosh, he just warms my heart. I just love seeing NA talent being prosperous. Like they're out there. He is our first international NA player. Our first international NA player. Like I just love that for him so much, dude. Like I freaking slay. My burger cake, y'all. My burger cake that my roommate made for me. Very delicious. We're gonna crack open a little slice while we prepare and get ready for MSI, the international tournament. JoJo will be playing today. So, we're celebrating my birthday. We're celebrating JoJo, and we're celebrating T1 wins. Absolutely. Do y'all want a little slice? Hold on, let me see if I can show y'all without it falling. Ooh. I don't even like chocolate, and she know I don't even like chocolate, but she had to make it chocolate for the burger. And she said, it don't even taste like chocolate for real. And it doesn't. Really did that for me. Oh, power bomb. How about a little what? A little birthday shot? I'm gonna save all the shots for this weekend. All the shots for this weekend. Here you go, y'all. Y'all gonna get the first bite. Oh yeah. Dude, today's gonna be so much fun. It's so moist. Period. Velo. Black or white T1 jersey 2024. The white one was fire, bro. The white one was fire. The white one was so good. Hurry up! It came to what? It came to do what? Yep. Hi, cat. Let me turn this on.
Holes in BLG's
It's about to get started.
A few points that I had noted too, like there were a few solo kills happened from Kiaya. Kiaya's incredibly solid, so I just want to see if BLG's coming in strong, if they learned any lessons coming into today, but they haven't seen what the MKOI boys have cooking.
And what Mirwin can do. What a fun matchup. I hope we get some trash talk back and forth as well. BLG, of course, already warmed up, already used to the stage here in Vancouver.
And
I'm sad about Fly,
G2
yeah.
didn't even win the first game, and they still lost the series. So like, how
They're
do
gonna win versus
How do you overcome that?
this curse?
With the power
They'll win
of
versus
Canada for
V2.
JoJo Pyun. It's time for MKOI versus BLG.
Let's go. Yeah, T1 is first. T1 and then BLG.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and night.
I think both games are going to be a 3-1.
Vancouver, please welcome today's
I think we'll see 8
teams to the
games.
stage. The champions of the LEC, Movistar Koi.
Oh.
And the world.
It's BLG versus MKOI.
The LPL's Billy Gaming.
They probably swapped it around because they know everybody wants to see T1.
To another day of
So they want you to
MSI
stay for the whole day.
2025. I am Azale, happy to
That's
be
probably
joined
why.
here by Vedius for what I think is going to be a really fun series.
I hope so. I hope so. I know that it's starting a little earlier in Europe, so I know my EU brothers and sisters will be eager.
Guys, I want to root for JoJo.
Of course,
but I picked BLG to win.
Skepticism around BLG. We've seen some of the weaknesses, but the reality
Yeah,
is, Azale,
Sigma.
they just dominated in the play-in stage.
Oh yeah, they were looking really, really good in play-ins. They won all 6 games. They got feats in all 6 games. They barely lost any dragons. They were getting every first tower except for 1. Yes, this team is looking really, really strong.
Oh, it was, JT?
There were some holes, I will say, you know, in the gameplay. They did.
My thought process here, let me show you.
You know, they almost lost that one.
My thought process is like we're going in order.
Really kind of openings
down the line.
Series especially,
so the fact that CFO versus T1 and then MKOI versus BLG, like they swapped it so that you stay longer.
And it feels like the game ends. So we have to see, is MKOI going to be able to?
So the L and BLG is Lee.
Those advantages, will they be able to match?
Yes,
BLG
technically, because it's Billy Gaming.
Objective setups to really hammer home any advantages they get and turn those into wins.
And here's the thing, spring has been the split of surprises for MKOI. They're a team that largely domestically sat outside the top 3. There were question marks around would they really be able to contest the title.
Out of the Canadian mid lane.
That they did. I mean,
you see my jersey, you see it. Do you want to see the back?
They really demonstrated how
Do you want to see the back? Okay then, wait. Look at the back of the chair though.
Looking forward to.
Look at the back of the chair though. Yeah.
We've seen nothing
we like that.
MKOI coming into
we like that over
so
here.
That is a big advantage that they're going to have coming into this best of 5. And
we
I'm
like that.
forward to what they've prepared for us today as we jump into our Champion Select presented by Omen and HyperX.
Let's go, JoJo!
I think a lot of people eyes on Elyoya for if he can create a big advantage over Beishuan. You know, Beishuan obviously, you know, is a strong jungler, but Elyoya has been incredible for them in the LEC. You know, he was the final MVP. This guy has been playing at that really, really high level for such a long time. And people are counting on him to really be able to step up at the international level to prove his worth at this stage. I also have to say, you know, I was so impressed by the development of Supa and how good he was looking in playoffs. Him and Alvaro were, I think, really, really impressive.
Certainly will, and we'll see how they are set up in game 1 as Annie going to be taken away from Knight. The Talia respect is going to come through from BLG. It is one of JoJo's go-to preferences in the mid lane. When we think of JoJo domestically, the Talia and Ahri have often been his 2 big champions. That means that things like Vi, Xin Zhao should be junglers that we're looking at in this game 1 to set up for Elyoya and JoJo to have that innate synergy. Engage supports for Alvaro, things like the Rel, the Leona, the Rakan. We'll see how high they are. And the Vi, as we were just talking about, going to be taken away. I wonder if that does lead to.
I really want to see how JoJo has been performing this year.
Early pick to take it away from Knight now that the Annie has been taken off the board.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, you know, with the Vi off the table, you know, are you willing to just blind the Ahri into someone like Knight? You know, obviously Annie is gone, one of those answers that can be pretty difficult to play into, but instead it is going to be the Yone. This is obviously a big pick for JoJo, especially his time in NA. He is always known as a melee mid laner, you know, a guy who really is a specialist on the Sylas, the Akali, the Yone really can excel on those champions. And this is a champion that has been consistently banned out through all of MSI.
I think
where is NA?
It's one of Muin's personal favorites.
EU got the keys handed to them by the people on screen. What are you talking about? Where is NA?
Now thinking about a Sejuani Gwen topside, something that synergizes well. It is obviously very short range,
like,
but it's very powerful in terms of the early skirmishes. As BLG have gone for the Rumble on the top side, I think Bin. It seems that lots of pundits have mixed opinions on Bin's Rumble, but at the very least so far at this tournament, he's been stellar on the champion.
Is that a JoJo Yone?
Of the Rumble ultimates have been very impactful. Ooh, but the Galio responds instead, so they're not going to go for the Gwen even though it was left open. Instead,
is it Galio support? Is it Galio top? Is it Galio mid? I feel like a lot of these camps can be like
with the ultimate, and then Galio comes in over
flexed.
The top, really allows you to put pressure onto that back line here. A lot of power picks here for MKOI in the first game, being able to get the Galio answer, being able to get that Varus, the most
Cubics. Yesterday I had music blasting all day.
From Knight, and we'll see how he looks on it because
all freaking day.
Shanks was scary yesterday.
think BLG
because for some reason my mixer is a little bit broken and I can't hear the music. So I made sure I was able to hear the music yesterday because we had to turn up.
Have some late game insurance, but also this is a type of composition that gives them a lot of proactivity in the early game. This is a team that loves to try and force those early dives
the last
on
hour. What did we do for the last hour?
Early, and this is also just a great matchup for the Aurora in the mid lane. So I think BLG have started off strong. They're going to remove the Xin Zhao away from the pool. I think they should also consider something like the Maokai or the Sejuani. We consider them kind of EU classics, the kind of safe defaults that just provide a lot of team fight value, and also both that can synergize very well with the Yone as well.
See, Xin taken off the table. Jin as an answering ban here. Looking to.
Yeah, I did forget to turn it off.
It is an LPL classic, definitely something that they do play really, really well. It is one of the most played for Elk in the LPL.
Yeah, some of it's muted. There's some unmuted parts, but a lot of it is indeed muted. Can be considered
to be a fairly difficult matchup into the Varus. You are going to be getting pushed in, so instead it is going to be that Ezreal ban. So they are really just trying to take away comfort here from Elk.
Of course, the AD carry meta right now is very open. It feels like you have so many options available to you. They may look to try and grab an early rel if they want a little bit more engaged to also deny that away from Koi. Of course, the bot lane pool is still very open, but we discussed the MF just provides you with a lot of team fight value, very solid laning into the Varus as well. And while it can still fall short in the matchup, depending on what support you decide to go for, it just, again, it kind of synergizes nicely with this very powerful mid-game spike that BLG's composition is going for.
Absolutely, and once you get your Bloodthirster, you get that one item, you know, we don't obviously know if Supa is going to play poke or if he is going to play on hit, but you can shrug off any poke that is going to be coming through from that Varus once you're on your Bloodthirster. And Aurora sets up really, really well, you know, being able to go in, you know, throw down the ulti.
My birthday gift and cake, it was lit yesterday, man.
You have the Rumble ult. The only thing they really need to pair it all together is something like that rel, and I think that's why we see kind of the pre-counter pick of the Alistar. You know, MKOI saying, we know where you are looking to go, and we are going to try to answer that in advance. I don't think we would get a Nico here. It would really help out for the 2v2, so if they really want to put priority on that 2v2, I think it makes sense, but they are fairly AP heavy, and they don't have really much of a front line, so something like a more traditional
I'm not too excited by the picks.
And Rakan definitely fits the bill.
A lot more mobility on the engage coming through from the Rakan, being able to lock down.
I'm not too excited from the
Yone
picks.
and potentially Varus on the back line, who in this composition I wouldn't be surprised to see him play the poke, but then I think about the amount of damage that they have. Galio's, yeah, exactly. If you do go for the poke, I don't think you're going to be very reliant on JoJo. If they do go for the poke build, it's likely that we'll get the AP Maokai as well, just to add to the damage portfolio from the side of MKOI. But I will say that this is a very EU draft that they've
Every game I'm thankful for Fearless draft, yeah. Because it could be a lot worse.
A huge amount domestically. The
it could be a lot worse.
Strong laner, but I feel like BLG responded well. They've gotten good matchups kind of across the board, and I do feel like that, again, we talked a lot about this mid-game spike.
That's a banger poke.
I want to see BLG be proactive in the early game. Set up through those early dives, try and leverage the fact that you're going to have push in the early game, and
let's do it. I want MKOI to take at least one game off.
You know, we could see Galio also go a more aggressive build, and if they want to go poke, you can go Riftmaker.
This one,
like
this one.
Really add in the damage, because BLG, you know, yes, they have a lot of damage, but they are not that tanky either. So you don't need to have incredibly high DPS on the MKOI side. It's not like there's a sign or something that you're having to punch through. About as tanky as it gets really is the Pantheon. So it's not going to be, I think, too much of an issue there. Have to see how MKOI is going to come out in this game number one. Both G2 and FlyQuest were able to come out hot in their series, take down that first game, and then it was the gentleman's sweep. 3 straight games going the other way. So we'll see if it is going to be a repeat or if MKOI can really step up and bring us into this new era of the LEC. Show us that it is no longer the time for G2. It is the time for MKOI to take center stage.
Honestly, I'm just really excited to see JoJo playing on the international stage representing EU, but also just the fact that he's here in his home country. It's a really big opportunity, and right now he's working with Elyoya to get a bit of information in the early game. Deep ward has been placed by BLG on the bot side of the map, but so far nothing too chaotic. Information gathering is the main priority here for MKOI and BLG.
It is going to be Halo Blade, so it won't be common, but should be lethality. But talk me through it, Vetty. MKOI.
I mean, at the beginning of this year, we saw the introduction of JoJo. While their winter split wasn't the strongest performance, coming into spring, they were really competing at the top of the table. And then coming into playoffs as the 3rd seed, they had a very impressive run. They took down Winter Champions KC in an intense 5-game
Let's not do a Bwipo today. No, like
to G2, they made it back through the lower bracket, defeating Koi again, and then
yeah, he's a little
G2 in the
baby.
finals. The one thing that they
He's
were
a little
ultimately praised
baby.
for was their very good preparation.
He
and just
is
the fact that a lot of the
precious.
individuals stood out. You talked about how Super developed a lot, but we really saw the impact of the Alvaro Elyoya synergy.
And like his
that I think really
personality
brought them
shines
into the
through.
first seed here coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. And it has
He's
been, of
very
course, a lot of their
expressive,
success. The fact that this
if you will.
jungle support duo has been so impactful. You know, when I watched the LEC playoffs, Elyoya was able to create such meaningful advantages. You know, keeping up in farm, still putting on pressure, being very efficient with his play and with his ganks. And when he is able to group up with Alvaro, it's really impressive to see. So we'll see if they can get out to a good early start here. Knight, of course, will have the push. Range versus melee, that is no surprise. But JoJo is going to be playing Fleet, Second Wind, as well as D-Shield. So he's just trying to avoid as much damage as possible. But he is already
Remember
taking a
what?
hurting here
Remember
early on
what
for Knight.
Tempest said. He says that you are a melee minion until you hit level 3.
But, JoJo not doing too bad of a job. Beishwan has cleared his full top side, and now he's looking for some information in the bot side jungle.
Yeah,
I'm doing great, Orchata. How are you doing?
Elyoya does have his smite and is going
Yeah,
to have
Knight
to use-
looks
he
like
will
he's
lose the
clocked
little
in,
chickens,
bro.
But then Will just heading down
JoJo
towards the
used to
Krugs.
be in
Since we all
NA.
know with the push that they had
He's
in bot
from
lane,
NA,
he's gonna be
but
here
he
and
is our
helping
first
Beishwan. They want to put the
international
pressure on. They
player.
have the push in bot, they got
So
the push in
he
mid, better
has
flash forward.
gone
Great
to
reaction there, though,
LEC.
from
He's
Alvaro.
Europe
Able to trade
now.
his flash out, not take much damage off the back of that. Now Supa is coming over here.
Oh, BLG is aggressive.
We'll see how many little
They're
ones
B
Elyoya can get.
aggressive.
Looks like
B
just the
E
one. So
aggressive.
BLG definitely
Truly.
effective on the invade, utilizing the early power that they drafted for, and getting in the face of this Maokai.
Just love the use of the early pro. This is exactly what we wanted to see from BLG. The fact that they had the push in bot, they have full control over mid, and it means that the rest of Koi can't really do much to help their jungler out. Elyoya will lose out a little bit, but thanks to the sapling, he was able to get quite a few of the small Krugs.
Knight is foot on neck right now,
The
dude.
experience, we expect Beishwan to have that early advantage. As JoJo, he's really starting to feel the hurt now as more levels are secured by Knight. Elyoya, though, he's fishing.
Elyoya is going to look here. Knight will try to escape. We'll see if Elyoya wants to commit the flash. Is going to have to actually get that out from Knight. So Knight definitely
That's
getting nervous
good.
there about a potential engage. Felt
That's
like if he got
good.
locked
Yeah,
down,
and
he
he's
would have
helping him
gone
push
down,
it
but
in.
This is great. The relief of pressure there for JoJo means he will be able to push this in. And Elyoya will make sure that it does crash. JoJo will get a good base off here, and despite the fact that he's
I think
low
it's
on
so
health, he's
funny
getting pushed in,
when a
doesn't matter
player is
because he
super
kept his
duper
farm up.
aggressive,
He's
like
getting
how
the
Knight
base
was
off, no
playing, like
problem
super
here.
duper in his
Now
face.
Elyoya has
And
to
then
be a
as
bit
soon as he
careful. Beishwan,
sees
no flash
Elyoya
available, but of course,
running, flashing out even. Like, what happened to that aggression, baby girl?
Will secure that top side crab.
Play pushed up.
Beishwan
Why are
does
you
have a
running?
bit of a camp lead for now. The swap will
Fight
come
me,
through
you
from
know?
Koi. So
I
they're
think it's
getting
so
out of the
funny
rough
to
matchup
switch
on the
up.
bot side of the map.
Like, it is what they're supposed to do, obviously.
onto Bin.
But, like, I think it's so funny.
Do that. JoJo buying some early MR here. Elyoya going up towards
Not
that
they
top
going
side.
to
Bin does have
three-man
the flash. We'll see if
bin.
he even uses it. Feels like he's kind of accepting his fate here a little bit. Alvaro going to go in. The combo will come through. He's rooted up. Bin still holding on.
Wow.
Gonna be stunned up and knocked
Dude,
down.
the CC
Supa claims
chain?
first blood on the top side.
It's an easy
Right, like, keep that
first
same
blood
energy. No,
picked
literally.
up by Koi. As you highlighted, Bin, it felt like that there was an opportunity for him to flash, but I felt the positioning of Alvaro meant that he was going to flash in response. JoJo, in a bit of danger, will take a chunk of damage.
He's in
But
the,
again, the deficit that he's in
F1
is kind of
movie.
held for now. About 5
And
days, about a
also
wave
was
is what
on
he's
Snowfall?
lost overall, which at the end of the day, considering the matchup,
And Fine
is,
AF?
yeah, as you rightly said, completely fine. Elk needs to be careful. The wave is in a very
An absolutely
unfortunate
delicious
spot, but
looking
on
man.
on his way to help secure this wave for Elk, and now he should be completely fine. So
Yeah, I
BLG
know.
not wanting to put Bin under any more pressure.
2 pentas in the same game?
Lane matchups.
Oh, it's giving.
Scepter here, going to be shrugging off a lot of the poke that they're looking
Oh,
for.
he's
Knight is
so
just gonna
fine
let the
bounce.
ulti go here as in comes Beishwan. JoJo trying to get back to the tower. Will be able to avoid the rest of that damage coming through from Beishwan. Just a Comet Spear to the back, but JoJo trades his ult, does get out. Merwin, nice trade here onto Bin. Bin overheats, but can't get much done off the back of that.
While we've been watching the action, Beishwan was stealing away camps. He did steal away the respawn of the Raptors from Elyoya, so he's building up a bit of an advantage over Elyoya in terms of experience. He's also going to grab the bot crab, and I think he convert this into the dragon as well. They know that Elyoya has to path back towards the top side of the map, And so there's not going to really be any contest here. So as we expected, BLG with that early game control, even though they conceded first blood, they still
I just wanted to establish that he's fine AF.
Control and advantages with the pressure that they
Oh
have.
yeah, hard agree.
Well, in the 2v2 and in the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, it's just been all about
Hard
these
agree.
pushing lanes here, making sure that they are securing the push. You can see the weirding connecting there on a JoJo down quite low. We'll have to go back
TikTok.
to base.
Thank y'all for. Oh wait, no. That's Matthew. Matthew, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. And welcome to the Mother Redacted Turner Squad. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today.
The gold, of course, is dead even. McCoy still sitting in a good spot as Elyoya is going to head up towards that top side. Try to see if he can find an opportunity to put on some more pressure.
I also miss
let me just do a little roll call real quick.
In any case, Dragon secured. Grubs is going to be spawning in about 40 seconds. The bot lanes are already on the top side of the map. It's going to be a bit awkward for Elyoya because those bot side camps are going to be respawning soon. But he needs to be on the top side of the map ready to contest this objective. An early base is going to come through from Super to make sure that they can spend what they can ahead of the fight that's going to be coming soon.
Is Chief_America in here?
I don't know if they want
Chief_America.
to concede. Obviously, giving away all of the grubs is not ideal. But
Oh
with this
yeah,
composition,
Holy, they
I
tell
don't
you
think it
that.
spikes super hard this early, in contrast to what BLG have.
Oh, you're here. You're here, dude. I can't message you about
it's a scary fight,
the RP gift card. You have your
Absolutely.
You have your whispers turned off.
No one was in range
Also, fam, you are fully not following me
out into the ether.
on
JoJo
Twitch.
is still under a little bit of pressure here, but because it is double AP soul laners, things like Wits End, things like Maw become extremely effective here. He is just sitting on the null magic mantle for now, but I think JoJo is going to become a problem in the side lane for BLG later
Hey,
on,
thank you for the follow.
JoJo, great buffer.
Yeah, I was trying to message you, and it says that you have your DMs closed,
but JoJo is ready,
and so I'm not able to DM you about the RP gift card. And then I saw that you weren't following either, and I was like,
Supa out of position, does flash back, trying to get through Knight, but Knight will not allow it to happen. Grabs the first kill of the fight. JoJo trying to join up. Elyoya is going to have to run for it, though, as On goes in. Going to be Bramble smash
but
back.
if you could open your DMs at your earliest convenience so we can get you set up with the RP.
Cannot get away from the mid laner.
This is the risk that we were talking about at this point in the game. BLG's champions just love to skirmish, and the fact that Knight picks up
Of course,
both kills
Slay.
is massive for BLG. Knight really being set up for success now. He was already winning out on the 1v1, and now that matchup is going to
Kick
get
their
much
Euro
harder.
behinds. Oh wow.
Do deny one grub, but that feats of warfare
This is grounds for a recount. Nah, they're here. I didn't know if they would come back because they weren't following and their DMs were off. But they're here. They are here to claim their prize.
He very quickly flashes. Unfortunately,
Do you play Xayah? I do not. I find Xayah annoying to play against as JINX. So I haven't played her, but
he feels like if he
I
flashes
should.
early, he's not going to get away to safety. But then Elk flashes in to secure that.
You know, the
extra
more
bit
I
of
think about it, it's never the MF's fault of their ult not landing. That's kind of their team's fault for not hitting the CC, right?
But Supa just got surrounded immediately. Wasn't really able to be helped out. And this is
kinda. But at the same time, why is Misfortune here and ulting this way when the team fight is happening over here? Like those are the ultis I'm talking about. Like they be on the other side of the map.
Knight is a player that you really cannot afford to underestimate.
They be on the other side of the map.
Having a very strong split overall, even if his finals weren't the best performance. Knight is still a standout player. Right now, he's holding the helm in the mid lane as JoJo goes 2v1 on the bot side of the map to try and get out of the matchup. This means that Koi can put a little bit more
Stop, because I was in ARAM yesterday as Braum and ulted towards my team and not the enemy. My mouse died.
Elyoya hovering around the bot side of the map. I wonder if there's an opportunity for a play here.
That's tough. Her ult is hard to aim. It really isn't.
Actually just
One of the biggest AoE abilities in the game, actually.
Whatsoever here, had the aftershock ready and does have a lot of MR built up. Is JoJo unable to stop the recall there from On? Of course, the passive shielding.
Big old
so
cone.
You are not actually taking any damage, and if you are shielded, it will not interrupt your recall.
Knight pathing towards the bot side of the map. I wonder if they are going to initiate the swap here. Knight's been doing super well in the 1v1. That Blade of the Ruin King spike is the one that we always keep our eyes on when playing the Yone, just because of how significant it is for the champion.
It's one of the most forgiving ults for real. It's so wide. Facts.
But we have to turn our
You
attention
should
to the
lock
Dragon now.
Misfortune in your ranked games to show us how it's done. I
Not
do.
in a position to contest right now.
I do.
Sunlit Sky already being
And
completed by
will.
Beishwan. It would be a very dangerous.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
I remember I played Misfortune like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, and that's how you ult on Misfortune.
And they're not going to give MKOI a lot of time to sit back. This is something they did so well in the play-ins. Also, stacking dragons early often, and now they are going to be
Pink Chroma Battle Bunny, not even. I got the commander.
Has no flash, and it looks like he has no way out.
I got the El Capitan. Yo, BLG is
Speed of warfare for BLG.
Good use of the Pantheon ultimate to find another pick in the mid lane.
They're
Well
doing
executed by
the.
BLGs, they get themselves another kill. Oh, it looks like Jojo might be the target. Knight getting some good chip damage.
They're doing
down.
the thing.
Elbro is here. And I don't think they're going to try to go for the dive with the Alistar around. Jojo will be able to clear out this wave, but BLG continuing to push the pace. Beishwan now moving in here.
They've got the one button draft. Yo, they kind of do though.
Defend with the help of his Galio moving down.
They kind of do though.
Back and forth. BLG.
I'd trade the Aurora for a Syndra though, if we're doing one button. Either Syndra or Vigar.
Beishwan is playing this.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh, Jojo Peony missed.
On the exit, but they couldn't quite layer the CC. The ultimate came in from
He
the Yone
missed,
just
he
a
missed, he
split
missed.
second too late after that.
You know what I love watching about pro play, y'all? You know what I love watching? You learn where good spots to back and ward are. I don't know if you noticed, but in bot, whoa, super well done.
Big kill there for MKOI.
Throws the thumbs up and Koi.
Starting to get but you learn like where they typically ward at, like certain places, and you also learn like in bot lane. I don't know if you saw how he went around the corner and backed like in the little pocket. Like right here, the little pocket of that terrain. Like I just love seeing like where safe spots to ward. Like look at this ward right here. You would think warding in the tri-bush is where he wants to ward, but no. He's getting vision a little bit further to where you can see if he's coming from Krugs or from red or even from like mid lane.
And then Super
like you get a little bit more vision that way and a little bit more warning of if the jungler is going to gank.
Bit of frustration from the side of the coaching staff of BLG.
Like look, you see this ward right here? He warded here and here.
They do.
Now he warded here because that's probably as deep as he wants to go. But like, I think it's so much fun seeing
happy to collect his second
like
kill here
where pro players ward and back.
Much of a concern to me. You know, the real concern is going to be the dragon stacking because there's not going to be a lot of time
Misfit.
For MKOI to
that's valid.
Up, to sit back. It is 2 minutes until that third dragon, and I'm not sure you want to give BLG the opportunity to just have a free soul point here, because that is going to be looming over you for the rest of the game.
Just have to pick up on it, right?
I'm looking at the items of Jojo, and he is very close to that completed Blade of the Ruin King. With the Herald being spawned and the Prio that BLG
and it's not just like learning the habit, it's like learning the reasoning for the habit, so it makes sense.
These waves, giving Beishwan so much control to do whatever he wants in the jungle. I think this is a very risky fight for Koi, especially given they can't really get control on the top side. But they're going to look for it anyway. Mew and Adbin have the TP.
We'll see. BLG looks like they have this in a really good position.
I would.
Go in. It will just be to die, so MKOI do decide to just back it up. I mean, Jojo's locked under his tower.
Welcome back, CT. Can you steal objectives with Misfortunal? Absolutely.
I really think we need to see MKOI, though, get to the dragon early, be the ones there first.
I've even stole objectives with Misfortune.
This AP Maokai and his poke, as well as the Varus poke. That is the way you get that recipe for success here for MKOI.
Hate Kane, hate Talon. Yes, T1 is the second best of 5.
Jojo was able to complete his Blade of the Ruin King ahead of the dragon spawning in 45 seconds. That's a really nice item for him to pick up. Of course, the Leandries and the Horning guys being finished for Knight puts him in a very powerful position as well. And we've just reached that point in the game where it's that one-item spike that we were talking about. And you're right, the Dragon is an important one, because if Koi concede this, then it will be sole point, and they won't have a choice but to fight that one. So if they can find a fight here where the gap isn't too significant, it will ease their pressure moving forward in the game. But BLG, they're ready to fight. They're looking for one.
Did you do any interviews so far? No. But thank you for reminding me, because I definitely need to.
They just have one over the wall, but their approach is going to be difficult as a result. And Supa takes a little bit of poke here. Only 5 seconds now until that Dragon does spawn. So Supa's not going to have an opportunity to go back to base. You can see Elk was just happy to trade constantly with that completed Bloodthirster. He wants any fight you will give him, because he's going to heal it right back up, and they will drop the Herald here mid to make sure that MKOI has to respond to their pressure here.
Good control comes through from BLG. The ulti.
He's going to look here. Merwin on the side. It is going to be Beishuan in a lot of trouble. He is locked down. He might be knocked down. Try to take one with him. Not going to be able to do it.
We're looking for more. Not going to find it, but we're 3-3 now.
On the BLG jungler here. Knight, though, on the side. Threatening with the weirding. Does get about half of Alvaro's HP off, as Jojo Pian already over on the Dragon. Bin is just going to push topside. It looks like BLG aren't sure if they want to fight. But their 3 members are coming, and now they're going to commit the teleport in here from Bin. He's level 12. He has
I think it's too late.
But they are going to be late, so they can only really look for the fight. If anything, the Galio could be a
Galio
target.
has to get out.
To back it up here. Bin overheating. Elk putting some damage.
He's not going to be able
to. Flash out.
Okay, he's fine.
BLG out of sorts over by this Dragon. This was not a good setup whatsoever.
Miss MKOI.
Looking for Alvaro. Do force out the ultimate. Knight getting some poke down.
Oh, now we're
across multiple members here, as On is looking for the engage. He finds it now onto Elyoya, but MKOI are looking to turn around. The bullet time coming through across multiple.
Now that's
members.
an ult.
Supa gets a kill and goes
now that's an ult.
Knight trying to finish him off on the side. He has to wait for the cooldowns. Looking for it. The weirding, the 2-fold hex is going to grab him the kill, and now Beishuan flashing forward into the MKOI base. They're diving.
Wait, can we talk for a second? Can we talk for a second? No, literally, Code, that's exactly what I was going to say. Did y'all see how JoJo ulted through this wall flawlessly? Watch this, watch this. He's going to ult through this wall right here. And I don't know how he made it through.
Nailed it. In that they kept
he had to have practiced that.
Wanted a base, but they kind of kept trading back and forth, and so they stayed a little too long on the map. That meant that the poke that was coming through from BLG was sticking. They were chipping away
flawless
at the
ult
of Koi until they committed a little bit too hard, and then the turnaround engage comes through. A nice ulti from Elk, followed up by the damage from Knight and the Pantheon.
Honestly, I thought Koi won that fight.
BLG converted that.
No, I would have been in the Raptor pit 1,000,000%.
I mean, Knight getting the resets here, just hopping forward, knew the exact limits of his champion there, able to kill off.
But honestly, I'm so surprised that Koi lost that fight. I really thought that was them.
Get another kill. That mid jungle advantage massive now here for BLG, as they are nearly 5,000 gold ahead. Only good news for MKOI, at least they did get the Dragon. At least they were able to stave off Soul Point. But they're going to need some individual outplays here if they're going to try to get anything done. JoJo connecting on pretty much everything, but Knight really just not bothered by it whatsoever. Stays around and takes down that tier 1 top.
Those 2 early kills have just done wonders for Knight in terms of his position in this game. He's continued to keep the pressure in the mid lane. He's played the fights very patiently and very well. And again, we go back to that Dragon. My concern for BLG is sometimes they just commit to these fights that just don't really make sense. We saw it in the LPL playoffs, and I thought that we were seeing it again here, trying to force a 4v5 when there's no objective on the map. This doesn't make sense, but they played it patiently, they bought enough time, and now they have such a significant lead. It's just red at the bottom of your screen with the gold advantages aplenty. Another Haunting Guys picked up for Knight, stacking up that extra damage. The Artican becoming the point of focus for BLG now. As Koi, they're going to be looking for a fight. The scaling is starting to come through, but again, a lot of responsibility falls onto Supa and JoJo, and it feels like that it's very difficult for Supa to play out these fights, given this Pantheon is just sending it at every opportunity.
I mean, it is really, really tough. Pantheon now on 2 fully completed items, as has been. You can see that Knight is on triple mask here. The IE is done for Elk. Everyone at BLG is ready to fight, and that's
if they group up all
they're saying you don't get to sit
BLG
back,
has to do is press R, and half of their HP is just gone.
Well, your Galio doesn't have his second
they
item.
Got the press R to
only
win.
Person with that second item is going to be Supa, obviously with that cheaper build here on the Varus, and him having picked up 4 kills. But a lot of pressure on him to try to be able to find something. MKOI, though, doing a good job just maintaining some control here of vision in the area so they can check in and make sure they have eyes on if BLG is starting this up. And now they will get the news that they are. Jojo Pion over in the middle lane is going to be cutting down. The teleport coming in now from Knight. He is looking to force this MKOI in the area. The TP coming in from Jojo. And we can see Elyoya going to go for it. Is he going to be able to steal it? It's a flip, and it's going to be taken there by Beishwan. The re-engage comes in from Alvaro, and Jojo goes into the back line, but it's Elk going to be able to grab the first kill. Bin overheats, and in comes the Galio ultimate over the top as Beishwan trying to reach the back line. Knight on the side here with On, getting pretty low on HP, but the bullet time comes out there from Elk. He's going to grab one kill, and he's going to grab a second. Now
we can't say nothing about Elk.
He's looking for more. It's a quadra.
Oh, please don't let him get the penta. Guys, Elk chill. Elk chill. Elk chill. Elk chill. Elk chill. Elk chill.
BLG though coming up clutch in that fight. Beishwan secures the Atacon.
Y'all can't say nothing. Well, I can't say nothing about Elk's ultis now.
With the controlled aggression.
Honestly, when they were sitting in Tri-Bush after, like when they were right here, I'm surprised he didn't ult down. He saved his ulti. He just autoed.
Equalizer does a lot of damage
Look.
initially.
Not here.
From really getting a good follow-up.
Right here, I was like, why didn't he ult? He's just pumping out autos.
Safe on the back line. Knight does a huge amount of damage as well.
And he saves his ult for the perfect prime timing. Right here.
Just the right amount of time.
Just the right time. Just the right time. And then Jojo tries to go and get the assassination. Nah, babes.
Close to the penta as well, and now BLG right back out on the map. They're gonna be able to move the soul point here.
Oh my gosh! Look at the damage.
In that last team fight, doubling everyone pretty much here. Over 6,000 damage poured out in that one fight.
Tripling everyone.
BLG have demonstrated so well.
He might be the misfortune.
When you give this much control in the early game, how difficult it can be to play against. Beishwan played with zero hesitation. He was constantly playing in Elyoya's jungle. He was stealing a lot of his camps. He was building up good advantages. And BLG have played the fights very well, constantly forcing Koi into these unfavorable situations where they can't really get the fight that they're looking for. You look at how strong Knight is compared to Jojo, and even though Jojo landed a nice ultimate before, it just wasn't significant enough. Koi definitely find themselves on the back foot, and they're going to need a crazy outplay to turn this game around.
I mean, it's just the crazy thing is how fast.
Nah, fam, the misfortune is a stretch. Oh, let me reel it in. Too much glaze. Too much glaze.
Per minute. He's not chain feeding or anything. It's just that Knight has grabbed a bunch of kills. They're constantly forcing at objectives. They're knocking down towers. They're accumulating gold from all sources so fast that MKOI has not been able to keep up so far in this game number one. And On now looking for an angle, trying to see if he can find a flank here. Is going to go back in onto the Alistar and will commit the ultimate here. Alvaro trying to get out of there, but he's going to be slowed down. Flashes back in, tries to turn the fight around, but it's going to be Bin knocked down first. Galio looking now. Knight on the side here. Could look for a re-engage. On clearly hunting for one. Elk is on the side. It does have the bullet time ready. For now, though, it is 1-for-0 here for MKOI.
Catch BLG off guard. BLG trying to gain control over the top side, getting ready to set up for the Baron. But Koi punishing. Ooh, Jojo, he's fishing. Takes so much damage.
Yeah, the weirding and the twofold hex from Knight alone is half your HP.
Spacing from Knight is very clean. So Koi, they alleviate some of the pressure. They get some vision control back on their
team. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Thank you. Hope you're having a blessed day today. Thank you for the 20 months of support.
It becomes an option for them. We've already seen them do it so many
times. They are Mesmo.
I mean, you can see that Muramana isn't even fully stacked for Super. That's how far behind they are. They've really been struggling to keep up with the pace of the game. And now the TP comes through.
They're just going to start it.
And without any hesitation, yeah, BLG will force the issue once more.
Yep, they're going to start it right here, right now. Bin just picked up the Seekers. He is ready to go. Alvaro trying to create some space. Remember, he has no ultimate. Neither does the Galio. So those key tools will be missing, but BLG tanking that Baron. It's only 25 minutes into the game. It still hurts quite a lot. They have to be respectful to that. And we'll just back off, allowing MKOI to reclaim some vision in the area and buying some time.
Double smite on the side of BLG. Yeah, that
go for one of these outers.
That little
maybe claim the first tower, maybe claim a bounty.
Spellbook go crazy sometimes.
Oh, you're right. Koi actually haven't gotten a tower yet this game. They are
not the laughing.
They really haven't just gained any control in this game at all. So BLG, they kind of have choices now. They can continue to pressure on the Baron if they want to, or they can just wait for the Dragon. No reason to overextend. Like 3 items finished on Elk. We can see that Beishwan with a 3-level lead over his jungle opponent. 2 levels now, but And 10 stacks on the Magi's. I mean, Knight, he loves his Magi's.
He loves his Magi's. This guy has never seen a bad Magi's game.
He is a very confident player, and he has every right to be, especially given a scoreline of 3-0 and 7, but involved in 10 of the team's 11 kills.
I will say it's definitely a concern as well. This Galio obviously had to build some early MR, wants to go into the Riftmaker to be able to have a little bit of extra damage here, but LDR is done for Elk. The only armor on the entire team is the cloth armor and
Twisted.
the ninja tabbies. That's it. So this
You have to have the jungle item.
Get a good bullet time. It is going to be curtains here for MKOI. They have got to be really on point
Hi,
about
Tiago.
being in position to either avoid it or interrupt it immediately when it does go off there. As JoJo going to be the target now. We'll have to trade ultis here with Beishwan. Gets himself out to safety. Beishwan, no flash to follow. JoJo just trying to get his farm in. Does have that second item with the completed shield bow. But it is going to be difficult here. Definitely wants to get in towards the third, fourth item. Try to catch up, try to get a little bit more on even keel here with BLG. But BLG, only 50 seconds until a potential soul, and they're just not willing to sit back. They never want to give MKOI any time.
And the timing of this is
Unpopular opinion, Aurora is so useless.
The base comes through from both.
You kind of have to think of her as like a AP assassin.
Just used, but it's likely going to be unavailable for the dragon fight, but that's okay.
She wants to get picks.
The waves had already been pushed in. They come back
and
down
like
onto the map. Knight now grouping up with his team, just kind
also
of
people fear
the top
her.
side, but JoJo,
Sometimes people's usefulness comes from being feared.
So BLG continue
like
to
nobody
have
wants to
full
step
control.
up
They
to
know
get
they have a huge
assassinated by her.
advantage. Now they're setting up for the dragon. TP going to come through. It's going to be spotted out. Knight's going to try and punish this.
Oh, doesn't have the timing right there with the weirding and the twofold hex. Thankfully for JoJo, because that would have been his teleport, and that would have been potentially 30, 40, 50% of his HP. Could have been very difficult fight that they would have been looking at. Bin, though, level 16 now has the equalizer ready here and is going to be terrifying if he can find an angle to get it. Elk, not quite level 16. Equalizer goes in and on is looking for the engage. Great interrupt on the bullet time, though from Alvaro, but Mirren's down already here. He's going to be trying to run away as it's actually Elyoya did fall. Beishwan going for it is going to be able to get the second kill. It's BLG running over the fight as Supa has to flash out to safety. Elk trying to survive.
Okay, you got the shutdown from Egg. You might be able to get on, JoJo.
On the other side are winning the fight, but Beishwan and On trying to survive here against Alvaro and JoJo Pion. It's really up to JoJo now to try to make something happen. On running for it, Alvaro has no way out, and Bin and Knight are rejoining with the team here. BLG winning another fight, knocking MKOI back, and are going to be able to claim the soul as a result.
BLG is just so fast with how quickly they engage. You'll notice that
Poor
the moment
JoJo
Koi was in that choke point was the opportunity that they needed to force the issue. Bin looking for a collapse onto JoJo.
Oh,
Knight here as well.
Knight. JoJo's in trouble,
Nice
trying
dodge.
to dodge out as much damage as he possibly can, but the Seekers is there, and that's all Bin needs. JoJo gets cooked up.
I'm
as
sorry,
BLG
JoJo.
take the kill, take the soul, and take everything in this game.
We're going to look back at
I'm
that
sorry,
MasterCard
JoJo.
priceless moment of what was the soul fight in favor of BLG. So again, Koi, they get position in the river, but then they kind of get funneled into this choke point, and Bin doesn't hesitate. He just drops the Rumble ultimate down. On is right there to follow up. Alvaro, good target selection, trying to keep Elk preoccupied, but Knight is just hitting whatever target he can, and he is dishing out serious damage. He goes onto the back line, he gets his ulti off, he turns his attention onto Supa, forcing him to flash away. Knight then chases the issue, and even though Elk goes down, the fight is already so BLG favored. Very well executed fight from BLG.
You can see the frustration there on Elyoya's face, as he knows this game going to be almost impossible to come back in now. BLG have controlled the pace the entire game long, and they even have an incredible advantage just from the pedals. The adaptive force is equivalent to 443 gold advantage per player from pedals, so another 2,200 gold worth of stats on top of the soul, on top of the 11.5k gold lead here as well. So really you're looking at, you know, above a 16,000 gold lead as far as the stats are concerned here for BLG. Nearly impossible for MKOI to come back. We'll see if they can find some heroics, some sort of a pick before the fight starts. Might be the only way they could try to even up the game here a little bit.
I mean, I will say that this level of aggression is something that Koi is likely not used to on the domestic level. In Europe, you don't get punished like this. With these type of pushing waves, the amount of aggression that's we're seeing in
That's
the
one
jungle,
thing
the
about
way that BLG
these
just
Korean
seamlessly
and
move from
Chinese
objective to
teams.
objective and just constantly force Koi into these fights.
They will
That
punish
speed
the
of play is not something that you see a lot
outta
domestically.
you.
And something that BLG is very well known for.
No
They've done a
leniency.
fantastic job here in game 1 of this series. They've set their sights now on the tier 3 turrets of Koi's base, but it feels like a foregone conclusion. Can Alvaro find an engage?
Alvaro looking. It's going to be JoJoPM, though, who is getting sent packing there. Poked down incredibly low. The shield bow did proc as well. Knight working on this mid lane inhibitor tower as Galio trying desperately to clear out the waves. Not going to be able to do it. They're going to drop the equalizer here. Supa is in trouble. BaseOne flying into the back line already. Alvaro trying to turn around. Supa's going to be targeted, and Supa's trying to stand. He's trying to fight. He does get a kill here, and now BLG potentially in some trouble. Knight, great stasis. The taunt not going to be able to connect as a result. Alvaro drops the hop. BaseOne
Can they finish it though?
Coming through. The bullet time buying space for the team to get out. They are able to escape. Knight stays alive, as does BaseOne. Close fight there from MKOI. Really well done, all things considered.
Homeboy was just coughing into the mic. I don't know if y'all peeped that.
Elk is healthy, has so much lifesteal. Elyoya is out of mana at this point. Knight is pushing in for that mid lane inhibit. BLG going to keep the pressure rolling. Bin overheats as JoJo gets a good chunk down onto him. Knight looking. Galio
JoJo,
back from base
it's all
here.
on you, babes.
Looking to get involved in the action, but BLG too low. Will decide
it's
to make
all
the
on
call
you, babes.
to just back off. MKOI actually against the odds, keeping both of their inhibitors alive.
I think Koi did a good job of utilizing the tower to make the fight harder for BLG. BLG naturally, I mean, with the gold lead that they have, should feel confident at trying to force this dive, but I think they went a little too deep and their execution
JoJo isn't caps. I'm so sad to say.
A very small window
You
to
can't
turn the
count
fight
JoJo
around,
out.
but it ends up just being
He's a good
1-for-1, but
player.
when you're at this kind of deficit, you'll take any advantage that you can
He's a
get.
good player.
They've been able to stall for now, but those towers are gone. The inhibitors are exposed to BLG. They're on the hunt.
Elyoya going to be spotted out. Will have to flash out of there as in came the quickness and the grand entrance from On. Going to be able to get that summoner very quickly. JoJo does have his Infinity Edge completed now, so he's going to be putting out some real hurt in these team fights. Unfortunately for him, both Bin and Knight have completed their Zonias. So the Seekers was broken, but they have that upgraded item through. On going to take a big chunk of damage there from Supa, JoJo, and Elyoya, down to about half HP. With the rest of BLG still in the area,
can do
trying
this.
to get these waves pushing in their favor.
I know, right,
and
Daniel?
Vision control here. Even if BLG can't close out during these next couple
They
minutes,
can do
they
this.
will have
They
their
can do
eyes
this.
on this Elder, and that is going to be so tough for MKOI to get out and contest.
Exactly. It's an easy solution.
Not the what happened to the Wild Rift skins review.
It's a little dangerous for
They
us to
coming
just
back.
walk into your base.
They coming back.
Why
I
don't we
promise.
instead just force you out of your base?
Literally tomorrow I will film one because I saw the
solo in the face of Merwin, can't do anything to help
the
him
like
out.
sauna
He knows if he
ones, the
sticks around to
onsen
fight,
ones.
BLG are going to be able to come in and just finish off the game.
I've just been really
JoJo Pian was
busy
still
with
pushing top lane
stream
here, so
and
BLG
traveling
now
and a
will
lot
be
of
able to
other
back into the
things.
base, knock down these inhibitors
I
that
liked
MKOI was able to defend.
the one with the glasses.
And they're likely just going to reset and try to prepare for this Elder Dragon.
I think
but
that
Elk
was
is
way.
completely unbothered. They're just staying around. They don't even have the waves until just now. This minion wave going to be coming in through bot lane. It is not a super minion wave. It is not baroned up, so it could be wave cleared by MKOI. That is going to be the goal here. As Alvaro takes a lot of poke there on the side.
Hopefully I'll see him at Worlds.
And try to heal up. They're trying to buy time here for Elyoya. 10 seconds until he responds. Equalizer going to get dropped onto JoJoPian. Locket comes out from Alvaro, is able to avoid most of that damage. And they will finally now back off. They just don't have the minions to actually close the game. Maokai respawns, and MKOI will live to fight another day.
They will. I mean, I felt like Knight had just said, okay, this game's gone on long enough. I'll take matters into my own hands. A beautiful solo kill from him.
I want BLG to win the
25
series,
stacks on the Magi.
but I love JoJo so much, and I'm rooting for nothing but his success. So if he wins, I'm so happy. I do want him to win at least one game from this series.
And Koi, they're doing their best to be in a position to challenge this Elder, but with 2 inhibitors down, BLG can just buy their time. They can wait.
You think we'll see any pro players playing Yanara by Worlds? I think so.
It's going to be Elk. Elk is caught out. Can they knock him down? The CC is there, and they get the kill onto him. They're going to grab a second.
Wait, they're doing it.
Roar to life here as Knight gets a big chunk down onto JoJoPian. Can they force the hand of BLG? They need to get the Elder, and they need to get the Elder right now. They can't.
Yeah, they need to get it right the frick now.
BLG though do have both their solo laners available, and they have their jungler. They look like they want to fight. The Equalizer is going to be used, and in comes the Pantheon ulti. Knight is looking, and Knight is hunting.
JoJo's 2
JoJo
HP.
stays alive on the side. He's life stealing off the Elder Dragon. It's going to be Mirror.
Okay, he got out.
Here. Supa flashes back, but Ben takes him down anyway. The solos from BLG and the jungler in a 3v5, too far ahead. They don't care about the numbers. They've got the quality.
Oh, they're going for end.
Keeping in to look to put the finishing
Can he
touches onto a
1v3?
beautiful game one. Bin and Knight, eyes on the Nexus now. It's all
Can he
up to JoJo
1v3?
Pion. Can he make a miracle happen here at home? The Zoni's gonna be popped here. JoJo chunked incredibly
He's
low.
so
as Bin comes out
low.
of that stasis and looks like he's gonna be able to finish him off with the Electro Harpoon. BLG make no doubt about it. They put on the
Why did that
full court
physically
press
hurt?
all game long.
Why did that
Relentless
physically
aggression
hurt me,
nets them the
dude?
win in
Like,
game number
actually, it physically hurt to watch that, dude.
As they find the pick onto Elk in the mid lane.
I want him to just win so bad.
Comes through still from the 3 remaining members. Impressive stuff from BLG.
Okay,
as they
I
did
will
nothing
say,
but put the pressure onto
yes,
MCoy here in game 1.
it was a mid diff, but I think it was a mid diff because it was a team
BLG sends a
diff.
clear message. This is our risk.
You see what I'm saying?
Analysts, take us through game 1.
Well, Billy said we haven't lost the
Like,
game
it was
yet.
a
We are
mid
not
diff
going to start
because
today.
Knight was taking freaking cheeks, 100%. But I think Knight was taking cheeks because it was a team diff.
A little differently,
Yeah,
but
it's a
this
painful
is
one.
what you expect.
I think both are true at the same time. Yeah, I think both are true.
Any European or any team, I gotta say, right? But MCoy really could get nothing.
Not Knight over there
Yeah, it started very early,
laughing.
Fox. They went for their invade, chasing Elyoya. Knight constantly had the pressure in mid lane, and that pressure in mid lane determines
Okay,
a
who is
lot,
supposed
because
to be
let's bring up the
playing
first clip here that is very
tomorrow?
Good. This is the Brub fight, and so we actually have MCoy going into start up the
I'm
Brub,
so scared,
but the
y'all. I'm
key
putting in
is
the interview
this BLG comp is
request.
built to
I'm
flank.
putting in the
And look at
interview
the
request, and I'm trying to
mid-pressure here
see
from Knight.
who
So
plays
Knight has
tomorrow.
an easy way into flank from this side.
Oh,
with
you're right. It does
Baseline.
say nobody's playing
Also,
today.
they
That's
have
so
Elk
weird.
with the Misfortune ultimate that we saw become incredibly big, and now we will roll out this clip. This is the first play where they've actually moved Varus, the low mobility carry with no dashes,
Nobody
into
playing
the
tomorrow. Yeah,
center
I
of
see
River,
that.
where it is just the most juicy spot for BLG to be able to flank. And there you see Knight comes in first, and this is the first moment where Knight actually gets 2 early kills on the Aurora and will be very powerful.
Tomorrow's FlyQuest versus G2, and it should be Genji versus AL, right?
And Knight was taking these 2 kills here and did the
Genji
same
versus
thing. He was a
AL.
menace, but not just him, the entire team. Do you feel like MCoy should have
And
kind
G2 versus Fly.
been aware of the fact
Yeah,
that they were in a pincer position with an
Okay, I see,
immobile
I see, I
ADC
see.
in that moment?
Yeah, so they were clear thinking, okay, we have Alistar and Maokai, like maybe we can be able to appeal for this Varus. But the 2-pronged attack, you know, the Misfortune from the top side as well as the mid lane Prowl just means it's so hard because JoJo didn't have mid lane Prowl for the entire time basically, except for the one moment where Maokai ganked for him and they got Knight's Flash.
Yeah, and with the composition BLG has, there's literally no room for mistakes there. Because, like, at that point, you're right, Shocks. Like, if you're Varus in that situation, everything can reach you. The Aurora can reach you, the Pantheon can reach you, the Rumble ulti, all of that can happen. And so that snowballed into another point in which the game. So, of course, thank you to the
No, it would be an aura loss for the entire
be
LTA.
able to bring up this dragon fight because at this point Alvaro is trying to get out. They realize they can get him. Honestly, JoJo thinks he can like try and cover him, but then they look for him. He has to ulti out. Also, the Rumble ulti just covers him too. So after all of this, they buy enough time for Knight to walk on in. Okay, just circle in on him.
Cinema.
So he can then start to get the resets here. He gets Elyoya, he gets the reset on that one. He zooms in and focuses on Supa. That one makes it easier, of course, because he now gets the reset to W back in. And all of this was because they realized Elyoya had already used their ulti. Sure, Baytron is dead, but if they can squeeze just a little bit more, they get a flash here, the little left flash there. Now MCoy is committing to a fight. They get their situation. That's what BLG is best at.
Yeah, and they were so aware at all times because they were hanging around there knowing that MCoy might make one step too many to just slam the door.
T1 forever. Yeah.
You know,
TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live.
Your ultimate cooldowns in a lot
Look
of
at
these
Ben
fights,
locked in, bro.
Elk especially really held his Misfortune ultimate until MCoy had used all their mobility and CC to chase forward. So BLG just did a very good job of kind of drawing them in a lot of situations.
Yes.
And then he would open up with these huge damage Misfortune ultimates and the Rumble ultimate making it hard for them to
Would you
run
rather
away.
play
And,
with a jungle
Knight's Aurora
Pantheon
ultimate
or a
kinda
Maokai?
trapping them in there.
A Maokai, but I think Pantheon is busted right now. So right now,
He
Pantheon.
didn't really have a chance to impact this game at all, which is, I mean, a bit of the team fault versus the other point, but at least you know, we can't have the game 1 win curse.
That curse is gone. Shots, the curse is gone. We were talking to them in the
Glass is
makeup
half
room,
full?
and they're like, hey, maybe that's the strategy. That's what JoJo is saying. So that game 1 is gone.
I hate to break it to you, but I think BLG has a different formula because, yeah, G2 also, they didn't win the first game versus BLG, so maybe this is
It was closer. It was closer
Yeah,
at the very least. Okay, but we're gonna shake this off. I think there's a lot of homework for Movistar Koi. If we look at the objective control, for instance, BLG also had that right. I think they got everything in this game that they may have ever wanted, and that makes the game particularly easier to play, specifically with that dragon stacking.
100%. Like, this is just what BLG has been doing so well throughout the tournament. The control around objectives is something you have to be able to fight against. And I think, like, the draft that we saw here, the priority on the Varus setting it bot lane and being able to find push in lanes, that was their focus. But then after the first poor fight that happened topside, it literally did just start bleeding, and they couldn't take any of the objectives. And I thought what MKOI did was good in saying, okay, we don't feel strong enough to fight for second or so, second Drake. That's fine. We felt strong enough to fight for third.
No, right? They were like, okay, we won't fight for first dragon and second, and
Okay.
Grubs didn't really
Can't
work.
do that
So
one. Yeah.
Herald, nah. Atacant, nah.
I think it's credit to BLG.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for keeping on taking all these fights, and they just kept building their lead and kept getting richer and richer and richer. So then the threat of these flanks became immeasurable.
Yeah, I think they also got a little shell-shocked after that first Grub fight, because we saw for a while there, they weren't completely confident taking those skirmishes. But I talked about Elyoya, but JoJo is also someone that we have to see rise up to this occasion. Knight is one of the best mid laners in the entire world, but he has to find a way to stay in that lane so he is able to help his team more.
Yeah, I mean, and it definitely is a bit of a rough matchup early on, but Knight played it so incredibly well, really big chunks of damage. And Elyoya come through, actually, you remember back to the very beginning of the game, he was able to relieve some pressure, get the flash, and get the push out, and then actually get a successful gank top lane.
True, we got one.
Is Tarzan Korean or Chinese?
One of the peaks.
Hey, and if I'm looking towards the next
Because
game
he's
for
playing
JoJo,
on
I
a
think
Chinese
throughout
team,
his,
yeah?
Career, he's been as strong as your
But I
player.
thought
He's
he
able to
was
get that. That
Korean.
would solve the question
He's Korean?
about like having push in general, which is something.
He's Korean?
And it
Okay.
gives them ability to scale. I know this has been a great team in terms of being able to get early
Okay, y'all.
control domestically, but they're also really good at being able
Ooh,
to play
no,
the map,
I need
and that
this.
allows for Mirwin to play something.
I
that
am
plays
putting
towards
in the
side lanes.
requests.
So that's what I would want.
I put in to interview Tarzan. We'll see if we get any of them. I put in for a lot. I put in for a lot of players. I just want one to accept.
So we'll see
I gotta do so much homework tonight.
Red side counter pick yet from Mirwin.
But
maybe we'll get to it later.
I'll tell y'all who I put in for.
Break, and when we come back, hopefully
So I requested to interview Chovy, Tarzan, Ben or Knight, Faker, Guma, or Carrier. So we'll see if we get accepted for literally any of them. We shall see.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Woo! Not a single NA player. My thought process was to prioritize interviewing the international players because I have interviewed LTA players and they're a little bit more accessible to me than international. Like this is like I'm not always gonna have the opportunity to interview international players. Yeah, Derek. I will be right back. I need to go pee real quick. Give me like 3 seconds as we are in this intermission. Game 1 was won by BLG. Yeah, it's no disrespect to NA players. I love my NA players. As you can see, my support for JoJo, I am rooting for these NA players. You feel me? Be right back.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. This borderline
insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the blood, shit, it get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's the jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacked in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the... Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Coming in now from Knight, he is looking to force this MKOI in the area. The TP coming in from Joja, and we can see Elyoya gonna go for it. Is he gonna be able to steal it? It's a flip, and it's gonna be taken there by Beishwan. The re-engage comes in from Alvaro, and Jojo goes into the back line, but itself gonna be able to grab the first kill. Finn overheats, and in comes the Galio ultimate over the top as Beishwan trying to reach the back line. Knight on the side here with On, getting pretty low on HP. The bullet time comes out there from Elk. He's gonna grab one kill, and he's gonna grab a second. Now it's a triple kill there for Elk. He's looking for more. It's a quadra. BLG coming up clutch in that fight. Welcome back to MSI 2025. We are heading into game number 2 here between MKOI and BLG, who came out swinging in game number 1.
Yes, they did. That was a level of aggression that I think took MKOI by surprise. We saw Beishwan invading level 3. He was utilizing that prio that he had in both mid and bot right from the get-go, and then their team fighting was just ruthless. They did not slow down. When the objective was up, they started it. Hell, Baron spawned, they started it, right? They were using every objective to force a fight, and it felt like the Koi was doing everything they could to just keep their head above water, because it was the ship was sinking rapidly, and there was very little that they could do to plug the holes.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult. They're plugging them as fast as they could, but Knight is putting more in left, right, and center. I mean, even from the word go, they had these pushing lanes. You know, they had mid and bot pushing. They forced the issue with an invade very early from Beishwan, getting in the face of Elyoya, making it very difficult for him to just kind of naturally path and scale like he would like to do. They never really allowed MKOI to get into their comfort zone here. And we'll see if MKOI can get something going here in game number 2. As we kick it off, similar bans coming out so far. The first 2 for BLG are the exact same, and we'll see if it is going to remain the same across the board.
Same for Koi as well. The Poppy, the Annie are going to be taken away. I wonder if Zin is what they're going to be thinking about as an early prio. Put Elyoya on something that gives him a bit more agency in the early skirmishing department. Ari going to be the ban, trying to limit Knight's options in the mid lane. They really want to try and target that pool. The problem is they are as a result, also targeting JoJo's pool. So we'll see what direction he chooses to go for. With Azir still available, that could be the first pick for Koi if they want to go for a little bit more range in team fighting. Looks like that's going to be the direction. So JoJo going to be picking his next most played champion. We are going down the list. BLG, though, they're going to get picked of the litter when it comes to the Gwen. Now, this is something that for Bin, you generally want to ban away. Okay, the man is a monster on this pick. And the fact that Koi have just handed it over for him, they're going to have a good matchup. Mirwin on the Jax. Not something that we usually see from him. Usually he's got something a little bit more unique when playing into champions like the Gwen.
Yeah, just one play on it so far this split.
Definitely not much of a Mirwin champion. We'll see if he does decide to lock it in, as Koi seem to be heading more towards the team fight style once again.
Absolutely. Azir plus the Wukong, incredibly strong as far as the team fight goes. Alvaro, I thought was stellar on the Alistar in the last game. Unfortunately, it was in a loss, but really was looking on point in that game number 1. To me, he was the standout member of MKOI in that first game and is going to be on another Engage champ here. This time it will be the Rel. The Engage is explosive here for MKOI. I mean, Knight Syndra to me, this is such a throwback. This was the champion that really made me initially learn most about Knight.
Thought his sign was upside down.
Was absolutely stellar on it for so many years. Instead, it is going to be the Victor, so he will lock in the Victor here. Is going to be going towards.
You don't like JoJo on Azir?
People do generally like this matchup into the Azir. You can kind of just poke and prod with the E, try to outrange the Azir, and just kind of farm and scale alongside it.
Early on, you can lose out on some prio.
Do not give Elk misfortune, truly.
Still on cooldowns, but you're completely right. That once you get that upgraded E, those waves just evaporate by the Victor wave clip.
Oh, if you put I can speak Korean for the T1 interview so they don't count you out.
Generally speaking, in this
if I did that, they would expect me to do the translations. So I would say, boop, bop, badoop, bop, bow.
That's the kind of play.
And then they'd be like, okay, we'll translate it for them. And I'd be like,
And they clearly are not so worried about the Jax.
Let me pull up the Korean word of the day.
Other niche picks. That Mirwin is so well known for. The Kennen even going to draw a ban here. So very atypical. BLG clearly doing some homework.
Let me actually pull up the Korean and Spanish word of the day, though.
With a targeted ban.
We gotta get back on our BS.
Play stuff. What stuff?
Yes, I'd say.
We don't know. Truthfully, we really don't. That man has a very deep solo queue history, and you never really know what he's got prepared for. You've got to be ready. So we'll see if he goes for something unique or if he instead goes for more of a team play. They could just go for something tanky, look to try an early lane swap, put pressure on Bin that way. With the center being taken away, they're going to remove Super's ability to scale. Ezreal could be something that they think about. With the Braum taken away, I do wonder.
Don't even remember that part.
You head towards it is Super's most played from Spring.
Manasa.
Let's see what BLG want to go.
Hangmal?
It is going to be Leona that they are considering here. Of course, you can also just wait, lock in your AD, and then look to see what the full bot lane picture is going to be. But definitely want to have the answering pick, it looks like here. So for now, considering Leona would make sense. There are really kind of like 5 of those priority engaged supports. 2 of them were played in the first game, 2 of them were played in the second game. Nautilus kind of last one now up and available. And they are going to leave that pick really here for Elk. Try to make sure that they do have that winning 2v2. They already saw the support that Alvaro was going to be playing, so On had his pick of the litter. Now Supa is going to have to complete that bot lane, and we will find out what the answer in the top lane is going to be here for Mirwin.
Yeah, a little
Jax,
snacky.
honestly, is a pretty good matchup into the Gwen. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be looking towards playing it, but I do think it can make some sense. Kaisa definitely does feel like it fits within the composition. Rel, Wukong flying into the back line. And alongside that, I do think Jax would work, but instead it's going to be a Kali
It's
here.
a Kali top.
It's a Kali top. Very spicy. I wonder if he's going to do the Ignite TP and really go for it.
What if it's a Kali mid?
People do like this
I don't know.
quite a lot. Often you can stay within the shroud.
It could be a Azir top.
Be able to get in the face, hit your shuriken flip, really go aggressive, in this 1v1. And it's going to be an exciting one for Mirwin here.
It's a strong bot lane matchup, though, for BLG. Corki, Leona.
Dang it.
kind of a very old school
It's a
matchup,
Kali
but
top.
one in the modern day works very effectively. Powerful
Leona
level
pick
6
for the
especially
win.
gives you push in the early matchup as well because Kai'Sa really can't contest the core.
Why, hello there.
Which means the BLG are once again get leverage.
Yeah, you got
and
your
able to play through that bot side
Leona.
of the map. There's
Your
Xin
favorite
Zhao. We'll see how
girly.
well he works with the bot lane once
No,
more.
if I
The
could
good news
request
Koi is
for
that I
one
expect
champion
Knight
to
be
never
less
get
of the
picked
roaming
again
style
in
this
pro
game.
play,
Looking to
it low-key
continue
would
to
be
trade, a
Corky.
little bit more of a scaling matchup. That top side is the volatile area of the map, and I wonder if the junglers will pay much attention towards it, because you're right, there's that fine line for Akali where if he actually puts her outside of the shroud, that he actually will miss. But you're completely right that usually the Akali plays within that shroud can be a very good matchup. And we've seen Akalis get solo kills multiple times in this matchup, especially if they do choose to, as you were saying, run that Ignite TP. It does leave you very vulnerable. You have to be extremely careful in the matchup. But yeah, we said that Mewin has these special picks, and I love that he's playing with confidence against Bin. On the international stage, you have to believe that you're the best, and I love the confidence that we see from Mewin as he's going to look to have a little bit more impact here in Game 2 than he could on his Galio from Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree, and even if, you know, the Ignite is more risky than just playing Flash DP or something like that, if you think it is good for the matchup, I want to see him lock it in, because you do not want to play to just scale alongside a Gwen. Gwen is going to get way more out of that. You need to be able to put the pressure on. You need to be able to put him in a difficult position. Also going to be interested to see, you know, what build Supa goes.
What happened to your TikTok stream? I went to go pee and grab some food,
quite heavy in the
and
EP,
it
so I think that
ended due to inactivity.
But it's something we're gonna have to find
very
out.
unfortunate
We talked
timing.
about Leona Corki obviously can be quite difficult for the Kai'Sa early on.
Corki is
You
so
get stunned
boring,
up,
mostly
Boss Bomb
because
is
his
going to hit,
visual
and that thing
clarity
hurts.
and
The
kit
all-in
is so
can also be
boring.
really powerful. You know, if you get that stun,
Yep.
cleanses down, you just flash, you Valk on their head, you put that damage down. Corki
Hate the
can look for
champ.
these really aggressive all-ins. But remember, while you are watching
Yeah,
the
I'm sorry
action
about that,
unfold,
fam.
keep an eye out for all exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score some of this in-game loot.
Who doesn't love loot? So get logged in, get watching as we get ready for Game 2. MKOI changing up the draft. They have a little bit more agency this time around. Jojo should be able to get early push.
He's still
which
just a
means
little
that
guy.
Beishon isn't gonna
A
have the
little
same
stupid
luxury
guy.
of just being able to permit invade. In terms of the early control, though, looking
Period,
relatively safe.
Daniel.
Ignite TP, so he's
Well,
going
thank you for
it.
joining us.
And it is going to be Ignite TP on the other side as well, and Bin is going to go Resolve. Not a big shock. BLG, though, obviously in Game 1 looked incredibly good, and they kind of continued forward all the dominance that they were showing in the play-ins. They got first blood in every game but one. They got the upgraded boots, the feats of strength in every single game. They got Otacon every single game, Herald every but one game.
No, Cap. You're
They
not
were
going to
just
come for Samira
absolutely
like that.
stomping through play-ins, and now they are 7 straight wins.
And yeah, and it's funny because when we watched them play, we definitely recognized some weaknesses, but the conversation we had
What's
coming
up,
into this match,
Kabir? How are you doing?
see these weaknesses,
I didn't know y'all were Yordle
enough
racists in
and it felt
here.
like that in game
I love a Tristana.
one, you mentioned
That
Alvaro.
sounds
I
like-
think he found some great opportunities to punish.
I don't
the
hate black
positioning that we saw
people.
from Al.
My best
The
friend
fact
is
that
black.
BLG is often always
That's
willing to
exactly
fight
what that
around these
sounded like.
neutrals. I feel like it
I
just
don't hate
played
Yordles.
into their hand, though.
I
They
play
reacted
Tristana.
really well to the style that they like to play, and we'll see how things shift up, because when you run a Victor, a Gwen, you do want to
I
scale
love
a
all
little bit
Yordles
more.
equally.
So we'll see how the action
Level
plays
2
out in the
here
early game.
first for MKOI. BLG were trying to fight for it. MKOI do not actually decide to commit to this. Now BLG are able to get level 2 themselves.
That's exactly what that sounded like. That was
Motion
crazy.
had to be used there by Elk, and one was taken off on as well. So MKOI
I have the Y
did a
word
good job
pass.
fighting back as
I can
Irwin
say
here could be
Yordle.
pushed in early on by Bin. Again, playing that grasp, you know, you can just look for these Q trades and proc it with that. It is quite nice. His On's going to go in. They're going aggressive here on a Supa. The cleanse came out quite late, and the Ignite is up there. They will not flash
Whoa.
in to follow, but they get all
That
of the
Leona
potions
looks
down
like
here,
Aoki.
as well as the cleanse. And Supa's just going to have to go back to base, or he's going to get flashed on and killed.
This is the matchup that we were talking about. Leona, Corki, tried and true.
Why is he
It has
using
so
the
much
ugliest
power
Leona
very
skin
early
that
on into the
exists?
matchup, just because of the trading.
He has
pattern
so
that
many
Corki
pretty
can provide.
skins.
And Alvaro on the rail doesn't quite
Thanks
have
for the
same
shout
sort
out.
of
Check your
momentum
PayPal.
alongside that
Got
Kai'Sa.
you, bro.
Don't really have a huge amount of threat, so a lot of experience going to be lost to Supa. He's now a full level down. He's going to be able to catch some experience
Wait,
back,
what?
but
Are you really
a
going to sit here and
very
tell me
nice
that
trade from
the
BLG's bot lane.
what is it? The
Alvaro, of course,
DDG
trying to hold that wave
skin?
as much as he can, but did lose about
The
5
blue
out of
one?
6 of the minions on that previous wave. So Supa
The blue
obviously
one
gonna be down in
bangs.
farm, and his
Kainu
experience, as you did point out,
bangs.
We'll be able to close that
He's
gap
got
as he
so
does
many
farm up this
better
wave,
looking
though, but
skins
Elk
from
is
that. The
definitely
DDG.
going to
Oh
be
my
in a much
gosh,
better
not
spot here.
DDG.
is going to have the better base.
You know which one I'm talking about. You know which one I'm talking about. The DDG skin is crazy work. You know what I'm trying to say. DWG, thank you.
Right now, it's just going the way of
Thank
getting
you.
a good push.
She has so many worse looking skins though, but she has so many better looking skins.
Well.
Yeah, it felt like Bin
You're
is just
really
playing the wave.
so you're
Mirwin is trying to look for these trades, but
Yoki.
Bin is
You
just
really gonna sit here and say that the skin that he is wearing is better than the DWG or High Noon?
When the wave is always stacking in his opponent's
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, okay. They're going to go for a swap. Sending the Akali into the bot lane is a little bit of a surprise, just because my expectation was they want to keep this matchup for as long as possible. The Akali into the
Visually, you think it's bad?
Counter pick into the Gwen.
Okay, what about High Noon?
Gonna try and
Okay, if DWG Leona is so bad, what about High Noon?
Bin is just looking for trades.
But is that one better than High Noon?
Is welcome here. Bin could be in some trouble. Skip and slash used to try to get back to safety as they're going to flash forward and they're going to commit to this. Bin is trying to turn around, but he's not going to have the damage. Way overestimating
There
his
we
strength
go,
there.
team.
Alvaro and Supa punish, and again, it's first blood.
I mean, he used everything.
The Prestige Battle Lion skin is good looking in the splash art. In game, I don't know.
So that maybe he could trade 1-for-1 against Supa, but Supa, after being punished so heavily
You
on the bot
prefer
side of the
that
map, walks
skin?
away with first blood.
It's just black.
About that, and Elkanon have got to be a little bit frustrated there with Bin. The
It's literally just black.
Is now kind of gone. Jojo here incredibly low, but Knight is very low on mana as well. On now moving over, will be spotted here by Elyoya. And Alvaro in the area.
Look at it. It is literally just black with blonde hair. There's no color. It's boring.
Supa on the top side of the map. Of course, he is falling far behind in terms of CS and experience, but in terms of gold, thanks to that kill, he's not doing too badly. Bin.
Oh my gosh, holy.
He will spot out Alvaro.
You just called me a Yordle racist. Now you're saying, is there something wrong with being black? Come on, bro. Come on now.
6 as quickly as you can. Repeatedly go for these full clears, and you hope that the lanes aren't too volatile.
I literally thought, like, low-key, that was base skin Leona, not gonna cap.
In this 1 versus 2.
The base skin Leona is, like, orange, so.
He's also ran out of pots that he can utilize in the lane for now.
Only the biggest instigator, truly. S tier. S tier. The unique blade, the shield shape, the music that plays when you dance. They're not doing much dancing though. We don't get to see that.
To take a swing here, does land the shattering strike. Supa getting aggressive. Bin, if he was 6, might be able to turn this around, but this is difficult. He's going to go for it anyway. Supa could be in some trouble. Remember, he has no flash. Does level up to 5 though. Great peel coming through from Alvaro. The stun is going to land with the shattering strike. As Bin is trying to play for 6. He really
Can he
wants
get that auto off on the passive?
Now does get it, but it doesn't matter because Elyoya has arrived, and Elyoya going to be able to grab this kill. You have to think eventually.
Wow.
Bin again overextending.
Okay.
Didn't quite have the experience to
Bin.
get 6. Otherwise, he might have been able to make the play work.
Careful
It's
now.
really interesting because you're
What's your favorite skin in the game? Winter Bliss Senna or True Damage Echo with the red chroma.
You could see how much damage
Been out here playing like Whippo. That's crazy work. That's a crazy sentence.
Oh, and now he's going to flash and follow.
Jojo
Bides his time, and now they're going to be able to grab a kill in mid lane. Beautiful play from the Canadian mid laner.
Jojo! That's what I like to see, my brother.
Early did not reactively flash to the ult, and that just allowed Jojo to flash later with the ultimate to follow.
I love seeing him prosper, dude.
Jojo now has a lead.
We hate to see it. No, we love that.
To close the gap that was built between him and Elk, with Alvaro sitting on a 400 gold lead.
Hold on. Hold on, guys. Why the frick is Jojo not using a skin?
The soul laners here from BLG definitely not looking.
Why the frick is this man not using a skin? Hey, Jojo, I love you. You are in a brethren, but don't make me say it, bro. Please don't let me catch you like this again.
As well as Elyoya.
Please
have been so
do not let me catch you like this again.
They play so well together. We saw them link up on that top side.
I'm not gonna say it this time.
And generally, where they go, good things happen.
Don't let this happen again. I don't want to see game 3 and you out here with no skin on.
Working together and they're being unlocked on the map.
I'm not gonna give you 3 games.
Level 5 still for Alvaro.
And you skinless.
No ultimate for Elyoya or Jojo here.
We not gonna let that fly.
To focus on finishing off the final grub. Should be able
No
to
one
do
allowed
it.
to use base
This one has
skins.
no
Holy.
smite. Elyoya does,
Azir
but no real angle
mid
for him to approach. So
with
all
no
three
skin
grubs
on.
will be claimed there by BLG.
Who that remind you of?
Continuing to demonstrate
Come
their
on now.
proficiency of playing around these early objectives.
Come on.
Really good job by them. Elk forced the W
Be
away.
for real.
Alvaro, nice crash down there, just buffering out on the Zenith blade.
There is only one.
Saw Mirwin was scrapping again.
There
with
is only
Bin on the
one.
spot side. Both of them do have ult and ignites
Alert,
already,
alert.
so
Faker fanboy wanna be found.
And JoJo now having
Alert,
gotten that first
alert.
kill is definitely playing with a lot more confidence. You can see him posturing aggressively here.
Don't let me catch you
looking to get
again,
that Q
JoJo.
auto poke
Don't let
down
me
on
catch you
Ignite.
again.
Wants to keep him pushed in and is going to be able to
You
grab
better
a
have a
here
skin
very
on
likely.
next game.
Elyoya
If it was anybody else, I would have been said it.
Shuriken flip does connect. Bin gonna have to try to get out of there, but he has
Bin.
no flash. Remember, he's playing Ignite TP, no way out.
Ben, are you okay?
Gonna be able to group up and grab a kill.
Honestly, I don't even know.
All right, man. I hope CFO sweeps T1, and I hope 100 Thieves loses to.
Pretty much,
Oh,
yeah.
wait.
But Elyoya getting involved in the action on the map. 1-0-2 scoreline for now. 1.3k the overall gold lead. Of course, it's not really being converted into many objectives. That is where BLG still hold on to the advantage. The fact that they've gotten the first dragon, they've been able to secure all three grubs. This next dragon is going to be important because Koi, with the leads that they're starting to build, should hit those item spikes earlier. And the fact that Knight is going for the Rod of Ages build means that this Victor is going to be very slow to
You just
scale.
said you
And I
hope
wanna see Koi
CFO
playing a
sweeps
similar to BLG
T1.
where they should be spiking faster, so they should be looking to try and fight earlier.
What?
They are on, gonna run into
Yeah.
We'll just be fighting for that pink ward. Shattering Strike not gonna connect, but on eventually I think will push.
How you
Alvaro
hate from
back.
outside
H1
the
gonna be
club?
spotted, though.
You
And
can't
see
even
both
get
top players
in.
Now headed up towards that top side. Bin though has TP advantage, which is going to be critical here in a minute 20 when this next dragon does spawn. Unless we
That's
see
funny.
JoJo or someone move
That's
up there
funny,
to
that's
match who can actually get down for this dragon. It could be a bit problematic
Hoping for
MKOI.
CFO to sweep T1 is crazy business.
He's got position zoning super away.
Crazy.
The wave being denied. And this is the biggest thing between the two AD carries, that experience
Very
difference.
easy work.
It all comes back to that level 2 trade that happened. Ever since then, Super's been playing catch up.
Oh,
And to his
man.
credit, he's caught up in terms of gold. But
I
that
gotta
level
keep
difference
my
is still
my
very
DMs
relevant. A
open.
full level between the two AD carries.
See if we
Super will
get
have ways to claw that
accepted.
back later on into the game, but for now, Elk is really the strong point for BLG that they should look to try and play around.
It looks like
if do wanna
they
contest these
let us
neutral
know
objectives
if we
moving
get the
forward.
interview
Only one up
ahead of
gold right
time.
now. It is a very slight gold lead for Elk.
Oh my
We'll
gosh.
collect this wave and close
So
the gap
tomorrow we will know
maybe like
if we get to
100, 150
interview
gold, so not really an issue
Faker,
whatsoever.
Guma,
Question is, does MKOI want
or
to fight
Carrier,
at this dragon, or will
or
they just give it up and allow BLG to continue their dragon stacking that they have been doing all tournament long?
Knight or Ben.
The items down. Mirwin, he doesn't have his item.
That's
completed,
5
but a training
players
force
that we might
for
have to
a very
prep
expensive
for,
jungle item. Having
but
that
we'll
ready
have
for the
we'll
second
have a
dragon,
day to
really nice
to
spike.
prep
Of course,
for.
the Sundered Sky coming in from the other side is still a good pickup for Beishuan. The two mid laners though, not just 2 versus the Rod of Ages. You could understand why BLG might be a little bit hesitant to try and test this.
Yeah, I know. I haven't really been able to play too much
He's going to be
League.
knocked back. He's trying to target Elk. The TPs are coming in. Mirwin looking for Elk. He's going to be able to try to knock him down to the side, but he couldn't quite get him. In goes Supa. Supa gets one. Supa's going to be looking for another, but Mirwin is rotting down to that Victor.
This looks like a lost fight though. They got the kill, but
it's not going to be enough as Supa does get a kill in the background onto Elk. But
it's 2 for 3, but it's gonna end up being 2 for 4.
Even with the gold lead, it's BLG as Knight flashes in,
How did
getting
he
another kill, and it's gonna be
know?
them taking the dragon. Just as you were saying, you're not sure if they want to fight.
How
They
did
say,
he
yes,
know,
we
though?
do.
BLG are just so fast.
Oh
they
my
don't give you a
gosh.
moment to think. Elyoya, he's just sitting in the river. Flash engage from On. The collapse from BLG is quick. The response from Elk is good as the follow-up engage doesn't come through. Super is very far away. The Azir has to TP in, but at this point when the rest of Koi arrive, the fight is already over. BLG, great decisiveness, great execution, and they're fighting again.
Beishuan now looking for a JoJo, but has he bit off more than he can chew? Alvaro, with Shattering Strike, will be there to peel for his mid laner. BLG can't get another kill, but are continuing to try to push the pace here to keep that pressure up.
What is a LTO?
Continue to just get caught unaware of how confidently BLG is ready to contest them on the neutral objectives. The Victor gained so much off the back of that last fight.
It gave a little bit of
Those 2
vision.
kills, and just really starting to be funneled those passive stacks. Alvaro Bit of danger here. They should be fine as now we wait
Well,
for the
I
next
guess he
neutral
has to
objective.
know that he's
Herald's gonna
over
be
that
the
wall
one that both
somewhere.
these
It's
teams
either
will
on
be
the
setting
left
their
side or
sights
the
on.
right
Of course, the
side.
defensive strength is going to be determined by that first tower.
Absolutely is.
I
Alvaro
just
and
really
Arn
didn't want to let him get
scrapping
away.
over vision non-stop here. As VOD moving down, JoJo is quite low, has the ultimate in 3
Hello,
seconds, so
Chung.
it's almost up
How
here.
are you?
Alvaro there to cover. Looks like BLG will not elect to try to go for a dive here.
Hope you're
Of course,
doing
yes,
well,
Knight
fam.
did get a kill, you know, was a big winner in that last fight, but as was Supa, picked up a double, didn't use either of his summoners to do it
Doing
either.
okay?
So that
Love
is
to
very,
hear it.
very nice because he forced the flash
Love
out of
to
Elf
hear it.
and the flash off of Knight to be able to take him down. So he got both of the key
Are you
summoners
ready
there
for the
from
4th
big
of
carries for
July?
BLG, kept his alive. So if they could force another fight, it's a big summoner
If you think about it,
advantage right
Leona
now
just
for
riding a
MKOI.
big Nefiri.
BLG, they're playing the map very well, though. I love how they play through their pressure again. They realize that Koi want to get
Oh,
resets to it,
Rel.
so they
I was
funnel
like-
more members down to the bot side of the map, which means that Knight has free access
my
to
day's
this
going
tower. He's
great.
very
Thank
well
you for
protected,
asking,
and
Chung.
he secures that objective and that gold
My
gap
day is
that
going
existed
great.
between the two mid
Been
lanes
having a
is now
great
completely
week so
dissipated.
far.
They also secure the feats as they secure
And
the
ready
first tower of
to
the game.
have a great
Koi, they don't
weekend
really
as
have
well.
much that they can cross map. They do have pretty good positioning on the Herald.
Oh,
at the very
Yor-
least. They were able to
all
drop some wards
Yordles
down
look the
this top
same.
side river.
You riding for these
But
Yordles,
BLG,
Holy.
they're going to be ready
Who's
to
your
respond.
favorite
The base has
Yordle?
come to- Actually, did Knight
What
base
is
yesterday just
everybody's
walked from bot lane
favorite
up towards
Yordle?
top, and now they're ready to contest the river.
Got those upgraded shoes. Gonna use them. Walks all the way up here. And they are, as you say, ready
I'm
to
going with
fight, as they
Tristana.
seem to be each and every time an objective is
Oh,
spawning. BLG's
you're a
team fighting has just
quirky
been so on point.
lover. Okay,
Teams have
okay.
been able to get advantages, but they have
Okay,
not
I
been
can
able
see
to
why you
out-team fight them thus
don't like
far
how
in
we
the
talk
event.
about
We'll see if
Yordles
MKOI
then,
can
because
do
we've
that
been
here, as they are going to be the first ones to start
we've
up this
been
Herald. Bid is up on that top
definitely
side. He can't go back to
roasting
base. He
Corky.
doesn't have his first item on. Looking with the
Lulu,
X-Flash.
Vex,
Cannot
Timo,
find an angle to go in
Rygar,
on Mirwin.
Kennen.
Now Bin
I just
approaching
want
from the
to
top.
point
The
out.
objective is already gone, so BLG will
I
elect
just want to point out
back
real
it up,
quick. Nobody
try to
said
get a little bit of chip
Fizz.
damage down on this tier 1.
Okay, BLG very much just spectators.
I just want
in
to point
this
out,
play.
not a
Bin
singular soul
will respect
said Fizz.
Koi.
But will he respect them enough? It looks like they're going to go for it. In goes the Cyclone as JoJo's in on top of him. Bin, no flash. I don't know if he's getting out of this one. Flash to follow from Elyoya. And JoJo picks up the kill. They are really punishing this Ignite choice from Bin.
They certainly are.
Who would
and Mirwin,
say
he's not going to
Fizz?
lose much on the other side. Beishuan doing what he can, though, stealing all of these bot side cams to deny gold away from Elyoya. But
His
Elyoya's
skins
been
are
involved
cute.
in 6 of the team's 7 kills. The only ones he couldn't be a part of was the 2 that Super was able to pick up in the last fight. JoJo now setting his sights on this top tower.
His
Elkanon
skins are
quick
cute.
to respond, though.
But him
It's very
himself,
difficult for Koi to really convert this into any meaningful objective secure on looking for the collapse.
JoJo knows that he was there. He saw the ward come over, but did he overstay his welcome? Has
Yeah,
the
he's a
ultimate if
Yordle.
He needs it to try to disengage. Great sidestep, is going to be able to avoid that stun. Just gets hit by the slow, and as a result, doesn't have to trade out his ulti.
JoJo still has the ulti.
Amumu
and
is
with,
cute.
Elyoya hovering in the shadows. There's always the possibility of that engage, so BLG don't overextend. For now, and Koi hold on to
yo,
the
thank you for the
gold lead.
follow, Pastel.
The map very much favors that of BLG. No towers are yet to fall, but meanwhile, the structural damage on the side of Koi, that mid tower is getting very low. I'm excited to see-
Right now,
the next dragon is going to be
Chung,
interesting.
we are watching
Cloud Soul is
MSI,
so powerful, especially for
which
a lot
is
of the
an
different champions in this
international
game.
League
I
of
think in
Legends
particular
tournament,
champions, like the
and
Wukong as
all
well
of
as the
the
Gwen. We went with
regions
Cloud Soul. It's just a
send their
terror inside
top
lanes.
2
It's so
teams
difficult to actually be able to escape
to
that
compete
ultimate,
against
with
each
the
other.
slowdown plus the speed up. But
So
MKOI
right
here
now
in
we
the
are
mid lane,
watching
good
Europe
timing with the Herald to
versus
be able to drop
China.
this down. 15 seconds now
Blue
until
side
that
is
third
Europe,
dragon will spawn. They're trying to take full control
and
of
red
this
side
area.
is
Push in
China.
mid. They will be able to get this tower with the crash. And should be able to be the first to move in towards the next dragon. Alvaro's just going to keep going in. It's going to get smoked down, though, by Beishuan. So Alvaro gets popped out as Bin was back in base here now. You can see he's coming out to join. Knight going to be TPing up towards that top side. The Riftmaker has been completed there for Bin.
Looking at this one ward sitting on the Raptors for a potential TP flank from the Gwen. He is being tracked right now, but it looks like, yeah, BLG's just
I'm
not
just
in a
gonna
position. I love what
refresh
Beishuan's
it
doing,
to
by the
make
way.
sure
You'll
that
notice
we're like all the way caught up, because I don't want us to be
If I
behind.
can't get a camp, I'll set my sights on that top lane tower.
Exactly, to get some wards down as well, drop that pink as Elk is going to push Supa back here. Alvaro in the area, though, there to cover. as Beishuan and Knight move in, and they are going to be able to claim that top lane tier 1. Meanwhile, MKOI.
Who do you think is going to win, blue team versus red team?
Here on the other side, going to be able to put more gold in the coffers.
think
JoJo, who is up to
red side will win,
1,100 gold
but
lead right now.
I want blue to win at least one game because the mid laner for blue side is from NA. I don't know if you remember JoJo Pyun, but he used to play on Team Liquid.
Because you're right.
Evil
BLG,
Geniuses.
so far, the MSI has just been
No, he wasn't on Team Liquid. He was on EG.
We saw them lose that one
and Cloud9
G2 where they kind of pushed
so
down
like
mid and
I
got
really like
collapsed
him as a
on. But aside
player,
from
so
that,
I want
they've
to
just
see
been
him win.
A force to be reckoned with.
Bin again in the side lane, could be in trouble here. Pops the shroud, but the Cyclone comes in. They are chasing him down. They're gonna knock him down once again. It's the 5th death for Bin.
Maybe they don't need to team fight. They just
Hey,
keep getting picks. I love the way in which Elyoya is playing the map right now. And it's
You're
as
1 in
as you said,
5.
There's no flash on this Gwen
You're 1 in 5,
at any
bro.
point in the game. So the moment
Tighten
you
up.
overstep ever so slightly with the combined CC
Tighten
of
up.
the slows that come down from the Rylai's, the ultimate from Azir if they need it, and the double knockup that they have available from the Wukong, it's an easy pick in favor of Koi.
Bin has just been kept down so effectively here. There's always that ticking time bomb of Gwen, though he is going to be continuing to scale. We'll see how Mirwin can perform in these team fights, as he is obviously out to a nice little advantage, up a level and a half, plus the gold advantage there. But JoJo is going to be the biggest problem here for BLG. The question is, can they get in onto him? Can they actually knock him down? You know, especially with Bin being that far behind, will they have the pressure to actually get into that backline and knock down JoJo, who has gone for a relatively tanky build? He has quite a bit of the extra HP built up. BLG, though, again, they're just right to the objective. They're starting up Otacon here only 20 seconds after it spawns. Alvaro is going to be able to spot this. How quickly can MKOI respond? Because BLG are just committing to it. In comes the teleport here from Bin. Mirwin TPing in as well. JoJo there on the side trying to get some poke down, as Alvaro is going to go in looking for the engage, but there's not really any follow-up. But we are going to see the first kill going the way of Supa. Bin on the side trying to do what he can here against JoJo, but MKOI are pushing them back. Beishuan trying to stay in the area to see if he can get a smite steal. They're going to get it down incredibly low. It's down to 1,500. It's down to the smite.
Oh, he missmited by 153.
The Cyclone, he's going in with Supa into the back line. Mirwin goes as well. BLG trying to run for it here. Supa on the side looking for more. Beishuan pushing him back though. Bin now in the pit, going to be caught with Elyoya, and JoJo falls again for the 6th
Bin,
time
you're
this
1 in
game.
6.
It's
Tighten
Beishuan
up.
versus Supa. Supa though winning out as Beishuan going to get pushed back. Elk is running
Oh
for
my
it. It's another
gosh.
kill going the way of JoJo.
They're
Supa
freaking doing
trying to
it.
stay
Supa,
alive
run.
here. Beishuan
Run,
slowly
Supa.
catching up. Can he hit him with the wind becomes lightning?
Nobody's
no, he
coming to
cannot.
save you.
Supa getting flashed
You
on
gotta
here by
dodge
Knight.
it.
Knight is looking and he
you
will
can't
collect
dodge
the
that.
shutdown. Plus 636, but it's a much bigger win for
The way
MKOI.
no
as
one
they
went to
grab
save
the
him.
Otacon and they win out in the fight.
A chaotic fight that was, I mean, it can only be described as everyone was dashing everywhere. We saw movement over walls, we saw dodging of CCs. On had a really nice ultimate to deny the follow-up coming through from
Bring that
Koi.
back.
And I wanted to keep track of this engage coming through from the river onto Supa and Mirwin. The engage from Alvaro is good, but the follow-up is a little bit limited. Beishuan also knocks back Elyoya. The execution of the fight from BLG is really good to separate Alvaro from the rest of his team. But the problem is the re-engage from BLG. They just don't have the tools. They've now used everything at their disposal, and that's when MKOI look for the re-engage. Elyoya with a nice ulti. Both, again, the mobility, the dashing from one side of Elk to the other of Mirwin, and then it becomes this chase down. Elyoya is able to get this pick up onto Bin.
positioning.
Elk ends up dropping as well, but on the other side of the map, they end up getting that pick onto Supa, and Knight was the one that got up so many. I think he got 3 in total in that fight. So this Victor, even though he's at a massive
I'm
deficit,
confused by the positioning of JoJo. Like he was just so free and open.
Absolutely. I mean, that initial
But
engage
nobody
from
really,
Alvaro would have been that
besides
much
the
more deadly
1 in
if
6
Elyoya
bin,
had the Cyclone, but
nobody
it was just
really
still
paid
on
him any
cooldown at the beginning
attention.
of the fight. It was only had about 10-15 seconds left, which I think is maybe partially why BLG forced their hand. You know, they tried to look for this fight with the cooldown down, but it was that re-engage from Elyoya as that ultimate came back up. They look for it. On is always ready to scrap here. He is back to the river. Bin is in the area as well, as MKOI trying to maintain some control here. This Dragon going to be up in 14 seconds. Mirwin is behind them, will be spotted though by Bin, but Bin is down 2
I think
levels.
it's
I don't
'cause he
think he's
still
going to
had
be able to
ult
win
up.
out in this 1v1.
So they knew, like,
MKOI
not to
in the
approach
area,
him
will
'cause
be able
they'll
to
get-
push
they'll
Mirwin
get
back.
ulted
As
back.
Alvaro threatening with the Hex
That's
Flash.
fair.
Going to get spotted out by Knight. Knight and Elk here are going to have a hell of a time walking through this tight corridor to try to get involved. Alvaro and Elyoya trying to be able to put that pressure on them. BASE1 escorting his team in, trying to create space. Bin now going to be marking Alvaro. You can see Mirwin on the side.
Jojo got ulted.
Onto On as they're looking for the engage. Jojo goes
He's
away
out.
here, trying to survive.
Can Kaisa pump out enough damage? Akali's going freaking insane. Kaisa dies.
It's back and forth. Kills on the side as Bin is fighting Elyoya.
The 1-6 Bin just took out
kill as well for BLG as
some of the
BASE1 and
team.
Nike combo up to knock down
He's
another.
now 2 and 6.
3-kill fight here for BLG. They are not going to stay on the Dragon though, as Jojo just TP's back at full HP. BLG will back off. No one grabs the Dragon, but BLG win the fight.
On finds an amazing ultimate onto Jojo that puts him at the precipice of death right at the start of the fight. Keep your eyes on and his ability to engage. He finds Jojo in the river, trying to get a lot of damage down. The stun connects. Jojo has the flash, but he chooses not to use it. He gets forced out of the fight immediately. He has to use the ulti, and the combo looks good on the back line, but the problem is the moment that Jojo's gone, they run out of so much of their damage, which means that the fight becomes very BLG favored. They end up getting a 3 for 2, but the re-arrival of Jojo means that BLG
need to get Mikhail's, or am I tripping?
Jojo, though, barely even ahead anymore. Knight, though, could be in some trouble, has no flash, is going to get chased down here. Alvaro looking good sidestep, but it doesn't even matter. Supa comes in and picks up the kill, and that is a big one. Should gain MKOI another Dragon here, even up the Dragon score, taking their second of the game.
Small oversteps from BLG are effectively being punished by Koi. Knight dropping means a lot of their damage falls to the wayside. And the Dragon is secured. Now equalized. Koi in game 2 have come alive.
They build whatever they feel on the day.
They are fighting back.
See, Jojo now has that Bloodletter's Curse on, trying to shred some of this MR for the team, but it's going to be Supa that's the target as On goes in, does force out the cleanse. BASE1 grouping up once again. BLG are just always 3 or 4 strong. It feels like fighting in the river. Both of these games, clearly they came in with a plan. We're going to contest Vision non-stop. We're going to put the pressure on. And in game 2, MKOI have been much more equipped to deal with it. They have been fighting back. Alvaro has been there every time. On is stepping forward here, trying to get that control. As MKOI know, they cannot allow BLG to play the game at their pace. They need to match it. They need to control the game just as much.
And I'm just super happy for Jojo.
Liz, thank you for the 5 stream.
Of course, it's been a while since he's returned to the international stage. He talked domestically about how he took it for granted, his first opportunity, because he just expected to make it back over and over again. And he was denied so many opportunities. But so far in this series, he's been playing well. In this game, a lot of the weight is sitting on his shoulders. A 6-0-3
The next objective on the board is that Baron, and I think they want it.
It is important that he stays alive in the fight because he is so much of the team's damage.
It really is, and I mean, you can understand why he took it for granted, because he came into the league on EG and immediately won, and went, to MSI, and then went to Worlds, and it was kind of just that feeling of, well, it's the norm, right? It's the expectation, but hadn't been able to make it back for quite some time, and now here, the first ever International League event in Canada, getting to play at home, being in a position to carry this game against BLG.
How are you doing?
To be the first team to actually take a game off of them here at MSI, as they have won 7 straight. But of course, it is far from over. BLG have fought back from deficit so many times, and their team fighting is just so damn tough to deal with. You can see Knight now incredibly tanky, as On is going to get interrupted there on the recall. Jojo is here. On's going to have to flash out. Alvaro trades the flash back, but Supa goes in with the killer instinct and gets another one.
Could be a Baron, but it's a risky start. There's a lot of poke on the side of BLG with both the Victor and the Corki. I think they should just be happy with the pick. With Supa losing his ulti, it's a scary fight to start.
It is, Holy. They went to Worlds back in 2020.
And Elyoya going to try to knock down the Corki. The Corki's in a lot of trouble. Flashes away from Mirwin. Mirwin looking to try to get back in. BASE1 trying
but
to
they got eliminated in play-ins.
Mirwin grabs the kill, and Knight on the other side is going to fall as well. Jojo Pyun goes godlike in Canada, and MKOI have their eyes set on the Baron.
MKOI finds so many picks. Elyoya sitting in that brush. I mean, I wasn't expecting it, and BLG definitely wasn't. Elk gets caught out. That cascades into another pick, and Koi get themselves the Baron here in game 2.
A 5,000 gold lead now here for MKOI. They are really starting to pull away.
They're really pedal to the metal right now.
They've claimed the last 2 Dragons. They've won some fights here, have been crushing Bin in the side lanes, and now really looking to try to seal the deal here on this first win.
Elyoya just snuck his way in. Elk wasn't expecting this at all. and the amount of damage that Alloy was able to find. Oh,
We're back
in
to
lag
live, but Supa's going to be in trouble here. Beishwan trying to finish him off, but can't quite do it. Alvaro there to peel just barely. Mirwin, though, coming in from behind, and now BLG may have overextended. We can see Beishwan trying to finish off Supa. He can't do it under the tower. Supa makes it happen, but the teleport's coming in now from Knight is on the other side. It's going to be Bin fighting with Elk against Elyoya and Jojo, and they do push them back.
$5 on PayPal, $1 per person.
More kills do happen.
How generous.
Wukong fancies his chances here. That's a jungler up 2 levels on the top laner from BLG.
Bit of a desperate attempt from BLG. Beishwan stealing away the Raptors, runs into Supa, knows that he has the ability to kill him, but he just doesn't quite have the resources needed. And then a TP comes through from Knight as well. BLG scattered towards the end of this game, and Koi looking to punish as much as they can. They set their sights on the tier 2 in the bot lane. The pings come down onto mid as well. Koi putting the pressure on.
Absolutely are looking for some of these tier 2 towers. And while Knight is strong, he did go for a very tanky build. You know, he has the Zhonya's, the Cosmic Drive, as well as the Roa. So he is miles away from Void Staff as well as Death Cap. You know, these kind of late game items that you really think of, allowing you to try to take over a fight. And MKoi now, nearly 9,000 gold ahead. You can see the Red Bull Baron power play.
If you can't close out a game with a 9K gold
a lot
lead,
of time left to pick up more.
You should not advance.
Dragon spawns in 20 seconds.
Right?
So, of course, not the
Like,
soul, but it
there's
will put
no
either side on soul point.
way MKoi loses this
Bounce back
game.
effectively from game 1. They're looking to equalize this series up. They're keeping the waves
There's no
pushed,
shot.
making it that much harder. But again, I draw your attention to the minimap, and you'll notice they do have these wards as possible TP options. And engage.
Alvaro, they're going for the engage. He's going to preempt it, and they're looking for Knight. He goes in the stasis. They're trying to peel for him, but Knight is in a lot of trouble. Jojo goes in, and Beishwan goes down. And goes to win in the back line.
That's
and
game.
It's Knight down.
That's game.
It's sure to follow.
That's game.
It's MKoi crushing
Ball
the
game.
fight. Crushing the game.
Ball game.
Looking to put their eyes on the Nexus now. MKoi going forward. It's just been alive here, and
Ball
he
game.
is not going to be able to stop MKoi. It looks like we're going to have a tied series here as they lost game 1, but they roar back to life in game number 2. MKoi looking poised on the international stage. We are all tied up.
Koi bounced back beautifully. They play the fights well, they find some very valuable picks, and Jojo comes up huge. A great performance from the home crowd hero.
Let's go.
Incredible stuff from Jojo. Really big bounce back game there from MKoi. They've got to be
Ironic
so
that
happy
Ben
about
is
that
the last
after a
alive after
dominant
ending all game.
from BLG.
What
Some
is
teams
up with
would have
2 and
crumbled, but
6?
MKoi matched their pace. They have been looking
Can
incredible.
you help me understand?
We'll see if we can go the distance this time. Analysts, what do you think? Is it going to be 5?
I think lose game 1 to give him false hope and then smack him in game 2.
We did it! Let's go! We're profiting!
Oh, okay,
That North American mid laner we gave you was looking pretty good.
I'm gonna be honest, they were like 10K ahead at the end, and I was shaking in my boots.
The entire time, my right shoulder's not feeling too good with how hard you're holding it. Those fights were really close, though.
Yeah, but this game was just pick after pick.
They can
after
hear them,
pick.
by the way.
MKoi, they just sent it, and they started on Bin.
That's okay. Let's look at this because Bin was having a horror of a game, right?
Yes, he was. I mean, he took TP and Ignite for the matchup. They clocked that in there just like you were hitting me. Continue to hit me because they were hitting him. This was great because already Ben was actually just taking a 1v2 with the wave so far out. That was just a mistake on his end. But they clued that he was going to keep fighting for those angles. And then here comes Elyoya, and he was on the map constantly.
We talked a lot about Elyoya and Alvaro linking up before this. It's something we absolutely did not see in game 1, Raz, but this is what it can look like. And I
What's
know
up,
you
Major?
love this
How you doing?
I really do. And so, like, I just enjoy being able to see Elyoya, like, be able to impact
Why
the
don't
map
you wanna watch
alongside
MSI
Alvaro, and they were
anymore?
able to do this game. I got to see 2 picks that I really wanted to see
you,
from this team.
Major.
Yes, the Rel, but also JoJo's Azir, and that's, I feel like, my favorite composition for the squad.
I mean, it was a great comp, and it was great play right there. They kept on going for picks, and it wasn't just Bin. We showed a lot of Bin there, but they also were able to pick off Knight. They picked off Elk.
Yep.
They picked off On. They kept up the pace of this game, and they're playing with confidence.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
Like, even, like, looking towards Mirwin, he was, like, finding great angles, like, pushing out inside, looking through mid, because they recognized that BLG was going to try and, like, fight for vision or look for Baron, like, try
We
and
have
see.
a Kali on this board?
Oh, throw it in there.
Where's the Akali?
Wait, where's Akali?
We need to make the Akali right now.
Don't do that.
We need to make the Akali right now.
No, bring it back because we can take some off that they've already played.
That's
so,
true.
let's take a look. Rumble, off.
Galio's gone too.
Okay.
Gone.
Off.
Nice. Sadly, your bot lane took your Varus.
Yeah, Fabio, thank you so much for the gifted sub, fam.
Luckily.
Hope you're having a beautiful day
we
today.
Have a couple of interesting Mirren picks, I gotta say.
True, that's fair. That's fair.
Faker's going to be playing next, Chung.
No,
He plays in the next series.
I was shaking my boots a little bit because BLG is a top tier team, and we were talking about it so much that they will use everything as a prompt to fight.
Thank you for the follow,
Oh, you want to come clear
Fabio.
this ward that we just put here for no reason? Odd will engage on you.
Like, even with the lead that they had, MKoi, like that dragon fight, I'm like, please, On, you have to stop at some point, because he pushes for the engage immediately, gets a pick before like MKoi even gets to rally around, and that was an MKoi lead that they had at that point. I'm like, oh, so we do all this good work at the beginning of the game, and then it's just BLG team fight win. And but they didn't look like that for the rest of the game.
No, it's true, and BLG got some good engages as well. What did you think? I mean, retrospect is everything, but the fact that Koi held the trigger a little bit, right? They didn't want to. They didn't want to fight at every point. They just had to.
They're speaking
sorry, there's
to
someone
her
in my ear. But
in her
because
ear.
we're getting a really cool interview in just a little bit.
Yeah.
No problem, Lore.
They keep speaking to her, and it's ruining her train of thought.
The fact that for MKoi, they could have taken more skirmishes, they could have taken more fights, but they kept singling out one person. I thought it was going to come and bite them, that they kept putting Bin down, and that he still would scale, but he didn't.
Yeah, and even though we were having that like Bin death reel, it continued on later on in the game because Bin will try and get as much as he can to come back into the game. So if he's pushing past River, that's one thing he'll try and do. And Elioya is like, nah, we're not letting that happen. And he's repeatedly trying to punish that pick. Bin is going to remember that for the next few games.
Yes, and we do have the interview, so we're going to head over to Lore now, who has a very special guest in the audience.
Absolutely, Shocks. I have Skane with me, content creator and co-streamer for MKoi. First impressions on game.
Well, we just won. It feels amazing to win Cycle BLG. I think they're a really good and really strong team, and it's feeling great.
You were backstage, listening to the comms and everything. Tell me more about this. How were they feeling?
I mean, the team is really confident. Even in like the first game being like take A behind, they were confident they are winning. And in the second game, everything was really controlled, really good, and the team really thinks that they can win and they can make it. So it's feeling like that on the backstage.
I see a lot of predictions behind us. I see 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. Which one is it going to be?
I mean, I hope it's 3-1, maybe 3-2, but I think we're gonna win. Let's see.
Let's give the confidence. Gracias por la entrevista. Shocks, over to you.
Thank you to you both. Thank you so much.
I like the confidence.
Yeah. I mean,
I
Gabe's
like
been
that
involved
interview.
from the very, very beginning, and it is really an MKoi
I'm not
family.
gonna lie, I
but
was
we need
digging
to talk
the
about how the
interview.
mid lane matchup is evolving. It was also our featured matchup. And is this what you come to expect?
All right. Let's finish word of the day. Let's finish word of the day real quick. La verdad. La verdad. It means truth. La verdad. La verdad está ahí fuera. Yeah, we need to do Lodal too. Oh, I didn't. Let me turn this down so it doesn't blast our ear. La verdad.
La verdad.
La verdad.
La verdad.
La verdad. They kind of rolled that R just like a little bit. It's not a lot. It's not a rrr, but it's a r, like a quick one. La verdad. La verdad. I can't roll it that quick.
La verdad.
La verdad. Like it's a little too short of a roll. I can't control my roll that hard. La verdad. Like I rolled it too hard.
La verdad.
La verdad.
La verdad.
La verdad.
La verdad.
La verdad. La verdad. See, I can't even roll it no more. Anyways, la verdad está ahí fuera.
La verdad está ahí fuera.
No, because I ate. No, because I ate. Period. La verdad está ahí fuera.
La verdad está ahí fuera.
Period. Buried. Okay, let's Lodal while we're here. BLG pick blue side. Cool. La verdad está ahí fuera. What is it? The truth is here. The truth is out there. Here is aquí. Let's do Blitzcrank, sure. Okay, so it's a support and something else. They're melee and they use mana. Support and something else. So I'm gonna assume support in mid. Support in mid. Yeah, I guess it could be Shaco. Ooh, let's do Brand. No, Brand isn't melee. Tariq, where else does Tariq go? Dark Serenade, oh my gosh, hey girl. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, my love. Hope you've been doing well. Nautilus, what other roles does Nautilus play? Silas? I guess technically. Gragas? I'm just trying to think, would Lodal consider him a support? Galio, let's do Galio. Galio's a great one. Galio's so valid. Okay, they're not a mid laner, but they are male. A male support and X melee mana using champion. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, I do, Holy. Didn't even Faker lock that in? Shaco. I'm down for Shaco. Shaco's a good one. Okay, so not mid, not jungle. Spirit. What the frick? Pantheon. Bro. So they're half spirit. Who are spirits? Thank you, yeah. Maokai? Yeah? 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 Bro. See, like it doesn't even include Maokai to be a jungler. But Maokai is more played in the jungle role. It doesn't even include him. Rakan is only a support. It's got to be a support and something else. It has to be a support and ADC, y'all. Hold on, because we did top, we did jungle, and we did mid. Who is a male champion? Twitch. No. Tom Kinch. Yeah. Yeah, who the frick is a spirit? Apparently Tom Kinch is. So this is why I say Lodal tilts the frick out of me, because I have so many problems with this. One, why is Galio not considered a mid or a support? Two, why is Shaco a jungle and a support, but Maokai is not a jungle and support? Pantheon is a top, a support, and a jungle, as he should be. But like, why are these other people not considered it? Crazy. Crazy. Anyways, off to the next one. A true hunter never rests. That sounds very Kaisa-y. Is it Nidalee? I could see Nidalee. I'm gonna try Kaisa. Okay. Rengar? I really don't know who it could be. Okay. Let me turn this down.
A true hunter never rests.
Okay. Malawi. Malawi or Gragas? There's a barrel. So I'm going to say Gragas. Yeah, I see the barrel right there. That's his E. Guys, no, it's not true. I was gonna say, like, I feel like most Qs are like abilities that you have to throw out, and then E's are normally movement abilities, but it's not true with several champions, because like Tristana, her movement ability is on W. Oh, period, Van. Period. What skin you gonna get? How much time we got? Oh, they in champ select.
Of removing both the Annie and the Ahri, limiting Knight's pool as much as they can seems to be a pretty effective strategy. His Victor by no means was bad, but the level of impact on game 1 compared to game 2, you could really feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think that MKOI really did a good job of kind of like ratcheting up the pace at which they were playing it, right? They really did accelerate how they were playing. When you look at game 1, it was MKOI trying to sit back and trying to scale and trying to just kind of avoid fights. And BLG were saying, no, like we are going to force you to fight us. We are going to come and take everything from you if you do not. And it felt like MKOI could not match that pace. Game 2, we come in here. Alvaro is everywhere contesting on, and constantly we saw Elyoya as well as JoJo picking off Ben in the side lanes, putting pressure on him. It was them that were really dictating the pace of the game and looking very, very good while doing it.
Trundle.
Talia is up and had been banned out, you know, every time. Talia and Vi both up and available because BLG have been on red side. Exactly. They're trying to force that ban. And so you're going to have to pick which you not want to play against. And I think, you know, with the Talia getting banned out, it could easily be a Vi first pick here for BLG if they want to go that route.
Ooh, I wonder if Koi will actually just take the Ahri away, but then I think BLG can respond with the Syndra.
Yeah.
So I think that it could be a bit of a risk. I'm curious as to how Koi will respond, because when we talk about JoJo's pool, like Ahri is one of his favorite picks. It's something that he played a huge amount throughout spring. And Elyoya has a lot of junglers that can enable it, but you got to remember Xin, Wukong, Panth, and Vi now all out of the table. And Knight has the pick of the litter with both his Sylas and potentially a Syndra that he could lean towards to give him a good matchup.
Absolutely. And I mean, they ban out the Trundle, you know, which can be a difficult matchup. It is going to be Knight, Sylas here getting locked in.
Picking Corki in game 1 and then Ezreal in game 2.
Vi, you know Dive is going to be drafted
should be punishable by federal
prison. Takeaway there
prison.
from Elk. And Ben is just going to slam down a Sion top lane here.
Picking Corki game 1 and then Ezreal
trying
game
to do
2.
something about it. And now we have to see, you know, do they want to match top lane here, or are they going to go for a different angle?
Should go to prison.
And try to match what we see in the jungle already.
I have to imagine that they're going to go towards the jungle match. They're not. That
now jungle could really get pinched.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I mean, Elyoya. I mean, what I'll say about Koi is I think so many of these players do have a very deep pool. We've seen Elyoya play all sorts of things.
If he doesn't have a skin selected,
Ahri, I think can be absolutely fine.
I'm gonna have to say it.
Yeah, we've also seen things like he could. Poppy is still available.
I'm gonna have to say it.
It's a very good matchup, especially with both the Sylas and a Vi on the other side.
If he doesn't have a skin selected, I'm gonna have to say it.
Prioritize that. Instead, they wanted to make sure that they can get a pretty good matchup on the top side of the map going into the side.
No int in this game, bro.
To see how high priority goes on Nautilus. You know, that is the last of the kind of card engaged melee support champions that is up and available. The big four have already been played through these first 2 games. You know, Nico, another one that you were talking about as far as
Avon, I think that's exactly why they did it.
Thus far, BLG more concerned about poke pairings.
Nobody's
with
picked
Ezreal,
up on it.
Very common.
Yo, thank you for the follow, fam.
That's true. That's a very.
Hope you're having a good day today.
Actually, kind of, what direction do you even go when paired alongside an Ezreal now?
I mean, you could still go towards Nico, I think. You know, I do think Nautilus still works. I think you can go a lot of different routes. You know, I also think that, you know, if BLG is showing a lot of dive as they are, then things like Renata really do skyrocket in value. The question is, are you going to be able to find hard engage from your jungle pick? Or do you need to get it from your support? Because right now, there is no hard engage. There's just, you know, JoJo ulting forward and trying to charm someone. And that is not going to be super reliable. So I wouldn't be shocked to just see something like the Nautilus, unless they have kind of a pocket jungle pick that they think is going to do enough as far as the engage is concerned.
Well, we're just waiting to see what they decide to lock in. The timer is running out.
Who is BLG gonna win or pick?
Engage. I mean, I think it's not what they want for their maybe their 2v2 or their matchup, but they're thinking compositionally, how are we going to play this game out?
I do really think they wanted the Braum, and I think it was a great ban coming through from BLG. Oh, and the Caitlyn, is it Caitlyn Lux?
Could be Caitlyn Nico, or
Renata, also very good.
I think Caitlyn Nico makes a lot of sense. Renata, to me, it's like, they have enough poke that, so it is going to be the more aggressive option. Not taking the Nico, it is going to be Kate Elise here.
They're going to be
you hit a cocoon,
super
the trap
aggressive.
follows it up. There's an incredible amount of burst. The amount of upfront damage that comes, you know, from that headshot, from that Caitlyn, is going to get people low for the Elise to potentially finish you off.
Also, don't be surprised to see BLG swap early. Even though this can be a hyper-oppressive matchup, they're completely fine moving the Caitlyn and Elise into an Aatrox lane and having their Scion play the 1 versus 2 into an Ezreal.
The Fury makes a lot of sense to me. It is one of the comfortable picks here for Elyoya. Obviously, had not played Lee Sin yet. This split wasn't really expecting it. So it is going to be Neferi. They are going towards comfort there. They have the engage secured here with the Nautilus. The question is, you know, how will this bot lane go? I think a lot of BLG's success is going to be riding on how Elkanon perform in this 2v2. It's just hard to get value on the Elise later on in the game if you don't create good early advantages. I mean, Nautilus is going to show up, is going to press R on someone, is going to get something done. Whereas Elise, it is very difficult, you know, to try to fish through Nautilus and the Aatrox for cocoons. If you're behind, you have to really create that advantage. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it.
What we've seen BLG be effective at is their bot lane 2 versus 2. I think that Elkanon in the straight up laning phase have gotten the better of Super and Alvaro. Where I think Alvaro has stood out is, you highlighted it after game 1, the engages that he was making on that Alistar, even when he was getting caught out, were super impressive. In game 2, he found some great well engages as well, working very nicely with his team to collapse and find picks. And now in game 3, I think it's going to be that support battle once more. They have been non-stop contesting Vision. They have been doing a
I think this is going to be a highly scrappy game.
And they're a key piece of what sets up the team fights for their teams.
We are in for a treat for sure.
Also have to talk about Knight on this Sylas. You know, it is one of his most played all time. 52 games on it, nearly a 79% win rate on the champion.
Wow.
Now, he does have good win rates on a lot of champions, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying.
Knight is so freaking good.
But I will say that, like, when we think of Knight as a player, Sylas is a
All right, let's see JoJo's skin.
I don't associate with Knight. Sylas, I definitely do.
Syndra, Ahri,
let's see JoJo's skin.
Kind of champions, I really do think about him playing, and you can see they wanted to get aggressive here. Knight moves down, and now they're going to try to look for a bit of a wraparound as Supa may be forced to actually start Arcane Shift, and is going to be forced to do that on, try to get some more damage down, and they force out the flash.
Wow, the
flash came through
too?
from Knight, and does get that down. So this is tough.
I knew
now
they were
going to
be aggressive,
He's going to be starting
but
E level 1 with no flash, and that means also, guess what, Alvaro? It's no longer your jungle. You have got to get out of there as well. Elyoya moving over to try to contest here, but as the minions spawn, Alvaro loses basically all of his health.
Oh my
so now
God.
this bot side is truly BLG's, and we'll see what they can try to do with that control. On the other side, BT.1 getting a ward over on Raptors. Alvaro just going to have to go back to base.
So
will arrive a little bit late, might miss a bit of experience, and this is a pretty scary situation here for Supa and the MCOI
I
bomb.
know I ain't just see JoJo with the faker
love
skin on,
aggression
bro.
from BLG. The way in which they just
I
stormed into the
know.
enemy jungle with absolutely zero hesitation, knowing that Koi wouldn't be in a position
No, I
to
didn't
contest
just see him with
and now
the
they've
faker
set up
skin
this
on,
bot
bro.
lane 2v2
I know
perfectly.
I know I did it.
With no way for Supa to last hit the minions, with On just denying him
I gotta get a
that
better look.
experience, Koi find themselves on the back foot right from the level 1.
And remember, Supa is not playing Cleanse. He is playing the barrier instead, and On has been fantastic so far in this tournament. Get a little bit of chunk down. He was stellar with his engages and plans.
He certainly was. He has been, excuse my pun, on point with those engages. And throughout play-ins, we saw him find so many really amazing plays. And already here in this game, he's off to an incredible start.
Oh, they're actually looking for the dive here already, and I think they might be able to get it. First blood in the 2v2, a straight-up dive onto the Nautilus.
Beautiful. Just beautiful play from
sorry.
the BLG bot lane.
Be a faker fanboy,
Like,
bro.
Alvaro didn't get a chance to move.
Be a faker
100 to
fanboy, bro.
0. They secure an advantage.
I can't defend him.
Oh, Knight going back in here, hits the Abscond Abduct, and the charm goes wide there from JoJo. Nice sidestep by Knight. Makes it so it's a bit more of an even trade, but that was really confident, to say the least. I mean, On goes for a cocoon flash under the enemy tower here at level 2.
Hello.
Makes it work. They know their limits.
That was extremely well played, and now
Have
On
you
is
found
not gonna
anything
slow
in
down.
your
This is what you need to do on the
your little
Elise.
search
Be
search?
active on the map. Has the cocoon.
Repels in, but he hit the cocoon, and JoJo forced to flash out
Oh
of
my
there.
gosh,
Even
poor
with the charm
JoJo,
coming
dude.
through, it's so hard to get that out before he can actually get that cocoon down. Really great play from On already, making such a difference.
And the timing on the swap is fantastic as well, because they're going to arrive on the top side of the map. The wave is bouncing back towards them. Bin can just TP back to bot lane, and he can go and
Period
catch
straight.
that wave. And again, you'll notice the wave state. This is why it's super
I haven't
awkward
had
for
a
Mirwin,
chance
because
to
now he's just going to get zoned away from this farm.
look for any
Elkanon can create a
places.
freeze, and this matchup that's supposed to be
But
favorable
if I
for
get
the
some
Aatrox is
time
just
or like
going to
some
be very
spare time, I'll
difficult.
definitely let you know if I find
it's
anything.
favorable against the Sion, not against 1v2 here against this bot lane. And Sion, notoriously one of, if not the
No, yeah, they're
best
being
at playing weak
super
side. So
aggro
he's
right
going to go
now.
down towards that bot lane and be incredibly difficult to punish here. Mirwin just trying to stay in experience range. And
Yeah, it's perfectly done by BLG. This early game has gone exactly the way that they wanted to. You have to swap back. You need to get the bot lane 2 versus 2 back into this matchup. The TP is available for Mirwin. I don't know if he'll commit it on the bot side of the map. Alvaro looking for a play in mid.
does have his flash available, no ignite up.
Oh, I guess the level 3. That's what he was fishing for.
Yeah, let me
He's
know.
going to be able to get that level 3 now. And the call was purchased by Elk as he got it off of that early first blood here. So he is going to be
Yeah,
scaling.
no, they
He's
are
gonna be
in
a
full
problem
control of this
on
game right
Caitlyn.
now.
If MCoy can't do anything
Full
to slow
control.
him down. Elyoya and Alvaro moving up towards this top side, though. We'll get eyes here onto Beishwan. They spot him, and Beishwan's going to be behind his bot lane, making sure that there's no angle for a dive.
Wave state still very good for Elkanon. Jungler now making their presence known.
Beishwan here is going to look. Remember, no flash available on Supa. Can they find the angle? Q flash, of course he hits it. The ignite is there as well. The cocoon, though, blocked by Alvaro.
Ooh.
Beautifully done by the Nautilus.
The
But
trap.
can he get away now? He's in trouble.
trap was
Flashes out
key.
to safety. Elyoya
Yo, how
arrived,
the
trying to
frick
take down
did he set
Beishwan.
up 3
Beishwan in a
traps,
lot of
though?
trouble, but Elk pushing back the MCoy jungler. Well handled, though, by Supa
With
and
that
Alvaro
trap,
to get
he
out
gets the
alive.
kill.
Patience from Alvaro and Supa. Supa has to invest the barrier very early, but Alvaro, he body blocks the cocoon to make sure that his AD carry can get away to safety. I thought that Elyoya actually had a kill angle there onto Beishwan, but he decides not to overextend and instead chooses to retreat.
What's up, Blue?
Good
How you
damage
doing?
comes through from JoJo in the mid lane matchup. No TP available on Knight. JoJo going to try and interrupt the back. No, going to allow it to come through. We'll be able to get a push off and a quick back to base. A lot of farm is going to be lost here by Knight. So at the very least for Koi, the mid lane matchup is going well. But meanwhile on the weak side,
What is
Bin,
going on with
he has a
CS
nice farm
top lane?
advantage. In the 2 versus 2, Alkanon have a huge
Well,
lead. Everything
top
going
lane
the way
was
of
having
BLG
to
here in this early
do
game.
a
This is
1v2
JoJo's second
versus
split here in the LEC. The
BLG
first
bot lane.
import to EU from NA.
But they finally
Definitely,
swapped,
really leveled
so
up in that second split. NA was
They
famous for its
should-
laning phase, and I think that started to
Well,
really
I
shine
think Ben will
through
press
in the
his
second
lead for
split and
sure,
in
but-
playoffs. And we can see here again, making the most of this range versus melee matchup. He'll collect the CS, and he'll be back again about 2 full waves overnight.
Decided to go for the early Oblivion Orb to try and help mitigate some of that healing that will come through on the
How
side.
have the
As more
past 2
damage
games
is
been?
being experienced
They've
by
been
the MCoy
good.
bottom lane.
BLG stomped the first one, and then
We go back to the draft.
MCoy stomped the second one.
Elise
So
is a champion that falls off much later into the game, and like it's true in the team fight she can lock down a
little
single
back and
target.
forth.
Locking down that target becomes very difficult. But On is doing everything that he's supposed to in this early game. Very active on the map. He's finding early kills for his team, and now they're threatening a dive. Remember, Elise fantastic for diving. Back when she was a jungler, that was her biggest strength in the tower dive meta, just because of her ability to reset that tower aggro.
And Beishwan came up there,
Yeah,
and he
for
hit
sure.
6 by soaking some of that experience. So now has that additional power of the level 6 ultimate unlocked here. And they have their own Ahri Vi with the stolen Ahri ult here on Knight. So definitely going to have to be careful there around the mid lane, and Elyoya knows it. He is hovering here, trying to soak some experience and see if he can get his own level 6. Is Knight going to go aggressive? Will get Charm. And nice sidestep there from JoJo, but the stolen ulti is going to be used. Elyoya, though, here to try to push Knight back, and Knight will have to retreat back to the tower. They don't get the ultimate off of JoJo, so still will have that critical playmaking tool.
Bit of an experience advantage for Knight, even though he finds himself so far behind in terms of farm. This matchup definitely not going the way that Mirwin wants. Of course, it's still relatively early on in the matchup. Sion is a beefy guy. It should get better as the game continues. But that is quite the CS discrepancy that's being built in the 1v1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the key things
Almost
is that Mirwin hasn't gotten back to
CS.
base again, because Bin got the push and then he ulted back
And
to
even
lane. So
with
you
that
can see the
little
buy
swap,
obviously much better there for
there's
Bin.
there's a
does
good
have
CS diff in the bot
1200
lane
plus
too.
combat stats, gold worth of combat stats after that D shield, where it's just the longsword on the other side. So
Ooh, nice charm.
expected that Mirwin would be getting bullied from that spot, but good job by Bin to get priority, to get push, and to be able to get that advantageous buy that is taking away a lot of the point of power here from MKOI, and BLG are immediately over to these grubs. It looks like MKOI are moving down, but I'm not sure if they're actually going to fully commit to a contest. First grub is already gone, and I think they're just going to have to give it up.
I like what Elyoya is doing, though. Look, he's shadowing the lane. I wonder if he's going to try for a lane gank if he can
Lot of
sneak in
Ls.
behind.
A lot
Still
of
the fog
L's
of
so
war.
far on the side of
Just want to get spotted
Koi.
out by any minions.
Yeah, it is always a bit risky here because Elyoya is in the area, but VH1 is here as well. On in a lot of trouble, repels in and just gets blown up. Teleport coming in as well from JoJo. They want to continue the chase. In goes Elyoya, getting Elk low. Elk should be able to back off and survive. A great play there, though, from MKOI.
Okay.
Their jungler was waiting.
They got
Bin,
the
though, on the
support.
bot side, looking here for more. Mirwin will have to base. And finally, we'll be
At
able to
least
get
the
another
start of
buy.
the game was
So they
fun.
move
It
the
looks like
Ahri
they
into
fighting
top
back
lane. I
now.
wonder if JoJo just wanted to be ready for the play, but having him on the top side of the map to catch this wave, get himself a play, I think is a completely fine play. Look at how much of an advantage he has built independently over Knight.
Huge.
The TP response is going to come through from Knight, going to be able to sidestep the charm there, but now they can get their AD carry into the mid lane. In that shorter lane, it's much safer for Super and Alvaro, but it also opens Alvaro up to start roaming. Now, of course, the truth is that the same is true for On, who's already out on the map, getting some deep vision down onto MKOI's bot side of the map. Mirwin needs to be careful here. He should be aware that he's on the weak side.
Yeah, On hit the vision plant. Even though it didn't go towards him, they likely noticed it. And we'll see if they can put that pressure on. Alvaro moving down here, wants to be in the area to cover, and Mirwin is being respectful, seeing the BLG bot lane duo down here. Nice little trap connects, though, onto Mirwin, and he will lose some of his health as a result. The plates being farmed away by this BLG duo. But the advantage, honestly, all things considered, not that big. It is just 300 gold for Elk over Supa. And when you consider how the level 1 went, losing your flash, starting E, your support gets dove at level 1, they're very close here.
Again, though, BLG, it's the same has been true in every single game now. First Dragon, first Grubs. MKOI not been in the best positions to really contest these objectives. It's not the end of the world. They'll still have ways to fight back later on into the game. But I quite like what BLG have done by sending Bin into this mid lane matchup. Again, Sion, very effective on the weak side, playing in the 2 versus 1, whereas Mirwin is getting bullied quite a lot. Still a ways away from his first item.
I wonder what the meta would have to
Alvaro
be
going
to
to flash
switch it
forward
like
here. Does connect the
Lissandra
hook onto
Pro
On, but
again.
no one's even near you. So
Or is
that was
it's too basic now.
I mean, just
I
serving
feel
some
like
dominance.
she adds a lot of
I guess
value.
he was aware that
She has
Elyoya
so
had
much
his ulti
CC.
available.
Knight looking here onto
He has
JoJo.
so
JoJo
much
has
CC
popped the
in
flash,
her kit.
interrupted the Iskana Duck
Yeah,
with his
I
charm. He
don't know
wants to
what
go
it
for
would have
more.
to be.
Tries to get some healing back. Knight backing it out. JoJo waiting for his cooldowns. But Bin is missing from mid lane, and he knows it. He has got to be careful. Realizing that Knight could have backup, JoJo decides not to go for more.
Great awareness from JoJo. He's been playing exceptionally well in the 1v1, but now he's exposed
is
to a
behind him.
dive.
The whole squad is here. Q flash, ulti to follow. He's going to get knocked up and knocked down. Knight even grabs it with the explosion off the Q. Nice play from BLG, rotating up and helping out Knight. And just like that, gold lane completely gone for JoJo.
It's that classic of, bro, why don't you play safe? You know, my man is sitting underneath his tower. He has his flash available. He even gets it off, but it's still not enough to get him away to safety. A good collapse comes through from BLG. They found a really nice window where Elyoya couldn't be in a position to respond. And now that lead that JoJo had built, it disappears.
Yeah, and that is so frustrating to be in that situation. You're slowly building this incremental advantage over 10 minutes of laning, and then one good play from BLG, and it is just gone. Bin definitely going to be a bit of a problem here. This guy is getting incredibly tanky, and BeishWan now level 9 on the Vi, has had the Sundered Sky here for a bit, but Knight is going to be able to finish that Rocket Belt. And BLG are starting to hit all of their one-item power spikes, looking like they are in a really good spot, as Bin is just going to be ulting back out to mid lane to cover, while BLG attack this bot lane tower, looking for first turret of the game here. Try to move that much closer to Feats.
Just really nice lane assignments from BLG overall. They're going to secure the first tower of the game. They can catch the mid wave. Bin TPs to top to catch that wave as well. Koi just have no response on the map. Yeah, this early game is just sheer domination. They're playing around this Caitlyn very well, and what felt like a small lead before is now quickly ballooning into a big one. 1.9k the gold lead, and Elk even had the audacity to watch that wave die in front of that tower, just to deny that extra bit of farm. That is a 1.2k individual gold lead for Elk over Super.
It's like a minute ago it was 300.
Yep.
It is crazy. They're playing the map very, very well. Credit to Bin, was mid lane, roams top, makes a dive happen, ults back mid, covers there from Supa, TP's top, covers the push from Mirwin. He is everywhere right now and really playing his role well.
I guess she's going IE
MKOI did the right thing. They wanted to try to go for plates elsewhere. They're saying, okay, you're gonna commit 3-4 bot. We're just gonna push the other 2 lanes and we're gonna farm plates there. But Bin single-handedly defended the push in multiple lanes.
And now look at Knight. He has a level up over JoJo.
Thank you, Rocky.
He also he's ahead in gold as well. What was a matchup that JoJo was simply dominating. With the Rocket Belt completed, and this is the downside of going for the early Oblivion Orb, it does delay that first item spike as well. That 800 gold investment does slow you down. So Knight in a great position. And with the Herald spawning in a minute's time, the Dragon in a minute and a half,
BLG
meta?
Yes.
They're in a much better position
It's
when
meta,
it comes
but
to
I am just
being ready for a
a
fight.
Yuntal hater.
They are going to be able to
hate the
push
item.
that advantage
I don't
even
hate
further.
the
You
item.
already know they're going to be
I
showing
think
up
the
the
item
Herald.
is
They do it
nice.
every
I
single
hate
time
the
it feels
build
like.
path
Elkin
for the
moving
item.
in, trying to get some more information.
I think the build
And then
path
double
for
the
that
gold there,
item
just about
is
double,
kind of
I
donkey.
should say. And the gold for BLG
I
as
don't
far
like
as the
building
plates
it.
are concerned. And they have really gotten that payoff that they wanted from the Caitlyn as well as the Elise. They've been aggressive. They've been attacking towers. The bot lane turret already gone. Mid lane tower now down to about half. And the Caitlyn uses these grubs so incredibly well.
Looking at the minimap right now, you see once again on pairing up with BeishWan. Going to clear out those raptors and start getting some vision control.
Nice.
JoJo, nice
Great farm
trades.
again, but Knight is just getting aggressive. Elyoya is in the area, but they're not sure where BeishWan is, and they don't want to force the issue. JoJo definitely took the bad end of that trade, so Knight
But that was a good
with the advantage that he
charm.
gets. Elkin on continuing
That was
to
a
play
good charm to
for Cryo
counter
here in mid, while
the
Bin is up there
engage
on top
from
side,
the
fighting with Mirror.
Silas.
Let's have the Sun and Sky completed. Should make the trades a little bit better for him. On. Will connect the cocoon, but obviously...
You love your little Zeri,
Repel
huh?
there to avoid the hook coming through from Alvaro. Both objectives are now spawned, so there is a potential
Yeah,
to
if we
try
had
to
BF
cross-map, look for trades here. If MKOI don't want to take the fight, Supa getting
If
a
you
nice
have
little
BF
chunk
first
down
back, then
onto
yeah.
on. As you can see, Bin already moving down over towards
Valid.
that Herald. BeishWan moving up in the area. If Mirwin is not careful, he could get jumped on, but Alvaro and Elyoya are aware of it and are moving in to clear out vision once again.
I think the scariest thing for Koi is the fact that Knight has way more control
look
over
at
the
the
side lane, and
TP.
it's such a good TP flank.
Oh, the cocoon flash comes through, and there's the Q flash as well from Alvaro. Alvaro is going to be going down in the hurry, tries to turn it around, but can't find much of anything. BLG pull the trigger, make the play happen. Elyoya's got to get out of there, is going to be trying to be knocked up by Bin, but will be able to
Why
go
did he
immune
start the Richard?
and jump over the wall, get back to safety, but just like that, commit some flashes, commit the TP, win the fight before it really even starts.
But we were just talking about how the scariest
So,
part about this
let's
was
recap.
that Knight has way more control on the side lane now.
BLG
Like,
got
he had
first
such
dragon.
a deep push on that bot side of the map, meant that he had
got
way
all
more
3 void
time
webs.
to make this play happen, and
BLG
he wasn't really
just got
necessary
Rift
to make the
Herald.
kill happen. But that fight could have ended so much
What
worse for Koi.
has
They're lucky
Koi
that it was only a single kill.
got?
BLG secure the feats of warfare once again. They're going to secure the mid lane tower. And now the TP
now.
response.
JoJo going to be trying to look. MKOI, can they find it? Great
Wow,
side step there
nice
from BeishWan, but he's going to
sidestep.
be locked up. He's going to be charmed up as well, as Elk is going to be eating that Nautilus
Okay,
ultimate. BeishWan
BeishWan
trying to turn around,
dead.
but he's going to get shut down there by Elyoya. Great play from MKOI. Battling back, getting a pick here. but it's
they
still
said don't
BLG
count us
pushing the
out,
map.
Miss
Look
Reagan.
at
They
Knight,
said
not
don't
going to
count us
respond to
out.
the play. He has no
We
TP,
cooking.
so he's just going to push out bot side.
Oh, they
And
got
the question
Gronk,
is, can
Slay.
BLG still
got
look to
JoJo,
contest
hey.
at these objectives?
That's all
MKOI
you need,
doesn't have the
low-key.
confidence to start up the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the HP is low, the ultis are unavailable. It's a risky play to make, and they need to catch that bot wave because Knight is a full level over JoJo, and he's continuing to grow that lead. Knight is hovering. I don't think he has any real kill threat, but I think he can be cheeky. Steal. Oh, the Gronk going to give away his position.
Is going to be spotted there. Steals away the Neferi ultimate, so he's going to have that ability to dive into the backline now.
I will say that because Koi staying on the map, they actually haven't reset after finding that pick in mid, means it's now basically impossible for them to contest this Dragon. They need to go back to base, spend some of the gold that they picked up, and it's going to be another advantage gain for BLG. Just sheer domination from BLG so far in this early game. 2 towers in their favor, every objective secured, the kills and the leads, and the small advantage that JoJo had disappeared off a single play that happened on the top side of the map, and now it's Knight who runs the side lane.
Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult. JoJo finally now has his first item. The Malignance is done there.
Oof.
He does level up to 12, but still Knight most of the way to 13. And is going to be working in towards that second item. Potentially that Riftmaker coming through here as Knight just constantly fishing in these side lanes, looking to see if anyone will overextend, if there's an angle for a pick, trying to put that pressure on. And sometimes the fact that he's just stepping out of vision like this is making it so hard for MKOI, because if you don't know where he is, you can't actually step up, you can't farm these waves. You always have to pay respect.
I don't
to the
understand
fact that Knight could be in the
though.
area.
Why is there an XP lead in bot lane when they have the same exact score?
Available to him.
Kate has more farm.
Okay.
And
he's gonna get the Fiendish Codex. Nice little pickup there.
like they both have
More
no
CDR
deaths.
available.
How is there an
But
XP
ultimately,
lead for
the game will slow
Ezreal?
down now. There's no real objective to play for. BLG will likely set their sights on the,
The
top tower. They'll
flowers.
use the Caitlyn mid lane, get that
Wow.
push, and then they can start rotating into the top side
Wow.
jungle. Alvaro's doing a good job of
Dude,
clearing
those
out what
flowers
Vision
really
is
add
trying to
up.
put down, but BLG, their objective is clear, and they're looking for a pick right now.
Yeah, they want Mirwin. Elyoya is in the area. We'll see if they can try to turn it around. On looking
flowers.
here for the Cocoon. He's going to be able to follow it up beautifully, layering to CC. BLG knocking down MKOI's top
Yeah, thank you
laner.
for the follow,
That's just a
lonely
misplay
kid.
from Mirwin that the objective feels
The
obvious on the
sad
map, but
thing
what
is,
BLG is
though-
looking to play for, that top tower is the only objective they really can play for. And so he, in his attempt to clear out the wave, he gets picked off. BLG find themselves
Excuse
another
me,
pick.
Lord have
To
mercy.
grow the leads.
The crazy thing is here
Boy, looking though,
that
trying to get some vision back on this top
BLG
side, but again, it's going to be
is
Ben
only up
unanswered
2 kills,
in the
but it
bot
feels
lane.
like they are
This has
like
been the story. BLG just playing the map in
absolutely
this game,
dominating.
constantly
Like,
pushing
look at
out,
the
forcing the
towers.
response here from MKOI. And
They have
building these
mid tower, they
incremental
have bot
advantages
tower.
slowly but surely here.
They're working on the
throughout these
second bot
last
tower.
20 minutes of the game.
They're working
Have
on
the
getting
first two
top
dragons,
tower.
and it's going to be Infernal Soul that is up and available, and they have quite a high
Koi
versus
isn't
high
even
damage
close.
composition already. That would make it very difficult for MKOI. And Supa trying to look for some poke, but it was warded out.
like, if I keep it a
fishing
beam
the
with
Sonic
y'all,
Duck, taking a pretty nice trade here
I don't
onto
think they
JoJo.
outscale.
Who's going to really get pushed back. Knight is looking for the solo kill, and he just straight up finds it. Dives under the tower, knocks down JoJo. He is not afraid
I'm
whatsoever.
so tired right now. I want to
The
see Riot.
laning
No,
phase is
literally, I
over.
was just thinking like, bro, what if I go to sleep
Knight
after
in the
this
side
game?
lane looks
And I was like, no,
monstrous.
T1
Elyoya
play
getting
next, bro.
bullied out
Like,
of the jungle.
I gotta really lock
The
in for the
tower
next
is
one.
locked down as well.
I think it's all
now
that freaking cake I ate.
MKOI have a serious problem on their hands.
I think I ate way
Knight
too
is
much cake.
so strong with El
You got me
right
in that
by
like
his side.
sugar
Some
coma.
serious gold advantages. The Riftmaker going to be secured. And I mean, JoJo just can't trade back at this point. In the extended fight, he steals away the Ahri ultimate. He chases him down. He connects the stun underneath the tower. And the tower just can't do enough damage. That reaction is appropriate.
Oh, yeah. It's like, you could do that?
Oh, wow.
Yep, see, there you go. I mean, JoJo just realizing that's the position he is now in. Knight just went so aggressive, and JoJo didn't want to just use the ult really early to try to retreat. And by the time he popped it, Knight was just in on top of him with the stolen ultimate, kept that pressure going. JoJo in the area, but down 2 levels now. Elyoya is here, as is Supa. They may try to overload a side lane, see if they can find a play. They're going to spot out the Otacon. On and VOD in the area here, but again, Bin not being
This
answered
is
right now
why
in
you
the
should
bot lane.
share the cake with
BLG
us
just
so you wouldn't
continue
have
the
so
full
much
court
to
press,
eat. I
constantly
gave
pushing
y'all
up
some
all
bites.
these lanes, forcing MKOI to respond to them.
Koi just can't get near the towers right now.
Nice
gonna go
repel, but
wide.
can they pile in? Not going to be able to find it.
That was a quick repel from On. He doesn't linger around too long in the air.
I gave
So
y'all
he
some
can still get
vibe.
away to safety. Mirwin feeling a little bit more confident in the matchup now. Trading nicely, forcing Bin back. But while we've been, you know, keeping our eyes on Knight, we did mention it earlier, Elk, still a thing. Level 13 on the Caitlyn. A lot of range available to him. But I'm just like, I'm trying to think of how Koi really win from this position, because Jojo, it just feels like this Ahri is so weak compared to Knight. Level 15 on the Silas. He's the highest level in
Nap
the game.
time alarm set for the first T1 game.
Like
Agreed.
He feels unkillable,
Low-key,
to
I'd
be honest.
be
I just
down,
feel like
bro.
that Koi just don't have enough damage to deal with the
I'm gonna go
Silas.
in the just
he has so much
sleeping.
HP. He also has the
I'm
healing
just
that will
sleeping
come through from his
category.
W.
On positioning
Take
very
a little nap.
aggressively here.
Wake me up when the T1
Just
game
fighting
starts.
back and forth, and yeah, it is going to be really tough to knock down Knight. Another dragon has spawned though. BLG going to be moving to Soul Point as MKoi
Yeah,
want
the sugar
nothing to
crash
do with
is
it. They're going to
definitely
see if they can just continue to
taking
farm,
place.
find some advantages elsewhere. JoJo just stays up towards that top side, but you can see already BLG pinging on towards Otacon. So they're going to try to take this dragon and then go up, and they just will never give MKoi time. It has been a theme in this series, both in Game 1 and now in Game 3. As soon as BLG get any sort of an edge, they're going to show to every single objective, force you to fight, or just get further and further behind.
Koi are quickly running out of options, it feels like. Super has done a good job of bouncing back into the game, but obviously the difference in gold is largely just due to all the towers and plates that were secured by Elk earlier into the game. Otacon, while an objective that is available, we've seen BLG use it as a means to force fights. Right now, though, they don't seem super enthusiastic about forcing anything in the immediate future. They're starting to shepherd,
He's going to look for the fight. He's just charging on in, but everyone is there from MKoi, and he's getting incredibly low already. The shield comes back up. He will be able to walk it out as Knight arrives in the teleport. Mirwin is behind, but he has been spotted. Mirwin looking, can't find him with the chains, on in trouble. Death Charge going to be coming out and will connect. MKoi does have the support of BLG incredibly low, and Bin took quite a bit of damage there too, but Bin can base and teleport back. BLG staying in the area as MKoi now have their eyes on the Otacon. They are thinking twice though. They're not sure, do they want to commit to it? And now BLG saying, well, guess what? You have to commit to it now. We are not going to allow it to reset. On over the wall. If he's spotted, he is incredibly low. Base1 taking some damage. Nice charm on the side, does connect in onto Bin, but it's Knight again going aggressive. It's Knight looking for more. It's Knight on a rampage, knocks down Alvaro, and it's BLG fully controlling the area, pushing MKoi out, securing the Otacon.
Great patience from BLG.
Koi
He's
has
fishing for more. He's going to use the last tick of the Ahri ulti to try and close the gap.
Any
Elgioia is
type
going to
of
be forced
edge
out of his jungle once more.
to take any
But
fight.
he's lying in wait. Is there really a play here? I don't think so. BLG choosing to disengage Knight.
Like, they're
He's
kind of just rolling over.
Doing what he can to be obnoxious. Going to stick around for an extra wave as well. He'll tick over to level 16. We look back at this play, and this is the second half of the fight. Look at the HP of JoJo. Look at the HP
Hello,
of Alvaro.
Kayla.
The
How
positioning
you
just
doing?
isn't ideal. There's not really a good way to start the fight. The flash over from On, it creates this pressure on one side, meaning that those three Koi members then can't support Alvaro, making it super easy for Knight to just pick up that kill onto the Nautilus and force the rest of Koi to retreat. BLG with nothing but domination here. Here in Game 3, they're at Soul Point. The Baron is alive. Otacon secured. Hook.
Oh, big hook there from Alvaro. Do they have the follow? If they do, the charm is there, as is the shutdown. Will MKoi just go to the Baron, try to flip it right here, right now? They're quite behind.
Okay.
I think that's going to be the call.
How does Alvaro keep finding these engages? A beautiful hook connects onto a really important member of BLG, but Knight is still alive. The hook.
Not going to be able to connect. Knight does have to flash out there. He is level 16. Remember, BLG pulled off a 3v5 last game. Can they do it in the 4v5?
Base1 at
moving
bay.
in, trying to create space. Mirwin on the side threatening. He's onto Base1. Base1 getting chunked down as Knight steals the Nautilus ultimate.
Okay,
Bin now
Merwin.
taking a lot of damage here. He's going to have to try to ult out to safety. The DPS pretty low here from BLG as MKoi do keep the Baron leash. Alvaro down
Good
fairly
protection,
low.
Merwin. Good
being
protection.
a real thorn in the side here of BLG, and they're just going to make the call to give it up.
They're giving it.
MKoi navigate the situation
Okay.
beautifully off of the pick from Alvaro.
They're finally fighting back.
Alvaro is saving the
They're
game
finally
for
fighting
MKoi.
back because
We've
it
praised
was
this
looking a
player a
little
lot
grim.
in this series. It feels like that it's been a battle of the supports for so much, and a much-needed pick happens. The ward gets cleared out. Elk, he feels safe here, and why shouldn't he? The Hex Flash comes over. The timing is perfect. The Q comes out, ruining himself. Means that Alvaro is able to connect the Q. The follow-up charm from JoJo. And now, MKOI have found a lifeline.
They get a turret.
They're not in the driver's seat, but at the very least, it's closed that gap. It's
They're
brought them a little bit more
mirror.
tight. Yes, they are. They're catching up.
Exactly. They are accelerating, and we'll see if they can keep that pace going. Knight definitely still going to be a big problem, but that pick on Elk meant that BLG really did not have a lot of consistent damage going into that fight.
Yeah, Merwin was doing a really good job
navigate
keeping
without the
away.
Caitlyn. In here, of
They
course,
didn't
still
even
is
have a
that brick
chance to
wall, and
steal.
you still have the looming threat in 40 seconds of this Soul. The question is, can MKOI with the Baron buff stop them from getting it?
Merwin has been very quiet in this game, but in that last fight, he was just keeping On and Beishuan completely out of the Baron pit. And I think that his damage can't afford to be underestimated. A level 16 on
Go looking, does connect on the charm. Supa shifts forward. Rocket Belt used to dodge the hook from Alvaro.
Yeah, I feel like that this Aatrox is going to become a problem. He's TPing in. The ult from Ezreal is good. The poke damage is good.
And Mirwin going to get spotted here by Beishuan. Beishuan liking his odds in
Wait,
this fight.
Molly,
Does
didn't you
get a
say
nice
you
little bit
did
of
some
chunk, but on now. He's at the point of
for
the game where it is
Valorant
very
or
difficult
co-streaming?
as the Elites to really find those team fights. But look at that Q flash over the wall. He finds Supa, and Supa's going to get knocked down by Knight, and now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishuan. They team up and knock down the AD carry of MKOI. That just might be what they needed here. They're going to get Soul off the back of it as well. As Knight goes hunting, can't find more, but what a beautiful engage from BLG.
Knight just takes the hope from Koi and crushes it. A fantastic engage comes through from the Silas. And the Soul is secured. And the MasterCard price this moment, we're going to get to see the engage that comes through from Knight in the mid lane. He's going to steal away JoJo's ulti. And he's going to find the right target. Supa is the place to go. Oh, Beishuan sets it up. Knight with the quick follow-up. The hook comes through to try and keep him alive, but there's little that they can do to protect their AD carry.
Just when MKOI thought they had a way into the game,
yeah,
they get
like
a pick,
it was honestly
they get
false
the Baron.
hope,
You can
dude.
see the frustration there.
It was honestly
on the face
false
of the
hope
coaching staff.
because it really did look like they had like a way to get back in.
Indeed.
They're chilling.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Beishuan. I didn't see that in the initial play, but you're right.
Beautiful Q flash.
Really, really nice engage. And you can just see, like, there was no response from Koi. They were just shut out immediately.
Yep, and you can see the damage that this mid-jungle duo
They
put
don't
out
look
here from BLG. They now have
they
the
kinda
Soul.
do.
The
I was
Infernal
gonna
Soul
say, they
make
don't look
things
absolutely
that much
helpless,
more
but-
difficult for MKOI. Nice Rocket Belt forward does knock off the verdant barrier there from JoJo. They are looking at Elyoya, trying to put some pressure on him. Knight now level 17. Massively up in experience over most of the members there of MKOI, though Mirwin is quite strong, is level 17 himself. But BLG just so confident in their positioning in this game now, they're just going to invade, stay in the face of MKOI. This is what they love to do, constantly force you into these difficult spots, and Ben is becoming harder and harder to deal with. You can see the Soul Furnace HP over 1,300 now, passive health that he has gained from that.
BLG have a very solid front of ACK. They're setting their sights on this tier 2. And with the Caitlyn, they should be able to make quick work of the objective. They keep Ben in the mid lane, that they have done throughout this game, moving him off onto a side lane, not even using him as a front line, but just as an extra point of pressure on the map. The TP is going to go and catch the mid wave from JoJo, but significant damage is already done to the structure.
Yeah, I mean, JoJo was down in that bot lane trying to see if he could trade for a tier 1 tower.
Who's going to do the damage this time? Because Ezreal ain't really doing
no, but
really need the ADC to do that.
Didn't have time to actually be able to knock down. He had to defend his tier 2. Finally, it does fall to the minions, so they are going to be able to at least
I feel like
one
there's
tower.
not really an
We'll see if they can do
ADC
something
in this
else.
game.
Good poke, though, on to on, and Supa going to take that ultimate from Caitlyn right to the face. Down about half HP, has no life steal in the build just yet. And it is making it really difficult as Elk, at every opportunity, is just throwing out that ace in the hole straight at Supa.
Makes him feel very uncomfortable to stick around for any fight.
Still in a healthy spot. The bad news is that every single fight seems to be going the way of BLG. With the Soul secured as well, it's just so much additional damage. The Elder could be a potential win condition for Koi. And
Back
the Magi's,
again.
of course.
Magi's the clock.
I mean, of course, it's Knight. The man loves to read, and He fills those pages with quite a few stories. The Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Forced a flash from Alvaro, and he kind of has to. The trap was laid. The damage was about to be dealt. And the pressure just continues. Top wave pushed in, mid wave pushed in. More vision in the enemy jungle. Denial, denial, denial. That is the game plan for BLG. Give them nothing, but take from them everything. And you can see our observers highlighting it for us now, how little Koi see on the map.
Oh, but they may have an angle here. Flash forward, does connect in onto On in trouble, charmed up, knocked down. Now they need more. They're trying to hunt for Elk, but he is retreating
that they
back to
had
tower.
there. They saw it and they all went,
Depth chart thrown out there onto Knight as you see Beige One in the back line. He's trying to take out Suba. Suba's got a kite for his life. He's got to run. Beige One's in trouble now. Jojo lands the charm. It's a shutdown over onto the BLG jungler.
Right
but the
now
BLG
it's a 2 for 1.
and Elk are still alive, and they're going aggressive. Abscon, abduct. The charm turning around, trying to take down Knight. Knight goes golden. He's incredibly low. Suba with the perfect timing.
Wait,
gets a kill back.
There's only 2 to 2.
Bloody fight in the mid lane there. 3 for 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But Bin and Elk stand strong.
I low-key thought it was bait for a little bit.
This whole play starts with Alvaro finding another massive hook. But the end is going to be Elk breaking into the base, securing their first inhibitor of the game, and Super can do nothing about it. The immovable wall that is Bin will act as a shield. No one is going to be up. There's no crazy TP plays. He's still going to get hit by the ace in the hole. The Baron is alive.
I'd be tilted if that man kept ulting me.
They're going to overstay for the bot tower as well. I think this is a little bit greedy. They need to get back to base, need to get the resets off if they want to be in a position to contest the Baron.
Still feeling confident about their ability to do so. Bin pushes in the wave there. Gotta say, Alvaro has been heroic for MKoi.
Certainly has been.
By far the standout player for the team in this series, I think. And Jojo obviously have an incredible Azir game, but Alvaro, even in the losses, has really been the one to give hope, to try to find these angles. But BLG have been stalwart. Even when someone is getting picked off, they're looking for the re-engages. They're confident in their ability to find angles to make the fights work. Knight and Bin have just been that brick wall, it feels like. And now BLG are going to be starting up the Baron. It's immediately spotted there. And Supa trying to help push Bin back. Mirwin with him. Zemkoi trying to get some control here. Knight, though, level 18, has the stolen Ariel.
Yeah, they just get
and this
it.
Baron is just gone. MKoi cannot find a way in. It's an easy Baron there, and now Bin looking for the engage. Alvaro in a lot of trouble, has no flash. He's caught out, and On flashes in, hits the cocoon onto Supa. Can they find the follow-up? Knight looking to dive into the back line. He's in onto Supa. Supa's in a world of trouble. Gets out to safety, though. Great kiting out from MKoi.
So dead.
Supa, though, gonna be hit by the ultimate from Caitlyn. Elk talks him down.
There's nothing he can do. That's game.
Gets one back. Mirwin, though, trying to run away here.
Ball game.
He is in a difficult position because Elk is still up and alive. MKoi fighting back as best as they possibly can.
Oh, they're gonna get Elder and then ball game.
And it's BLG with the extra member.
Bang.
It's BLG who are heading straight down there. And it's MKoi making the choice to just give up that Elder. They're gonna TP Jojo to top lane and just go for the bounties.
The fights just continue to go the way of BLG. Bin is the one to initiate things, and he does it once again.
Bin going 0-0 on Sion in comparison to his 2-6 win.
BLG wastes no time in trying to force a fight against Koi. They've done a good job of making these fights so difficult for Super to play. Jojo, it feels like that he just tickles the members of BLG. He can land some good charms, but the damage just isn't coming through. Meanwhile, Knight on the front line is just eviscerating anyone that stands in his way. He stepped a little too far, and Mirwin was able to get a nice shutdown. But now, with the Elder, BLG are looking to close out Game 3.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. BLG have all the pieces to the puzzle, and they're going to look for Alvaro here. Great buffered hook to the wall. Does keep him alive for now. Knight lost all the stacks in that Magi, so did have to sell it, but picks up the Shadow Flame. Good bit of poke there onto Elk, who does not have any lifesteal really in the build. So is going to still stick for quite a while. But you can see Supa, ace in the hole hits him, and he is right back to base pretty much. Has to try to sit back, heal back up with this Vamp Scepter. It's going to be up to the wave clear here, but it's not great from MKoi. And BLG, you already know they're going to be posturing aggressively here, trying to get in the face of MKOI.
There's one
MKOI
last
just trying to
fight,
buy some
y'all.
time as JoJo almost just gets one shot
This
there.
is it.
Down incredibly low, almost
We
got
gonna get a
executed by the
big
Elder here
5v5.
as BLG now eyes on the Nexus towers here. First one
They
getting
need to pull
incredibly
it
low.
before
JoJo
both
back
towers
out for
die,
base.
though.
Mirwin fighting on the side against On. Bin creating space here for Elk. All BLG need to do is keep Elk alive and keep that man firing, and he is going to get the rest of the job done. The first Nexus
wish I
tower
could see,
has
like,
already
his
fallen.
items, his
BLG
CS, everything
pushing
right
in.
now.
Great Zonia's there from On. Is going to be able to immune it. And look at that! Elk just one-shots JoJo, and that should do it. Mirwin going forward, trying to make something happen, but he's going to fall as well. It's BLG crushing the hopes here of MKOI. They look for the heroics in the base, but Elk will not allow it. This man 7-1-4 on the Caitlyn. It's the bot duo from BLG yelling bot diff.
A headshot to round things out.
Yo.
As Elk snipes JoJo and
Nah,
brings BLG to
I'd
match
be
point.
tilted.
We're seeing that when BLG get a foothold in the
I'd be
game,
tilted,
it
man.
feels like that they just don't let go. And while
Yeah,
there
no,
was
that
some
was the
hero
thing.
moments from Alvaro, it just was not enough
That
to
was
slow
the
down the onslaught from BLG.
Absolutely,
I'll put
BLG
y'all down
staying
here with me.
incredibly confident there. And remember, Twitch
That was
subscriptions are back for
insane,
MSI.
bro.
Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free,
Deserve for
custom chat
locking in
emotes, badges,
Ezreal?
and
I won't
more.
argue.
Riot allocates a portion
I
of the
won't argue with
proceeds
you
to the global
on that.
revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LOL esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This way in-game emote. And BLG bring MKOI to match point. Will we see the LEC come back? What do you think, Desk?
Well, my prediction is 3-2 MKOI, so I definitely believe they're gonna come back. Delusion feeds me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We'll see. But for Billy Gaming, this is really the bounce back
That
that they
was
wanted. They hadn't dropped a single
crazy
game this tournament so far.
ending
So
to that
they were left
game. The
examining
fact that
themselves
Elf
and they
was
had
doing that
absolute
much
slam dunk.
damage.
And they came back. Shocks. It
Wow.
started straight from level 1.
Yeah.
It started in draft.
A little bit.
It started in draft where they drafted Caitlyn plus On's Elise. On is a very good Elise, and he showed it in this game. But they start out with the invade. They bring Knight Silas with them, and
It's
this
one
is
thing
actually
to
even
get
after
stomped
they
sub 30
already got
minutes, but when
Ezreal's
it's a
flash, where
drawn
we're
out
starting
stomp,
this replay. But they got the Ezreal,
they had so
and
much
then they pushed
composure
out Alvaro as well.
throughout
And
that
because
entire
this
game,
damage
though,
is a
like,
little bit later into the
it
game,
didn't
then
look
he's
like
gonna have to go for the
Koi
recall, go all
was
the way back to the
frantic
fountain, and then walk
and
through.
scrambling.
So they have a really
They were
easy
still
push.
playing
And
together.
On,
They
just
still made
beautiful.
some plays,
Cocoon flash under
but
the tower here is able to pull
it's
off the
just
tower
that
dive,
BLG
and then they
was
rotate
so aggressive
over.
throughout
This
the
also
entire
ended
game.
up making it
Yeah,
really
they were
difficult for
definitely
the
getting
other side of the
little
map
wins here and there,
Mirror,
for
when you can
sure.
see, oh no, this wave is pushing away from me. They
Oh
can
my gosh,
freeze it
yes,
here,
Derek.
and so
Hopefully
they
we get to
start
do that
get
again
these advantages and
this
really
year.
build on them.
Yeah, even in between this, the fact that Elise was making the trek from bot lane through mid lane, got the flash on Ari, goes towards this top lane play, they're just constantly in your face, and it felt like this game was already kind of grim at that point.
Are you wearing a T1 jersey?
It
You
was
already
a great start,
freaking
and you
know
had
the
the advantages on the
vibes,
correct
Derek.
people at all times. You mentioned on
You
there,
already
and I
freaking know
just
the
gotta say,
vibes.
it is so fun to watch these two supports on the Rift right
Yes, it
now. And I
is.
know Alvaro will be a little bit frustrated that he couldn't make more happen, but he made the difference also.
Exactly. He had some really good hooks. You know,
Yeah.
I started to believe in some comeback possibilities
I did as
with some of
well.
those picks.
I did as well. I just wanted to call out how it's been a joy to watch, but unfortunately not a joy to play for MKOI. And I feel like what we've seen now in Game 1 and Game 3, Raz, if you give Knight a little bit of an advantage, he
Yes.
is going to take that all the way to the bank.
100%, because even in the early laning phase, it was some difficulties, but he was able to work alongside the Vi ulti. I actually was very surprised that that was a kill, but then he ends up also getting a solo kill later on too. I just felt like Knight and the combination of Beitron worked super well. That was a question in our mind coming into this event. They answered this one pretty quickly.
Yeah, that one play where MKOI are pushing up with their Baron and Basewan's able to get the flash play to start it out.
Yeah.
Oh man, that one was beautiful.
And this replay here, Jojo Pion uses his charm really early on a minion, and so Silas is just like, all right, like rubbing his hands, I can continue forward in this fight.
And then from draft, they were looking at it and they're like, okay, you have the early pick Vi. Oh no, now we're in a situation where some of Knight's main champions, both Ari and Silas, pair with it, and they're like, okay, I guess we'll take the Ari away so you can't pair your Ari with the Vi.
Look at the
then
100%.
The Silas pick into it is always so good because you scale so nicely and you
Their
get really
objective
tanky as well. We
control
saw
was
him
insane.
take over.
Yeah, and
Thank
I mean,
you, Derek.
this game
Have
he
a
did
great
so
rest of your
much
day.
with the Ahri ulti that he was stealing, but this was a play. We just talked about Alvaro and the playmaking that he had.
It breaks my heart after this, though.
Hex flashes over the wall, find a pick on Elk. Then they play the Baron situation out
I
so
really
well.
hope T1
MKOI
plays some
was
fun
bringing
comps.
this game
They were back, baby.
They were.
And then they weren't.
Even looking at Mirwin just like pushing away Beitron, he
Yeah,
really didn't
no,
have
they
an
were
entryway
choking him
into
out
the fight.
since,
And so
like,
at
minute
some point,
one.
he was charging the
Like, the
Valkyrie
first 5
saying, maybe this is an
minutes, it
opportunity.
was
No, we're backing away.
perfect
We're giving them this
This is so great.
execution
This is
by
fantastic.
BLG.
Moments later.
1 minute
That age
later.
well, no. They want too much, I think.
Yeah, this was a sad one because Mirren gets pushed away. So like, then Beitron gets control of the Raptor Pit area. They use that as a front to take this fight onto, that's right, Supa. He Q flashes through, gets Supa, then you get to see the Silas ulted stealing Knight just rain terror in this fight. So even though I was like, in my mind, I was like, MKOI, you have a great situation, you have Baron push, just go for Dragon. No, they push him off and then BLG takes the soul.
And they're on match point first, and I think we need to talk a little bit about this BLG roster, right? Because BLG as an organization, runners up twice at the international tournaments. That MSI fell to Genji, and of course famously in the World Finals to T1. But this is a team you always expect to be at the top of League of Legends when they are there. And the fact that you said that Beishwan is really gelling with this core team very well is good news for BLG.
Exactly. BLG were late bloomers in this split. They were making the change, coming in from Wei into Beishwan. The playoffs, they really kicked it into full gear. They got into the finals. Sure, they lost, but they're learning and they're learning quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Beishwan coming in from Thunder Talk. He has big shoes to fill there. And honestly, BLG here, we do have a lot of faith in them. So you're gonna have to start praying for yourself.
Speak for yourself. I want a Silver Scrapes at the very, very least. I just think we've been talking a lot about these things in these fights. You need presence of mind constantly, and I do feel that in a couple of those skirmishes
after the loss, the
where
LPL
MKOI had
and
the upper hand,
LCK
you
teams
see,
go
oh,
into
you get a
another
great
gear
teleport, but your
and
angle is
just
off for the
overpower
fight.
the
By then, your
series.
ADC is already dead because
What do you mean by
you've been
after the
cocooned
loss?
and Sion is running interference. I just think these fights
Like
are
after
very
their
difficult
one
to
loss
play.
game?
That's where we had
even
hope,
when
by the
you're
way.
ahead.
Right at this point was where we had hope. The whole Baron situation.
Yeah.
We saw BLG lose
even
so much
more
gold, and then they
aggressive
got it right back.
So MKOI chooses to go to the blue side for this next one, where they are up against match point. What are some of the choices we want to see them make, seeing that there are so many threats on BLG?
I think some early proactive stuff, especially for Elyoya. I mean, their best game that we did see from MKOI, they were very active in making picks on side lanes and stuff like that. Very active in creating their own advantages.
Yeah, a lot of the great engaged picks that can work really well for Alvaro is off the table. I'm thinking toward, like, maybe the Braum can come into play.
Nico?
Nico's good. Where's the Nico pick? That would be a really good option. You know what? Get in there. Get into the booth. Get her in there.
No, but we got to believe in them, that they can rally in terms of our LEC champions. They've been in this before. They played 5 games in the playoffs as well. They can do it, but doing it on this stage versus a BLG that looks poised to take that match, that is the difficulty.
That's the question.
We'll see how it plays out after the break. If MKOI can bring us 2 Silver Scrapes, or if BLG finish the job.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around.
Let's see, bro. Jungle picks this MSI have been boring. The most exciting pick has been Viego, I think. I think that's been the top one. Dang, bro. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the T1 game, bro. I'm tired AF.
An update is required.
I might have to go now. I feel like I'm watching this and we on China hours, dude. Like, I feel like it's like 3 a.m. right now. It's not even 3 p.m., bro. What is going on?
System updated.
We will dance together.
Yes, Hamster. That's exactly how I want the stream to feel. It's 2:43 p.m. Yeah, there's a FlyQuest game tomorrow. I've been doing nothing but snacking and eating cake.
Hunter in the dark.
I have a monster, but like, do I want to do that to myself?
Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Oh my gosh, it's 1 a.m. How are you awake? Whoa. Impressive song. I might have to get my little monster. I'm gonna go get it. Hear me out. What if we slept? What if we... Oh, Andre 420. Thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Oh. Drive back, I guess.
Talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
The game where it is very difficult as the elites to really find those team fights. And look at that Q flash over the wall. He finds Supa, and Supa's gonna get knocked down by Knight, and now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishuan, they team up and knock down the AD carry of MKOI. Welcome back to MSI 2025. Maybe Los Ratones is what the LEC needs. We'll see.
Dude,
MKOI looking pretty strong so far. It's been back and forth, but I gotta say,
get my little energy drink.
When they get ahead, this team pushes the advantages so
Tell me why
well.
I go to get my energy drink and I hear
any sort of edge they get, they are all over you. They're in your jungle. They're forcing every objective. They are punishing every mistake that you make.
I said to my roommate, "Are you watching?"
I feel like
the K-pop
MKOI is
Demon
struggling
Hunters
to keep up
and
when they
she's
get
like,
a little bit behind.
Yeah.
I mean, even with
I'm
the
like, oh my
inconsistencies
gosh,
that we saw from
Ete
BLG in spring,
Brute.
the one thing that you can't refute
Ete Brute.
is that when they have a lead, they know what to do with it.
Everybody
And
watching it,
the
man.
individual
You can't
talent that exists
escape
on this
it.
roster is exceptionally high.
You
It
can't
always has
escape
been.
it, man.
And again, while there have been question marks around their consistency, the reality is that when you give these players the ability to make plays, they will goddamn make some plays. And that is what they continue to do. And I think Knight was the perfect example of that in that game. On is just He's amazing. He's
She's
such
still
an
got
impressive
30
support.
minutes left,
He
so I'll
continues to
get
find
her
these
full
incredible
thoughts
plays, and I love that Alvaro is
later.
going toe-to-toe with him. He was a player that like rose the ranks in his very first split. He's been recognized as one of the best supports in Europe, and right now having a battle like this against BLG, like you said it in the last game, he was
Maybe
the one
instead of
providing
the
those
energy
hero
drink, I
moments
should
for
get
Koi
some
and
matcha.
giving the fans hope for MKoi.
And to me,
I
one of the
feel
big
like this is
differences
like pure poison,
coming into
bro.
this, was Beishuan, I think, at times did kind of struggle in the LPL and had some really bad games where he was going to put in difficult positions.
Holy moly, so much sugar.
I have been so impressed with how he has actually played here at MSI. I do think he has been
I think I might
very
just go
on
make
point.
matcha, dude.
You're thinking back to that last game.
I don't think I want to
He's
drink
finding
that.
the Q flashes he needs to. He is creating space for his carries. He is putting pressure on the MKoi carries. Even that engage from the Raptor pit, after Alvaro finds this great pick, they get the Baron, it's immediate, the engage. Q flash finds it, Knight follows up, they kill Supa, and just like that, any momentum that MKoi had was gone. And I think that Beishuan definitely deserves credit for how well he is playing against perhaps the best, if not one of the best junglers in Europe.
Give me a fun,
In game 4. Fearless, the drafts really do get tested.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go make matcha because I'm really about to fall asleep. I'm gonna go make some matcha real quick. I'll be right back. Hopefully I'll come back to a fun draft.
Like a Renata bot lane. I wonder if BLG will look to try and take it away.
Are you a fan of the Kalista? Because so far Kalista winless at the tournament and has been getting punished pretty heavily by these range bot lanes. Like again, if you just go Nico plus any sort of range bot lane or like even like an Ashe or something along those lines, I do feel like Kalista really struggles in that 2v2 and it can be very tough to get value. How confident are you in the pick?
Well, I'm not at all. I think the two champs that Europe really shouldn't be playing is Twisted Fate and Kalista. But hey, Supa has to have confidence in himself, and his coach believes in him to bring out the Kalista. The Sejuani response into the Skarner isn't really much of a surprise, and there's the Renata to pair alongside it. So, like, if this does go to a Game 5, we're getting very deep into the pools for sure, but I think BLG have gone for a very safe approach. Reminder that Knight is a very good Nico player as well. There's always the possibility of them flexing it into the mid lane. Our assumption is that it is going into the bot lane alongside this Ashe, which is just a very strong bot lane 2 versus 2, but that flexibility is something that BLG still have in their back pocket.
Absolutely. I mean, Ashe is the one that I called out because I think this matchup is so impossible for both Renata and Kalista. Both of these champions struggle into poke, right? They're really good at dealing with hard engage. You have the Kalista ultimate to be able to, have your Renata block and engage, and you pull him in, and he knocks someone up, and he throws over the hostile takeover. But Ashe doesn't really care. You're just going to be getting hit by volley after volley. You're outranged. You're going to be slowed down by the Ashe, which sets up for Tangle Barbs very easily for Nico, as well as all of the little poke and harass that Nico can throw out. So I think it's going to be an incredibly difficult position here for Supa and Alvaro. Plus, it means that Alvaro is not on a hard engaged champ. He has, in their losing games, been the one to bring that spark of hope, the one to be able to actually find these engages. So we'll see how they're going to be able to navigate this, as I really like what BLG has put out in these first 3 picks.
Okay, so they're going to take the Yorick away from Bin, one of his most played from Spring. And honestly, one of the most impressive Yoricks in the world. So Koi definitely showing that respect towards that top laner. We'll also see, it feels like BLG's really trying to pinch that pool even more. They're really testing Jojo because while some pressure has been put onto Knight's pool, like the same can be said for Jojo. Again, when we think about him as a player, Ahri, Taliyah, Yone, Azir are usually the champions that we've seen him have a lot of success on. In the finals and against KC, he brought out the Kassadin out of nowhere.
Yep.
Whether
Cassio
that's a
in playoffs and stuff too.
Yeah, the Cassio as well. So it's not that he doesn't have these picks, but we'll see what he's got prepared for us.
I think is going to be the answer. With the Cassio ban to me, I think that Jojo wants Rise. I was going to say Renekton up and available, obviously extreme comfort here for Bin. So if he's going to be blind picking, that would not surprise me whatsoever. I do think we are likely to get a Rise here from Jojo, and then the question is, is that Cassio ban, is the fact that some of these other picks are already out going to be enough to protect it?
I like the Cassante takeaway, just because I think that with the Renekton lock-in, that's exactly where Mewin would have gone. It was something he brought out in the finals, and he had a monster play performance on it against Broken Blade. So that denial is pretty good. I'm curious as to what Mewin has prepared into it, if he's got something spicy, or if instead he wants to play it safe with something a little bit more generic. Koi, though, they need to lock in their mid laner and their top laner. And Bessa is another one that I feel like so far at MSI hasn't really been as strong. She was kind of a staple.
Really hard to have successful games, I think.
Yeah, coming into MSI, obviously she was a staple throughout every meta throughout the world, but here at MSI,
What
she just hasn't quite been as effective.
amazing team comps
Still
do we
something that
have?
we've seen come through from Muin before. See how things pan out.
What,
So far,
what
their
different
composition is very
champions do we
skirmish
have that we
heavy, a lot
haven't
of
seen
teamfight
yet?
options, and now with
Zoe?
the Rise locked in and a strong ability to play through
When have
the
y'all been
side
talking about
lanes.
you want a Zoe?
But if BLG lock in the Syndra, I think it's a really good matchup into the Rise. You have a huge range advantage. With both Syndra and the Ashe, you have a lot of poke.
Okay.
And I like the response
I'll
here
take
from
it.
BLG. You're giving Knight another one of his comfort
I'll
picks.
take it.
And
I
we saw
will
it in the
take my
previous game. When
one
you give
new
this man agency,
champion.
when you give this man comfort, he really does thrive.
I made
He
a
absolutely does.
matcha
Second most played
shot.
all time, 54
So,
games on it, nearly a 78% win
It's
rate.
got vanilla
This
and a
guy
bunch of
is
matcha.
insane on the Syndra. It is, to me, was the
And
initial
hopefully this
iconic
will
pick
give
for
me
Knight.
a little bit of
Obviously, the Ahri
energy.
then
I don't
became
know
so
how
famous
sweet
later
it's gonna
on,
be. I'm
but,
actually
this
kind of
was a
scared
pick that
because
he
I
was
put a lot of
incredibly famous
vanilla.
for in the LPL, dominating solo queue on, finding
But
incredible angles. I will say, I
just
like the
gonna
matchup for
quickly
Syndra, but that being said, if JoJo can survive the early game,
chug
you do hit a
this.
point where you're on Merc Dreads, you're on Archangels, you're on Roa. All of a
should've
sudden,
got a
Syndra
whiz.
can't one-shot you anymore,
true,
and then it can become very, very difficult. So, JoJo is going to have that potential advantage. There's not really anyone on the other side that wants to side lane against a Rise, so that is a potential advantage too. So we'll see if they're going to be able to find an edge there, but Knight has been incredible, I think, throughout this entire series.
Certainly has. Now, a Western team has never taken 2 games off of BLG before. 1 is the most. So Koi have the opportunity to make history today, but if history is doomed to repeat itself, then BLG is looking to close the series right here, right now.
That's a throwback to the LCS Pigeon from back in the day, one of our
remember that.
finals. Landed on the stage. I think it was actually here in Vancouver. I wouldn't be surprised if it was our 2017 spring finals. I believe it was that year, where the Pigeon landed on the stage and was just chilling there the whole event long. People started having pigeon signs that were cheering for the Pigeon and stuff. It was definitely a memorable moment. As BLG out on the map here again.
I didn't know that was a
You've got
thing.
to respect what they can do at level 1. This team really will punish you, as Alvaro will get eyes on BLG moving in.
Sweeper coming through from Elk to clear out any wards and get some deep vision of their own. They won't actually spot that. Oh, no, they will. Koi,
They
though,
are kind of collapsing.
Can they collapse?
Very
this time is
potent.
hovering around, ready for a fight. Oh, he's going to spot them out.
They're staying, so this is going to be a full scrap here. Mirwin is in the area. They do spot him. Bin is going to be going back to base, and the question is
the
does
shot
Bin
good?
cancel that, stay around, or will he
It
complete?
tastes
He completes
like
the base,
the
and he's
most
going to be heading straight
potent
out
matcha
towards top. You can see
ever.
Mirwin is heading a very safe path around. Doesn't want to run into Bin in the bush and lose
Very
any HP or
potent.
anything like that. And at the end of the day, BLG gets some vision down, but will not continue to try to contest at level 1.
Jojo still playing with confidence, emoting on the stage. But, both junglers going to be starting on the top side of the map. I feel like the story of this series has been Elk and On get push in the bot lane 2 versus 2.
But I'd rather drink
and
this
I think
than
they're going to look to try
an
and do it
energy
again.
drink.
On's positioning in the lane to already try and chip away at the HP bar. It's very difficult for Alvaro to really trade back this early on. Does have the
Hopefully
handshake, of
it'll
course.
wake me up a little bit.
With the range advantage that you have on top of the
Let's
Ashe.
see, Arch.
Just very
It looks
much
like he got auto-modded.
BLG favored bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Jojo here trying to sidestep the Q.
Oh,
Can't
you
quite
said
do it. Was able
Honkai
to knock
Star
off the
Rail?
first of the first strike procs.
And
This
it
time,
mistook
Knight
your
able to cash in,
rail
make a little bit of gold there
as
for
a
himself, and
sexual
he's clearly with this
advance.
rune just going to be playing to farm.
My
Gonna
auto
be
mod
looking to
is
poke,
very,
doesn't want to get into
very
any sort of
strict,
committed fight
as
from
you can
Jojo.
see.
Jojo's gonna
I
be
can
playing
turn
the wave,
down
and Knight is gonna
the
be
settings
trying
so
to
it's
harass
not
him and
as
make it difficult for him to actually
not
crash
as
those
strict.
waves. Because Rise does have very strong wave clear, but is pretty heavily mitigated early
Let me go
on.
into my
You do need to
settings.
be able to just push in the waves and look for constant bases to get those early man items, the tier, the catalyst, and really start.
That's what I'm thinking, Bill.
So early on we can see that Bin has
Hopefully
the
I get a
push
little
to the
bit of
top
my
lane
energy
1v1.
back.
Meanwhile on the bot side of the
Because
map,
baby,
Elk
when I
and
tell
On
you
also
I
have that
was
push. Neo and I imagine
I was
also
about
just
to
looking to play
snooze.
very safe because they didn't
Moderation.
really get much information. That ward on the Raptors that you can see placed relatively, a few moments ago.
Yoya is behind them, though. We'll see if they're going to be able to find any sort of an angle. Using the Nico Scout to try to find it, but they couldn't do it. Alvaro flashing
you think
forward
he's in
here,
a good
looking
spot?
for Elk. Elk in a lot of trouble
I'll
now.
turn
Has
it
no
down
flash,
to
does still
2.
have the cleanse remaining. Is going to be stunned up and has to use it, but Beishuan is
Charlie,
now
thank you
here.
so much for
And
the
Beishuan's
7
going to be
months of
looking for
support
an
as we
angle.
get this
Yoya forced to
insane
flash
engage
out to
from
safety as
BLG.
well, as it is going to be 3 summoners for 3 at the end of the day. Both of them off of Alvaro there, and the flash off of Elyoya, but they did get both of the summoners off of Elk and the heal from On.
I like the creative path
Matcha
from
shot
Alyoya,
done.
circumventing the Vision in order to try and find a collapse onto this high-pressure lane.
H1's going to look again. Alvaro, no flash available.
Oh my
he could be in a
gosh.
lot of trouble, going to get pulled back. And do they have the damage to finish him off? It looks like they probably will. The bailout going to do nothing as MKOI's bot lane going to be knocked down. It's Elk claiming first blood.
I mean, there was no reason for Beishwan to
If
leave.
I'm honest with
the
y'all,
overextension comes through from Alvaro, and they quickly
think
convert it
that
into a kill.
giving
First
up
blood
these early
secured,
kills to
and
a
what was
team like
supposed to be a play that
BLG, like
alleviated
this,
the pressure from the MKOI
sometimes
bot lane,
like
instead
one kill,
increased
okay,
it
yeah, like we'll
as
come back
BLG
for it.
secured
But
that
I think
first advantage
giving
of the
one
game.
kill over to BLG, like you give them an inch, they will take a
Knows that BLG
mile,
could be moving up from that bot
a
side, so he's going to play
mile and a
respectfully
half.
with that in mind. And
Like I
Beishwan
just feel like
heading back into his jungle,
dooms you
starting
from the
to cycle
start.
these small camps.
You can't. You
go Raptors,
you can't
Frogs,
play
Red,
from
so he's
behind
gonna
from
have
a
those
team
camps
like
up and
this.
available here and just keeping that power farming going, trying to make his way quickly towards level 6.
Nice trade there from Knight to get a bit of extra gold from the first strike. The swap coming through, as
Feels
we've
pretty
seen
bad.
pretty consistently throughout these series from both these bot
Let me
laners.
see what skin Nico
TP
using
being
so I can
committed now
answer
from
your
Mirwin.
question.
But overall, very slow early game, aside from that little scrap on the bot side of the map. I mean, BLG playing towards their bot side pretty consistently throughout this series. Bin and Mirwin have largely just been left on an island. Alvaro is going to be denied the opportunity to secure that control ward. I like that Jojo is hovering in the fog, doesn't have the level 6 yet, of course. But once he does, the threat of a potential side lane collapse becomes very real.
I do think Mirwin's going to have quite a difficult job in this game when you're thinking about how he's going to play out team fights and the amount of CC that's over on the other side. You're having to deal with Tangle Barbs, with Pop Blossom, with Ash Arrow, with Skarner Peel, all of these tools as you're trying to fly in there and find access onto the back line. So they're really going to have to be on point with those engages when they go for them, because really it's pretty much Syndra Ash or bust for Mirwin. He's got to get back there and be able to find them. 2v2 going all right, you have to say, for Soup, all things considered. Does have the early Vamp Scepter, so definitely prioritizing the lifesteal here to try to withstand some of the poke that is going to be put on. But Elk out to the early tier 2 boots is going to make things that much more difficult. He's just posturing aggressively constantly here with On. They're always looking just for the poke and prod. You don't even have to hit your E. You just constantly Q poke them over and over as the Nico, and it's pretty much unavoidable. Like, it's such a big Q that you are always going to get at least one tick of it, proc your Scourge, proc your Comet, and slowly whittle them down.
Yeah, you might have gotten one of the gifted subs from yesterday.
Worst position, all things considered. Alyoya
We were having a
wasn't
birthday
spotted out on any
party.
vision, and he's looking for another play. No summoners available on Elk.
Yeah, and Elk is kind of the anti-timing here. Jojo is on the roam as well. They're going to look for it. The Realm Warp is on cooldown, but Jojo's in the area, and On has nowhere to go.
Nice.
Going to be knocked down as he tries
Nice
to
job
flash
getting
out
things
the
done right
safety.
there.
Jojo flashes in, hits him with the Rune Prison, grabs the kill.
Nice
Nice
job.
roam from Jojo. He did have to commit the summoner, so Knight is looking, has the stun available. Beishwan's hovering in the area as well.
They are looking. Jojo, no flash. Beishwan, not level 6 though, doesn't have any ulti to follow this up.
Procs the phase rush, which means that Jojo is able to gain the movement speed necessary to get away to safety. Level 5 still on Alyoya.
Winter
Doesn't have
Bless
his
Thresh.
ulti available, but they're looking to contest
He
the
is
Scuttle
quite
Crab.
fine. I think Thresh's
Back out on the map,
best
and
skin
Koi have made
is the
smart
free
decision
one
to
and
concede this objective.
Going to be able to grab this.
the janitor one.
No one's starting up the dragon just yet, so it hasn't
But
been
the
a
Winter Bless
absolute rush
Thresh
towards it for BLG
skin
this game.
is nice.
They have been really consistently loving to play towards those early dragons, start that threat of soul as fast as they possibly can here, but haven't started it up just yet. And we are going to have the Grubs here spawning in 30 seconds, so there is potential to have a trade of the Grubs. Of course, they were desynced in a patch a while ago when they took away the double Grub spawn, but given that there was no early action towards that dragon, there is the opportunity to just kind of try to play the map for trading.
But Jojo will scale.
I imagine Jojo's going to want to get those Merc trades relatively soon. The stuns coming through from Knight have been consistent. It's going to take a bit of a tower shot to interrupt the base from Jojo. This TP is going to be available in a few seconds. Now Alyoya hitting level 6. Level 6 for Super as well. Elk. These ultimates are becoming available, and there it
Here,
is.
looking for Knight.
Okay, flash
Flashes
from
away
Knight.
though
That's
from
good.
the Glacial
That's
Prison.
good.
Grub's being started though. I like the idea here from Koi, get the pick on mid. Maybe they can then convert that pressure into
Okay,
a Grub's
Syndra
contest.
ult.
But Alyoya is saying,
Don't have to worry
okay, it
about
doesn't
that
convert into
anymore.
much. Instead, I'm going to turn my attention towards the dragon. Would be their first dragon of the series.
We'll see. I mean, it's going to take a while to actually knock down if it is just Elyoya doing it. And BLG may want to try to challenge here, but Mirwin coming over and is going to help him finish this off, so it should be MKOI's dragon here. They will be able to effectively get that trade, force out the flash. Going to be pretty happy about how things go with that, all things considered, especially because when you have that split push advantage on someone like the Rise, being able to take away some of the early dragons means that they can't pressure you to group for a fight with a really early soul. You know, first dragon's being taken at like 8.5 minutes and it went to your team, so soul is so far off into the game.
Very much agree. Meanwhile, when we look at the current state of things, the LG have been able to build a 1.2k gold lead just from their laners. Elk has built a massive advantage in the isolated 2 versus 2. Bin also building a bit of a lead of his own as he's secured a plate on the bot side of the map. Nothing too significant, of course, but a lead is a lead. And Knight keeping that gold close thanks to the extra bit of gold he's getting from the first strike, and also just with some good farm coming through from him. Overall, BLG off to a strong start, and as we've seen before, once they have a foothold in the game, it becomes very difficult to knock them off that control that they have. You really have to be super proactive. You have to knock them off balance and find a way to wrestle control away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think range is going to be the struggle here. For
Do you like any other EU teams?
You know, there's a lot of short range.
If I'm honest with you, I only know 3. And I only know Koi because of JoJo. But I know G2 and I know Fnatic.
Getting hit by a Skarner.
There's Carmen Corp. I know that one. So 4.
Big CC or engage that could come through. As Beishuan looking here for JoJo. Great sidestep with the phase rush, but the Ash Arrow is going to connect here. Alvaro in a lot of trouble. They're just going to give him up, but On goes in and it interrupts the Realm Warp from JoJo. Looks like he's going to be okay. Elyoya trying to turn this around onto Knight. Knight in a lot of trouble, has no flash from earlier, and they're going to be able to knock him down.
Nice,
JoJo gets
nice.
a kill back as MKOI go 1 for 1 in the mid lane.
I think
nice
that's
ulti from Elyoya to lock down Knight.
Nico
means that they can trade back because the arrow
the one
from
that
the bot lane
has,
from Elk connects onto Alvaro. He wasn't able to do anything in the skirmish. And in the 3 versus 3, it looked very BLG favored. We'll see the engage comes through from Beishuan. The arrow's going to connect onto Alvaro. And then On from the flank as well. Chains the CC, and then he gets a nice ultimate, scaring. Oh, another fight.
We're back to live, and now it's Elk that's potentially in a lot of trouble here.
Oh,
Super
they
go
are
incredibly aggressive. Hostile takeover comes through. It's cleansed, and it doesn't even matter.
In it, baby.
Gonna follow as well.
They are in it, baby.
The MKOI
okay, they're serious. They're serious
about this. They know that the ulti
this
from On was just used in mid lane, so why hesitate?
They're serious
they
about
had
this
nothing
one.
that they could use to fight back. Force the engage as quickly as you can, and just like that, Koi come alive here in game 4.
Really nicely done. I mean, the range advantage is on the side of Elk and On, but if you can close that gap, get in on that Ash, on Nico.
Just fling your support.
There you go. That's the engage tool. Throw him on in there.
It really caught Elk off guard. They were saying, you know what, just go. Yeah, exactly. They have an ult available. He has the flash. He doesn't use it.
Thank you so much. That is so
Closes
sweet.
the gap,
I appreciate you.
Gets the execution, and then On. Well,
The hype is
he does what
back?
he can. He comes close to actually
Oh,
getting
you
the kill
back in there?
But Super has more than enough damage, and of course has the bail out there as that extra bit of security.
Really good punish there from MKOI. They knew the cooldowns were missing with no ults. Elk and On didn't really have much of an opportunity to fight back. They did hold on to their flashes though, and Alvaro of course spent his flash as well as the ulti now, and all gonna get fired down towards bot lane. JoJo has to flash it. Beishuan looking though, will be hit by the Rune Prison. Locked up and not allowed to follow through. Bin now going unstoppable. He's gonna go all out. He's looking for Mirwin. Can he find him? Gigaman wants the solo. Will he be able to make it happen here?
Your team is
Mirwin
playing.
looking confident, forces the flash there out of
Thank
Bin.
you so
Well handled
much.
there.
Thank you so much for the 55 months, Koi. I love you.
Mirwin waiting for the
so
shield
much.
to disappear.
I love you, love you, love you.
I really think Mirwin had
you've been doing
kill
well.
angle there, and it seems that
Your
Mirwin
team
felt
is
the same way.
playing.
Bin is going to be forced back to
Koi.
base.
It's spelled differently, but you still
that was
pronounce
a-
it Koi.
That was a flash, right?
Oh, they're gonna try to potentially dive JoJo.
They better
here.
be
Remember, he
winning.
has
Honestly,
no flash,
they were
but he
getting their
clears out the way
cheeks
too
took,
fast,
not gonna
so
lie,
not
but this
gonna be an
game they fighting
opportunity.
back.
I mean, Ben just wanted to
They
force
just
because
fought
he just
back,
finished his first
and they're
item,
looking,
right? He has
they're
the
looking pretty
Iceborne.
good right now.
So he comes back and he says, "I'm going to force an all-in. Eclipse is not
It's
yet done."
Europe versus
Mirwin playing it
China,
well, able
so
to
China
hold his
has
nerve,
been
doesn't even
really
have to use the
impressive,
flash, so gets the
but
advantage, even though Ben
they
was
might
up
be
by
able to take 2 games off of them, and that has never happened before in history.
Elyoya steals away the red. Oh,
So-
actually, will he succeed in this steal?
We'll find out. Beishuan's
They
coming
might
in. He
be
wants to
making
contest it.
history
It's
today.
going to be a smite fight. And Elyoya just walks out of there. Beishuan gonna be able to grab it. Doesn't want to overextend and get collapsed on. JoJo again back towards the
Is
side
the
lane.
UK spelling of Koi like how they
so
spell
that is going to be
color?
ticking up. Has the Merc Treads, has the tier. So he is scaling and he's going to be quite tanky. And he has to continue just vacuuming up farm in the side lanes, being that point of pressure.
Oh, I think they're just talking
BLG
about like
really
Koi
doesn't want to
fish.
be answering him insides. They want to be grouping up. They want to be engaging fights and looking for picks. So the more JoJo can draw pressure to those side lanes, I think the better it's going to be for
If you
Koi.
do exclamation point skin in chat, I do my night skincare routine.
Though, Koi have
but
achieved their first
I'm
objective,
using
which
a
is
Sony
avoiding
Alpha
BLG getting a huge early game advantage. Reaching game 1 and
5000?
game 3 is how they snowball to victory.
6,000?
Here in game 4,
It's either the
the gold is
6,000 or
practically
5,000.
dead even.
I really forget,
The
and I
items
don't
are
see the number
pretty fair
on
across
it.
the
I just see the
landscape, and
alpha.
as we get closer to this dragon, it's going to ultimately come down to execution. BLG have some very talented individuals, and they found some great fights, but Koi have been able to go
Oh, my
toe-to-toe
bad,
with them.
fam. I'm
as
such a
long as they can
literal
find
person. I didn't even
the
catch
right
it. I'm
angle
so
of
sorry.
attack. The objective is started off.
I'm so sorry.
BLG are killing this incredibly fast. MKoi not going to have anything to say about it. It goes down in a hurry. And now there are pings over onto JoJo. They know he's in the side brush. And this time just barely doesn't connect with that Ash arrow. They had that deep ward, so they saw him walk into that forward brush, and they decided to go for it.
Part of me thinks it's the same one that he flashed earlier. He's going to have to give up this tower. This Beishuan very deep here.
Oh, good sidestep again. Nice utilization of the phase rush there. Procs it, gets the move speed, and he's got the fancy feet to avoid it.
Good cross map, though, from Elyoya. Recognizing that the jungler's gone far too deep on the bot side of the map, he's going to set his sights on this Herald. Of course, those bot camps once again going to be taken. Beishuan very good at just stealing away camps.
He's back. This tower is low. This could be risky.
No ulti available on Beishuan, though.
Yeah, JoJo is clearing out the wave here. He's going to try to realm warp to safety. Beishuan flash forward, sends him into the wall. He's going to try to go back to the tower to finish it off. He can't quite do it. So Beishuan getting very low. JoJo low here as well, but no one in the area from MKoi to help him out. They're going to be able to donate the kill here over to Knight, I think. Is going to be able to grab it. They do finally take down JoJo.
Hello, Munchie. We did. I put in my interview request.
Open up this objective. It was a bit of an ambitious TP.
Be nervous.
TP in
They will
response
let
as the
me
bot
know
tower
tomorrow,
falls.
I believe, if I get
Losing some control
an
over the map as
interview
that
with
mid tower
either
stays
BLG
alive. Knight
or
gonna get to push in an extra wave in the bot lane as well. Mewin doing what he can on the top side of the map, but that tower is still very healthy.
I submitted too late to get Genji
Nice
for
punish comes through from
tomorrow,
BLG.
unfortunately.
They get themselves a 1k gold lead
I
once
was
again.
54 minutes too
Just
late.
like that, again, Knight out to a significant gold advantage here. About 650 in his favor. Even with the early kills there for JoJo. Feels like that work can so easily get wiped away, just like last game. Had the incredible laning phase. Then, does get punished on that one dive from BLG.
You have to submit
trying to get
for
something
the
back on
interviews a
top
little
side.
bit
Should be able
early.
to finish off this tower, but might be overstaying his welcome a little bit if he did do so. Ash arrow comes out, not going to connect, and Mirwin intelligently does back off and still had tag on the tower, so I think he's still probably got the local gold there.
It's decided to stick around. Clone being used to get some vision. Pings come down onto Super. Oh, Knight. The range just short. Super very cautious, and this is something that BLG are always doing when there's no waves to play on. They're trying to be proactive on the map. They are inherently a very proactive team, sometimes to their detriment, but so far in this series against Koi, it's worked in their favor. 17 minutes in.
Have fun, Ruin.
The goal difference is
Thank
only
you,
about
thank you.
500s. A lot of that sitting on the mid jungle for BLG. These neutral objectives still a ways away, so the priority right now is just continuing to farm and working towards those second items.
It does feel like the closest game that we've had so far because, game 1, BLG kind of stomped, game 2, MKoi kind of stomped, and BLG, obviously there were some moments where MKoi, I think, brought it back a little bit in that third game, but still BLG felt like they were mostly in control. After the early laning phase advantages that JoJo was able to get, he's vibing.
He is vibing. Having a great time listening to the beats of the Rift.
Brother is chilling.
He is having a great time. He's
Wonder what
enjoying
he's
this
listening
series
to.
just like we are. He's listening to the sounds of nature, the sounds of Rift.
Okay.
And soon the sounds of violence as Koi and BLG posture in the mid
killed him.
lane. Unbelievable. They moved him. Difference.
Okay. So he's still alive. He just teleported.
He's good, yeah, he's good, he's good.
Okay, thank God. Crisis averted.
Look at JoJo on the bot lane. He's very aware of how precarious his position is. It's a good ward to spot out Beishuan, but he can't really approach that bot wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough for JoJo. BLG have been really doing a good job of keeping deep vision, putting pressure on him. JoJo has not really been able to cross the river whatsoever. So as much as he wants to be putting that pressure onto towers, being that split push threat, he has not really been in a position to do so because they haven't ever had deep vision. When you look at the minimap, there's really nothing past the river, right? Like there's nothing here besides these couple of wards from MKOI, some of these kind of defensive wards down here. But that is really about it. And without those deep wards, it's really tough for JoJo to actually be pressuring these towers.
Have they released
Anytime he
the
steps too far
Yannara
forward, he
skin?
could just be getting jumped on by the Skarner.
Certainly is, and he's already experienced that once before.
Have they shown it?
But again,
I don't think I've seen it.
KOI couldn't ask for a better position.
They have?
Especially when we think about how the series has gone so far. They're a team
Likewise, going against
have
G2 in the lower
confidence in
bracket
themselves and
tomorrow.
their ability to play the
Are they
fights,
about to
but
go home in
Beishwan
the first week?
are gonna
No,
take some of that
G2
confidence
will.
away.
Mirwin
G2
potentially in some trouble
is
here.
not ready
He is very
to
far up. He's trying to
compete.
buy time for Elyoya, who is coming down, and in comes the teleport as well from multiple members. Knight and JoJo both going to arrive to the fight. Elyoya is now here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't quite connect. JoJo trying to turn this around on the Beishwan, but he finds a two-man impale, and Knight is here as well. Bin's going to go all out, and he's taking JoJo on a trip that he does not want to be on. Nice realm ward back to safety, though, on the other side. But Elk is here. Ez is on flashes in, knocks him
I thought
up,
KOI
and
had that,
BLG
dude.
knock him down. A couple kills going their way, but at the very
I
least,
thought
KOI did
had
get
that.
back one with a kill on the Beishwan.
Wow.
The collapse was just faster for BLG. The arrival of the Nico was the game changer needed. KOI, you saw how they felt confident in that play. They were the ones chasing after BLG with knowing that their bot lane was arriving. The TP comes through quick, but that rotation that already comes through from the bot side of the map means that the arrival of the bot lane turns the fight in their favor. A nice ulti comes through from Beishwan to connect onto 2. All of the damage is thrown onto JoJo to try and shut him out of the fight. He's then taken out of the fight, turning it into a 2v2 that starts to be won by the KOI top jungle duo. But then Elk and On arrive. They get a nice combo off, and they get themselves 2 kills. If Super and Alvaro had been
shut out
a few
JoJo,
seconds earlier, it could
I
have
don't
been a
think
big
KOI
fight
can
for
fight.
KOI. But it ends up going the way of BLG.
BLG back to live and right onto this
I don't
dragon.
think KOI
Elyoya
can fight.
trying to see if there's an angle. He's trying to be in range of that smite here. Will he be able to steal it away? Can't quite get it. Was a flip, but it is taken there by
I started
Beishwan.
screaming when they made a face
Needing a little bit of poke from Elk and Knight, but BLG had the objective, and they're going to be happy to back off.
KOI has positioning on the mid wave, though.
Oh,
that
for
tower is getting
Yannara.
very low. The fact that they'll be able to clear this out means that they should be able to secure this objective. I want them to send more members here, but Renata's going to go back to base, so no, they don't actually have the power anymore. The threat of the Syndra means that they're too hesitant to approach the tower. And it's an objective secured for BLG. Again, holding control of the game for now.
Mirwin going to be answering Bin up on that top side, who did not teleport down for the play. JoJo does at least push in the wave, but cannot threaten that tier 1 bot. Isn't safe to be able to walk up and get any damage down on it. Just doesn't have the vision to really do so. Otacon has been such a big draw for BLG. Like every game, it feels like it
Let's
spawns,
go
they
Europe.
go there,
I wanna
they
go to
force a
Europe
fight, they
so
force an
bad.
objective. This time, though, the game is quite close, so
I
BLG
wanna
not
go to
looking as confident to just straight
Europe
up
so
start the
bad.
Otacon raid on spawn.
Beishwan, though, going to be able to tank a lot of the damage up if he wants to. That is On hovering on the bot river. He's going to chip away at the Otacon to try and force Super and Alvaro to take the long way around. Elyoya.
Oh, they're going to go for JoJo. Enchanted Crystal Arrow right to the base. There's the flash forward. There's the Impale. The CC is all getting layered. JoJo is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. And
Why
that
do you
might
wanna
just
leave
be what
Europe,
they need to try to go for more. Now they're looking here for Elyoya. Supin's in great position, though.
Well.
The hostile takeover comes through. Beishwan is left to the Wolves. They get a kill. It costs them a lot, though, and MKOI answer right back.
I mean, I was really worried for KOI there because BLG, they have been throwing out arrow after arrow, and JoJo just oversteps in the mid lane. The quick collapse once again from BLG. They are just so fast at punishing, but now the jungler's gone. The fact that he overstayed his welcome, the fact that he got punished means that the smite is available for KOI. They have the Kalista as well. Bin wants to fight. Keep your eyes on Mirwin on the flank.
Yeah, Mirwin on the flank here,
The
trying
flank
to
wins
threaten
tomorrow
Knight
again.
as well as
B2,
Elk here as
they
this
will
is
be
getting
going
lower
against
and lower
either
and lower.
AO and
BLG just going to have to give it up.
Two.
They're going to try to turn around on a Mirwin. Great engage
In
here
the
from
lower
On. The
bracket,
Scout of the Week there to
depending on
follow.
who
Do they
wins.
have the damage to actually knock him down? He's going to go in. Elk is in trouble.
That is
Cleanse
correct.
flash out to safety. Elyoya in onto Bin, but he could be the one in trouble now. In comes the Mikhails, but he just gets control. All deleted by Knight. Alvaro now in trouble, is going to have to get pulled in there
I think
by
it
the
will
Fate's
be
call.
versus-
Kalista keeps her support safe, And at the end of the day, MKOI do walk away with the Otacon. JoJo here has to be a little bit careful. Elk trying to space him, but JoJo putting down so much damage onto him. JoJo now running for the hills here. Baseline coming in. The teleport's going to be coming back from Knight. The Impale does not connect. His on is there looking for the Tangle Barbs. They can't close the gap to JoJo.
Who loses from the two teams that play today?
But it does cost the cleanse
they
now
won't go
on
up against
Supa as he
Genji or
arrives
AL
and tanks some damage from
until
Knight.
the next day.
So stressful playing against BLG because anything you try to do, they fight you for it.
I want this minion. Well, I'll fight you. Yeah. I want this jungle camp. Well, I'll fight you.
I mean, we look back at this play and BLG wisely recognized we can't contest this, so let's just collapse onto Mirwin. And it's a good engage. The chain CC looks good. They thought that they've got the pick, but he throws out the ultimate to get away to safety. And at this point, they want to disengage, but Elyoya thinks that the play is to keep the fight going. They've used too many resources. He ends up falling, and so Koi is forced to retreat. So it ends up being a kill in exchange for the Otacon. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the arrow gets used onto JoJo in the mid wave. He looks like he's in a very scary position, but he is just barely able to get away with his life. The goal, again, we find is even, and the fights continue to be the same. 6-7, the kill score.
You can see in that last fight, though, Knight has the upgraded ulti, I do believe, there with the splinters. You know, it looked like he had the execute up and ready as Elyoya just got popped. You know, and that is your tank. So definitely a frightening situation here. You can see nice little advantage for Supa, and he is getting into the point of the game where you can go towards Terminus, you can go towards Jackshow, Wits End, and things like this to try to stay safe. JoJo is very far up there, does not have the Realm Warp available, but feels he sees enough members that he is going to be safe, and we know at least that.
If you interview T1, will they provide you a translator? It does look that way.
I learned from many years ago to look
it
at the arrow.
does indeed look that way.
So
they're looking like they were about to
I wonder
start
if
that.
I should like try and find my own translator.
And the BLG say the same. They throw out the hawk shot to get a bit of information.
We'll see how it goes.
Continue to just skirmish on the bot side of the map as
G2 is still in the tournament. They're just
JoJo
in the lower bracket.
Has the Seeker's arm guards.
Manifesting T1 interview.
My goodness, this game feels incredibly tense. BLG at match point. MKOI looking to do what no Western team has done before. Take a second game off BLG in a series. The Dragon started off.
I might take the day off before the T1 interview if I get it. To make sure I'm like so prepped and ready, dude. Holy moly. I don't think I'm going to get sleep that night if I get it, dude. Oh my gosh.
So the slightest of gold leads now.
I'm excited at the possibility too.
MKOI, 200 in their favor now.
I'm just in my head about it, about like
gold does not matter whatsoever. It's
like, what if they don't get the lightness of the interview? Like, I really do not care about, not that I don't care about the game, but like, I want to know more about their personalities. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to highlight the player as a whole rather than like, what did you think about game 2? You know what I'm saying? Like, I really hope they understand the lightness of the interview that I would conduct.
As well as the additional tankiness, stacking up that armor and MR as you do go
I'm
for
just
it.
Getting in my head already. Don't even have the interview. Already in my head.
He needs a QSS on top of the cleanse. Is he feeling he's okay with the Mikhails plus the cleanse, and he could just go in towards Jackshow or BT? There's a lot of options here. There is a tremendous amount of magic damage as well.
Oh my gosh, what if they... I wonder, I'll have to ask if they'll be able to see me, because I don't know if y'all remember, but when I... When I did my interview with the LTA, I asked Whippo, I was like, can you see me? And he was like, no, I can't see you. So I wonder if they'll even be able to see me. Dude, this makes me, this opportunity of being able to interview them, it makes me want to go to MSI in person so I can interview them in person. Like, holy moly.
Contest over the mid wave. I'm keeping my eyes on the minimap again. JoJo pushing on the top lane. Koi have to respect the numbers advantage that BLG have for now. Bin hiding in the fog of war. Mirwin pushes in that bot wave, wants to go back to base, spend some gold as quickly as he can.
We're starting to see those side lane advantages show themselves a little bit more here, though, for MKOI. As we saw BLG trying to group mid, and then both Knight and Bin have to go to the side lanes to answer what Mirwin and JoJo were doing with those mini waves.
Crazy work.
It is going to get
I'm just
tougher
so
and
excited
tougher
just
to
thinking
potentially
about it,
take
dude.
down JoJo.
If
in
it
that silent
if it
lane. Now
goes
that
down,
he does have the Seeker's Arm Guard, he's been on that for a while. And if you can use that to immune
you mind
something
sharing
like this in
where
ultimate,
were
it is
you
so
unable to
key,
attend?
because it is a very
Just
easy
some
spell to
things
react to.
didn't
Things
work
like
out the
Impale
way
can be
that they were
immune as well.
supposed to.
So we'll see if he can continue putting on that pressure, because this time it's
I was
him that's
planning
up
to
that
do
full
certain
level in just a
content,
little bit. His knight is
and
close to 16, but
then
JoJo has already crested
that
17.
certain
Of course, with the Rod of
content
the Ages,
ended up not
has the large rod on
being
top, so closing in
feasible.
now on his third item for Zonius,
And then
as Knight has had his third
I was
done
just
for quite
like,
some time.
well, if that's the case, then I should just stay home and co-stream. Because it's more worth to be here with y'all and like in an environment that
I feel like on paper BLG have the
can produce
advantage in the front
content
to back.
than to be there and not be able to produce content at all.
Their ability to find picks, the Rise ultimate, you can collapse.
Why can't they see you? Isn't it done over Discord? So the LTA ones, yes, were done over Discord.
Some really good engage tools. If you overcommit there, well, hostile takeover can be a game
MSI
changer.
ones will not be done over
Completely
Discord.
turn around. You know, be able to have a bailout come down. And if you overcommit onto one target and that bailout comes through, hostile takeover hits everyone.
Of
you
course,
get to reset the
Munchie.
game.
Y'all
can
are
change
my
just
priority.
like that.
I can feel the... It's like on a knife's edge right now. It can easily swing either way. Knight fishing the arrow.
Be able to connect
So,
the
yeah.
arrow. Elyoya in some trouble. Does
If
jump
we get
out of safety.
accepted, I will
Alvaro, though,
ask if
might
they'll
not
be able to
so
see
lucky
me.
here. Gets pulled back by Supin, and in comes the teleport. Mirwin is going to arrive. Alvaro incredibly low, but JoJo flashes forward, and he catches the AD carry. Bin trying to peel for him as Mirwin's diving into the backline. Mirwin
Oh,
trying
they're
to make it
clumped.
happen. He's going to
Okay,
get the
they're no
kills. He's
longer
healing up an
clumped.
incredible amount.
H1 tried to
gets
eliminate
knocked
the
down as
Renata.
well. It's MKOI taking over the fight. It's a triple
That's
for
a Baron.
Supa. As BLG can't stop him. It's Knight and On still around here, but no one falls for MKOI, and they have their eyes on the Baron.
MKOI make it happen. They win the team fight. Mirwin trying to keep them away from the Baron. He's going for this. He gets another. He's searching for the last one. He's gonna take out Knight. A double kill for Mirwin as Koi secure the ace. They get themselves the Baron. Koi with a fantastic
Are we
team
going
fight.
game 5?
Have set up for us going to game 5. A beautiful Baron. It was such a tense moment, such a close back and forth. My goodness, I thought
we
that when
going
they
game
threw
5?
Alvaro in, it was just going to be disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Alvaro had been caught out, that it could be problematic, but MKOI commit fully to the fight. Mirwin got so much work done, and the initial play here, you know, when they go for that flash forward onto Elk, really kind of turned things around.
Yeah, so we see Alvaro, he knows he's safe because he has Super's ultimate to bring him to safety. A huge ulti from him,
Just pick
but
Mbessa.
Elyoya connects his ult onto the clone. Now Elk is the one that's in a difficult spot. As Mirwin arrives, they get so much damage down onto Elk and execute him initially. And
When
as you
they
rightly
clumped up
identified,
right there, I was
Mirwin
like, yo,
just
they need to
feels
spread out or
unkillable
they
on the front
die.
line. In the middle of 3, he was unstoppable.
He procs the grasp, he's healing up from that, and he autos, you know, one member after another with Sundered Sky, and he just got a ridiculous amount of healing.
Go
He just
Supa
crushed them. And
Dupa.
JoJo helping to set that up,
Go
you know,
Supa
finding
Dupa.
out. Mirwin gets in there, and then Mirwin
How
really got
cute,
the work
dude.
done. Both Supa and Mirwin now out to about a 2.5k gold lead. There's the Jack Show done now for Supa. Good luck one-shotting him now. It's going to be
He said, "Go
incredibly
Supa
difficult here
Dupa."
for BLG to be able to just
Mama
delete that Kalista.
Bessa. She really is mother.
He's got to be cautious of the...
Oh, they're looking. Mirwin caught. He's going to be hit by the scatter. Do they commit everything here? They don't need to use more, but it does cost them quite a bit.
EU
Multiple
and NA,
ultimates,
they can
and
never
JoJo
have
is gonna be
like
up on this
just to
top side.
play.
Teleport coming
They
in
always
here
gotta,
from Bin to
they always
answer.
gotta int it just a
But
little
JoJo's
bit.
still going to feel confident about his positioning.
They always
Does have
gotta
that tower
int just
pretty
a
low.
little bit.
Bin not going to be able to win this 1v1. You have to think at this point.
Do y'all remember when I used to play Mbessa ADC
comes through from BLG.
when she first came out and we would win?
Top lane alive.
Y'all
The
remember
stuns
that?
from Knight are terrifying. Super at the very cusp of taking a lot of damage. The Syndra ultimate already about to come back up. BLG have slowed the pressure
Those
down.
were the good old days.
Only 50 seconds left of the Baron. MKOI would love to get more.
Not truly. Very typical.
Looks like for now they're not going to be able to without Mirwin. They just don't quite have the numbers.
Don't worry, we'll bring it back when Yanara
So
drops.
JoJo playing safe. He's not actually insta-pushing that top wave. He's waiting for another wave to connect on the bot side of the map. MKOI trying to play with all the waves that they have right now.
Yeah, and you can see the Baron power play, just about 500 additional gold earned after the initial kill of that Baron. But of course, still a massive gold swing, especially when you're considering the 5-for-0 right before that was huge for MKOI. This one definitely had been the closest game by far. And it's MKOI that come up big when they need it most. They are on Soul Point. They've extended themselves out to a 4,000 gold lead. QSS now in for Supa. You have the Mikhails, you have the Locket there for Alvaro to try to protect him. You have 3 ways to cleanse CC now between Supa and Alvaro. It is going to be so impossible to lock down this Kalista.
And I will say, it's just so cool to see Supa in the position that he's in. Of course, when he made that deft comment last year, of course he was memed, he was made fun of a lot, but it comes from a place of confidence where he wants to believe, and he has to believe that he can compete with the best in the world. And he gives so much credits to his coach and the confidence that he helped him believe in. And the fact that he can come here today and play like he is playing with that level of confidence, getting that triple kill in that last fight, that's the type of performance that fans have come to expect from Supa. And the fact that he's delivering here in Game 4, looking to bring MKOI to Game 5, is great to see. We'll see if they can close things out. BLG is no easy opponent. The gold is still heavily in BLG's favor, KOI's favor, but later and later into the game we go, that gold matters less and less, especially as these 4th items are being completed.
Yeah, death cap done now for Knight. That is a big one over for him, and Elk going to be working in towards that Infinity Edge. Those are the 2 major items that they are looking for their carries to really ramp up the damage, as Elyoya way too tanky for On to mess around with. It's really just up to being able to find Elk and Knight. Can you find those carries?
Has T1 played already? No, they play next series, but I think this game is going to Game 5, so we'll probably have another game in this series.
Up again in about a minute and 30 seconds, and they have a potential Soul here at 2 minutes. Mountain Soul would do a lot of work to be able to answer the kind of composition that BLG have, where most of their damage really is burst and is up front, besides just the Ashe.
Oh, so we return to a point of tension once more.
TFT not
BLG,
good right now?
Now find themselves on the back foot, but not down and out by any means. The arrow from Elk, always an option for finding a pick.
Bloodthirster for Mirwin.
Yep.
He is cooking.
He wants to live.
Yeah.
And I feel like he has the tools to do it.
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense when you think about the kind of composition that BLG have. Again, they have so much upfront damage, but if you can survive that and then be able to actually get into that back line, we saw how much healing he did last time. And it
also
was
just having that extra shield going into the fight definitely just makes you that much harder to kill.
Definitely can't be poked down either. MKOI now trying to turn things around as Knight will just pull back this red buff. They'll look to burst it down, and we'll see if they can do that. We'll be able to grab it, so nicely played there by BLG, securing the red buff for their team. So we're just waiting for Baron.
KOI have to be careful now.
That is a little toxic. Why is it toxic?
Wave, but he realizes he's very isolated from his team. Of course, has the teleport available.
IE for Elk.
Control as well. But he realizes, no, it's a little too dangerous, so he's going to keep pushing in that mid wave instead.
IE done now as well, so those big items now have come through here for BLG. The Infinity Edge as well as the Death Cap are completed. JoJo, of course, has yet to start working on his Death Cap, but that will be coming down the pipes if this game does continue on. Mirwin, though, on a good flank here. Could look for that potential angle. They're trying to find him out. But if Elk steps too far to the side, Mirwin may just go for him or Knight.
I like Elk's positioning, though. He's staying very close to his team. He's avoiding that fog of war. Mirwin going to be spotted.
Yeah, will be spotted. And the question is, does BLG feel confident to try to start a fight themselves here? They're the ones now being choked out of vision, trying to reclaim some semblance of control here by going through mid lane. Mirwin again on the side. Elyoya threatening on the other side as well. MKOI kind of have this 3-man squad in the mid lane.
There is the Mikhails having to be used onto
JoJo as he got caught by that scatter. Bin now
crazy
being
about
pulled in.
Ibessa. She can so easily get to the back line.
Getting chunked down a little bit there.
Like she literally has one button that allows her to immediately access the back line.
It feels very tense
again. Elyoya is going to go. He does spot Knight. On trying to block him out, though. They are trying to keep him back. Beishuan now taking a little bit of damage. Elyoya decides not to go for it. Didn't want to commit. As Alvaro is getting picked.
Yeah, he's in a lot of danger. He took a lot of damage. JoJo now on the flank. They're trying to get some chip damage. Ooh, another big hit onto Alvaro. Knight doing some huge work in these skirmishes. Oh, they're going to use that to go straight towards the...
But
they're going to trade objectives.
So they're going to make the call to actually go
for this. Baron for Soul? Soul lasts forever. Baron is for...
You get the Soul, but the Soul lasts forever. So BLG are going to have to try to get a lot done with this Baron buff, or the trade will not be worth it. The question is, can they find the angles to really force the hand here? Try to get in there, try to look for dives, try to close out the game, or at least create a massive advantage with this. Because otherwise, MKOI are going to be so happy with the trade.
JoJo keeping pressure on the bot side of the map, going to steal away what camps he can. We're getting close to the 40-minute mark. And you can tell that BLG, I mean, the gold means very little this late into the game. BLG still have a strong front-to-back teamfight composition. But Koi, they have quite a few creative ways of getting onto the back line, and something you mentioned, Azale, was Alvaro's ultimate
Jazz.
can be
What's
the
up,
game
Red
changer,
Nose?
can be the difference maker, especially when they were clumped up around that Baron area. It hit like 3, even 4 members and just kind of keeps BLG clumped, which then gives Mirwin so many playmaking possibilities, and it buys a lot of space for Super. So positioning is going to be crucial. And this late into the game, you just got to remember
Rizal to juke the whole fight and take
everyone does a
objective.
lot of damage.
For
A
soul
single
point,
misstep from
respectable
an AD carry
choices.
or a mid laner, you're likely just going to get one shot. A flash isn't going to be enough to save you, but a bailout could very well be the difference as well. So there's a lot of small things. It's ultimately going to come down to execution. I was looking at the summoner spells. Elgoya doesn't have his flash available. As far as I can tell, he's the only one without a summoner spell right now.
I'm down for either or to
Just goes
win
to show
this game, but
how,
I do
well,
want.
the next fight is likely going to determine the game.
I do think I still want BLG to win, low
build now,
key.
as that Mercurial has a lot
Like,
of
let's
MR
keep
stacked up,
these-
plus the Mountain Soul.
They aren't flat quests. I'm not willing to ruin my pick'ems
pick him
for
off quickly.
for
Plus
Koi.
dealing with the bailout, the locket, the
Nah,
shield
no
as
interviews
well,
today.
that could be coming
I
through.
put in for
Here
some
goes
interviews
Mirwin is going to get
on
connected onto it. There's the
Saturday.
pop blossom from On, but here comes the hostile takeover, instantly cleansed off by Elf. They get the first kill, and now Alvaro could be in some trouble.
I think
Gonna have to get
Merwin
pulled
being
back
dead
by the
means
face
we
call.
need to not
Elliot
fight at
uses
all.
the ulti over on Elf just to buy some time. BLG, just like that, find Mirwin and burst them down, and now they're going to continue the push here. Jojo gets actually stopped on the recall, so On is just going to harass him. BLG are going to try to keep going. They're going to try to threaten the base here as On is just chasing after Jojo, not allowing him to get back, and he is most of their wave clear at this point. BLG going for the throat. Can Jojo get back there to his team? Elyoya
they
getting
wanna
pushed very low,
end.
gets hit by the scatter. He's taking some damage now from the Ashe as Bin steps forward. The first Nexus tower is already down.
Wait.
Finally, Jojo's back, but is it too little? Is it too late? BLG with their eyes on the Nexus. They're just focusing it down. Knight will finish it off. Elk and Knight make it happen. Knock down the Nexus, take the series, and crush the hopes of Europe. It's going to end 3-1 off the back of a pick.
That
Just
was their
like
game.
Just like
that was their game
a
to win.
single misstep is all it took. A quick collapse onto Mirwin
Oh,
into
wait,
a
the
game-ending
series
play.
over.
They made the Baron work perfectly. With the Baron empowered minions, they ran straight down mid and they just ended it. BLG will take the series 3-1.
Heartbreak for MKOI. Felt like they were in control, that they were in a good spot in that game.
Whoa.
On the precipice of potentially forcing
I
a
forgot
game 5, but
BLG already had 2
find the
wins. I was so
opportunity
set on
to pick off
game
Mirwin,
5.
And then On is just hunting Jojo. He can't get back to the base, and he is their wave clear. So by the time he arrives, the Nexus turrets fall, and it's cooked. They just focus the Nexus, and that's it.
It's such an anticlimactic ending. I was waiting for the
I was
final
really-
fight to happen, and
I wonder if
all it was
JoJo
was a
feels
single overstep.
responsible
We didn't even get a
for
final
that
fight. An
because like
arrow
he needed to
Mirwin
get back
into
but
immediate death into
he kept
siege.
stopping his back.
Beautifully
he
played
was,
by
he was
BLG.
getting
They
harassed.
round out the series
What do
in
y'all
an efficient
think?
way. They make the comeback happen, and now they're going to be waiting to see who their opponent is in the T1 CFO matchup later today.
As much as BLG, people are
Wow,
looking
I
at
predicted
them
a
thinking,
3-1
hey,
for
maybe this is an
BLG.
opponent you could take down. Maybe
It
this
was
is
a
an opponent with
3-1
some
for
holes in their
BLG.
gameplay. How about
A
their
lot of
start to the
3-1s,
tournament?
dude.
9-1. Yep. They are on a tear and really looking
They said,
impressive.
"Frick a soul, we want a Nexus."
I
Truly,
think this guy has just been stellar, but
Truly.
even the members who have been criticized more, like Beishwan, I think Beishwan did have
Oh
a really
my
good
gosh,
series
I
here.
forgot
MKOI,
that
of course, fighting
they were
valiantly,
on
really close
series
to forcing that
point,
game
dude.
5, but aren't able
Wow.
to do it. It's definitely going to be
That's
a
gotta
tough
be a
pill to swallow
tilter.
there, as you could see the shock
40
on their
minutes,
faces.
that was a
You just don't expect the game to end
long-
just like that.
Yeah, I mean,
A
I was really surprised.
long game.
And- But those death
Oh
timers,
my
40 minutes
gosh.
in, BLG did not waste any time.
and the kills were only 9 to 11.
Really impressive stuff from them. And as you rightly said, it's a heartbreaking loss for Koi. The momentum,
Yeah.
it felt like that we were going to go to a game 5. We were
Yeah.
going to get a
The momentum
final
was
opportunity.
there.
But he was denied. BLG will not give them that window.
I
And,
really thought we were going to game 5, bro.
BLG is a team that, as you rightly said, a lot of question marks surrounding them, but their bot lane looks incredible right now.
Facts.
A lot of answers
They're
stacking up
mid.
around those question marks.
when you give Knight a champion with agency, he looks fantastic. I think that Bin didn't have the best series. But
He had a horrible
I feel like
series,
that the rest of the
actually.
team covered for any
Let's keep
mistakes
it
that
a
he might
buck.
have made, and overall, BLG is
This
looking like
series
a
was
force.
tough.
If things go the way we're expecting, then on the one side of the bracket, we got the 2 first seeds, and the other side of the bracket, we're looking at a BLG T1 rematch So it's going to be an intense MSI. And the one thing I'll say about Koi, they're a force to be reckoned with. They definitely showed some great stuff today in the lower bracket.
You just missed the EU
some very serious
match.
damage depending on whoever their opponent is.
Yep, we'll have
but
to
you're
see
just in
what
time for the
happens. Of course,
T1 match.
Tomorrow, we are going to have more
It's a
matches, but
birthday
before
week.
that, we are
Really
joining
get into
Laura
that.
and Wendy,
Really
who are
get
standing
into
by
that.
with Elk for the Verizon post-game
It's really a birth month. Clock that.
Opponents, and it feels like they're the team
There
who
we go.
challenged you the most so far.
首先，恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。
July
但是也要问一
is
下，
indeed the
可能
best
你们
one.
对于你们对手的一些看法，因为其实 MKOI 这支队伍在 LEC， 大家
I know
总
that's
是会
right,
觉得他
period.
们在面对到对手总是有着非常充分的准备，所以说想问一下有什么看法？
Yeah, I like her
我觉得
dress.
这一期他们也打得非常的好吧。然后从
I love
第
the
2局还有第
shoes.
4局，其实我们都打得比较激烈。然后在第4局就前期我们也就是中期的时候我们也劣势嘛，但是我们后期
Happy early
翻
birthday,
盘
Doug.
就能感觉到他们整体阵容还有他们个人实力都打得非常好吧。
Thank you. Thank
I
you,
must say,
Doug.
MKOI is a great team and performed so good today, especially for
Ori,
both game
what
2
are you
and 4. We just made
doing?
so many aggressive fights, and especially for the last game, we were like kind of in a
what the
disadvantage
frick are you
situation. They put us off
doing,
guard,
dude?
but after that, we just be able to make a comeback.
What?
So I really would like to give a big shout out to MKOI as well because they did so good in all the team fights and also in the macro.
And focusing a bit more on your performance, after the play-in
Bro.
stage, you said that you were warming up, getting used to the stage, and also you had to get better at the laning phase, especially. Do you feel
I'm
like you
so
improved enough to your
confused.
standards?
那么记得
Alright,
其
thank
实
you
在
so
比
much
赛
for
结束
the
的媒体群访当中 Alpha 选手有
50
提到说，
gifted
可能入围赛对你们来讲更多的是一种热身和热手，还有很多地方需要提高和进步，特别是比如说像
Thank you
对
so
线的部分。
much.
所以说，你觉得可能回顾自己今天的表现
Bro, I'm
自己的队伍是否在这一方
flabbergasted.
面
What
可
the
能说有
frick,
所长
bro?
进呢？有什么样的看法？
因为在入围赛的时候，其实我觉得我们整个队伍的身体状态没有那么好吧，然后在比赛上面表现出来的画面其实也没有那么好。然后今天
Or
的
are you
这
like
几
on a
场比
train
赛
or，something?
我自己觉得我们下路对线是比入围赛的时候发挥的好一点了。然后但是自己就感觉自己也个人失误还有掉点还是比较多吧，然后就希望就自己就好好复盘，然后在下一场比赛的时候能够做得更好，打得更好。
Insane. Thank you, Ori.
I must say maybe for
For
the
the
play-ins, we
50
didn't have a very good health
gifted.
condition for the whole team, and we didn't like have a very solid game plays as well. But I think for today's ball lane and laning phase, together with On, we were able to just do it better and better. But still, for myself, I made some mistakes here and there, so I really need to do more reflections and maybe do more feedbacks in order to have an even better performance on stage.
Ramping up here at MSI, and I do hope you are feeling better. You often said that lately you've been carrying a lot of frustration from making it far, but not quite at the finish line. What has been your drive to surpass this frustration, and what can you? Are you sure that this time around is going to be different?
那其实呢，可能很多时候对于 BLG 的国际大赛之旅，永远感觉好像只差那么一步，但是呢，好像总是离那一步会有一点遥远。所以说，你觉得是什么样能够一直支持着你，然后呢去度过这样的难关，一直保持着积极的心态去面对比赛？同时呢，你觉得为什么这一次结果会不一样呢？
我觉得所有的职业选手的目标应该都是冠军，然后大家也一直在为这个目标去努力，然后自己也是一样吧。然后我们整个队伍，之前，其实我觉得走到决赛的话，其实没有一个队伍会差的嘛。然后，但是我们在每一个系列赛，其实我们自己的目标。先不说冠军嘛，就是我们就是目标是先进到决赛，然后去在决赛这一路上，我们去打得更好，做得更好。然后在决赛的时候，就希望能够发挥出更好的，每个人能够表现更好的自己吧，然后去能够赢下来。
I have to say, I believe all the pro players, their ultimate goal is always a champion standing on the final stage. So, and also I think all the teams can qualify to the final. Definitely they're not weak, they're all strong teams. But for us, our goal for now is we are going to try our best to just go to the final stage for this MSI. And we really need to do more progress, do more growth through this whole journey. And hopefully if we got a chance to maybe stand in the final stage for this MSI, we're going to just showcase our best talent, to showcase the most best performance on stage to you guys, and we're going to try our best through this whole long journey.
With all the opponents that you would have to face, I see one team behind you getting ready that maybe you want to take revenge on. T1 might be your next opponent in the next round. how much do you want to take revenge on them?
那其实，在我们采访在进行的过程当
Not
中，队伍
T1
下
right
一场
behind
的队
them
伍
with
们
their
也开始
headphones
进行
off
准备了，其中就有
listening.
L 个选手现在
Yeah,
身后
T1
正
is
在准备
next.
热身的 T1，也是你们有可能在下一轮面对到的对手。所以说，能不能和我们分享一下，如果要面对到他们的话，你们想要面对他们复仇的心有多么的强烈呢？对于下一场可能进行的对决有什么样的想法？
我觉得比赛就是感觉都有可能赢嘛，然后我觉得 T1 获胜概率会更大一点。然后因为我们和 T1 交手其实挺多次了，然后就希望能够，就因为我们在上一次世界赛决赛的时候输给他们嘛，然后这次在 MSI 就希望能够成功复仇，然后去，如果下一场面对他们的话，就是好好去准备，然后去做好我们自己的吧。
Anything can happen here on the stage for the next game, but definitely T1 maybe got a higher potential to get the victory for next best of 5. But if we got a chance to face off against T1, because we kind of the old rivals play against of each other for so many times, and this time if we got the opportunity, we really have a very strong feeling to take the revenge on him, and hopefully we can just show guys a very exciting best of 5s, and we're going to just try our best.
Let's see if we will have this matchup then. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation, as always. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the second series right after this.
Woo! We are ready for T1! 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 No, literally, Ore, you stayed up till like, what, 2, 3 a.m.? 2, 3 a.m. last night? You're insane. But you're here now. You might as well stay for the best of 5 that will be taking place today. Let's go over the pick'ems. By the way, mine are still perfect. Mine are still perfect. Oh, I'm 100% working from home. Oh, okay, remote. Okay, remote. Yeah, I might do an all-nighter tonight as well. We'll see what happens. Still perfect pick'ems. I don't miss. I'm top 25%. I do expect this to go even smaller. I do. Perfect points. Need, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 44 months of support. I hope you're having a gorgeous day today, love. Ori, what do you have to do an all-nighter tonight for? Oh my gosh, Darren, please get some sleep. Are you 2 a.m.? Are you in Japan? Like, why is it 2 a.m.? I need them to update the series. I wanna see my score. Perf pick'ems. Somebody on TikTok was like, I copied your pick'ems to a T. And if they did, hey, I'm cooking. Cooking up, my boy. I think the only one that I'm a little bit worried about is this one right here. I really hate that I chose against T1, but I do think BLG looks pretty solid. Ah, you're in Turkey. I'm gonna watch the T1 game, then sleep. Are you gonna watch the whole series? All right, do y'all remember the Spanish word of the day? It's la verdad. La verdad.
La verdad.
La verdad. Let me turn it down so I'm not blasting your ears. La verdad.
La verdad.
And the sentence of the day is la verdad está ahí fuera.
La verdad está ahí fuera.
Ahí fuera. The truth is out there. La verdad está aquí. What is fuera? Let me see real quick.
And welcome back for our second series of the day. CFO entering the stage alongside T1 here at MSI in the main stage. Guys, thank you so much. And welcome to the desk.
Oh, welcome you too.
I need Spanish. Aquí fuera. Thank you, back. La verdad está ahí fuera. And don't forget. Yes, I want to see some dances today, bro.
They defeated LPL.
I want to see some. Yeah, hit that hoe. Hey, hit that hoe. Hey.
On the international stage.
Yeah, they did everything, of course.
You guys think if I interviewed Driver and I was like, "Hey, can you hit that hoe real quick?" You think he'd know what I mean?
Behind, like either Rest or Driver coming in, really threw people in for a loop. So it's fun to see.
Like if I was like, "Thank you so much for taking this interview. Could you hit that hoe real quick?" Do you think he would?
And it starts for
Like I just want to make sure that, like, you know.
Old friend in the jungle. Look at that.
He's youthful.
Wow. He is currently on a 6-title streak.
I think even the translator would be like,
the LCP, and he's absolutely the engine for this team, regardless of who they're starting.
And when he hits the translator, oh my gosh, he's gonna turn around and swing at someone. Yo, that would be insane.
He's been gold.
That would be insane.
The base in the early game, and obviously one of, if not the player, we're gonna be looking
Oh
at
my
the
gosh.
most here on this CFO lineup.
Excuse me, sir. Could you
support pool though, because we have
Could you
two
hit that hoe?
very different champions here in the likes of K-Wing and Keria.
Yeah. So the thing I
All he needs is permission. Yeah, BLG won 3-1. The end was kind of insane. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
However, when he is on
Also, guys,
sports, he can be one of the best in the
update
world. But also,
for my birthday. The good old Black Magic or Da Vinci Resolve sent me
the spread between their
an encoder. So this is for IRL streams so that I can use my like actual camera and have better internet. So the IRL streams will be 19,000 times better. I will no longer be IRL streaming with my phone. I will be using my 4K camera. Okay. And I will have real internet, real modems. So it's about to be insane. Insane. So shout out Black Magic. Thank you so much for sending me this. I can't wait to see how the IRL streams turn out. It's about to be a time. No more lags. No more lags. Like this is the stuff that Tyson at and the other like big IRL streamers use. So freaking fire.
Yeah, and like even the Gumo is playing well. All these guys. Guess who was getting player of the series for both of those? Doran was nailing it off of his like side lane play. He was an amazing like Gwen player or a staple. A lot of questions.
Antarctica is insane.
How he would perform.
I wanted to have this set up and ready for Anime Expo. I wanted to take y'all to Anime Expo. But we got MSI. I can't leave my house.
It was just Doran, and what we're seeing right now is
I can't leave my house.
Old Doran play when he was on Gen G during 2023, because the story for him was domestic success, domestic high level of play, and then when he went into international play, it was something completely different, and I feel like that stigma
I remember
followed
this.
him.
And I feel like it could be the reverse this time, right? Because I actually thought he had one of his most rough.
Yeah, I remember this.
In this split two.
I remember being like, yo, what the frick?
Split two, but then he absolutely showed up in playoffs, was a huge factor in them qualifying for here. And
Y'all remember when he died to Krugs?
He's dying to Krugs, and I was like, okay, we got this, right?
Remember when he lost a 1v1 to Krugs?
About this, but then he ended up taking over that game on Gwen.
I mean, I'm excited about this. I'm mostly
I want him to know he will be
biggest opponent for Doran today. It's not gonna be the fact that CFO has two top laners.
What the heck?
It is gonna be that tiny box that we see here, a neutral monster
The Lord of Krugs.
in the jungle, a pet Krug that we have here.
He's opening it up. He's opening it up.
Open it up.
What's inside?
Let's reveal him.
Of course, it's his old friend. So just putting that out there. This brother right here. It felt like it was just this moment, him losing to the Krugs, that unlocked him. So I feel like he
it's
is
a
going
rock.
to be
Okay.
so ready for this international
was like,
play,
that's
because even
not
though
a
we talked about the history of him, like it was the ramp that I am looking at.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to like carry on his own play into the international play.
I
here
wonder
at
if they're
MSI,
selling
I think
those.
he's ready.
Do y'all think they're selling those?
When it mattered, and that brings us to comparing these top laners.
All right, let's take it.
Because we have Rest and Driver. They've done a little swapperoo where in split one, Rest would always start and then they would swap to Driver. This split, it's been Driver starting. They actually share no champions though. Thank you.
I like Driver
for doing this for me, because I was the one that requested this. But yeah, they don't overlap. So you see kind of Rest with some of these carries in the top. Driver, as we know, the Scion.
No, literally bang.
Master, right? The Ornn. And then Doran showing up with on stuff like the Camille, the Gwen, Renekton.
A Krug plushie would go hard, but they just put a rock in that hoe.
We've talked about. Are we looking at top lane?
Absolutely.
In the early game?
It was a 3-1 Devon. BLG won.
This event like talking about the swapping between like.
Have they updated it? Like I want my points, baby.
Really matters because CFO made this
update my points, baby. Update my points.
On the international stage here, so it is time to introduce our two new teams here for the second series of MSI.
Are you ready?
Second clash of the day. The number one team from the LCB, CTBC Flying Oysters, and the reigning League of Legends World Champions, T1.
Yeah!
Caster desk as well for what
he's such a cutie. Like you can't root against him. I can't root against Driver. I want Driver to win top lane, bro.
Somewhat to plan.
Oh no!
Each team with lower expectations finding a single game.
Since nobody's introducing them, I will.
Be the team to buck the trend. And that matchup right there, Junja versus Owner, that's one we're going to be looking at today.
Go on!
To see what this match is going to bring. Thus far, the 3-1s have reigned strong.
I don't know what homeboy's name is. I'm not gonna lie.
But that would be where I would be leading.
Kyria's some baby girl. I don't know. I think I just need to hit him with like a Kyria. Like period. Go ahead, baby girl. You better walk up them stairs.
I really thought that that last one was going to go to 5. Instead, going to be
period
to CFO versus T1 just a little bit earlier.
Definitely are. Silver
hey, we hype. We hype now, baby.
Certainly one of the most aggressive early game teams we have at this tournament. See,
let's go.
CFO can weather that storm.
Go T1.
Pressure
we
on
are
both sides.
up.
Desk already hit it beautifully. A lot of expectations on Doran.
Okay, I didn't know I was matching the thermostat. The thermostat. My little drinky drink to my.
Can't wait to see.
It's like the perfect color.
If you weren't able to catch the LCP finals, you might be looking. Okay, it was a 3-2 against GAM. Let me tell. That was
Devin.
I really do think CFO throughout that series looked a lot better. And it was kind of the T1 magic.
Thermostat. Yeah, my thermostat.
Even in their first series that they were going to play against KT, they weren't the favorites. That was a pretty even split against Hanwha Life's extremely heavy underdogs. And none of it
ended up mattering because
T1
Go T1.
And well, I think for CFO, they're used to being favorites domestically, internationally.
All right. I just know T1 gonna pull out the big boys right now, bro. I just know they're gonna pull out the big boys.
Faker's face appears on camera. The crowd goes wild.
Oh, yeah.
Duh, it's fakey wakey. Who can contain themselves?
By Omen and HyperX. Forest taking
just the name gets me all giggly.
Here, taking away 2, limiting Honkyu's champion pool specifically.
And Faker has, contrary to many of his past years, not had the best spring split individually. Did turn it on for playoffs, as he very often does. But if you go back to 24 to 23,
go Fakey, go
Fakey,
go Fakey,
top 2 mid,
go
obviously Chovy domestically reigned supreme. But Faker was having very consistent performance. This spring wasn't really about him. Owner in the regular split, and then Doran and Carrier towards the end. That I think really turned it on, as the Xayah also gonna get taken away. And the Vi, I feel like kind of a must takeaway.
Go
Any kick-based champion, T1 is always going to do exceptional, and also gives Junja the tools to start fights at his own bidding. And he has been the player that, as we I think we'll be talking about for the rest of the day as well, has been the beating heart of this roster.
Definitely has. And you brought up Owner and Carrier for the side of T1, right? In playoffs, really the entire team ramping up. Those are the 2 that stood out to us, and it's the same story for CFO. We know Junja.
I don't think we have to worry about Owner. Right? I think the only person we gotta worry about is that boy in the top lane, Loki.
There's nothing you can do to stop them, and you see already they've got one of those tools in there.
I think that's all we gotta worry about.
But it does mean giving up
Because like
priority
he
mid
kind
lane
of
to
coin
Faker, So
flip.
now the Zin and the Annie, really solid setup.
Owner, exceptional Zin player, will lock it in here. And with those bans, T1, I think, also leaning into that, making sure that Faker will have a relatively comfortable matchup, even in case of something like that Victor, as it does come through. The early game, Victor at least has to respect. I think it's not until like 2-3 items that you really start getting into trouble with the range disadvantage.
And it's interesting already, we talked about
For me
weathering the storm
about
of the early game, right? How do you go up
I'm
against
low-key okay with
Carry and
it.
Owner? How do you go up against this T1 roster who is so willing to fight you for everything? Sometimes against their own best interests, right? We've seen great moments, we've seen some sloppy moments. And the answer from CFO seems to be, we're gonna scale. They are set up for a beautiful front-to-back composition. Yes, Pantheon can do a lot of work in the early game, but when you see Sion, when you see Victor,
Okay,
we're a jinx
Aatrox
away
top.
from a 2018 team composition.
Does leave me wondering if CFO is going to be able to deal with the mid-game barrage that T1 really throws every team's way. Final series
T1 is playing. Faker is playing. Tis time. What's going on, AS? How you doing?
As mentioned,
yeah, that's Bay right there.
They, in a lot of the games in
That's
their
Bay
finals
right there.
against GAM, were able to comfortably get to the point where, especially with draft like this, they should be fine. Sometimes the Baron call's not quite there. Some flippy decision making. And against
Flying
T1, who are
oysters. This isn't
notorious
MSI. It's a
really grabbing
circus.
Barons that probably don't
What does
belong to
that
them.
mean?
Gonna be a risk, as we do see the Rel.
Oh my gosh,
taken
that
away.
sounds so good
Obviously,
on blue.
No supports picked up yet, unless we see some really weird flexes. And I am fairly certain that T1 is going to be looking to counter pick for Carrion. One of the biggest.
This is my
advantages
first time
that
watching
this player
Faker in
has,
action.
as
Oh,
was
you're
highlighted by
in
the
for a
desk,
treat.
is a collective champion.
Yanara doesn't come out until July 16th.
The question is not can he play it, the question is has he played it yet, more often than not. But C, is that has gotten them into trouble once or twice, right? Do they want to go full steam ahead on early game?
Yeah.
Go for something like the Elise, or maybe more
Who do y'all think does the banning?
But clear, again, no matter where you go, Vancouver loves T1, no surprise. Legendary organization for CFO.
Yeah, Zeus left T1 at the start of this year. Zeus is on HLE now. T1 and HLE fought for the very last spot at MSI, and T1 won.
Yeah, what's the
It was a very sad day.
Jin seems solid with the setup that they
It was a
have, but
very
we need
sad
someone
day.
who's going to get through that Scion in later stages of the game.
Would be a Guma comp. They're going to instead save a counter pick for Guma. They're going to pick Nico, so by that also making a possible Renata, which I think is one of the few
Hey
non-engaged
Guma,
ports
let
that
me
Pound
talk
play
to
a
you
little
real
bit
quick. Let me
harder
talk to you real quick. Hey,
actually
hey,
pull
brother.
Sorry, there's a Krug sound.
Hear me out. I'm tired of watching these annoying boo-boo ADCs, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm so tired of it. Can you please pick anything else? Anything else? Like, I don't want to see no Ezreal. Okay, well, you can't do that now. I don't want to see no Quirky. I don't want to see no Ziggs. I don't want to see no Callista, Ashe, Lucian, Varus. I mean, half of those are banned. I'm not gonna lie to you. But like, give me something new, something fresh. Like, please, bro. Let me see no Ashe, bro. Nothing. I don't want none of that. Can you do that for me this one time?
I'd rather
Just
see something
one
like that. I
time.
think playing the Braum into the Nico
Just
is already
once.
rough. I also think you need some semblance of early pressure. Leon also
Just once,
very
bro.
obviously does that job. As
Hey,
the
bro, we done seen that. I'm not gonna lie to you. We've seen.
makes sense in the
Please
draft,
don't.
but
Okay, I'll take the Kai'Sa. I'll take the Kai'Sa. I'll take the Kai'Sa. I'll take it. No. Yes. It's fine. No. Kai'Sa, please, bro. Please. Please no.
The Kai'Sa as we get later in the game, very
Please
good at
just give us the
locking down,
Kai'Sa,
keeping
bro.
up with that
I'll take it.
Ezreal.
I'm sorry I complained. I'm sorry I complained. Please.
Make the most sense for T1, and they're going to go towards that. So the CFO draft, if you load into the Rift on 2 items, absolutely slaps. Incredible. And there
Is that a game mode? Did I miss
well,
that?
maybe not in this game though, because when you look at the pieces, the front to back later on is absolutely insane. You have a great amount of CC, spread damage profile.
He was like,
a lot of.
You complained about Kai'Sa? Oh, I'm gonna give you something to complain about.
And Victor compared to something.
I'm gonna
like
give
that
you
Annie
something
and
to
Zinza.
complain about, actually.
Contesting early objectives is
Here.
going to be really hard.
Quirky.
And the reason why I go in so hard on it is because T1 absolutely
No,
is not
Echo,
going to
I'm
give you
so
the
for
time
real.
to skill.
They
So you're
are
gonna have to
listening
fight
to my
early.
stream.
There's some pressure points, right?
I'm so for real.
Maybe they get a
Literally,
little
I
timing.
will say something and then they react to it the next second. I remember I said this one time. It was like a while back. I said this and I was like, yo, if you're listening, emote. And then they pressed an emote. It was so insane. It was actually so freaking insane.
We talked about.
So I really do feel like they got my stream up in the background and it interferes with their comms sometimes. I really do.
You can't free up that Leona to roam. It can fall apart very quickly.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
On both sides to see
Coach in one ear, Chim Chim in the other, right?
What level 1 strategies they might bring to bear.
Oh,
Whenever
it's so crazy.
Involved, I'm going to be looking at
It's so crazy.
Outside said make some noise. Vancouver more than happy to oblige. We get ready for game 1. CFO versus T1, the last of our first round matches. Perhaps a date with Destiny for T1.
Let's do it, T1.
First, they're going to have to go through CFO.
Let's do it, T1.
And it's a quiet game 1. Again, in some of these matchups, we're seeing teams who've already gone through plans, got the jitters out, maybe less afraid to go all in the first few seconds of a game, but CFO and T1, first look we're going to have for them.
Now, Laden Fates, it looks like maybe a little bit for Vision here. So we do have Driver making his way over, but don't really have that much Fred. If there was a Braum involved, maybe as a, yeah, we got to bring it up again. That's insane.
It is insane.
Wow.
This is, there's no one better
Is he like
in the
that?
entirety of LCP than Junja. This is
He just like
jungler,
that?
no doubt in my mind. And normally when you go up against T1, you see Owner on the opposite side, you start to sweat. But I think CFO is still a question as to who will come out on top. You feel a lot better knowing that Junja is the one holding down your early game. He's the man that you have backing you up.
And taking a look at the rune setup, Faker, usually on the Annie, we very often see the Electrocute, going to be the Phase Rush instead. So a little bit more potential of getting out of some sticky situations. Hongq going for Aerie, so as we saw already there, trying to just play for as much lane pressure as possible. I think the first couple of levels for Victor are honestly great. Into the Annie, it's really post-6 where you need to be a lot more careful as we were expecting. A lot of fighting here for that early prowl in the bot lane.
Quick Zenith Blade, but doesn't amount to too much. Again, range advantage, the biggest thing here at level 1. Hongq continues to trade with a fast level 2.
Is there no sound on purpose? Let me turn it up for you. There's supposed to be sound, but I'll turn it up a little bit. Are you able to hear it now, fam?
Good trades. And you really want to try and do that as much as possible. I think Victor, when it comes to his one spike, doesn't quite hit as hard, especially if it's going to be that Rod of Ages build. Whereas the Annie, particularly if
yeah, over on TikTok, they were saying that they couldn't hear.
Junja on the way down. Guma, the stun, the immediate CC on the carrier. They know that he's not the one with cleanse. An easy first pickup for the side of CFO.
And the heal from Carrier gets invested initially to dodge away from Kaiwing, but as you highlight, Junja.
I have a question. That JINX emote had some like,
as he's able to, as you highlight, go
Mandarin
that doesn't have a way out. Guma, even though he was level 2, if he adds up
do they have Chinese exclusive?
That could have been a big problem. Has the cleanse as well, but Carrier, no way out of the CC for him.
Emotes as well? Because I know China has like exclusive skins and chromas. I have that emote, but it doesn't have no English on it.
Really get enough ability haste to continuously chew through that ginormous shield that is there for Driver.
Yeah, Soul Furnace, a very powerful ability. And I'm curious to see what Driver is able to do with the Scion.
They have exclusive everything. Well, dang.
Some inspiration from the boss coming out for Driver. So maybe if he manages to find a lead, we see some proxying. But first, he's going to have to find that lead, or at the very least, be able to crash that wave.
Yeah, this matchup isn't fun. We'll see. Driver, as long as he can get his creeps, doesn't actually get taken down, he's not going to be too bothered. As Owner on this Zinzao, maybe looking for a player towards the bot side. There are still sums available, so it looks like instead just going to go for the base, not wanting to flip too much. And Ezreal, notoriously not the easiest, and nor is Leona to dive.
Opting to back out, but he does drop double wards. So Vision on red, Vision on the Raptors as well. Will spot out Junja starting that camp. Faker and Hongq just continue to trade. And honestly, very quiet game.
Leisurely start.
Kind of as expected, I would say, in terms of some of the champions that we have.
It's post-6, right? That I think we're really going to see once the first objectives start. There isn't something like the Elise and the Fairy where you're really going to be looking to just dive on one of the first couple of waves.
Okay, Doran.
And credit to Doran, he is not letting Driver charge a single decimating smash. Always staying in range, willing to tank a little bit of extra damage just to cancel the knockup. Keep that wave forward as
Oh, here he is again.
It's crazy how long Nico clone lasts. Look, it's still sweeping.
Only one of them has cleanse. A difficult puzzle.
Such an OP
Zoner now ready to make a
ability.
dive happen topside. Have to respect the zombie passive from Scion, but Driver in a tough spot here. Wind becomes lightning. A quick flash out, extra shielding. And Dorn forced to flash away. Owner should just finish the job, but now the tower's hitting him. He has to flash as
Wow.
well. T1.
Is that worth though? Both
Maybe not the cleanest
flashes?
execution.
We'll be able to get it. Having to invest.
Because he's just gonna TP back.
Really good.
Oh, he's TPing bot. He's TPing bot.
That kept him alive for a little bit longer. It starts off great. Owner primes his Q, gets the auto.
We're getting a bot
Dorn
swap.
Sets him up with the Q1.
Thank you,
If Dorn
Charlanders.
had backed, I think that is just a very clean dive, but hadn't actually spent any money yet, so not enough AD to chew for the Scion that quickly. Still though, early lead for T1. Not going to be the end of the world. Scion of all champions obviously will be fine, regardless of him getting put behind a little bit early.
Yeah, still has 170 extra health, so you can see at the bottom of the screen. And TP's used to reset lane matchups here, so or they swap as now Driver in the bottom side of the map, Dorn going to respond as well.
And now the Bramble, Bramble Vest is there. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier. It's an extremely strong item into Aatrox, very unfun. Can't believe he did that. Building armor.
Look, man, we talked about it. We're waiting for someone to build Serpent's Fang. We love the item. It's probably not this game. I don't think the Scion Shield is enough.
Can you explain why they swap lanes? Well, it used to be because they want certain like lane prios, and they know like if their bot lane loses a matchup versus the enemy team's matchup, they'll swap, hoping that they can get an easier lane by bullying the top laner 1v2. But now they've made so many changes, I don't know why they swap anymore, because Dragon is the first objective up, so I would think that both teams would want their ADC's bot. So I don't really know. I use OBS, Kimmy.
But now manages to take it down, so it's going to cost his life. They get the Drake,
Okay,
but now
owner
it's
gets
all
the
in from the side of
Drake.
CFO. Perfect gravity field. They're going to grab another one on top of it. Faker taken down, drops the
For
bear.
2 deaths.
But in the blink of an eye, it goes from passive
So a
to
2 for
insane
none.
aggression from the side of CFO.
And T1,
They swapped for Grub support, but like Grubs aren't even up and Dragon was up. If the ADCs are bot there, like, isn't that a better fight?
Doesn't have his ultimate available. That means that there is no way for him to stall out this play, and you can see, I don't think they were really expecting to go this crazy. Driver goes in, gets the knock up, and not a lot of counterplay available there. And just giving up owner for Dragon.
I mean, they wasted a lot of flashes for that.
Ends up dying as well. It's a really big win here early on, because
Yeah, that's
any early kills that
2
you can
kills.
get for CFO bring you closer to that promised item break point that we talked about earlier, when you're really
I
starting to
see.
see the power of this Scion, this Victor, as well as this Ezreal.
Uma taking a decent chunk here, even without a Sheen completed is now. Dorn doing what he can to zone Driver away. Willing to proxy himself if necessary.
The proxer?
I mean, look, fire with fire, as it was. And I think for T1, you highlighted it so well, right? If they get that Drake, if they're closer to soul stacking, it puts them in a comfortable position as we go later into this game, but losing those few kills is rough.
I like Bramble Vest.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need to.
Yo, Zoogie, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today.
But more is better, right? That's
Generally,
pretty universal.
when it comes to kills, yes. When it comes to flashes blown, as Honkyu does get his blown there by the timely arrival. And even despite some of that control we saw set up earlier, T1, they get one, but CFO not going to let them have more for free.
And you know, I'm going to check to make sure that's not a visual bug. Could you just yap for 30 seconds? Because either I have missed a very elaborate math Reddit thread.
No, I think it was just a mistake.
Okay,
looks like he sold it. Pick up the chain vest.
He didn't think he'd have that much gold early game.
Well, it might also just be, you want to get Bramble against Aatrox, right? Sometimes it's just muscle memory.
Sure.
We'll be pivoting away, but something to keep in mind if we do have some very specific breakpoints down the line. Thus far, though, really impressed with the early game that CFO have been able to show. For as good as they were, I think we saw this even in the final game that they played.
Oh, thank you for being here.
Against GAM, where
Appreciate
they
you.
really mostly relied on just slowing the game down. So seeing them take control early definitely feels good, but there is a lot more skirmishing to be done. And T1 on that one, kind of caught sleeping. We'll see if CFO
also has to be
can...
careful. He's just going to jet out of the river there.
It's fine. Faker needs to catch the wave.
Yeah, it'll work out fine as Doggo going to grab a quick flower. try to get some pressure here in the bottom lane. Earlier we saw on our screen, Driver not quite able to cancel any of those recalls, and the ulti coming out from Doggo wasn't able to do it either. Very close, though, to putting T1 in a difficult position in terms of resets and tempo on the map. Now, however,
all right, so
1K difference,
CFO has already gotten all of the
generally look at
all of the kills for the first feat of Warfare,
Dorn, though, holding on to his
or whatever the one
least.
for the kills is
He's the player that
called.
we have our eyes on.
Both have one objective,
as mentioned,
and then
Doran
we're waiting on first
been
turret if need
consistently one
be.
of the top laners within the LCK since he joined Gen G. But unfortunately, it has also been met with equal level of troubles when it comes to the international.
It's Warfare. What are feats called then?
Already starting on that
Feats
run
of
ages. I
strength.
do think
Feats of strength, feats of warfare, feats of objectives, and first turret. Okay, cool.
Heal out. The ult. Pantheon on the way down. Good value, though. The heal for that ulti.
Let's
for
go,
double
Death
ultis. Does give T1
Ray.
a window of opportunity to fire back.
I think you're pretty happy with that as T1.
No, literally, Andre. The way I want to queue
That's gonna
up.
give you possible angle. At the very least, it means that Junja won't be able to join or get backline access quite as easy as, oh boy.
Junja locked up, burst damage ready to go. Aegis assault, but Faker waits it out
Thank
before
you,
throwing down his cooldowns.
kid.
It might cost him though. Honku. Ulti there, but Faker zooming out to safety courtesy of the phase rush. Junja still living for an extra moment. Nice flash over the wall, but Owner ready to follow, as is Kaiwing. Going in for the 2v2. Owner a little bit tankier. Carrier ready to follow up. Jungle supports on both sides. Still standing. Q in. It's not quite enough damage, but the E over the wall. The Ray to finish it, which Carrier is real. The flash one is the right choice as Guma's lower and lower. Fights on multiple fronts. T1 losing so many kills.
And CFO.
All in favor to ignore Carrier's ultimate, say aye.
On the re-engage. They felt like they had an exit after they got the summoner out of Junja, but
Everybody gets one.
more.
Everybody gets one.
Faker out, denying the reset. Gonna slow him down that much more. Faker does have TP, but may be forced to use it to return to lane. Dorn, in the meantime, though, is the one.
No, you don't want to forgive him.
Getting those extra plates.
As we take it
What ultimate? Oh, well, they gonna play it, so you'll see.
A lot of damage towards Junja, trying to catch him off guard. Makes a lot of sense. But what happens next is Junja gets over the wall. Carrier basically whiffs the ult because of the flash. And then the immediate response from Kaiwing. Owner doesn't actually connect the W and the damage onto Junja. And then when he goes back in, while that was happening, Honku took Faker effectively out of the fight. Faker's not able to join. Without the Annie, you're missing so much damage. And while all of that was happening, Doran also made his way over.
It's okay,
with the TP,
Owner.
which was what allowed
oh, wow.
Driver in the top lane to get a ton of damage on that turret.
Oh, wow.
What a reaction. Honestly fair. Junja, well played fight though, right?
It's
Gets
okay,
Carrier's ulti
Owner.
before flashing over the wall.
Don't
Really what
worry.
keeps that so close. As Driver now matched up against Faker, we'll see where they want to send Honku. Side lane.
I'll be right
versus
back. I gotta go
Ace.
pee.
Or,
I'm
excuse
drinking
me,
too
Doran
much
as well.
water.
Big faux pas there. Doran, as they keep this going, is going to be tough.
As Doran, sitting on the Thunder Sky right now, has his Merc Treads done as well. On the flip side, we see Driver still fine when it comes to the item finishes. I think that time alone towards the top side, even the Doran got some plates and damage done towards the bottom half of the map's not going to be too set as Doran should be known this is coming. We see the pings come down, but I don't think he can hold there. Junja's in the area, has his ultimate available. I think he uses it.
Sundered Sky trying to clear the wave. It's a bit of a desperate game, but World Ender now coming out. Massive damage, but Doran lives for an extra second. Needs one more Sundered Sky proc. Gets the auto! He's still up! The outplay! Doran lives for far too long. Honku can't get it done. Doran, are you kidding me?
That's vintage Cracklord, baby! As Doran somehow lives through that.
The patience, the gusto to dive forward. The Sundered Sky procs coming through. His Driver's now caught out. Should be no way out of this one, but the Scion is damn tanky.
That's flash.
Flash away. Kaiwing there to cover. But this is a disastrous sequence for CFO, and almost 1,000 gold lead starting to shrink now as the counterpunch is Faker, pushing for free on the top side, nearly knocking down that tier 1 tower.
And the early game back and forth here. That play, obviously T1 going to be happy with. They got the flash. Faker will be getting the turret here. But do know Doran did mess up on a good amount of CS because even with the counter kill that he got, the healing from that kill was still ticking, obviously allowing him to stay alive. Honku was able to then immediately push onto the turret letting some CS go to waste. As we're taking out a looker, so T1 I think was very aware that this was happening. First Doran tries to clear the wave, not actually able to do so.
What I missed?
The flash means that there isn't enough damage, and then right there, the heal from Sundered Sky, as well as the fact that right afterwards he gets the heal from that turret.
Are you
just
serious?
Unfortunately, dropping it a little bit too late. There were
Bro, I just had to pee, bro. It was 1 minute.
What is Sundered Sky with
It was
Aatrox healing
60
him?
seconds of
606
peeing.
health.
Are you kidding me?
So incredibly powerful. Now Doran knocking down the tower as well, while the rest of the map has been a bit of a bloodbath. He's really just been
Yeah,
holding
I'll
it down
watch
on
it
the top
at the
side.
end of this game.
For T1, almost
Actually, I'm
800
just gonna watch it on the
individual gold lead,
side.
but it's CFO who
I'm gonna watch
had
it on the
set
side
up
real
around
quick.
Herald first as we went into that replay and are so far holding
Thank
on
you
to
for
it pretty
clipping
well.
it. I appreciate you.
Triforce spikes on both sides
Okay.
for both AD carries.
Drake's 1-to-1
They
right
really
now.
1v4ing.
Just starting up Herald. T1 clearly do want to contest. Sum's available for almost everyone. Not for Guma, not for Doggo.
Yo, freaking
All of
insane,
which are in
bro.
this fight. Let's see whether Faker
That
can
man's
get us to the back line.
disgusting.
And for Junja,
Okay,
the
so we
target
getting
selection is gonna be bigger for
domestic
CFO.
Doran.
TP comes in.
We getting domestic Doran.
Hard fight for T1.
That's not international Doran. That's domestic Doran. I rock with that.
Carrier on the backside. CFO have spotted it, but it might not matter. Quick lockup. Faker there as well. They've isolated the Nico. Carrier in trouble. Burning. Cut down by the ulti of the Victor. CFO. Good patience, good discipline. How many teams have been caught out
That's
by a
not
flank
good,
like
bro.
that?
Too telegraphed. CFO. See Carrier make his way over. Like, we can see you. We know this is coming. As Driver.
Going forward. Can't quite drift it.
Thought more was going to happen.
Yeah, as did I.
That's okay. As we probably going to take a look. That means the Herald does go over to CFO. So this early back and forth still ongoing.
I thought we had to be
highlighted, I
worried
think
about
that does
Doran, not
benefit
Carrier.
CFO
Yeah, that's
if they're able
tough.
to play their own game, if they're able to slow it down. Even this.
What's up, Biggie
disregarding the draft,
Turbo?
right, where
Don't
I
worry.
think that the T1
We'll
composition,
go over the Spanish
when we
word of the
get later
day
to
throughout the
game,
stream.
The damage will always be there, but you are going to be extremely reliant on just finding one target and blowing them up. And let's be real, it's going to be
Don't worry.
Cyan, which very hard.
What is
Junja
don't
with
worry
his E
in
as
Spanish?
You can
I would
see
like to
here
know in Spanish
a bit of a
and in Korean.
contrast.
bottom one,
Production
man.
beautifully highlighting.
Korean.
World's 2013 picker was 17. Hongkyu was
Don't
6.
worry, is- oh,
Two different
Quinchana.
generations of League of Legends
It's okay.
player. And credit to Hongkyu in his
Quinchana.
first game. He has not faltered. He has not stumbled. You highlighted it, Faker. Really good playoffs. Not
And
as good
then
of a regular season. And in this Annie matchup, hasn't been able to
for
really do a whole lot yet.
Well, we've also seen that
Spanish.
T1 in draft was very clearly trying to get a decent match per fake, get him in on the Annie,
No
which
te
always can have an impact. But
preocupes.
Cosmic Drive now done
No te
for Hongkyu as well,
preocupes.
and we're starting to hit the item breakpoints that I was talking about for CFO.
We gonna remember that.
Almost the second item on Ezreal as well.
No
Good
te
transformation for Doggo.
preocupes. Am I
Junja
saying
should
that
be
right?
Getting close,
Preocupes.
but it's the skirmishing where they need to remain vigilant. We've seen T1 so many times. Just a single catch on a player can snowball very, very swiftly, and with Hextech Drake in particular, I
Quinchana.
don't think either team can
No
afford to
te
get that solo over.
preocupes.
No, they certainly can. We are pretty far away, as it's only the third Drake of the game up and available. Both teams tied.
Yo,
at
they were
1
wilding
apiece.
yesterday, Sona.
Gold lead slightly
Everyone
in
was
favor of
wilding
T1,
yesterday.
But remember, we generally favor the scaling of CFO more, and it was a bit of a misstep around Drake that gave those early kills to CFO, and they've been in a pretty decent spot ever since then.
Say it,
Dorn,
oh,
again, the
not
strong
all,
point of this team now
all,
alongside Guma as the Herald
No te
is going to crash.
Preo-
Won't quite finish the
preo-
tower. CFO just using it to get mid-prio to
preocupes.
start this objective, but
Good
again,
vision.
have to be careful. They don't have concrete information on where Doran is, and now it's Carrier on the flank. CFO,
Ocupes.
knock up from Driver.
No te
Five
preocupes.
angles.
Baker and Guma ready to go. CFO,
No te
where are they going to go? They're going to
preocupes.
start here. Instant ulti laid down by Hongkyu. Doran off on the side for now, uncontested, but it's Owner who's in trouble. In the meantime, Kaiwin going in, the ball damage coming in from Driver. It's Carry on the back line with the three-man knockup. So damn patient. And
Don't
CFO
forget,
getting sent packing,
Carrier
retreating
is
back to their side of the red, but it
still
might not be enough.
that
Junja on the way
guy.
out. Driver frontlining.
Never
Trying to
forget
buy
that.
space for the rest of the team as T1
Never
take the
forget
fight.
that.
And though the response from Doggo
Please.
on the
He's
Annie
still
play was
him.
great, that meant no cooldowns were available.
Okay,
for
he
when
may has
Carrier
whiffed a
went in.
couple.
And T1
couple of
with
ultis.
a multi-pronged
He's
approach,
still him.
actually coming in from a lot of different angles. CFO,
Don't forget that.
we're mostly aware of all of them, but it's so hard
No te
to get kind of the
preocupes.
front to back that we talk about. Right? You want Victor behind the two tanks, but you have Doran coming in on one end. Carrier coming in from another, and I want you to look at the attempted engage here. Owner gets his ult off, which means they can't kill him. And then right here, Faker goes for a big Annie play, but both Honkyu and Doggo flash, but then Carrier is there to ensure that the CC lands, the fight starts, and the moment the kill is
Well
found,
done.
Doran is just gonna keep going and going and going on this.
He was just warming up. He was just warming up. This is his first game.
Pick up Faker.
Faker caught out. Shield of Daybreak. Double TP is now coming into backup.
If y'all want to give Faker a big old kiss on the forehead, just say that. Because the way y'all focusing this man, it's giving fanboys.
His owner is here.
Like if y'all want to, if y'all want to be his best friend, just say that.
They need to back away.
Y'all are just on him.
Caught out. Knock up there. A beautiful full channel on the decimating smash. And now they need to get the hell out. Owner living for a little bit extra time. Nice knock up onto Doggo. Those he oversteps. It's all eyes on Honkyu. He has to make the difference. But he's caught between 3 members of T1. It looked good for a brief moment, but T1 just outplaying in the fights.
Insane. Yeah, they are.
In the longer skirmish, T1.
It's a 2 for 2.
CFO, no dare. The spider. Oh, Carrier.
And get on Carrier. Oh, he can't finish him himself.
Owner on the chase.
But he doesn't need to, because Owner right there.
Flash out. And this is the thing that's so scary about T1. So many teams would have just backed off after that play. He felt fine to start the Wolves, but T1 is still going for that little bit extra, as now they're set up to take this tier 1 mid.
And CFO, I actually like that they called the bluff. A lot of teams in the LCK often start, when you see Faker inside, is this really an overstep, or is the rest of T1 there? And as we can see, the rest of T1 does arrive, but it's a little bit too late, as Faker does take so much damage, and the double TP is available. So the initial blow of the fight, I think, looks great here for CFO. We have, with the ultimate, obviously Honkyu is still full health, but I think they should have just left. Because if they leave at this point, even without a turret, they're fine. Instead, they see an opportunity to go in on top of Doran, but Owner on the Zinza, I want you to look here, splits up the fight, gets the flash knock up onto Doggo, and then with no health bars on his tanks,
crazy work.
Honkyu just readily available for the T1 backline to get on top too.
So good. But again, the story of the fight is Doggo feels like he's in this position to clean up, or burns these cooldowns to dodge this key ability, and then someone from T1 is always there to punish. Again, T1, if you don't know their story,
They want Faker so bad.
don't know.
And look at Faker. Look at the pose he doing. He said, shh, keep my name out your mouth.
A different road.
That's what he said.
MSI, not the favorites. Many people favoring HLE.
He's
above them,
29.
the truth of this T1 lineup, almost regardless of the players who are playing on it, is that when it matters,
I thought we were the
always
same
manage to find that
age.
form.
They really
Faker.
do. Third in the regular split. That said,
Oh, his birthday was in May. He's
regaining
29.
control is a little bit tough in this scenario, though. Obviously, these choke points are very dangerous. This driver.
On a driver, bit of free poke. Carrier off to the side, really determined to take away that engage option. Carrier getting
That's
lower
not
and lower.
Korean
Pop
age.
lost a little bit extra
He
shielding,
was
but
born
Doggo manages to finish
96.
it, and all eyes have
May
forgotten
7th.
entirely about the Otacon. They're forced to pull back. Driver traded in the meantime. It's just the 1-for-1 support for a top laner, but now the re-engage. Faker.
So he's 30 in Korea.
Guma are there to follow. Doggo now. Doran locked up for a moment. They should be able to finish.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Does not connect. T1 can't
It's
follow
just
up. And Otacon is still alive, crucially, but Owner wants to
most people aren't 30 and still playing
a little bit
esports.
more in terms of resources overall. Demand a response from the side of CFO.
That too is Doran, as he jumps into 2 people, gets blown up before the rest of his team arrives.
Kim likes her an older man and Zoro.
But the story of a lot of these skirmishes become, initially doesn't look too bad, but as the fight continues, T1 just out-executes. So, driver going down here, that's not the end of the world.
Caps is
You get the
next.
snipe
How
on
old
the
is
carry, You
Caps?
can just leave it at that. Your poke is really, really good. But I want you to see what happens to CFO instead.
Caps
They
is
think they smell
25.
weakness, and the turn here, that's not a flash. That's just straight up a Tibbers. You can see the passive. They walk into it anyway. As
I had to double check too. Wait, did he just get a bear without flashing? The answer is yes.
We do see the Otacon not taken by T1, so the gold lead is slowly increasing, but CFO, I think if they ironically slow it down.
He's
in
not
the fight,
on status for real, Echo. But in terms of like the esports world,
T1
like the players normally range from like 18 to 23.
Playoffs as well, like
after 23, like you're considered like old in esports.
I think it's good that you highlighted, although hold that thought just in case a fight does break out.
Dragon
Remember, even though
But you're no way
Doran is a new addition
old
to this
in
lineup
real
as of
life
this year,
once you hit
the
23.
four-man core of this T1 team have played together for so
The
damn
esports realm is
long.
just very weird.
That level of coordination you really do get to see in the fights where they're so comfortable playing across multiple fronts.
A lot of it
Hero
has to do with
will
like
break this tower,
your reaction
Doran there to
time.
respond and clear the wave. Dragon,
Like,
the center
when
of
you're
attention
younger,
for
you
both
can
sides,
respond to
potential sole
things
point
quicker.
For T1 CFO looking to deny it. Wave pushed
Exactly,
in bot side, gonna force
Cupcake.
a response from Faker. They see him now, gives him a little bit more access to step up.
Doran on a deep flank, but he did get spotted. We see the ping
Yeah.
go down. I think I want to try and collapse.
I forget his name.
Humble
But
Dash
yeah,
takes him
exactly,
out.
Holy.
But the wave cleared bot side.
He was the first 30-year-old to get a tower, the first 30-year-old to
continues to walk up. Owner
get a
ready to go
minion.
in. Junja starting the fight all on his lonesome, but here comes Driver. The real Guma caught out. Pop Awesome to try to save the day, but it's too late. CFO winning the fight so far. Hongq is so damn strong, and he's just taking over the fight.
Bro, that was a perfect ult from Carrier.
But Driver and Junja together.
I feel like his team wasn't there. Am I tripping?
From Junja looks like there's no
Am I
follow-up. The
tripping?
Zinzao obviously going to be really hard to take down.
Yeah, baby, we've been streaming all day, and we still got
Already popped,
probably 4
and
more
then
games to go.
Driver comes in, drives right into the backline of T1 as they get blown up.
That's who it was. Thank
and now
you.
T1's the one you think about when you see these Barons, but it's CFO that's going to be taking the first one in this series.
Can we get a replay on that?
25-minute Baron rush in game
On
one,
that
going
play?
to CFO, unprecedented. The question on our minds as we entered this series was, can they weather the storm of the early game? And so far the answer is yes, and not only that, able to find these fight angles. It's not just T1 who can fish for the creative fight starts or flanks. CFO matching.
So Doran is already out of this fight. Kywin able to slow him down, and then look at this angle right here. Do note Faker isn't here. He actually has to TP in. He was setting up for Otacon. And the rest of the team just caught out without the Annie. There isn't enough damage. A beautifully segmented fight from CFO.
Oh, you want to get an account for
Gonna get them the Baron. I imagine gonna
for
get them the Dragon
freaking
as well.
NA?
Possibly also
Can
Otacon.
EU and NA not play together
Into
already?
the river, and with this Baron, Rebel Baron power play already at 2.5k gold. I don't know if T1 can contest these objectives.
And this is going to be a massive gold shift because there's still tier 1s on the top side. There's still double objectives in the bottom lane, and you can see the start of what felt like an inevitable red tide. T1 on this red side just doing so much work, but CFO fighting back, putting themselves in a good position. Doesn't seem like they want to overcommit to the Otacon. The resist shred still
You're not
terrifying
buying an
against champion
account
like
though,
Annie.
right, Ore?
is starting it.
Because that would be against
waiting
the
in the
Summoner's Code.
Oh, T1. This is the only thing that's a bit precarious. Otacon obviously insanely strong. At shredding
You're
teams.
flying over to NA
Looking for the flank.
to play with
Immediate
me.
Retreat coming in for CFO. Driver forced to ult early, and all of CFO are on the way out. T1
retaking control, but I don't think that they can do the cider, and they know they just want to stall, right? Just
but this is
run
fine.
out this Baron.
The thing about CFO being in this position, it makes it easy because T1 don't need to worry about anything else on the map. They don't have a good top wave to play around. No towers are under threat. T1 just keeping them here is taking away all that Baron time.
Kywing on the ward. On the
Exactly,
ward.
Holy.
Wants to go extra tanky, but not tanky enough.
Well
Kywing
done.
waits for an extra moment. Now the fight's
Front
gonna
line
kick off.
gone.
Pantheon comes
Front
down from the
line
sky. It's
gone.
caught between
Well,
Faker
no,
and
Simon's
Owner,
still
and they make it
alive.
look effortless.
Period.
The
Period.
assault can't
Half of the
block
front
an
line
assault
ended.
from
Yes! Yes!
CFO had all the tools.
Yes!
All the advantages, and in the
Yes!
they just disappear.
T1.
That's what I'm talking about.
Kywing goes down. And that they probably could have
Okay.
gotten away with, but CFO to their
Okay.
detriment, want to try and salvage the situation.
That's what I like
as
to
they
see.
run with Baron buff, by the way, could have backed off, just shoved out the
Oh,
waves
that was
and denied the
perfect.
opportunity, but instead they go in so deep as Junja goes in alone, Doggo isn't here yet, Driver
Oh
isn't here
my
yet.
gosh.
And Hongq trying
Dude,
to help
look at
out his
him.
teammate
Look at him.
already. Uses his sums and then carry up. Finds the free man
Beautiful.
ultimate, but even if he didn't at that point,
Beautiful.
I think the fight's already rough. Plus the fact that Otacon was right
Oh
there.
my gosh.
And while we're watching the replay, T1 just took 2
If I was at the gym
and
right now
Otacon.
station, I'm on the treadmill after that play.
That
brief glimmer of hope if we can see the gold graph again.
That's me, bro.
A single blip.
That's
in the
me after that
entirety of this
play.
game.
I'm turning the treadmill all the way
Where
up.
CFO had that big advantage, and now we're right back to 3K.
I'm running, baby.
In favor
I'm
of T1.
running.
There it is.
I was gonna call for
a little tiny
Oh
blip
my
of
God.
hope taken away in the blink
Oh
of an
my
eye. T1.
gosh.
They're just
Divine.
terrifying in those fights.
Was waiting for that.
Divine.
That's at CFO.
I'm
not
hype.
losing any of their inhibs.
I'm hype.
Also not losing the dragon, so no soul point, but obviously
That was pre-workout right there. No, exactly. And all of a sudden, I'm awake.
Already, I think strong team fighting from T1 going to be
Dude,
bolstered
I didn't
by
need no
the
matcha.
explosion from the
I didn't need matcha. I just needed
The biggest
T1.
story has been the decision making in these fights.
I just needed T1,
A
bro.
little bit too
I didn't need that
aggressive,
matcha.
playing ball with T1 just for
I just
a little
needed
bit too
them.
long, and T1
They
they're
are
always
my
good, and
energy
as we see,
drink.
sometimes to the
They're my
detriment.
soda pop.
This is what they
My
do.
little soda pop. Y'all want to talk about soda pop?
They look much more comfortable.
Y'all want to talk about K-pop demon hunters all the dang time?
And prodding and trying to find
They my soda pop.
T1 showing their experience.
TP.
Oh
The
my
TP from behind.
gosh.
Junja not quite in a great position. Might be caught
Divine.
out here. TP and gravity field the response, but flash in from Faker. They want to take the mid laner out of the equation. Hongkyu goes golden for a brief moment. Driver going to try to peel as best he can, but down goes the victor as Carrier grabs the kill. Resurrection coming in for Owner. All they got was the GA on the other front in the fight, and T1
So good.
comfortable on the top side.
Could have been worse for CFO, as Hongkyu does go down, but a GA plus a couple of summoners. Not the worst trade. It's about the aftermath. I think this initial play not too bad, but if they lose Driver as well.
Lock up again, the Scion falling.
Again.
And the play doesn't end when T1 are on the map. You have to back off. You have to give them that respect because they will always take just a little bit more as yet another tier 2 will fall. And it's a situation where we expected that as we got later into the game, if T1 couldn't run over in the early game, hey, it might be tough for them. But the way they're executing in these fights is just so much better.
Well, it is also the T1 composition. As long as they can keep coming in as they have been doing from different angles, if you don't get the front to back, then the CFO comp will struggle a lot more. Right? Victor in particular, notorious for, can do insane amounts of damage. But once you get on top of him, particularly with a lot of the more beefy characters on T1, can't shoot for them in time. We'll be getting closer to his death cap. One needlessly large rod done. Also approaching a 4th item on Doggo.
I got you,
Maybe those are the
Quentin.
break points. See if I can try to
We
play
might get it
towards,
done.
but I also got to be honest with you, Dracos. I've seen T1 in these type of scrappy games before, and that's how they like it.
Yeah. And I think for Hongkyu, a player who had that massive lead caught out in the previous fight, he needs to play flawlessly because he's staring down Faker with a book.
That was so
First
good.
game, obviously an honor always to play against the GOAT, but that's tough. You were winning. You did have the lead, and now Faker's chasing as many stacks as he can get.
Ooh, Owner starting the objective.
Solar Flare going a little bit wide. It is the fake Faker, however. Carrier just going to lose the Celestial opposition. Still, crucially, has the Proto Bell up and available.
All they need to do is just stall for Doran, right? Doran can always TP in case an engage does come through. And now CFO spotted. But I think the opportunity has passed to try and actually look for a play. So that's going to be Soul Point going over as
Ezreal
did get called out. We see Doran.
Period, Doran.
Hold off on the damage for a little bit.
Third Drake for the side of T1 now. Soul Point, 5K gold lead. 17 more flowers on top of
Hey,
that.
bro.
The only lead left,
They like
the only
that.
lane left with an advantage is mid lane. But it's just so difficult for CFO to come in to find that front to back you talked about. Often it hinges on having better vision setup, better prio, but they've had to concede so many side waves just to be able to fight 5v5.
T1 consistently retaking control, denying vision. All they need, particularly with these Hextech gates, which we've already seen one of the plays didn't end up working out.
They were
for
so
Carrier.
behind.
Faker was able
And now,
to make his exit.
yeah.
But
Normally, I would say, like,
repeatedly, you don't
oh,
know
I'm a
who's
little
coming
bit
over.
worried,
Can
but, like,
be
honestly,
Doran, on Aatrox, can be
a lot of
Carrier,
LCK, a
can
lot
be
of
fake
OPL
Carrier.
teams
It's hard to
do lose that first game, and then in the second and third game, like, they're so freaking locked in, like, they adapt.
The thing about it is
But,
they've done
like,
a good job of tracking
all they
what
needed
players
were the first 10
Faker,
minutes,
Carrier,
and they
but
turned it
both At
on.
the same time is so difficult, and if they forget about one, we've seen
That's
how
all they
quickly a team might
needed.
turn.
Doran now.
No, truly,
That's
Echo.
done. Look at that Hongkyu. He is getting close to the death cap. That's such an immense spike. Victor approaching max level as well. The only gold lead that's
Holy
still
moly,
there.
he's level
But he
17.
needs to be able to play the game,
Well,
right? He
he's
needs to actually
18.
be able to get multiple spell rotations off. The rest of the team needs to keep him safe. It's easier
Low-key,
said than
I didn't
done
even
when
notice we were
T1 keep
33
coming
minutes in,
from
y'all.
15 million different angles at the same time as Baron is up. Both teams gravitating
That is
towards
what they get.
T1 still steady and controlled around this objective, using the Nico clone as much as they can to face check into those brushes, getting mid-prio before they lay down their vision. It looks like reset's coming through, so a moment for CFO to try and get something. Ulti in to cancel. Good vision coverage. They just want to delete the support before the fight even starts. Carrier running for his life. He's going to burn
He
down.
can't ult. He's gonna die, yeah.
Wing grabbing that one, but Faker's waiting over the wall. The bear dropped, but not on a
That's
crucial
not
target.
good.
Honq and Driver not able to get into the fight, but the TP coming
Are
in.
we
Doran
still gonna be able to
flash
fight this?
the side.
Doran is 2v1 right now. Okay, one is dead. Leona, half the front line gone. Doran's still trying to go in, stall, create some space for his team while his team eliminates the rest of the team.
Doran might go down, but he did his job.
Yeah.
Stall.
Yeah.
And
He
one
stalled
of the most
very well.
dangerous members on CFO didn't get to join the fight.
Yeah.
And Carrier goes down.
Exactly.
But the positioning that CFO put themselves in didn't do them any favors. The damage from Faker was enough, and now Baron started up here for T1.
They got Carrier. They got Doran, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Kuma owner Faker still standing strong. Quick stun onto Driver. Gravity Field will lock up Faker for a brief moment. Decimating Smash doesn't connect. Objective going to be stolen.
Am I tripping, or did they say they got Doran?
The Baron, and now CFO need to get the hell out. Unstoppable is the Scion, but Honq is going to be in trouble.
He's
To flash away as
stunned.
the sun flies through the air. Faker layering the skills beautifully. Tibbers laid down, and down goes Honq.
T1, that might just be it. They're going to be able to get Driver as well. They have the Baron buff.
Carrier respawning. Able to find the CC. Driver zoned off.
He's probably
Recalls
just
in the
gonna
mid lane from
stall
Faker. He
him,
can
yeah.
TP right back if he needs to.
Well, they
Ulti down
put the
mid
nail
to
in the
try and clear,
coffin
but in
here.
the blink of
Oh.
an eye, no opportunity to scale, no soul in this game. T1 poised to end it here. A brief glimmer of CFO.
How long is
hope, but
Annie
that's all we
stunned?
got to see. Otherwise,
Should be
total
about 5
control from
minutes.
T1, even
He's
despite
still
a few
hunting
fights.
him. He's just unrelenting, Dracos. It's mean.
He just wants. He's never going to get the chance to recall. And now Doran's here to finish the job. His ulti's back up. His ulti's back up. Go, Driver. Doran's just going to keep chasing. I don't think he can finish channeling a recall. He can't.
What a freaking
He just wants
mess.
to go home, and T1 won't let it happen.
What a freak. Dude.
It's
Hey, yo, just let that man back, bro. Low key.
The gates. He's going to do it.
Wait, but now he's back on vision.
But it doesn't matter because the game is ending. Down comes the Pantheon. Junja involved in the fight, trying to isolate off to the side. Doggo still living, but it does not matter. T1 may have faltered.
Don't
but
worry,
they will
guys.
not
Scion is
drop a
recalling now.
game. They find the victory in game one.
Back and forth here in this first game between CFO and T1. When the
Insane
dust
game.
settles and the continuous brawling ends, T1 able to just win out a couple of crucial fights. I'm going to be going back to that stall when the Baron was taken. The Baron buff after a great play from CFO, wonderful fight from Driver, from Junja, and from Doggo, right?
Insane
They took down
game.
Doran, but they couldn't use that Baron buff to break the game.
Wow.
Incredible stuff from T1 to get that back in their favor.
Incredible
Let's head over
stuff.
to the analyst stats to
Truly.
break down game one.
That was much closer than what I expected it to be here. CFO with the great early game, but in the end, it's the world champions who take game one here with Doran having a lot of fun this game, guys.
He had a lot of fun. You're completely right. The enemy team was trying to not let that happen.
Yeah.
There were some moments where they were trying
You're going to be playing Wild
you know,
Rift from the
pile
start,
on
or
him,
have
but he
you
didn't let it happen.
played before?
I think both top
From
laners
minute
were having
one.
a lot of fun, right? We got to see
From the
Driver
very
on
beginning.
The classic.
Oh, true.
I've never
Scion,
played
you know,
before.
one of his best picks, and then Doran obviously poised to really take over this game on the Aatrox.
Absolutely, and I think there is one specific play that we can highlight here, our HyperX Reflex replay, where it doesn't matter how many opponents you bring in the bot lane. If it comes to a dive, we know what Aatrox can do, but man, Doran, he was swinging that sword left and right.
4v1, by the way. He commits to taking the CS under turret. He gets so low, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to tether you, Junja. I'm going to get my passive auto, all that regeneration, and you even get the kill.
Notice how Faker was the only one who didn't have a gold
And
lead?
he lives through all of that.
Facts.
He gets the XP,
But that's because they
he
were
gets the kill,
hard
he lives
focusing that
through it.
man.
Dorn just
Yo, the way
was
that
insane
camera
in
was
this play.
spinning was
Watch the
trippy.
regeneration. Like it's so Aatrox is so unfair sometimes. Like look at that. He was
Insane.
low health and then he was
Wow.
not, and then he gets the kill back.
It's the beauty of this champion. Also the
It is.
frustration when you play against an Aatrox, of
Yeah.
course. It often came down to top lane fights as it always does when we have this desk.
Hey, boys.
Like, I feel all the series we've been hosting
we
together.
love top laners
Oh, we
here,
love
Raz.
top laners.
Yeah. There was a specific Drake fight around 1830 that I thought was really, really good. Driver sees the angle onto Owner, but they actually
You
end
think
up
it's
blowing
mid-gap?
so much on him. And then just watch Doran and Carria going in tandem, taking over
That game
the
was-
entire back half of this fight.
I don't know.
Hongyu
That
goes
game
down.
was
Faker manages to live
support
and escape
gap?
off the back side of it. And yeah, this is
But
when
I think
thought, okay,
everybody like
everything
played their
is in
part
T1's
pretty
favor,
well.
But then we had so
Team
many
gap.
other back and forth fights in this game.
Yeah, because even before this play, because
Team
you're
gap.
right, Driver like zeroed in on Owner, picked him off, or at least tried to, and then really early on, first Drake, he did the exact same thing. He was just bullying Owner. He tried. He tried to make it happen. But you're right, it just felt like another Driver impact play happened later on in that very game.
When would you be planning to do the
because
stream?
Jujia found an angle. He W'd over the wall.
I would
and they were
try
like,
to
"Oh,
do
wait a minute.
it
No, it feels
like
CFO has
within
another angle into
the
this game. This is
next
that moment."
3 days of it happening. It's just with MSI going on. The stream allotted time is very limited. Like for this week, there are 2 games per day, so I'm streaming from 12 to like
It was really back and forth,
8
honestly, I think, until
or
that
9.
catch onto Kaiwing in
Today
the
I started
bot side
streaming at
jungle. That was
9:30
really
just so we could play some
the
games
backbreaker
with
here,
a sponsored
but I
stream.
wanna revisit
So I
the
think
top
that
laners, because
if
we've got some fun
I'll be
top
doing the
laners in
Valorant
this.
stream
We'll
next
see
week,
if,
one of the days,
CFO are gonna end
and
up
then
swapping. I know they have
if we
committed
hit it,
to
I would
Driver
also
a
do
lot, but right now
Wild
we see
Rift
the champion
next week.
pools of these guys, right? Rest, Doran, and Driver, and
Yeah,
we
for
can,
sure.
We can actually
Yeah, I definitely need.
even add an
Well,
AD
I won't learn how to play it beforehand
have the handwriting that I
because I think it'll be fun to learn with y'all on stream.
And still no shared champion.
Exactly.
Still none. Any expectations for the second game, though? Hopefully, like waiting to see which.
I
top
thought
laner
Driver
we're
was
gonna
the
have,
sub.
on the side of Doran. When you consider the fact that CFO, with Driver, his best
Bet,
asset
bet.
was not enough. What do you want to look at here?
Personally, I think
Period,
this is when you try to
Cherry.
put Rest in just so you can.
Y'all
like,
really love
chip
that
at
Wild
some of the
Rift,
champion pool,
huh?
'cause The Jace is something that
Oh,
I
really love that Wild
from
Rift.
Rest. The same could be said with his Nidalee, but I mean, just being able to challenge the carry plays. If it's going to be about the top lane, hell, throw the gauntlets out. Let's actually play towards it. The fights have been pretty good for CFO. Junja, I think, was for me a little bit of a star there
Carry.
alongside Driver, so I just want to see a little bit more of that to empower them.
Yeah, and as you see, even the damage coming out of these 280 carries, I thought Guma very quietly had a great game, right? He was able to hit from the backline a lot. Remained pretty untouched thanks to kind of this Aatrox Sinjao combination being that beefy front line for him, in addition to a lot of the flanks that Carrier was able to pull off. So yeah, I'm curious. I assume CFO will stay on blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if they do want to make a sub, because I feel
No
like
substitution.
No substitution.
Yeah, okay.
We keep it as it is.
I was going to say, talking to people in the LCP, they said they've kind of committed to Driver a lot more, right? So we'll see
I
if they
wonder
have
why.
It's Ornn time.
It's orange.
It's Ornn time.
Yeah, we got the Scion. Now we're gonna get the orange.
We're gonna go through all of them anyway, but we keep our eyes on top lane here. The world champions strike first here in this series and take down CFO. Let's see if CFO can come back in game 2 right after this.
3, 2, 1. Oh.
Period. All right. We're about to get into our second game of this series. Let's see if they can close this game. Cute little Morgana ad, little advertisement. He does not look 29. They want to sell this Morgana skin real bad. Real bad. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I haven't seen the Morgana skin in game,
Living the dream,
like at all. Nailed it. Facts.
Okay, okay. I get it now.
Who am I to disagree? Did you watch Iron Heart? I have not. I do not think I know what that is. Okay, so Spanish word of the day. La verdad. La verdad. Spanish sentence of the day. La verdad está ahí fuera. Freaking period, ho. All right, we need Korean word of the day. We need Korean word of the day. Why do I always get so stressed? Just looking at the word stresses me out. To introduce. Oh no, I haven't heard it or watched it. To introduce. It is 소개하다. 소개하다.
소개하다.
소개하다. Okay. And the sentence of the day is, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Jordan Chase. That's kind of valid. Like, I feel like somebody would use that, you know? 소개하다. This is next. I'm gonna assume. Whoa. This is to introduce, of course. 다음 연사로. Jordan. Okay, this is the name. Jordan Chase. Why is it not none? Oh, I'm the subject. So we omit that. It would be 저는 다음 연사로 Jordan Chase 씨를 소개합니다. So this is his name. This is the marker, object marker. Next, speaker. Yunsaro is speaker. Has to be. Slay. I can't read the letters, but my brain... I can read the letters, but my brain can't group it together. I literally have to, yeah, like break it down piece by piece. I want to get to the point where like I can read smoothly. 소개하다, to introduce. 다음 연사로 Jordan Chase 씨를 소개합니다. It's honestly not that complicated of a sentence. This is just his name. It's pretty simple. This is the word of the day. Pretty simple. It's just this. 다음 연사로 Jordan Chase 씨.
This is something that happens very regularly. This team actually one of the few to successfully pull off a real six-man roster. Really getting full value of both players' respective champion pools. Not also always tied to like winning or losing. They're just very happy to keep their opponents on guard in the draw. Again, number one. I think as
What's
the
his
Desk
last
also
name?
highlight a lot of great moments for CFO.
Sure, yeah.
Yunsaro,
But it was
Jordan,
the repeated onslaught of, I
제이스
think, those
소개합니다.
multi-level engages that really ended up
I'll
being the
get it.
biggest difference maker with Carrier, Faker, and Doran always looking
Did you
for a
just
flank
say
angle.
I
And
can
I think the most
read?
terrifying compositions that T1 can bring to bear are
Is
the
that what you
compositions where
just
almost
said?
every single player on the roster has the agency to kick a play off. Because you saw when the Sion was in a
I
good
did
position,
read.
when the Pantheon was there were some
I
good
did
looks.
read.
Kaiwing finding a flank, but it felt like anybody on the side of T1 could kick off a play.
How do you
turn
say
something
I
around
missed
in those
subs
clutch
because I am
moments. And when
badly
they did win
pronouncing
play,
a
they
language?
always
Wait,
went
did
for
I?
more, and they always managed to find that extra kill.
Did you
that a
gif
lot
when
of
I
teams
went to
might
go
not have
pee?
Fished for. So as you enter
Wait,
Champions
what
Flex,
subs
you
did
need
I
to see what
miss?
the priority is going to be from CFO. Scaling front to back was what it
I
felt like
don't
they
see any.
brought
Hold
through
on.
in that first game, even if it didn't really ever come to fruition. Perhaps some adaptation now as they return to the
Where's
blue
that?
side, of course, with their choice.
No real surprises there. Going to maintain those, at least the first band, but I imagine those same bands towards
Did
Honky
you
as
bait
well.
me?
In that game, the laning phase, I think, still a good performance, but as
I
so
think
often
I've
with
been
Victor, even with
baited.
getting the early items, right, the early Roa kill, he was able to find
I think he
the
just
actual
baited
damage
me.
from the Victor just never really materialized, partially
Wait,
because
why don't I
T1's
see it?
collapses, but also partially because Victor just really needs a lot of time, especially if you go for the Roa into Cosmic Drive. It just takes a really long time to really get going, as there we see, as they're banned away as well.
So it doesn't want to give them that scaling option. Of course, it was Roa into Cosmic Drive, into Zanya's.
Yeah.
So, death cap.
Check their
Took quite a bit of
messages.
time.
They
You
asked you a
understand,
question,
don't
but you left the
Your
chair.
void staff, which you also really want.
It's tough because you
It's
want
tough.
some of those
Wait,
defense
check
options.
whose
You've been getting it
messages.
on all sides, different players diving in, finding engages.
Let's go
Now the TF band,
T1.
Rumble
Yes.
to follow. Coin and Rumble both off the board again. Okay, Twisted Fate as well. Still a lot of high prio jungles available.
Vi comes to mind as a priority pickup here. The downside of Vi is that obviously does tilt your draft in a specific direction. So there is the opportunity to go. We've seen things like the Skarner be picked into it pretty often.
True.
Wukong, another pick that does well. It does look like that is going to be the B1 here. And then for owner, I'm going to probably say Wukong for deeper in. Might have been Skarner.
I don't think
but
I
this
did.
early on, I think he will be very happy to just be on a carry again.
We've seen
My
how good the
activity
Wukong
feed
can
says
be
I didn't
in
miss
Vi, whether
anything.
it's counter engaging as she goes in to your back line or just use of the clone in the 1v1.
They took out Driver. Oh my gosh, they did. I thought they said that they weren't.
Oh, the early Callista.
I don't think Driver was the problem last game.
Not what you would expect, but they know the jungle position isn't contested anymore, so maybe happy to let a few bans go through and much more concerned about securing that powerhouse 2v2. And this is a duo that can get so much work done.
So this is great on 3 levels. Renata into Vi is always going to feel great. You can stall with the bailout, and Vi is not going to have a choice but to go in, so the ultimate will always get value. Then, on top of that, Gumayushi and Carrier.
All right, well, let's see how this other top laner
and
plays.
Nico is out of the pool.
I don't
Nico
think
is
I've seen
one of the
him.
few champions that we have seen had consistently good matchups into Renata.
Was game 1 a
Quite
stomp,
hard for
or
Renata, and the
well,
big benefit
CFO
of
looked
Nico is that
really,
he
really
can
good
obviously
in
cook
like the
harder and
first
try
like
to really
5
go
to
for
10
something
minutes,
crazy
and
into
then
Renata, but
T1 started
if that doesn't pan out early, you are
curb
kind of out of
stomping.
luck, and Nico has so
Curb
much value just
stomping.
throughout the entirety of the game that players are happy to pick her up regardless. Now, this is one of the
Yeah,
picks that we
T1.
have seen Kaiwing add to his arsenal. Has picked it up once before, of course. When you see Kaiwing
Plot
on
twist.
non-engaged
Driver
core, you're always gonna
rage
be
quit.
a little worried. I think even that Leona in the previous game, a lot of the key catches did come from him, but the Lucian.
I just love when a mid laner is locked in and I don't have to say, oh my gosh, he's a faker wannabe. He wants to be faker so bad, because it's Faker. It's Faker himself.
But it's a tall task for Kaiwing, right? Need to see a level up in that performance on
I
this
just love
champion,
that. I
especially
just
against
love
a
that
duo
feeling.
like Gumayushi and Carrier, and especially against what looks to be Faker's rise.
Or will be probably mid lane bans here, just continuing the focus on Hongq, trying to secure Faker as good a matchup as possible.
And I think the nice thing about taking Corki in the game 1 as well is that it is Hongq's 3rd most played alongside the Victor and the Azir. So you've
That's
effectively
why he's
also
the
trimmed
GOAT.
his champion pool. Where he wants to go next, it's a bit tough.
Now he got to renew his license.
Now the Galio also taken away.
As Also some Crocolord sign there as well. The Galio
Do
obviously
you
has the
believe you are
ability to
lucky?
shake off a lot of what Rise does.
Yes.
Rise also has no
I'll
choice but to
say
get close to him
yes.
when the team fights break out, and you can follow the Realm Warp with your ultimate.
Because I always like to
somewhat
just
mitigating
limit
the
test.
sideline impact, that, especially for a player like Faker, right? We know he doesn't really play for lane, he's just playing for the skirmishes.
Oh my gosh, Munchie, no light. For real though.
And also the combo with
For real though.
So Galio.
Open a tab and do heads or tails. Heads, I get 18. Tails, you get 5. Oh my gosh.
Will it be this time around?
Heads.
Gonna have to see what
Hey,
the ban
I
is
don't
to
make
come
the
through.
rules.
Cassiopeia
I don't make the
going
rules.
to get banned away here.
Okay,
I don't
so
make the
wanna fight
rules.
fire with fire in terms
I
of the
just
short
follow
range
him.
kind of scaling
That
mage
is, and
matchup.
it's a classic right counter pick that we have seen.
Not the Faker Glaze is getting too much. You really are a D1 hater.
I think 18-year-olds the best. It was a poppy ban though. Sorry, side note. The ban you cannot
All
see
right,
on
thank
your
you
screen
so
in
much
between
for
the
the
is a poppy ban.
18 gifted subs. No freaking way, dude.
Now need to see what
No
are the options
freaking
on the
way.
side of CFO.
Thank you so much for gifting 18 subs. Larry H2O, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. And welcome to the Mother Redacted Turn Up Squad. Thank you so much for subscribing and supporting the stream. Y'all, we real life have met all but 2 of our sub goals, bro.
Yeah, that's even worse.
So yeah, it's so infuriating.
What
Watching
the
this game is
heck?
rough. You really feel for pro players.
We real life have made it.
Okay.
Honku.
Aurelion Soul, definitely an
We
option. They
real
want a
life
little bit
have
more
made
time to
it.
decide what he's going to go for. It is blind pick.
How much to finish the scam train? Do you know? I have no clue. It says 1.3k bits or 3 subs to complete the remaining level 5.
Camille here on 5. It's again one of those picks where
And you save
I guess
35%.
I guess you're denying
Ore,
it from
thank
Honku,
you
did
so-
play it. If I remember correctly, when they
Ore
were
coming
matched out,
in with another
Aurora
3 gifted subs. Thank you so much for supporting the stream yet again. I appreciate you, fam.
Really easily fall flat if you don't get a good start. Because now, Dorn, what is it
This
going
is
to
insane.
be towards the top side of the map?
She's
here
still
into the
going.
Cassandra?
I'm streaming until MSI ends, baby. Yep, we're getting another Renata game.
But don't like this matchup quite as much into the
I'm
Cassandra,
glad we're
so
getting
seeing
these
a lot of Cassandra picks into
ADCs
Jax.
out of the
Now, we
way
are
so
gonna
we don't
give
have
up
to
a lot
see
of
them
lane
anymore
power
for the
with
rest of the
this. I think
series.
the big benefit of the Jax though, harder to dive, and Owner's going to be playing towards spots of the map. In this game, I think as will Faker, and the Jax is a lot more self-sufficient.
35% off, might as well.
You know, once you get to 2+, you will be able to threaten the Cassandra inside.
Yeah, we've seen what Doran can do, especially once he gets a couple of those items in his belt. We saw it with the Aatrox, the tower dive. He was able to survive.
Ori, what the
Maybe not that
frick
much
are you
survival
doing,
utility for
dude?
the Jax, but
What
pretty
the
close.
frick is happening?
Expectations.
Are you
attention
good?
Down to the bottom side of the map. T1.
Oh
really
my
laying down the ball on that
gosh.
one, too. Priority picking their bot lane, not worried about the
What
potential
the
counter pick
heck?
CFO, and CFO showing us something a little bit
Ori.
new. We're no stranger.
Coming
Doggo
in
solution,
with
timing on the Snom that we've only seen once
29
before, this split,
gifted
so
subs, dude. What?
This is a really easy duo.
Bro.
To fumble in the early game and have it all fall apart.
Whoever gets ahead.
What the heck?
Right, that's what it boils down to. If you miss a bubble on a hopping Callista,
Ori trying to get Ori trying to get that custom keyboard for real.
Through a good amount of the health bar. Not that much you can do.
Yo, she lit, bro.
Her, but that was
Thank you so much, Ori. I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the
That
stream.
was a level of
I
enthusiasm
appreciate you,
stuff to
fam.
match. But here we are, game
Thank
2,
you, thank you,
T1,
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Off to a heck of a start. CFCO, FO, new top laner, subbed
Nah,
in.
genuinely, thank you so much.
Say new. Rest,
Yeah,
the
of
other
course.
top laner,
Yeah.
subbed in. Not new, no stranger to this lineup.
Wow, that is crazy.
What we saw in game number 1 there was that Junja was able to have
My mind is
big impacts
literally
early,
blown.
Right? Found that very early gank towards the bottom side of the map. I would expect him to look for something similar, as we can see starting on the top side. And the big
I
difference
can't
here is
believe
that
we've
last
hit
game,
1,000
I think the
subs,
power in
dude.
early game was a lot more even. But Vi pre-6, even though she's not as strong as when she gets her ultimate, has
This
still
money isn't
great
from my
gank
9 to
power.
5. Oh, you
Wukong,
got money.
it's just not great. as we take another look here. And as mentioned, these two players very consistently swapping. And
What you
CFO
been
really uses
investing
this
in, my
their
boy?
drafts and in their best of fives. Yep.
Okay, period, Koi. Material GWORL.
Ivana.
And yeah, wrestling aside, more willing to cook. He is the spice. You know, he's the guy who's got the
No, but
saucy
for real,
mix.
thank
He's
you,
willing
Ore.
to try
Thank
out new
you.
things. Of course, he's playing Cassante this game, so
Yeah, we gotta think of more
sometimes the sauce
goals.
is vanilla, but hey.
Oh, I've
works
seen this
out.
before with specifically lethal tempo jacks, but with Grasp, he has Counter-Strike, so he
A
can
T1 win to celebrate.
really be very, very
How
obnoxious here.
was it?
To be a nuisance. Now just starts to retreat. Trying to slow this down just a bit. It's away from what could be a pretty frustrating level 1 against the Cassante, obviously a much lower cooldown.
Oh, is Rust gonna miss XP? Oh, he still missed it! Oh, I think he got 2 out of the 3, maybe even only one.
Am I tripping?
Even with the flash.
I heard a flash, but I didn't see it.
Confirmation from production. Wasn't able to get in range. You can see a fast level 2 coming in for Dorn, and that is brutal. It might look a little bit strange if you're not used to seeing
He flashed for the 1 minion XP so that he gets the level 2, but he didn't get the level 2.
Get that last little bit extra, and now he is disastrously far behind.
Is it that
The
serious?
good news is it's a Wukong in the jungle
It
who
looks
just wants
like
to
it.
farm for 6. It's not an early diver. There is no massive threat on your life just yet, but for Rest, this is
I'm
a
just letting y'all know
miserable
next
start to the lane
cannon,
phase.
I'm flashing for it.
It's really because, as mentioned, I think we have seen Cassante after all
And
the
this is the
changes
guy they
actually
took out
be a
Driver
pretty
for.
formidable laner,
No, like,
particularly early on,
honestly, holy,
able
I
to
don't
outtrade
think that
a lot of
Driver
champions, Jax
did
included.
bad
And
last game.
Owner making the read
Like,
that since Junja
I
was
don't
slightly delayed
feel
on
like
his
he
play
was
and
the
has Cryo in
problem.
the bot lane, is going to look for a steal here. Will get spotted, but I don't know if he cares.
Owner going over the wall.
Ooh, nice little eater from Junja. Still picks up a lot of the small ones, but the big one did go to Owner, but I can only imagine that they want to try and go for this red buff as well. T1, it's Kalista, Renata.
Yeah, he flashed for the
They'll love
XP and
to
didn't
scrap.
even get it.
Junja maybe hoping for a steal. Still has access to the smite, but T1 looks like hoping for a Junja as he is forced to flash away from the handshake.
He has smite, but I don't think he's going to get the opportunity. Oh, over the wall!
Can he steal it? Oh! A nice little heist and a little bit of hope for Junja. That was a rough start, and now level 3
Did
is
he
there
really
for
steal
Doggo
it?
and
I
Kaiwing
can't
in that
tell.
split. You can see Guma getting
Yeah,
jumped
'cause
out.
he's
Bubble
got
gonna catch
red.
onto one. Owner on the way in. Heal already used
Yes,
from
red buff.
Doggo.
Whoa.
But to get the barrier, they get the heal in exchange for just a heal of their own.
Wait,
So Junja's
like he's
flash
actually
given up a little bit
kind of
difficult, but for the bot lane
poggers.
2v2 at least, a nice trade of sums.
CFO not going to give anything to T1 for free. Top lane matchup, a bit rough.
He's
Thanks to
actually kind of
Dorn's
poggers.
Early shenanigans, but really nicely done there by
His
Junja
skills are
to
definitely
find
valid.
himself the smite over the wall. Big deal, because otherwise, I think he really starts falling far behind. It also accelerates Owner's carry.
Bubble. Nice look from the side of Doggo. Carry it forced to flash out. Doggo and Kaiwing playing with the expectations of T1 there. Had
look at
expected a
mid.
recall to set the trap in the bush as Junja walks into Faker. Hongq now looking for the setup, trying to find a bit more damage. Flash forward, Faker flashing out, and first blood!
It's Junja again! Gets his own buff.
Ore!
As he's shot taken, doesn't really care.
Phased.
Makes his way over to the top side of the map.
Ore coming in with another 15 gifted subs. Flip a coin, 50 or 25. You pick which side of the. There's no way. There's no way.
On this rise.
And it's pretty
There's no way. I'm feeling heads for 50, tails for 25. I'm feeling heads for 50, tails for 25.
coming in from Junja.
Head 50, tails 25. Hold on.
Doggo dash over the wall, face first.
Oh no, we're missing flip a coin. Heads for 50, tails for 25. Ah, it's a tails.
The Lucian gank? Are you kidding
It's
me?
a tails.
They are,
I trolled myself.
we didn't see it in the pick in the form of the Cassante, but the angles that they are looking for the quick flash over the wall. Credit to them, getting back into lane, getting the kill. Of course, they don't get to spend the gold yet. Really strong start from the side of CFO.
Mid jungle up. Bot lane. Gonna be feeling good. I haven't even mentioned it, but Doggo actually going for electrocute.
Oh my god!
The keystone.
Well, and you mentioned, right, that it's all about who pulls ahead in the early game. Doggo clearly very committed to pulling ahead in the early game.
That's kind of insane. Usually you see if you want.
All right, what the heck?
If you want to really only play for calling, although that style hasn't been popular recently, you go for first strike.
Bit of vision, but maybe not enough.
You have suspicion that.
What the heck? Ori came in with another 50 gifted subs, bro.
Junja and now Doggo as well, finding those early kills. Plans is forced just in the 2v2. Well played by Carry.
Oh my gosh.
He can actually afford to do this.
All right.
Five, but thanks to his continued play and the buff that he got, the fact that Owner wasted a lot of time trying to get it, Junja actually pulling ahead pretty nicely here in experience.
What
It's gonna give them another window where
the heck?
Five will be able to make impact, and Faker.
See Hongq trading so aggressively. Faker
Oh
zooming
my
into safety.
gosh.
Phase rush keeps him standing. Hongq doing very well in the trades. Good discipline from Faker.
Holy moly. Thank you so much, Ori. Thank you for truly supporting the stream.
At the bottom of your screen. Guma just slightly
Oh
behind
my
Doggo.
gosh.
Doggo about to pick up these few creeps, so,
No, like I am so flabbergasted right
Doggo's
now.
gank. We also see Doran no longer ahead in XP. So even though Rest did use his flash level 1, didn't really mean anything, right? He wasn't punished for it.
Holy dude.
And with Doran dying, he's able to fully catch up. Slightly behind in gold, but not really going to be the end of the world.
Avid, thank you so much for the gifted sub, love. Hope you're having a good day today.
Crucially doesn't take
Thank you for
tower
supporting the stream.
Yeah, would have been in real trouble if the wave was in a slightly different position.
Oh.
I think could have actually ended up going down because he doesn't have flash. His lane opponent does, and now Junja has his flash or his ultimate rather available. It's the experience lead we talked about, but I think they spotted just on the edge there with the sweeper, the ward, which means that T1's now. So obviously Faker not going to fall for that. Still, nice early game here from CFO for feels like the second game in a row. But it was the objective fight where we really started to see.
Faker caught out. Q flash from Junja. Instant bubble.
Man, all they want to do is kill Faker, bro. Look at them.
Grubs are spawning, and they're in a great position to take it now.
Look at them.
Guma and Carry are trying to push back, trying to get something on the bottom side of the map, and it looks like they'll just accept the trade. They'll accept the cross map,
Even
take the first strike of
cry?
the game.
What are you about to
for these
do?
grubs.
Doggo's just living his best life. He's just walking from lane to lane. It's like,
Getting
you want this kill? Take it.
Ori.
You want another? Drake now being started here by T1. Looks like the trade is going to be Drake for
Vix,
T1.
oh my
But a kill
gosh!
going to CFO, and those grubs
Vix,
are
thank
also
you
on
so
the
much
way.
for the 10
Again, kind of
gifted
mosquitoing around.
subs.
It looks like for now we'll be able to
Thank
stall.
you
Faker
so
obviously
much.
has Rumble available. We'll see if they actually want to commit to this.
Thank you
The way
so
is clear.
freaking much. What the heck?
Going standing guard. Loves his objective.
Y'all
as
are
well,
going
though.
insane today. What did I do to deserve
Maybe he
this?
can sneak a kill if they get over eager. Owner level 6 here on the bottom side.
Is it
Quick
their
heal
fault
coming
that
out.
Faker
on the
makes
way in.
himself
Good
so
tidal wave
easy
start,
to
but Doggo
kill?
doesn't really have any mana. Nice ult
Not too
coming in from
much
Guma,
now.
reset the tower aggro. Doggo living for an
Not
extra
too
second.
much now.
Decent damage, and Owner now forced to flash away, but they got what they came for. Hongq here trying to
Not
extend
too
the fight.
much.
Hoping to find the punish. Excellent handshake. Catches him in stealth. Perfect from Carrier. Caught off onto the side. Wants a bit more damage. Junja. Again, they're keeping the play going. The extra movement speed coming in from Kaiwing. They don't have the tidal wave, but they might not need it. Hongq on the chase. Carrier ready with the handshake to try and
Faker
disengage.
dies here,
Faker looks like he will
100%.
just be sacrificed here. Bubble to
Yeah.
follow. Junja going to be donated the kill. Hongq taking it to the
Faker
end with the
100%.
pullback.
You breathed.
And an
Y'all
excellent
are
turn from the side of CFO
so
T1.
sweet.
The initial dive
Y'all are
started well, but
truly
they used
so
too many
sweet.
resources.
Took them
Thank
so
y'all
long
so
to
much.
actually get the kill because
Oh my
they
gosh,
haven't been able to
dude.
build any substantial lead. Look at Guma as well. Doggo sitting on
Freaking
Essence Reaver.
insane, man.
Guma was, when that play started, just sitting on steel caps. So there just wasn't that much damage available realistically, which means that response from CFO, great yet again. Doggo just pulling further ahead. As we take a look here, they're able to stall for such a long amount of time. Kaiwing just hit 6, so the wave comes in. And even though they get the aggro reset, you can see the amount of damage that Guma takes.
What is
Absolutely disgusting. He doesn't get to join because they have already ramped up. And then Owner trying to
just
kind of get him
gifted
out, but I think they pretty quickly
800.
realize, and I want you to look, Faker's flash timing while this is happening. If he has his flash here, I think he
Subs.
flashes over the wall. He probably
No,
is
like,
fine. But instead, flash isn't up. The moment that Junja finds the Q flash, obviously nothing that Faker can do, and CFO running the early game, and really getting the full value, skirmishing around, and as we said, if this Lucian gets ahead, the game becomes so much harder. He's contesting mid-wave when Doggo has any form of backup. It's hard to say that as he's laning 1v2, he does still need help.
So much
has appeared as
for all of
really
the
hurting.
support.
And I think,
What?
again, I want to call our minds back to the mid lane matchup because I think HonkQ getting a lot of support,
Oh
but
my
doing well with the resources he's been given him
gosh.
for the second game in a row, finding these leads over Faker early on. Now, Rise is a
What
champ who
the
scales
heck,
fantastically into later stages of the game, but HonkQ in a good position to make the difference. And
You said how many total subs do you have? It says
the player we
505.
have to watch.
It's wild, right?
My
as really, as we
gosh.
see here, the gold at 14, even in game number 1, wasn't going the way of Faker, but he also
What
didn't
the
fall
heck?
that substantially behind. I think this was mostly the kills that were found, right? But he wasn't dying on repeat. He already has died as many times as he did in the entirety of the previous game. And unfortunately, I think for Faker, we're really seeing what we saw in the LCK domestically as well. After 2 years where his spring split domestically was really top level, only eclipsed by Chovy.
Oh my freaking gosh.
Struggles that he found outside of specifically the playoffs.
Yo, alright, pick my Powerball numbers real quick.
Excellent use of that, continuously finding these plays on him.
But even if he doesn't have the gold leads in the early game, we saw what he could do mid to late on the Annie. Rise, set up with the Realm Warp, still a champion who scales fantastically as the Realm Warp now comes
We
in.
not even-
Owner looking to find his target. HonkQ
I don't
walked
know
up for a
how
moment and trying to
to.
make it out of safety. Owner a quick retreat though.
I don't know
Ulti
how to right
traded
now.
For Ulti. Faker's as well, so 2-for-1 trade in favor of CFO.
Yeah, the moment they see Ginger, like, we don't want that heat. That's too much. Doran hasn't backed yet.
On the way.
Rest has, but if there's anyone here in top lane, he's dead, by the way. But they did see Junja, so I think Doran feeling a little safe. That's the only lead there
Ori, you're
for T1 right
insane.
now. And some of the matchups, I think, to be expected, particularly, again, the jungle matchup. And Junja, with the way he's been playing, Owner 3-6 doesn't get to do that much, and we need to start seeing for T1 some of these skirmishes, because otherwise I think CFO, the only thing they've been able to do is stack the drinks. And in about 40 seconds, they should be starting that.
And can this team replicate some of the same team fights
When
we
did
saw in
they
the previous
get
match, where
3
they were
more
attacking
kills?
from multiple angles? It's harder on the Renata. This time you do have the Kalista to keep you safe, but it's not the same level of engaged threat that Aniko brings through. Doggo and Kaiwing continuing to trade in the mid lane. Doggo happy to have a 1,000 gold lead. Not even a full completed item from Guma.
Oh my
Keria is
gosh.
taking an immense amount of damage. Heal just for the
They're
movement
good, they're
speed.
good, they're good. They're
Trying to
chilling.
get out of the culling.
This is what we're talking about. Once you get ahead on this Lucian,
big
with the electrocute. The funniest part is that there was obviously a large time where Nami took electrocute back when that interaction still worked, so you could proc it.
Ore.
Free spells on
Because
Lucian.
stuff like that allows me to be a
Force
streamer.
flash out, flash for flash trade, and again, this is something
That's
that we've
Drake.
seen this tournament though so far is just chipping away at these cooldowns before a major fight.
Holy
Drake going to be
freaking
picked up
moly.
by Junja. HonkQ sticking around in mid lane, knowing that that ulti was used in the previous fight. It's just 5 seconds away. But Owner already getting chunked out, and CFO running the riff right now. 2,000 gold in the lead in 14 minutes.
Electrocute
taken as well.
Lucian isn't crazy. I've seen
And
it.
unlike in the previous
I've definitely
game,
seen it before.
the team fight, I think, for T1, not a given.
I've
the
definitely
last time
seen it
around,
before.
They were very firmly in control, but that
But like,
mid lane turret
don't
falling
you miss
early
out
as-
on?
Owner caught out for a moment. HonkQ! The burst damage is there, but Faker now wants to take down Kaiwing, but he might be the one who's in trouble. Flash forward, gets a little bit extra movement speed, but the phase
He's
rush
dead,
isn't
though.
there, and HonkQ grabs another T1. Try to get something back, but
Was there something that happened, Ore? Because I remember you saying
flashing
that
for
you were
that kill,
pursuing it.
just trying
like,
to desperately get anything.
seriously.
Meanwhile, Junja is just wrecking a turret. He's breaking the vault.
I've never understood the
Credit to
synergy
CFO
between
again.
Kalista and Renata.
Top lane
I
changed,
think
but
it's
top lane
for
isn't where the action is
the
happening, although,
engage
as I say that, Keria
of
getting things kicked off. Q3 ready to go for
her
rest. Doesn't look like he's going to have
ulti.
an easy way out of this. Was hoping to find the ulti, and he will at least be able to take Doran over the wall. Nice healing coming in. Omni
Her
Vamp on the
ulti
ulti, but he
allows
gets away
you
from the
to,
Pathmaker. That's the crucial skill.
make sure you get
Rest
both
back and
ultis
can't
off.
cancel it early. Q3 taking some time. Doran in trouble, but manages to get the shutdown. HonkQ on the way. Doggo chasing as well. That's the calling.
So like if you push Renata in, they can't dodge the ulti if it's in her face. That's my thought process.
He's just shooting them down, and he's the dog. It shouldn't be allowed, Mao.
It can't be both. Have the big sides, Dracos. His owner tries
Doggo
to get
is
anything on the
indeed
cross
eating
map,
them
but
up.
CFO running the Rift in his game number 2, and in game number 1 we saw a glimpse of this early on, but then once the fight started, T1 was able to find back the pace. As
all right,
it's really just
all good,
Doran
Ori.
right now.
Let me know
who's
though,
able to
because I remember
consistently
you being
find a
serious
decent
about
impact.
it.
As we see the 6-man roster here of CFO, obviously having kind of a breakup performance at first stand as well.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, the only
Wow.
one to make it back
First
as far as
LCP
representatives go
to finish.
here to MSI.
And so far making good on that as they pull ahead in this game too.
Yeah, she can
T1,
make good
you
use
highlighted it
of
so well, right?
the
It was the
bailout,
angles
yeah.
of attack, how well they fought, how well they leveraged their composition in the previous game. That
Look at that hard. That's adorable.
T1 always likes to be in losers bracket. Yo, Kazi,
Doggo.
thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today.
It's a great
You're
picture.
so wholesome. CFO
Not the mid laner,
set
only
up on
being
Herald,
17.
and unfortunately,
No, like
T1
I
are
think
just
the
disastrously far
LCP's team
behind,
is
so
very young.
Now we look
I
at
think all of their
scaling.
players
We
are
look at
very
what does it
young.
look like as we go later into the game, and the answer is you have a Jax.
I also
Rise
thought you
and
had to
Wukong,
be
they're
18 to
powerful
play.
tools, but CFO aren't going to give you an inch.
Oh my gosh,
Colin
period,
coming
Ore.
through. Clean combo
Did you
again.
find any new
Junja
streamers
grabs the
to watch
kill.
from that?
And again, they're just making these
Are there
side lane
any that
picks
you
look
like?
so effortless.
Now top lane's
No?
gonna fall as
Oh.
well. Might even be an inner here at 17 minutes.
Baker is 1-5 because they're
If you think
perma-targeting
that there's
him.
not enough damage yet on CFO in about 2 minutes. Infernal Drake is spawning as
Wow.
ultimate.
I thought that was going to interrupt the ulti.
Doggo doing decent damage, but has the cleanse, and it goes Honku! Multiple members locked up, it's only the clone owner managing to make it out. Guma has an extra lease on life, but it's not enough to bail out.
All right, guys, I
Doran?
do
I don't think he can do enough by
CFO
himself.
will
He's
be winning
arriving,
this
but
one.
The room's already on fire. Almost 6K
Aw.
gold lead here.
Period,
And the thing for
Ore.
CFO, and it's
Always.
just straight up, right? Junja running the map, and the bot lane Doggo.
What
and
was your favorite
Kaiwing
part
making
of
such
what was your
good
favorite
use
part
with these
of
runs,
watching
with
Streamer
this map
University?
play.
Like, what was
T1
y'all's
just
favorite part
continuously
of
getting
it?
caught off guard.
And credit to Kaiwing, 0, 1, and 8. This is the guy that we look at.
Once Faker
engaged
tilted the
champions
team
only.
falls.
Maybe a
I
Renata
hope
in
he's
there
not
as well.
tilted.
But really showing up on this Nami.
I feel like
making it
Faker's
work.
the type to like
Supportive
really
role for
beat
sure, but
himself up if he dies a
overall,
bunch.
Dominant performance thus far. I mean, just look at the bottom of the screen.
Aw,
1.7,
Cherry.
1.1, 2.6.
The drama?
Massive leads for 3 of the members.
There was
besides
drama
CFO,
everywhere.
and
Not
really
gonna
balanced
cap.
out by what Doran has been able to do in
Your
isolation.
night out, that was.
Well, also Doran, realistically in
That
this
was a
game,
crazy
the
one.
expectations. Okay, guys, I'll be fine.
Y'all remember me getting yelled at by the security guard? Like that man
and then once I had 2 items,
yelled
I'm
at me
menacing the side
so
lane.
bad. I
And
think
then he gets
he
there.
felt bad
Or he'll get there
afterwards
soon.
because he
Yeah, looks
was
the rest of the map,
so
and it's
nice to me
Dyer's
after
owner.
that.
Maybe looking, but that's a
He was
Cassante.
throwing candy at me
T1
and making
know that this is their
comments.
avenue of attack. Playing
He was trying to
through
be
Doran.
so nice to me after
But
he
it's so hard when
chewed
the enemy
me
top
out.
laner is playing Cassante.
bro.
When he can just dodge so much of the CC, but they're determined
Oh my
to
gosh,
try again.
Devin.
Recall going in from Faker. Q3 ready to go. Quick flash out from Rest. Manages to find the initial knockback. Pull back on the Wukong clone, but it doesn't matter.
No
Still the
way
escape.
he
Junja on the way in.
lives.
Realm Warp. They need
Whole
to get the hell
team
out.
coming
Ballbreaker
in. Whole
manages to
team
catch
coming
it.
in.
Oh! In the midst of it, it's Junja Honku to follow. Absolute destruction for CFO.
It's a stomp, Dracos, in game number 2. T1. So often they make a play. And you
My
look at
favorite
this,
part
they
was
can't
watching
keep
LTA on
getting
your
away
phone.
with this.
That
Guess
was
what?
peak.
They didn't.
And it's
That
the
was an
only
India
time where
Loves
ulting
class,
the clone
right?
is optimal. He's not in
That was
threat
peak.
anymore.
As right there, Junja with the flash Q gets the Rise
confused,
CC.
though.
The Realm Warp.
Is
does
it?
not
Oh, so
take
it's
T1 to
because Rise was
safety, and as
CC'd, it doesn't go
reinforcements
off.
arrives.
Oh,
I heard a nice, respectable nice is Doggo still
I
just
love seeing
going.
people happy. I don't know.
TP and T1 are trying to fight their way through this deficit, and it's
Why?
not
Why
working
are we
out.
trying to
Doggo
fight our way through
ready
this?
On the way out. Blast cone on the way, and Kaiwing supporting from the backside with a bit more damage. Faker untouched, but it does not matter.
Why are we
because
trying to fight our
Doran
way through
set to
this? We
fall.
lose every
Easy pickup
time.
for Doggo. Kaiwing still chasing. Q over the wall from Junja. Vaultbreaker to kick things off. The bubble hits. Kaiwing
What are we doing? Why are we
giving the
running
kill
it?
over to Honku. Faker running. CFO unrelenting in their pressure as the double kill comes through. The twofold hex. Rest chasing. Owner falling. CFO running the rift.
What are they doing, dude?
That's going to be the inner falling. Nothing that T1 can do. You can see the desperation, some of these flashes, some of these hard forced plays. It's not working out. The only solace for T1 is that they got a dragon and a grub. That's it. No drakes, or sorry, no turrets rather. I don't think Otacon is going to be on the menu either.
Carry a cheeky ult. Not going to do too much here. Otacon will fall as well. So now massive advantage in terms of flowers overall on top of all of the gold, 10,000. I mean, we could just list it off. CFO, 100% in the driver's seat, and T1, I respect the instincts to try to fight your way out, but every time they've tried, it's just gotten worse. They have only dug themselves deeper.
And as T1, if you fall behind early with a comp like this, not that much you can do.
And shout out to the stats team who pulled this up for us. Faker has never died more than 8 times in an international games. 8 deaths was the G2 at MSI 2024 last year in Chengdu. On the cusp of breaking that record.
It has not been looking good.
HongQ and CFO potentially
It
the
has
team
not
to
been
do
looking
it.
good.
And it starts to reset our perspectives on what we saw in game 1, because it was CFO in control for that brief moment. It was T1 who fumbled a bit. They fought their way out, but CFO was such a commanding lead, setting a new pace, setting a new tone for this series.
It's the continued attention from Junja in the early game. Making his impact in bot, getting his own buff, immediately setting HongQ up for success, because the Aurora is the type of pick where if you don't at least get a good starter, you can't fall behind, or you really very quickly just don't do that much, right? Your damage doesn't feel as impactful. Even if you get on top of the backline, it doesn't mean really anything as, T1's got to try something. Looks like we're going for another play onto Rest, but they don't want to risk it because look at the lack of vision control. There is nothing here for T1. They have no idea.
Observers beautifully highlighting what T1 see, and the answer is nothing.
You don't know.
They defend their own blue buff, and that's about it. They now will see Doggo at the very least. Uncertainty, they can assume there's more members of CFO there to cover, but walking into the brush, face checking into these brushes could be death. Carry, at least with the Celestial opposition, feels comfortable as Doran steps up top side.
Dracos, it's a Blade of the Ruined King into free completed items.
Do you need to say anything else? I think we'll just let that breathe for a moment.
Maybe you have a
it's a wallet Diffie. No. This is an insurmountable lead. T1 would need a miracle in this game.
They're doing charity. That's actually so sweet.
Time is running
They're trying to replicate the BLG.
Is powerful as Gam magic.
They're trying to replicate the BLG.
This one, Dracos.
All I'll say is, as long as the Krug Lord is in the game, you never know.
He's a 200 gold lead. His team is 11K.
And it's the only lead they have now. It's the only lead they have.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I don't see it.
No, yeah. At this point, that glass is a shot glass.
All right.
There's not a lot
Owners
in there.
on a deep flank. They don't have a TP ward. I do think they need to get Doran and Faker there as well. And CFO Saware as well. They're not going to fall for it.
Doggo stepping up. Guma in trouble. Carrier not quite in range. Going to be forced to go over the wall. Uses the heal. Ready with the bailout. But again, chipping away at those cooldowns before the next major objective. It's barrier and heal.
Yeah, this is
out of the
a
equation.
slaughter.
All flashes up except for HongQ on the side of CFO. Similar state for T1. Better team fighting was the key to success for T1 in game 1. Now, the wallet diff should be insurmountable. But if there's any team that can out-execute...
I think that's the problem is that's not enough, because outside of Rest, every single member on CFO is so fed that I can just see them carry the fight.
You know what? I think you're right. I think I want to give them a bit of credit just in case it happens.
I'm happy to grasp
at
straws with you.
We are grasping at the tiniest straws.
I said this earlier when it was
okay, so obviously it starts with a
Koi versus BLG. They had a 9K gold lead, and I was like, "There's no way you lose
I want to drink
with a 9K gold lead, right?"
You need to steal Baron, all right? Starts with that. So CFO,
is there any way
under
they
no
lose
circumstances,
with an 11K gold
They're gonna
lead?
just deny vision, maybe start Baron, immediately peel
Is there
off.
any way?
You just want to fight here. As long as you don't give an opportunity for Owner to somehow get a crazy steal here,
he's waiting.
There's just no shot, right? 41
You
to hold
cannot
on.
FF
As soon
in
as
pro
Baron goes
games.
down, you're done.
I'm pretty sure they get
turn
fined
on to the Wukong
if they
CFO.
do such a thing.
Willing to flip it, it would seem. How will they keep
It's
Owner
not
from getting into the pit? Doggo
considered
quick calling a chunk
sportsmanlike
out.
to FF.
Carrier Massive chunks. The
I'm
TP
sure
now
if they
goes
could
in. It's
FF,
Doran in the
this one
backside
would
of
have
the
been
pit. They're starting
FF'd
to retreat.
already.
Doran with the stun.
Not
Will back
flipping.
out.
Oh, love to see it. Look for the turn.
Be down, taking their
Because
time.
Korea is
Discipline the name of the game here.
notorious
Faker
for
finds a quick block. Opponent
FFing.
immediately goes in, but it's into JINX coming over with the tidal wave as Hongq goes golden. He's ready now to fire back. T1, one last desperate gambit, and Faker's the only man standing as Doran 2 will fall. CFO on the victory march to tie the series.
And the gambit, unsuccessful. CFO, they're not going to flip that Baron. Might take it now. Get the shove out, maybe get a top lane inhibitor for your troubles. Don't have to look for the end. There's no need. Get his objective. Get your free Baron, turn it into a soul point. Start knocking down these other inhibitors. And despite an attempt from Faker, the flash, the turn, the stopwatch is there. And we see the immediate ult from Kaiwing as well to keep his team safe.
And the hits keep coming for T1 as our stats team is a little ruthless. This is the worst T1 gold deficit at 20 at an international. Minus 9K at 20 minutes. And the previous record was 2024 MSI versus BLG at minus 7.6.
Do they get this dragon? That'd be, you know, that'd be something.
T1.
They need to get out as well. That's
Be
the bigger
free.
issue.
Is the hard part. Junja ready to go over the wall.
Okay, they got the
objective bounty
dragon.
has been claimed,
Guys,
and
this
now
is
they're
our
chasing.
comeback.
Running.
T1 well grouped.
We got the
Not
dragon.
quite available, but they will be able to walk away, getting something back. A brief glimmer of hope.
All right, 2.5 minutes on the Rebel Baron power play for CFO. It's getting these inhibitors, truly denying T1 access, and looking at the item finishes, we are now at 4 items for Doggo to 2 for Guma. Faker still doesn't have any utility, just has a little bit of beefiness of the 2 tanky items, but they need damage. They need to be able to actually kill someone as Hongq.
Big damage. T1 walk forward, immediate Q3 to pull back. Coming in from rest. Hongq off to the side. Quick use. The Seekers to keep Doran standing, but it looks like he'll fall as well. Doggo completely untouched. The base wide open.
Everybody gets
T1
one game.
pulling back. CFO,
Everybody gets one game.
15K in their favor. T1, there's no way they can hold this. Confidence. An incredible pace
Everybody
of
gets one
game
game.
from CFO in game 2. One final stand for T1. Handshake connects. CFO gonna need just a few more seconds. The Nexus in their sights. CFO in a dominant game 2. Tie the series.
Jeez.
And
That was a
after
really bad game.
Game number 1. If you go and you come from Fiji, tell us, guys, CFO won a game. We wouldn't
That
be
was-
surprised. It was a back
that
and
was a
forth.
really
There were a
bad
couple
game.
of key decisions. But if you would have told me that this is one of the most one-sided
Do you think this
losses
might
that
be a
T1 has
throwaway
ever
game
seen,
just to get some champs off the board
good
for
to see that one coming,
CFO?
Dracos.
I didn't, but maybe the analyst did. Let's
That's
hear
a
what they have
crazy
to say.
strategy, but I wouldn't put it past them. Not gonna lie.
Given the way CFO played in game
I
1, I'm
think
actually
now that
not
Rest won though
to see them
with
bring
the
it in
game, I don't
2
think
here,
we'll see Driver
especially
come
as we
back.
consider the way the game started, because things started collapsing
I like
very
their
early
jackets,
on
though.
in the early game.
But it also
I don't think we'll see
initially
Driver
looked
come
pretty
back.
rough, right? Like Rest having to flash in just to try to get XP.
Yeah, no, the jackets are nice, right? And I like the basketball
They were
jerseys
getting
or
shoved in
baseball
on
jerseys.
the bot side, and that bot side invade is really where it starts for me, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like if Jinja doesn't actually get that smite off in that invade, it matters so much. But here he is. He ends up having to flash out, and then he manages to get the smite onto the red buff, which actually ends up being huge because they end up wasting so much time on that invade. Doggo and Kaiwing then take over that bot wave. Junja is able to get this mid lane gank off, and then as the lane swaps later on, they end up cleaning up this kill on the top side too.
Yeah, Lucian and Nami coming through. This is really clean. I mean, the electrocute proc was one thing, but also, yeah, on top of the W, so he gets the 3-hit proc. And it felt really good. I like the composition from CFO, just had the range difference. I was a little concerned. It's always a skill check whenever you have to deal with a Kalista Renata, but they passed that check.
Absolutely, and fantastic performance from Lucian Nami as a whole. When you look at the bot lane, we were talking about how Junja usually is the one leading the pace in the early game and the one controlling the enemy team. I feel like this move especially maybe is something that helped the team.
T1 was like, red alert, we must escape. Junja did not let that happen. The cancellation with his flash Q to stop it from happening, and here comes Hongq to just get the job done. I love this play. They already had a lead before this point. CFO just solidified it.
Yeah, that was the backbreaker, actually, right? Because if they get out, maybe they can regroup, reset. Jinja says, absolutely not.
Was that driver in the back? He's dancing for his... that was good.
I want to focus on, obviously, Hongq absolutely popped off on his Aurora. I want to focus on Doggo, actually.
All right.
Let's do it.
Because previously, he did go to MSI with PSG
They
talent,
definitely
right?
ate that
but
game.
he was selected. He'd been playing on BYG.
They
and
definitely
he was a
ate
substitute.
down.
He going into this, CFO did some YouTube content. They were interviewing their players, and he actually said, you know, this MSI is super important to me because it's an MSI I earned like for myself, right? And so to show up on this Lucian pick, supported by Kaiwing's Nami, something I know he's been practicing.
Yeah.
Not an engaged support.
True.
Looked pretty good.
Little risk, but it worked.
Looked pretty good, especially in the composition that T1 was playing, because we saw them. We saw Honor trying to go in. We saw the rest of the composition from T1 trying to go in. You always had that Nami wave ready to bounce back and just push them back.
Yeah, I enjoyed it because I was always a little concerned to see if the Renata ulti was going to be a major factor.
Is LPC China? LPC is Taiwan, Japan, Vietnam,
but that point
and
about
dang, I
Doggo
always forget
feeling
the
like he really
last one,
earned
dude.
Getting to that stage is a big one.
I
Just
always
knowing
forget the
that,
freaking last
like,
one.
Technically, when he got in for Unified at that
LPL
time, he put his
is
name
China.
on the map, worked in the
LCP
LPL, all these things, but he always knew he really wanted to get
is-
here on his own work, his own volition. Now CFO, anyone that was a doubter based on the first stand results, immediately proven wrong. That was a ridiculous lead that they were able to
Where does
hold
it say
on
the
to.
regions?
Well, and look at Doggo. I just highlighted his damage because he did
Oh, nice.
28.4k damage, right? And you see
Dang it, okay.
this is
Japan,
his personal, you know, goal
Vietnam.
difference. That was the goal difference over time. Kind of insane. Both
I don't
the,
know my flags.
Aurora and the Lucian.
Is
popped
this
off.
Yeah,
Australia?
I mean, it's funny too because before he went into pro play,
What
hearing
flag
now
is that?
His name was Chihuahua.
Yeah.
And by the way, belated happy birthday, Chihuahua.
So I guess
You
it's
turned 18
OCE,
yesterday.
old OCE.
So it was the Chihuahua Doggo combo that really reigned terror that game.
Turned 18 yesterday.
Vietnam.
Met Faker for the first time earlier today, and something that we
Taiwan.
highlighted on social media was the fact
Japan.
that when Faker won Worlds
In
for
Australia,
the first time,
yeah.
he was 6 years old.
That's insane.
Yeah.
It's not only meet
So
your
it's only 4.
heroes, stomp your heroes on lane and in game here. Amazing statement game from Hongq.
Yeah, this is
Look at
this
that.
is
Nice to meet you,
adorable.
goat.
I can
It's
already
absolutely
hear the
adorable.
K-popified song in my head. I just
Yeah.
like that entire trend.
All right, talking about the next game, we have a series right now between these two teams, which is not something that I really expected. Honestly, CFO bringing in the vibes that they had at first stand. What do we want to look on the side of either team for game 3?
For me, it just has to be a little bit more of a challenge on the draft. I think the draft from T1, I always wondered, I was like, okay, if they're going to lock
You
in
were
Kalista
6
Renata
years old when I
instantly, that's
won
just them
Worlds.
kind of saying we can win on our own volition. Doesn't really matter what we're dealing with. That's obviously not true.
Oh,
so
3
finding a draft that makes a
Kalista.
lot more sense so you don't immediately
Have we only
have to deal with
seen?
the range
Oh, in
advantage
bracket
of T1.
stage
And also,
itself.
I do think if you're going to, like, the whole level 1 thing or level 2 thing around red buff, if you're going to do that and you have a ward over the wall, then pull it out. You don't have smite, then you really don't need to put yourself in that position, because that was a really solid play that T1 had early on.
Yeah, it actually did give up that bot lane prio, right?
Yeah.
And allowed the duo of Lucian Nami to get back in the game, so that was really important. I would just shore up these small early game things, right?
Yeah, for
because
sure.
we saw this in game 1 and game 2. I know T1 can do it. They're known for their monstrous early games, so let's see it.
And CFO don't want to make it easy for them because they're bringing back Driver
There he
here
is.
for game 3. as
This is so
T1
weird.
has selected blue side, so let's see the approach they come up
Why
with
though?
here at MSI after the break.
Are they just swapping in and out? Okay, I really want to know, are they swapping in and out because like they're doing a certain play style? Because Homeboy just won. Homeboy just won and he got taken out. Yeah, it's got to be a draft thing. I don't think it's whether they perform well or not. So I think they were saying last time at first stand that Driver is more of a tank player and the other guy is more of a like a carry champion player. But Homeboy just played Cassante. Am I tripping? Like, I guess he's technically a bruiser and not a tank, but Rest can play anything. Maybe that's what it is. Also, if we go to, let me see if they've updated my pick'ems yet. Give me my points. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like that. I'm like that. Where we at? Top 23%, tight beat. You already know what time and I'm on, partner. Okay, top 5. Period. Ollie, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. Okay, if we go to MSI and we click on CFO, it has Driver as a fill player. Or is that just the sub thing? Because like before we've seen subs and it puts like their role. Y'all see what I'm saying? Girl, are you okay? 8 hours? Marathon, baby. Marathon. Driver has only played top to my knowledge. That's what I'm saying. Like we've only seen him top. And they put Rest as like the top laner, which would mean he's the starter, but Driver started. So I don't know. His pick kind of eating. No, he did kind of slay that. Am I tripping? Or did he eat that pick? I think it's the hair. I think the hair ate. Also, like the way they edited it, it almost looks like fake. Am I tripping? Or does it look like AI, bro? Like they edited the frick out of it. It's so good. Also, did y'all know for the esports like pictures, they literally tell them not to smile? That's why they don't smile. Somebody didn't listen though. He looked like he's smiling a little bit, but they literally tell them not to smile. And I'm like, whiteo. Whiteo. Yeah, I forget where they told me that. I was somewhere within the esports realm and they were about to take a picture and they said that they're going to do a classic esports picture and they were like, don't smile. It's like in the requirements. Right, holy. Okay, so who do y'all think is going to finish off this this split or this series? Who y'all think gonna take the win? Because we're 1-1 right now. We're 1-1 right now. Whoever wins goes on to fight BLG in low key with both teams dropping a game. I don't know if anybody's ready for that BLG beatdown. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't T1, I'm saying. That must be hard for Caps. Let's see what Caps' picture looks like. He tried. He tried not to smile. He still got a little curve. A little curve for the smile. Everybody else followed the rules very straight. Dude, I think Broken Blade's hair is so cute. So cute. I think he's got a cute little face. Like he's got a baby boy face. Like I just want to pinch those big old cheeks. You know what I'm saying? He's got such a baby boy face. Let's see. Yeah, little puppy dog. Let's look at Genji. Whoa, they got a dang near 19 team roster. Hold on. What? They got 2 teams. Ain't no freaking way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. What? They got 14 hoes? What? And do you see what I'm saying? None of these people have like the fill thing. So why did they do that to Driver? Bro, there's so many freaking people. Is that their academy team? I clicked on no, it says LCK Korea. Chovy, Canyon, This has to be okay. Let's see. Jin G Academy League of Legends team. Let's see who on it. Ruler. Is Ruler on Academy? Ruler, Kale, Ophelia, Young J. Oh, okay. There's Ruler. Young J. Is there a Young J here? Who is serious? Yo, am I tripping? Let me make sure they're not in Champ Select. Okay, their things are serious. Namgung, about Kimish winner in Hanbyul. So I guess their academy team is all listed as subs. Is that allowed? Cause yeah, here's Namgung. You got Ruler. You got the serious. Bro, what the heck?
They still were
All
generally
right,
able to
we're
get
getting into the next
very high
game.
finishes. Not quite going the full distance, but yeah. As we get into
That's
this draw
crazy.
for game number 3, can't wait to see what CFO will bring after that dynamite in game number 2.
Now on the red side for the first time this series, T1, of course, as the losers get side selection. First time on blue. See how this changes their approach, as a lot of the utility mid laners still removed from the pool. So 6 effective mid lane bans.
Not they calling the ancestors to come sub in.
Of course, Driver here back in as well. So potentially a shift to a tankier top side, and I'm expecting not
Okay, but
the
did
use
y'all see Driver's
of a,
picture?
counter pick.
Homeboy thinks he's a model.
Could see.
Did y'all see that?
Face off here, both Doran and Driver.
If they show the pictures on the wall, look at Driver's freaking picture. I might be able to find it.
Most popular counter picks.
I have like the
T1, I
assets
think, are
folder.
fishing for a B1 Azir.
Let me see.
Nothing
Let me
interesting.
see.
Nothing out of the ordinary. And if CFO don't ban that away, it does seem like it should be a no-brainer. Probably followed up by the Ari, which has been the most popular counter pick we've seen afterwards, as fans going crazy, Dracos. Understandably, team needs to support after a rough game like that.
Definitely do. See if it is the Azir, as you predicted, to come through here. I think big for the side of CFO and their hopes of going further in this series is that really only the Leona and the Renata of the effective Kai Wing champion pool have taken off the board. The surprise win with that Nami.
Yeah.
Giving them a few more options as we go deeper into Fearless.
Sorry, guys.
Still available. Nodla still available.
See if I can find this picture.
The Krug Lord sign is absolutely fantastic.
So good. And it was a big talking point come into today, but game number 1 he was great. Obviously had a couple of moments, but at large, solid. In game number 1 he was, or game number 2,
Oh my
he was
gosh,
the only one
sorry,
of
guys.
T1 that we couldn't really criticize. As CFO, no
Flashbang.
shocker. Make the same read, and I think targeting Faker in the draft, given how game number 2 played out and the colossal amount of gold that CFO was able to generate by just taking down over and over again, does make sense to me. T1 really like to give him an early prior pick. Instead, it's going to be the Gwen here for Doran.
Once again, a chance for Doran to shine. That was the champion he died to Krugs on. And again, immediately after he died, he did come in and 1v1 an enemy AD carry, Wampa Stomp a fight, and storm off into the night. His Driver now debating Gragas, a huge comfort pick for him.
And she did already. See the smile.
And it feels like there's more tension in this Game 3 draft. Remember,
Let's go.
the previous matchup was an instant slam from T1. Callista, Renata, full confidence. This time, you see CFO taking their time with responses on red side. Gwen, a high-stakes champion. If you fumble, if you make a mistake, she can absolutely take over as it's...
Oh, I don't know about that.
Trundle? Didn't we see this combo?
You have been...
I feel like we saw this combo yesterday.
No one... If Canyon doesn't earn blind Trundle, no one earns blind Trundle.
No one earns blind Trundle.
Because I think that Junja, thus far for me, has been the absolute
the best
standout
performing player in this series thus far.
If that was an Ornn on the enemy team, I think it makes sense.
Sure.
But blinding a Trundle like that, I don't think you can get away with as owner.
This might not be as special for you. You get to cast
Y'all,
this
is
champion
this
sometimes.
Zed jungle?
This for me. Ooh,
I don't think this is
We are
Faker
obviously going
Zed.
to assume, despite the historical significance
I don't think this is
of,
Faker Zed.
T1.
That's Zed jungle.
And Faker and Zed, that this is going to go towards owner.
If it is mid, will we do the thing in the game?
Oh, we will. We
Oh
won't,
my
'cause,
gosh.
we get blind Galio and the blind Trundle
Oh my
kind of made me
gosh.
question the blind Galio.
We
feels
got a
like,
game
to
on
me,
our
another
hands,
admission
ladies
from
and
T1.
gentlemen.
They just want to ensure that they get Faker on something that he is comfortable with. But they really need an engaged support to go with this, right? They need someone that sets up. They need someone that can go in. Nautilus, for me, would be the prime one. Oh, come on, dude. Okay!
Okay.
Swain?
We're cooking with gasoline, baby. There are exciting picks all around.
Oh my god.
So we have the Zed Gwen topside. Absolutely no CC, but immense dive potential. But there's not really a great dive target. And Drain Tanks seems to be the name of the game on the side of CFO. Swain, the Gragas, the Trundle. There's a lot of sustain in this game.
That's a bunch of beefcakes for CFO towards the top
Coach
side of
is
the map.
cooking. Okay.
That said, eventually
There's so much
Doran
health. They
is
have
when
to
he's
go
gonna
a
have
tank
decent time
shredder.
cutting through them,
They
but
have
that
to go a tank shredder. They can't
really
go no
gonna
regular
take a long time.
schmegular
T1 was
boop
not
bop
able to
ba doop
find it,
bop
but
bow.
for me, the most
They can't do that.
important is
They
it's
have
owner
to
on the
pick
carry.
something
And the
that
owner
will
has been
tank
the
shred.
carry on T1 for the large part of the summer split. Was mostly him in more facilitative plays, setting up for the rest of his team, finding on things like Zinzao so much control in the fights. This is just a straight up carry. He needs to be the one that goes in, finds the backline, and kills the high value targets. And thus far, as
Could it be a
highlighted,
Jinx?
he doesn't really have a
I
target
think
yet.
Jinx
Really, the
would
best
set
one
them
is
up for
probably
failure,
Trundle.
though.
I do have to say, though, with
A little
Swain,
bit too
it
immobile.
is a champion where if you start falling behind, it will feel very reminiscent of what happened in T1 in game number
Would
one.
have
See
to
this pick
space well.
pulled out, I think, a decent amount, as a, not just in the Galio, but into the Ahri as well for a little amount of time. But you do need to be able to actually drain tank for it to have consistent value.
Yeah, a champion that can look incredible in the right circumstances, but you're right, if it falls behind, the Gwen and the Zed can make quick work of the pick. Interestingly, the Jhin, the MF both banned away. Varus has already been hit, so the options for Guma to sit safely in the backline while the rest of his team dives forward are getting more and more limited. Now, Kai'Sa is still available, a champion who isn't the best laner, but can follow up on the Galio, can follow up on the Gwen chasing in,
CFO, do you
although,
want me
again,
to
they don't
root
have
for
CC
you?
to set up the plasma.
Kai'Sa's a big risk if you do take that, because there is a lot of lane bullies still available. That's one of the ones that I was going to go for. I like this a lot more.
They really played with me, bro.
Picking up the Caitlyn.
Senna.
Ooh, what is it going to be
Yeah,
for Guma
whoa,
here?
okay. Okay, thinking about it. I agree, audience. We know what we want, Guma. Do
Gonna
it.
give it
Come
to-
on.
oh, come on.
Come on. Not that. Nope, not that. Yeah.
We're already off the wall. Might as well commit.
Come on, come on, come on.
This, though, it's a known quantity.
Okay, it's fine. It's safe. It's stay. We all wanted the Aphelios. Give us the 200 years, but we'll take the 200 stacks instead if he can last that long. And
I'm Slave.
potentially controversial duo
I'm
from a lore
freaking
standpoint,
Slave.
but might work.
Carry out.
Okay. Oh, God.
TGF Jordy, thank you so much
Bring it up at some point, but you know how I feel
for the
about
gifted
this
sub. I
carry.
appreciate the
you
love.
don't like it.
Thank you for supporting the stream.
Is it? So
Why
there are a couple
couldn't
options,
we-
right? can go
why
towards
couldn't we
Lux,
do
can go
Jinx
towards
Thresh?
Morgana, we can go towards Karma. Karma,
Why
to
couldn't we
me,
do Jinx Thresh?
the most versatile. Oh,
Okay.
We
Or-
counter hooks with hooks. Is it the crank for Kaiwing?
The crank.
The crank, Dracos.
We're going to have a conversation about American slang after this.
Oh, it's Braum. All
That's
right.
Braum.
Okay,
all right,
okay.
all right,
Braum's good.
okay,
Braum's
all right. I
good.
got to cool the draft off a little bit. Braum locked in. Certainly good with the amount of melee champions. Certainly good to stop the dive, right? An excellent counter dive option, but
You know,
Engage now going to be
even
a bit
though
more
this is
reliant
going to
on
be the
Driver
most
on
fun
this Gragas.
game.
This is by far the spiciest draft we have seen all of MSI 2025
No, literally,
so
like
far.
even though this is gonna be the best game that we've seen all of MSI.
You had the sign and they
Frick
didn't do it. So
both
I'm
of y'all,
sorry. You
bro.
made a good sign. It's just
Frick both of y'all for
wasn't
playing
enough.
with my heart and my
In this game,
emotions.
look, I know there's stakes.
But I
it's
will
upper
be
bracket.
sat and tuned in
This is
because this
just
is gonna be the best game that I will
can't
ever
wait to
see in
at least two
die.
comps are going to play out as well. So strengths for T1. Obviously, the pick potential with the Thresh always going to be a big talking point. Still have the side lane impact. And we have Doran on one of his most consistent picks.
Their tank shredder is Gwen.
Chew through the members on CFO.
Gwen is
Obviously,
the tank shredder.
Will eventually Senna does, but it takes so long. On the flip side, for CFO, it's mid-game, mid-game, mid-game. Turn that early bot lane oppressive matchup with the Caitlyn into some skirmishing with particularly that Swain to try and not give T1 an opportunity to play the game.
Arthur, we're getting ready for game. T1 fans ready, they're excited. But of course, this is going to be thrilling. The thing is, I'm a Thresh hater. I have been for many years.
Why?
But if anyone on the face of this planet can change my mind, it is that man on your screen now with the Mata skin as well.
Fair.
Spell book for both supports here. No,
but why would somebody hate?
Otherwise, to see Ginger going for PT.1, which he's, as we can see there, obviously going to be great in the short trades.
And this is why junglers like blind trundle, is there's a lot of dopamine. It can be difficult without a tank on the enemy team, but
auto-chomp auto.
Auto-chomp auto.
It feels great. He's playing into an AD matchup as well. The big thing is obviously, though, that the ability to actually lock down the Z is minimal. And there really isn't that many ways to deny owner backline access once we get deeper into the game, right? There isn't, outside of driver, really a lot of immediate CC. And in his case, I think he would also still often have to rely on the flash to really catch the Z off guard. But what a draft setup here, as Junja has been so consistent. Are they going to target Faker again? The invade will definitely come through. This is a Braum. The level 1 is always going to be a menace as owner. This time on the receiving end of one.
Creative level 1. Junja obviously really fast, single camp clear on this Trundle. Maybe just wants to try to outpace owner. Zed, of course, in isolation though. Very easy for him to clear as we get the picture in picture.
Well, yeah. On the map, they are aware that
So
owner
true,
is there.
Munchie.
Not only that, they have also warded his own camp, so they will have a
Are you talking about Senna, Ore?
where the Zed is
Yeah,
gonna be
I
at
don't
any
know why
point.
people like
And
the
cool
Senna
thing is,
ADC.
even if you don't counter, what is going to happen is these two dudes are going to get as many pot shots on Carrier and on Guma. They're going to try and set up for a dive because the map is split.
Oh, Caitlyn OP, bro.
Towards the top side for
You be
T1,
doing damage for
bot
real.
side for CFO.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
No, it is not looking hot at all. Maybe once the
Faker.
phase rush is there, it gets a bit easier, and obviously support for ganks. Good CC in that lane.
They need to hit 2
for owner, but Junja on the way. Close, you can see bottom of your screen. Actually, they're pretty far away.
Ooh, sums are available, but heal was already used by Carrier.
Experience.
And yeah,
Really?
anywhere lower maybe, but I think the dive would be a gamble. You do
I
really
guess
need to
Wild
stack up the
Rift
Braum
and-
passive. Can do quickly with the auto resets on the Trundle. Still
And
level
League have
1.
different like
No one
balancing
here to cover.
systems.
Carry and Guma
How do you
have
feel
to
about the
survive this.
Zillion
This would
that
be
can
disastrous.
slow down
Junja's starting
abilities?
to walk forward,
Uh-oh.
lays down a little bit of damage initially. Nice flash backwards as Guma's been taken out the dive. Flawless thus far. Kaiwing about to fall. Carrier tries to trade back.
I mean,
it will be a 2
1
for
for
1 in
2.
the favor of CFO. But no one's here to grab this CS. It's an absolute disaster
Yeah,
for
that
T1.
was tough.
And this was face up. They
What are
saw
you
the
supposed to
Caitlyn and
do?
were like, we can get away with the Senna. And as it turns out, very much not the case.
What are you supposed to do, dude?
As the double comes through for Doggo, and we saw how he played with a lead in game number 1. And to add insult to injury, Doran is just trying his best. The bot lane is rotating up. They might look for a counter dive.
I didn't even
The
peep that.
reinforcements
You're
are on the
right.
way for Driver.
A little bit lower.
The
Already
kill
burned his
13-1 went
W.
on to
Should
the
be a quick
support.
fall. Level up there. Owner, the Living Shadow, comes out, but he's not able to get the auto attack. Not able to get the contempt for the weak, and there's a Braum here just waiting for him. 1 stack.
Slows him down.
Got the Kebab ready to go there as Doran
Oh,
starts
no.
to run. Forces the flash
Forces
as
the
well.
flash.
Deal. Gets the flash, but I think T1 should just be happy that they didn't give over another kill to this Caitlyn. Maybe looking for a cancel here.
How much
On
are they
to
willing to
Doran.
take? Built over Peacemaker,
There you
forcing him
go.
back. Nice advantage for tempo as
Oh my
Driver's
God,
already
look at
reset
this
TP
wave
bot
state.
lane.
It's a disaster here in the early game for T1. CFO are just reading them like a book, running around the map. Junja again, 2 assists before the first full clear is done.
And also the fact that in that previous tower dive, both kills go to Doggo. It's so crucial because look at that serrated Dirk in inventory. So much damage in the short trades. Guma's not going to be in a comfortable position to stack at all in this lane.
I don't think he's going to be in a comfortable position to live in this lane.
I think he can
I think stacks
stack.
are, it's like 5
I just don't
steps
think
down the
he's
line.
comfortable.
The terrifying prospect.
He still has a lot of range.
There is a good amount of vision here. They see
Junja
Junja.
on the way.
Guma doesn't...
Good lantern.
Ooh, okay, does have the clan still, so it would have been fine even if the passive does get procced.
Faker wandering down to place a little bit of vision. Owner is here on the bottom side, but Driver, again, there's no CC
That
for
was
Doran.
before my time.
So as long as
Pause.
Driver doesn't step too
I've
far
only been
forward
watching
here,
pro
he's in a
play for
decent
like the
spot.
past
Cannon wave taking up a bit, but it's not
4
quite a full
years.
freeze. Dago does get rooted, and Owner just continues
Past
to
4
wait
years.
in the darkness.
No flash.
I got into it the
stepping
year
up.
before
Doran doesn't damage.
Worlds came to
Just hit
League of
level 6
Legends.
though, and they just have to back off.
Worlds came to
And
NA.
opportunity cost is low for Owner.
Heal forward, they know that Owner's not here, so CFO want to get aggressive, but a good flay from Keria denies the play.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty
Doesn't
new.
spend too much
I'm pretty
time
new
there.
to the scene, but I
Think,
have a lot of fun.
Wisely backs off, will be able to get towards the top side of the map. Clear his cams, but when the Zed isn't ahead, when it comes to either
Doran
gold or CS to the
was
Trundle, you know the
HLE's
early game
top laner
not been going the way that
during
you've been
Worlds
looking
last
for. We
year,
do see T1
Codemaster,
trying to
but
at least fight back a little
due
bit here
to
towards the
some
top side of the map, but this wave state remains rough,
long,
and it
long,
means
long
that Doggo can take
problems,
so many pot
Doran and
shots, again,
Zeus
it's serrated
swapped
Dirk,
places.
as you
So
highlighted.
HLE now has Zeus,
Driver,
and Doran
he's chilling.
is
He's
now on
Gragas
T1.
weak side. He doesn't need to care.
And while Dago's still wildly far ahead in terms of CS, the range advantage for Keria at least means they're able to walk up a bit in this lane. But it will just be Junja starting the objective, spotted on vision though, importantly. So T1 know they have a window of opportunity if they want to get anything done. Faker already has pressure in mid lane, but really just needs to back at this point as Doran and Driver trading blows. Cask burned there. Doran, just a quick response, so not a lot can happen.
Owner close to 6, but not there yet. With 6, could maybe be an angle. That trade's actually not going too poorly here.
Dago with 2 kills. Worth a bit of money if they can find it.
Honky already sitting on a giant spell. And Owner, he's like, oh, is there a Raptor camp for me, please? Not yet. Spawning soon, though, so we'll be able to pick that one up. Should be able to get him at least close to level 6. Honky gonna take a look here. I don't think, even if Owner hits 6, I don't think he is threatening. Nope, XP not gonna be enough. Looking like the red buff is next on the menu. Should be able to
See if
steal
he can
this
finish
away.
this. Should be able to do so in time, but doesn't have smite. Neither does Junja as he's going to start to path up. Good vision placed previously by Owner means
It
he'll
was
know that
pretty
it's coming.
major drama
Pace of the
through
game
the
not nearly as crazy
management
as
of
previously. We'll see if
Zeus
Fake wants to look
and
for a no play.
T1.
Ping's coming down. Faker ready with ultimate. Guma and Keria
And
stepping
it
forward.
always comes down to money.
In that brief period of time before the waves
Is
crash
the
in mid lane, they know,
TLDR.
hey, maybe there's an angle with this Galio to get something done. Junja.
Just want to try and get the crash in, right? Guma desperately needs the back, but with Junja showing, I don't know how much they can really do. And Kaiwing just making sure that his wave state remains awkward.
Doran going all in, knows he has the ult advantage. Bit of damage mitigated by the Gragas W, but a quick dash back. Doran just trying to take control of that lane. Kaiwing making sure the backs don't come easy, willing to give up a bit of life just to stop these recalls. And Swain
cancels
from a different lane from a mile away. Just making tempo so hard for T1.
Swain from the lane, canceling the back there, keeping T1
Him
behind
watching
on
the map like
tempo.
that, like wow.
Is Junja starting the objective here? I don't
Crazy.
think there's anything that T1 can do. Their lanes are pushed in. Owner is just trying to farm up a storm. But as far as T1
They're doing a
blueprints
great
go,
job.
It doesn't often look like
I'll
this.
give credit
Owner
where
on a
credit
carry,
is due. They're doing a great
not
job
really
right
from
now.
a individual player perspective, but just with T1, there's, again,
They're doing
the
great.
fact that this core man unit of Owner, Faker, Guma, Keria playing together effectively since 2021. Like then with a different top laner, obviously. Say's coming in through Doran now as a tribe.
Yeah, the casks, the rest of the Gragas has been good. The casks.
CSing, no notes.
Yep. Which is what matters.
Surviving the ganks, great. As long as there's no fight, obviously the cask cooldown isn't really going to matter. And with Catalyst, Driver is also not friend whatsoever. But this core, it also means that these players obviously very fine-tuned to one another, and hasn't been often that they've been able to play a style like this. We'll see, because they have to, because I think CFO thus far, they're obviously feeling great. Doggo very far ahead. Now, I have been burned by Doggo a little bit in some of the games that we saw.
Yes.
And in the previous game, always dashes in were obviously very, very good as... Oh, the cancel!
Decent damage onto Guma.
Lantern about to expire. Control ward laid down. Flash out from Guma. Nice bit of tech there, just putting that control ward down to make it impossible. You can zoom in, but it's still so hard to click.
It's a really good,
You see?
play there.
Y'all remember that
From
little
Dogo and Kaiwing get both
that
subs from
little
Guma.
tip I gave
Sitting
y'all?
on 17
If you
souls,
playing
by the
against
way.
Thresh, all you gotta do
Having
is
a
put
very
down
fun
a little
time.
board.
Owner, the
Nobody
vision controls
can click on
easily
that
there for
board
CFO
unless you
as
zoom
Carriad just
in.
watching
If you
his
are in
turret
that
get
situation, all you gotta
obliterated
do
by
is, well, all you gotta do
this.
you zoom
is
all
all
the
you
way in
can
on the
do.
Thresh Lantern and you'll
Just
be
has
able
to
to
sit
click
there and
it.
eat it.
Otherwise,
And I think the good news
You
for
did,
T1 is
homie.
normally when you play Thresh, you really need to snowball, but because the enemy team is all about kind of this death ball, the Lantern alone is a lot. It can do a lot of work in those exchanges. Honkyu, good trade with the Vision of Empire.
Caitlyn is a lane bully. She's very
That's Kaiwing
oppressive.
coming in
And
on
she
the
got a
bomb.
little bit of a lead because they did a 3-man dive bot lane.
Creative use.
And she got those
and
2 kills
Kaiwing.
that you see. So
Flexing Penguin versus Angry Bee.
the lane bully is
I
lane
mean, Kaiwing
bullying.
does have the power of Kebab on his side.
That is my favorite Brom skin.
It's great. It's fantastic.
This does buy Guma a little bit of time.
Oh, observers have a different
alone.
opinion as we randomly pan down to Superfan Gragas.
It's good.
It's in the running. CFO skin game on point. It's Doggo and Kaiwing. Pretty comfortable to just sit here.
Yeah,
Faker,
owner
of course,
farming,
itemizing
hyper
early
farming,
MR
honestly.
means Wave clear okay, but it's all
Up
base
10
damage.
CS.
Misses.
Thorn ulting.
And Driver, he's living his best life. Sidestepping, not being threatened, and it's
Wow,
again,
this Swain is
look
stopping all
at
the backs.
vision that's there. Owner can look for these plays, but CFO is very keenly aware of where this player is at any given point in time. The TP, it's just Faker. And he can't really do too much to Honkyu in the 1v1 and CFO. It's not quite the explosiveness that we got in the previous game. And this gold lead on Doggo, good as it is gonna matter less as we get deeper into the game, because I do want to draw your attention to the Zed that is sitting on an item. And that is going to become an increasingly big problem unless we see both Kaiwing and Driver do their best bodyguard impression.
Junja contesting here a bit in mid lane. And I think it's important to remember that CFO have been, hold that thought as Driver. Taking some risk there, but we'll be able to walk away. Extra sustain from the Catalyst, making it good with Doran. Driver just barely fast enough.
My booty cheeks
on
are
the flash
clenched.
out to survive.
So I know his booty cheeks
That's
are
the kill on
clenched.
T1. Maybe want to turn this into more. Don't find.
Oh
don't find
my
Red of the Yotes.
God.
Relatively low. Getting lower and lower. Now going in onto Junja. The Zed going over the wall. Junja trying to heal up as much as he can. Death mark there. Galio on the way in, but Junja might just be in trouble. He's getting chased down now by 2 members in the meantime. Gumayushi has to hold on because Honkyu is in the midst of 3, keeping the fight going, and it's Faker who's now in trouble trying to run away as the Galio. So far, the single kill. Carrier taken down. Faker forced to flash out.
Really, Honkyu?
On the chase.
Really? You want to kill Faker that bad?
Time's out though.
You want to kill him that bad?
Honkyu's pretty damn powerful.
Really?
Healthy as well. Nice sidestep from
Take
Doran.
that man's
Multiple
cheeks,
abilities.
bro.
Wants to turn things
Take
back
that
with his
man's
ultimate.
cheeks,
Owner
Doran.
going in.
Take
Content
that
for the
man's
weak, doing some
cheeks,
damage.
Doran.
Not actually able to get
That's
past
what
the
I'm
bottom.
talking
It's all
about.
Doran,
Because
really.
why are you flashing? I bet you wish you had flash right there.
This isn't where I expected to be. In
I bet
game
you
3,
wish you
but it
had
really
flash right
is
there.
Just Doran again. Last game it was Jax.
'Cause
This time around it's
why
the
are
Gwen
you
making the
flashing?
difference in that fight to keep things close. But still, CFO pulling ahead.
Hey,
It's a top side for T1.
doing the most. You
trying to
see
do the heavy
Faker's
lifting,
little
as we take another
IGN
look,
and all of a
Carrier
sudden you
doesn't
want to
find the hook.
flash.
But even if he finds
Crazy
Kaiwing, it's not
work.
going to mean too much.
Crazy work.
But Owner doesn't find the damage onto Junja. Obviously, there's so much healing, and then the flash over the wall. Doran doesn't have his dash, so he doesn't actually get to kill him. And then meanwhile, while that's happening, Honkyu obviously takes absolutely 0 damage. Guma can't threaten him, 3 levels down. So Honkyu gets to live his best Swain life and just stand amongst multiple people, cycling cooldowns. And then this is the fact that T1 was able to get anything out of that, I think, kind of insane. I was caught off guard, so was CFO, but the lead for them still grown. 2 Drakes.
They want Fakey
1.7K
so
gold.
bad. Yato.
Doggo continuing to step up hard for Carrier.
So
without any
bad.
other slows to hit a piece of CC. And I think it's important to remember how domestically dominant CFO have been in 2025, and even the games they were able to find on the first stand stage. We didn't know how this would transition into MSI. We didn't know if this was just a blip on the radar, as so often when you look at PCS, when you look at the former LMS region, super top heavy. And while they did have some good games, it didn't always transition. But right now in this game 3, it's CFO in control after a win.
Kill
Won't have
Faker,
tools, but
get
their
a pay
composition
raise.
it's hard to play. It's difficult to execute.
I do think
No,
the same
I do
can
think
be
we're
said for
getting
CFO, though, because the laning phase obviously they
domestic-
played out extremely nicely.
domestic,
but some of the team fights can
Doran.
be looking rough.
Because
Right
normally
there,
internationally,
Doran was basically, I don't know, like 10,
Normally
15 AP away from first
internationally,
killing Driver, and then Owner was also quite close to taking down Junja. If that type of attention
we
is
see
paid
a
towards
different
Doggo, it's going to
display
be how well can the
of
rest of the team
actions
facilitate and disengage. As
is
Owner's
what I
W,
will
so he's fine,
say.
but I want you to look
But
at the
right
organization,
now,
right? Honky going for Rylai's first,
he's
obviously, to both
POP holding it down.
endlessly
You
maintain his
hear me?
ultimate, but also to just provide more value for the team, provide that CC. Driver obviously has incredible disengage. Gragas' entire kit can both set up or knock enemies away. And then Braum, kind of self-explanatory, it's the champion's whole identity, but there are going to be item breakpoints where I think CFO are really going to struggle. Champions like Swain also going to fall
Doggo
off in relative
seriously?
value.
Well,
Once
yeah,
Owner,
I
Doran,
think
or
the
Guma get to enough
ADC
items
diff
for stacks
has been
respectively.
apparent
Currently
since
CFO in full control of the
game
objectives
one.
on the map. One more Drake will be sole point for them. And if they can hold on to this control before those power points
Chemtech.
come through for T1, it's
For
Chemtech.
Gragas and Swain.
one more Drake will put them on soul
Again,
point.
not always the
It won't
ideal
be
role,
soul
but
point.
this is about the best
It'll
composition you
put
can
them
hope for
on soul
in a Chemtech
point
solo
though.
game.
We're up for soul point.
Be hard to take
But
down.
we're not
and
on soul point yet.
we do see pace of the game a lot slower for CFO, understandable, because I think they are going to be having their eyes fully towards that dragon. And for T1,
Yeah,
wanna hold on,
Crystal.
get Doran to a second
They've
item,
been
maybe
pretty-
for Owner as well. Gumayushi obviously sitting
They've been
at
pretty solid.
29
not even,
stacks,
yeah, not even 30 stacks right now.
Cash on
So
delivery.
it's going to take such a long
COD.
time for him to
That's
really be
law.
relevant in this game. The gold lead has remained stable though, and that's something that I think T1 is going to hold on to. But for CFO, as long as you deny Owner access to the backline, that fight should look disgusting as Honkyu. No
Ulting,
mana.
but he's out of mana. Doran making the fast play, hiding in the brush, waiting
Yeah.
to collapse. Honku now in
Get
trouble with
him.
the extra healing
Hit
coming
him
through.
with
By an
Hey,
extra
Doran,
second.
hit him with
Trying
that.
to get
Doran,
fences.
Doran.
Misses! Honku!
No.
The laughter from the audience. Doran, a massive misstep.
Doran! I
And
was
that too
just
is Doran.
talking
As he
about
goes in on the play,
you.
hits a few more snips.
Uma
I was
Trouble
just
Video will be able
saying.
to walk away. The
Have an
tower
angle.
falling as well. And you're right. You
That's the
don't love
Doran we
Doran at his
normally
worst. You
see.
shouldn't love him at his best either. But this is not the game where he can afford to make a fumble like that. He is the one strong point.
Cannot.
That's the
So
Doran
right
we used
here,
to.
Really nice little sidestep there
Guys,
from
can we
Honkyu.
all
And
together
then
let
right
the
here,
congregation
the
say,
snip snip that
what
is about
does
to come through would have been
Interlations
enough to take him down.
2610
You're just
say?
losing
If we
to
if we
movement.
open the book,
He only casts
the book of
one
League of Legends,
spell.
and we turn to chapter
Mana.
26, verse 10 of Interlations. If you greed, you will have heed. Let the
Hear
church
the
say.
crowd go crazy.
Amen.
Understandably, the gold lead now getting bigger. That is Doran. No flash, by the way, available for this upcoming fight. And unless they're able to like take out Doggo immediately or somehow find a way to do it,
He's going again.
Is this a replay?
Another ulti.
Round two.
He managed to connect this time. Owner is here. Honku doesn't have ulti.
Oh, he is dead.
The entire team collapsing. Honku wants to try and clear the way, but Owner's on the way, and he should just fall here. Grass back is good. Senna ulti from across the map is a little bit of extra damage, but now it's the Herald being driven in bottom lane. They managed to find the kill. Honku down, but Faker needs to back away. The counterpunch from CFO is good, but a nice pick for T1.
Well, yeah, they get the kill, but at what cost? You're losing soul point.
Faker.
Faker will be fine, but the bot lane turret most certainly won't be, as the outer has already fallen. Inner imminent here as well. Free grubs for CFO as Doran.
Driver on the way up, knows that ulti isn't available, taking his sweet time. Body slams are hitting. Cooldown's gonna be incredibly low. Doran dashes over the wall, the quick flash to follow. Body slam and the kill, that cask connecting.
The gold lead keeps getting bigger. The Chemtech soul point is available. Stacks nowhere to be found. And driver on the Gragas. His belly flopping
Don't
his
look
way
at me like that, fam. I don't know who else to
further
look
reducing
at.
the only lead in terms of gold that T1 was still clinging on to.
I don't know
Dracos.
who else to look at. We gonna have to look
Gold
at
lead
each other.
continues to grow. Soul in 4 minutes.
We gonna
on
have
the
to look at
cards.
each other.
Otacon
I don't
in
know
one.
who else to look at.
And we know, you talked about some of the weaknesses of the comp, but so many of them are mitigated if CFO have setup. And because they're getting prio on their side lanes, they will have setup. Those Caitlyn traps are going to be a nightmare. No one is tanky enough to eat that
If
empowered
CFO
headshot.
win this game, we have to go to game 5.
we see the setup.
We gonna have to hear silver
Thus far,
scrapes.
I don't expect CFO to really take any big risks because he doesn't even have a second.
Yo,
item yet,
the
by the way.
crowd is
That's
so
gonna
much
be
more
a lot worse when it
reactive
does come through.
with T1
This
playing.
fresh-
Do y'all hear the
Great
like you can
argumentation,
hear
for
them.
Fresh haters, I gotta say, thus far not able to really make a big impact in this game.
And look, I'll give you
I
the
got one
caveats.
right besides me.
I am. But if you get a lead, this
They are
champion
so
can be incredibly powerful.
animated.
If you fall behind, you are on lantern duty, which in some games can be enough. And again, similar to what CFO wants, set up first. If Thresh has set up first, it's easy to play these fights. You can deny the engage. The flay
Who's
can
the
be
best
such a
top
powerful
laner
tool,
at
especially against a
MSI?
champion like the Gragas, but it's just so hard.
And because of the laning leads, because of the leads for CFO, look at this. We keep going back to this, but the amount of vision that they have because of the prio means that T1 just doesn't get to create the volatility that we saw in that game number 1. As Lantern Duty
I don't know.
is doing that at least.
I'm gonna say Gen G's top laner.
Person making some of the massive plays that turned the game back in their favor, now stuck on lantern duty. It does just make the game more difficult.
It's T1 obviously not going to back down from a fight.
There's just a little bit too much inconsistency from
A
Ben
little bit away, and of course there's a cleanse and an ulti. Carry
a
also
little
with
bit
the
too
heal.
much inconsistency from Ben and Doran right now.
He needs stacks.
Still only on 40.
Kelvy is mid.
Bit of range, bit of damage, but not too much yet.
So
And if you ask me who the best mid laner at MSI, like, you're wasting your breath asking that question.
Faker.
Keep your carry safe.
You're
Doggo must be protected at all
wasting
costs. But
your
this early
breath.
in the game, even the damage from Swain, still a really big deal, especially if he can finish Leandris before this dragon fight starts in 2 minutes. Same for Junja. As this Trundle gets later, obviously his damage is going to fall off.
If
but
you ask me who the
level 12,
best
sitting on the
jungler
Triforce as
is,
well.
I don't know, man.
So you have to be
Tarzan
respected.
was eating
Driver and Doran
cheeks. Ugh.
poking, prodding, fishing for an angle. Ulti's the big cooldowns we have to look out for.
That man was
Flash
tearing
up for
some
Doran,
cheeks up.
crucially. Driver does not have his.
Tarzan, I would call that man Pitbull. Okay, he said,
Heal
"Row."
exhaust.
He got that
for
bass
Kaiwing.
in his voice. You know
Towards
what
a
I'm
breaking
saying?
point. Either T1 finally going to get a
Doggo.
teamfight wins. Doggo!
The hook lands! They bait the trap! It's well executed, but Doggo's still standing and he does so much
Oh,
work. Extra
Doggo,
damage coming
that
in. He now needs
flash
to
was-
retreat. He needs to get the hell out because it's
50
double TPs.
That
T1
flash
smell
was
blood in the water.
amazing.
T1 see an angle. They're desperate to take it.
A solid
flash
retreat
was
inside of CFO. Doggo.
So perfection.
Overconfident, over eager. Carrier. Well played.
Can I get a
I think they're
replay
gonna
on
have
that?
to
'Cause
pull-
that
they need to get
was-
something out of this, right? T1 are going to try and turn this
I'm
into
like
maybe
shocked
an
at
Otacon
how
fake out. Looking for a turn is my
perfect
guess.
that was.
Big
Like, that was- that-
available. CFO, they're ready.
Doggo's not here. He's most of the gold lead when he's not in the area. It's so damn close.
Faker has
Driver already caught by
Sultan.
the
Faker,
hook.
we need
Fox
you.
going down.
Faker, we need
Faker
you.
on the way, and they manage to catch the Gragas. Driver now set to
We
fall.
have to
Hawk,
kill
still
now
standing.
before he's
Hawk
here.
Connecting on the Swain. They can't kill him. Keep
Doran's
going
dead.
forward, but they
Doran's
can't finish the
dead.
job. Hawk, standing.
Nobody
He needs
else
to
can
retreat, but he
kill
needs the unfortunate.
Swain.
He's gonna flash forward. Hawk,
JK, we can. Okay, well, Doggo's here.
We time. The final moments of Hong Q's life given to get the AD carry into the fight, and now they have to be careful, Owner. You need to make this deal
he has
happen.
vision, he has vision, he has vision.
Going over the wall. Just a bit of poke. Owner knows if he overcommits, he won't be able to steal the
Wait,
objective.
Owner just
50-50,
failed flash.
The coin flip, and
Owner just
CFO
failed
bet
flash.
on
If I'm-
themselves. Lantern laid down. Owner does not want to take the risk. It's Otacon to CFO.
I think Owner just failed flash,
Takes the
y'all, to
hit.
get over that wall to kill Braum.
Otacon goes to CFO.
Hold on, let's watch.
The
Let's watch.
resets
Let's
will
watch.
come through for the Dragon. As we take a look, obviously this starts with the most fat member on CFO not being in the fight, but this early on, the base damages are still a big deal.
Once
And
Gwen
you can
died,
see T1
the
wanting
fight
to
was
try
over.
and
Nobody
push as
can
hard
kill
as they
those
can.
high health
They
targets.
don't have the damage to
I don't
kill
know
this
why we
Swain.
didn't go in
Honky
ADC
realizes
that can
this,
deal with-
goes back in, and eventually they will
and take
him
damage
down,
off.
But the cost is massive because Doggo
Watch right
arrives,
here. Watch Owner.
quickly picks
Watch
up 2
Owner.
free
Watch.
kills.
Oh
Another
man.
double kill for
I'm
the
pretty
man.
sure that man failed flash.
Now T1
Boom. Thank you so much for the
used
Twitch Prime
there.
and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip
This
Squad.
fight,
Thank you so much
they
for
can't
supporting the stream,
afford
love.
to not take.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Credit to T1, they did manage to find a solid fight, but ultimately CFO were simply too far ahead and managed to buy just
Oh, it
enough
would've
time
gone
for Doggo to get there.
insane,
Now,
Cupcake.
have to walk into the brush here. You can see Faker taking big chunks of
Holy.
damage. Doggo ready to lay down just another trap.
D1.
Carrier was good with the hooks previously.
D1.
In that chaotic melee, Thresh can do a lot of work, but this time CFO not looking to give them that edge. Gumayushi caught out, cleanse used, but as is Kaiwing's ultimate.
It's not a bad trade for T1. If Guma can stay safe, does have his flash available, but T1 still no access on the river.
Celestial opposition popped though by the Vision of Empire from Hong Q. That's going to mean Carry is much squishier.
Doran poking, prodding, looking over the wall. Soul on the line. For T1, it's just the first Drake, but for CFO, could be the backbreaker. Owner ready.
Doran's 2 levels down.
No flash for the Zed though. Trap connects. Doggo can't quite get into range. Faker off to the side. Faker with the flank. Is it going enough? Ulti's now coming out instantly into the back line. Looking for a bit of follow-up. Owner still standing for a rebound, but he gets hit by the trap. And down
Doggo's
he goes.
too good.
The double kill. Domination.
Doggo's too good.
In game 3 from CFO.
Oh, please not the Penta.
It's Doggo's time to shine. The Penta is there. Doggo in the face of the reigning world champions stands tall.
And CFO, look at that fight. And say, is that all you got? All they got is the Gragas. Nothing else. Soul to CFO. Penta to Doggo. And T1 on the verge of something that none of us were expecting coming into today.
And in this priceless moment, you can see T1 fishing for the angle. But the trap, I think, unnoticed. Watch Owner goes in, locked up, steps onto the trap. In a moment he thought he would succeed, exhausted as well, and there's nothing there for T1.
They just go 2-ham. Carrier goes in, but there's no follow-up. Doggo is so ready for this, even without the flash. It doesn't matter that his sums aren't available. Even the ultimate from Faker just gets cancelled leisurely by a pillar from Junja. I'm sorry about giving you a tough time on the blind trundle.
He's got the blind trundle card. Owner gonna steal, at the very least, the blue buff. CFO, again, on track for a dominant win. Doggo, now fearless. 3rd ever pentakill, finds it against T1 on an international stage in an even series. Are you kidding me? How could he not be?
T1 is overgrouping, right? That's why Doran is still level 14. They need to respond. Might be goaded into another fight, but obviously CFO happy to take that.
T1, again, feel like they have to contest. 10K, they managed to find the hook. Carry a cut out before the fight even starts. Owner has to be the difference maker. They need a steal. Faker moving in, taunt multiple, but again, Doggo is untouched. The back line untouched, and the front line is too damn tanky. Another ulti.
They
Owner
can't cut
flashing.
for the beefcakes. There's too many.
And T1, they keep trying, they keep hoping.
Isn't
they can
Owner's
outplay,
job to kill
Caitlyn? But
Caitlyn?
CFO are ready every single
Isn't that
time.
literally his job
Unfazed
here?
by the pace of game that T1 are looking to play. Happy now to take
No,
the
the
Baron.
Cinepick is absolutely atrocious.
That it was Kaiwing that was going to be
Relying on
struggling
Doran and melee AP champion to shred 3
But instead,
tanks
this fresh,
is absolutely
then in the
preposterous.
water. First the Nami, now the Braum. Kaiwing standing guard, keeping
I don't understand it.
his 10-0.
Ah, he's
and
building
free
bruiser,
80 carry safe
not lethality.
from everything that T1 is trying to throw at them.
And game 1 felt
So, like, what's
much
the
about
point?
what Junja could do in the early game. And again, he had a fantastic early game. But Doggo now in 2 consecutive games back
So,
to
like,
back with
what's
Kaiwing at his side.
genuinely, what's the point?
Has been that lethal threat. T1 looking out of sorts. Chance to rally in another game. Perhaps one more fight to rally in this one. Serpent's Fang there to reduce some of the shielding, but no healing
Because
reduction
if
on this
nobody's
team.
gonna kill Kate,
Get that much
Caitlyn
harder.
is at the
T1 has to be
point
careful
where
about walking
one
forward.
auto
Driver
is
throws
75%
down
of your
the bomb,
HP
finds
bar.
the connection to the wall, but not
2
quite the right angle
autos,
to knock
you
him
don't
back as the
exist.
siege begins. This is exactly where
And
you
if you
did not
step
want
on a
to be
trap
as
or you
T1
get netted,
facing down a Baron empowered Caitlyn with this kind
one
of front
shot,
line.
one tap.
Owner praying for an
So
angle
if
to
we're
the
not
back line.
killing her, there should
A
be no
single
fight.
moment where CFO
If she is
forget
not the
or
main
make a misstep.
objective,
We
there
saw
should
them
be
in
no
game
fight.
1.
Because she's just gonna pop, pop,
But it's
pop,
starting to feel
pop, and they're
more
gonna
and more
fall like
impossible.
flies,
Really
like they
does.
just did. That's why the
60 gold lead.
pentakill was possible.
Hooks.
She's just free
Not quite finding
autoing.
the mark. Guma still not getting close to that stack, but maybe 80. That's where we can start seeing him have a little bit of an impact in the fight. A third item,
I
Dorn splitting.
promise you.
but
Wants to
something.
get
Listen to me.
back.
Got the
I
bounty.
promise
Or
you,
does the
if I
response-
see Ziggs APC in the next
Grenades
game,
way
I'm
out.
turning
Yeah,
off
broken open
the
now.
series. I'm not even watching
Way
it.
to escape.
I am ending stream and I'm going
One inhibitor
upstairs
down,
and I'm
bot lane
calling
likely
it
to
a
fall as
night.
well.
I
And
better
it goes
not
back to what we were talking
freaking
about in
see
game number 2. As long as CFO
Ziggs
don't give an
in this
objective
next
flip to
game.
T1,
If there is not an
T1
aggressive
is just
bot
going to be
lane
confined
hit
to their
from
base.
T1,
CFO run
I'm
the
done.
map. Carry out. That's the flash.
I'm done.
Forced out.
They might look for the end here, Draco.
Oh
Doggo's still
my
standing. He's the one that
gosh,
matters, but don't get me wrong,
bro.
Hongq powerful as well. Doggo isolated for a moment. Faker tries to find the angle, but they
I'm
backstep perfectly.
tilted.
Hongq ready to deny any potential engage. Lockup is already there on the owner. He's not able to get anything done. Ready to go in. Finds Doggo. Finds the death mark. Shield across the top. Doggo still standing. The death mark. Not enough. And in the
Look at him. Look at him.
It's Hongq continuing to run rampant. Doran doing everything he can. A few snips, but not nearly enough to cut down CFO. Domination again in back-to-back games as CFO move on to match points.
And 2 games in a row now, CFO is just straight up better. Every lane doing great. The team fight's impeccable. The objective control unmatched by T1.
T1 on the cusp of being sent to the lower bracket. Let's send things over to the analyst desk to break down that thrilling game.
Breaking down that stomp. What was this? Honestly, we talked about this today. The fact that CFO first is the only team coming back after first stand.
All I'm gonna say is T1 is lucky AF. I am not in that little huddle room, cause the way I would have to put aside my love for the team, I'd have to put it to the side, cause the talking to that would be had, I'd be sitting there like, who are we? What's the point? Do y'all not want to be here? We can book the flight home today. We don't have to play through this. If y'all don't want to play for real, we can go home. Guys, we don't have to do this. We don't have to be at MSI. Now, if y'all don't lock the frickin' going out on that stage, embarrassing us, me fully from an A, embarrassing us. What was that? You gonna let that man get a pentakill on y'all? A pentakill. Like I said, we don't have to be here. We don't have to be here. We can go home. Since we're not taking this seriously, on Guma's camp, it's not just on Guma's camp. It's not just on Guma's camp. Carrier, you play her too. We've seen the Caitlyn support. Y'all know her power. Y'all know what was going to go down. Y'all knew y'all were going to get 3-man dived at 2 minutes. Y'all knew it was coming. So why did we not take the steps to prepare for such occasions? What's the reasoning? Carrier? Guma? Owner? You two? Owner, no. Owner, I'ma get to you. Yeah, study it. Study it. Figure it out. Work out the equation. Because something ain't adding up. So now you want to be quiet. Right. Right. And Doran, don't ever let me catch you in the top lane, tower diving a Swain, and you missing your abilities. Don't ever let me catch you doing that again. Lord have mercy. Guma, if I ever see you lock in center again, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem. Now, for this next game, I'm going to need y'all to lock the frick in because we are about to be in the losers bracket. And one thing that T1 isn't is some doggone losers. So I want to see an aggressive bot lane. I want y'all to empower Guma because we're not going to let Doggo outshine Guma on this beautiful Thursday. Guma, you up. They did 1 pentakill. We're getting 7 in the next game. Guma is about to get 7 pentakills. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. We are not about to be outshined by some flying oysters. What? Y'all want to get beat by some... You gonna let the flying oyster get a pentakill on you? Seven pentakills, Guma. I want an aggressive bot lane. I want us to play protect the Guma. That's all I want. Now get it freaking done.
Early, because I feel like
that would be my pet talk.
They had CFO had a really good idea of what they
that
wanted
would be my
to
pet
do.
talk.
They did the invade.
That's what I'm saying. They don't want me in there.
Camp into gank to really try to get this Caitlyn ahead.
You didn't address Faker.
2-for-1,
See,
both those kills
it hurts me
Doggo,
more than it would hurt him. The way I would have
just,
to speak to him.
So
I decided just to
really
skip over it real quick.
Not being able to defend it.
It hurt me too much to have to talk to him that way.
50-50 looking for like the Gwen dive top lane onto Honku just to see if he can get the kill. That didn't work out well, and he started to just really fall behind from that point. As long as those elements work, then they really can put this to game 5.
And we're running it again.
Your pep talk is great. They proceed to lose in 10 minutes and got no kills.
Obviously,
Well
they
done,
have
coach.
a plan. They came in ready. They have the support from the crowd as well. Let's see if CFO can close out this series right after the break.
You know, once upon a time, y'all, I saw a tweet that said whenever MSI or Worlds comes on, it's the time for 5 Asian men to determine my mood for the rest of the month. And I agree. That's where I'm at right now. If they lose this next game, my day is ruined because of 5 Asian men playing League of Legends. My day will be ruined. Is that not the craziest thing ever? My birth week. There is no way this is the gift they give me on my birth week, my birth month. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. I think they just want me to get worked up. I'm sorry, Ray. It just might be. There's just no way. There's just no way. We're going to Silver Scrapes. That's what's happening. Hungry Asians, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. HLE looking at this right now and laughing. If HLE was here, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't think we'd be in this predicament. I don't think we'd be in this predicament. No, crazy, Crystal. Crazy. What do y'all think they gonna pull out? Let's get some draft predictions for T1. I think we're gonna see Faker Ari or Akali. I'm gonna give you 2 champs for each lane. Mid, Faker, Akali, or Ari. Support, I don't know why, I just see the Draven Pike bot lane. I see the Draven Pike bot lane. I do. They gonna all in it. All the chips are on the table. I wish they do something a little bit more hyper scaly, but I feel the Draven, if Munchie, please, like, don't even say that word. Don't even, I'm so for real. I'm not watching the game if they lock in Ziggs. I am so serious. The stream will end No, I won't end the stream. I won't end the stream. I'm just gonna play my own game. I don't even wanna, I literally do not even wanna watch a Ziggs APC game. I don't even wanna watch it. I think I will literally tilt. I think if they lock that in, I am tilted. I could see a Lee Sin. I could see an all-in on a Lee Sin, but we need some type of like tankiness, because if we have Draven Pike bot lane, we have like a Kali mid lane, top and jungle would have to go tank. So Lee Sin, so if we put owner on Lee Sin, then owner or Doran has to go like Ornn or something. Munchie. That Ziggs word. Even though I love Ziggs, I actually play Ziggs. Ziggs is my main champion when I play mid lane. I'm low-key triggered by the word. I don't want to see this, man. I don't want to see the pentakill again. Look at him. Free hitting. People stepping on traps for fun. Look at the autos. 2 autos. Kaplow. You're dead. Look at the ult, bro.
We are headed to one of two things: silver scrapes or the best set in League of Legends since DRX's 2022 Worlds run.
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Unless, of course, you really
I gotta
believe in
walk this
top
off,
esports,
bro.
But
I gotta walk off the
at this
stress.
point in League of Legends.
From
This is
this
not
theory.
the day we were expecting.
That's a painful stray. We did also, you know, give through a bunch to KT as well. I'm not even going to talk, you know, there's been a lot of memes about the 1-free curse. We're not doing it because CFO, with the level of play that they're showing it today, I think it's warranted to just really highlight everything coming together. I think we can even see the fact that they have a 6-man roster that actually is working, that they're very heavily leaning in towards, and that very clearly they're still able to get massive value out of the fact that Driver comes in, plays his Gragas, and just vibes for the whole game.
I think the fact that to them, even after a win with Rest, they felt comfortable swapping back to Driver is a testament to this. Because a lot of teams, when you find a win against a team that is expected to win, the expected favorite, you just keep going. And now they're swim swapping like it's nothing. And after that last game, playing a lot of stylish picks, finding a way to make a composition, which we talked about, had some weaknesses, had some clear holes, work, level of confidence must be sky high as we head into this game.
And there's so much coming together. There's Junja's early game.
Yep.
There is both Driver and Rest offering their champion pools. There's Hongq being the better in the 1v1 matchup in really every single game. Obviously, partially aided by Junja, but also by his own accord, the impact he's able to have in these fights. And then the bot lane has been perhaps the most one-sided of the day. Doggo in particular, not a stranger to breakout performances, but to do it
I'm tilted,
against
bro.
Gumayusha and
I can't even be happy going into this next game. I'm tilted.
T1. It's also important to note that they are the representatives of the LCK, but they were not the favorite coming into Hanwha Life. Peaked very hard, and I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, we're back here. We've been here countless times.
Yeah.
There's T1,
It's a
the
script
ebb and
we've
flow.
seen a
We've
few
seen-
times.
We get to internationals, they get it together. But what we're witnessing here is a lot of the reason why T1 was third and why they weren't a favorite whatsoever. It is Keria not showing up on the day. It's Faker really struggling in lane, and if he doesn't have an impact, T1 looks a lot worse. And as we go here in this final draft with match point for CFO, we'll see if T1 can bring us to the game 5. And I'm not gonna lie, I would love a game 5, Dracos. Come on!
Game 5.
Let's get a game 5,
With
bro.
all the T1 fans in the house as we get in. Match point for CFO. T1 once again on the blue side, CFO on red. And you highlighted it beautifully. T1, a team that always, when it counts, seem to find their form. Always in the right moments, they peak. Well, sadly for them, they're out of moments. This is the right moment.
This is the
moment.
Whoever
right
is
now
screaming,
to deliver
yeah, same.
that incredible performance for another shot, for a single game to decide if you'll stay in the upper bracket or go down to lower. One best of 5 away from elimination. TF band, York band as well. Champion shared by both Rest and Driver, hence the double bans here. Talia, the Zaya band again.
Like that, definitely.
I don't think they hate Talia so much. I think Talia is such a strong control mage.
Very similar reasons.
She has a lot of agency on the map, and people just don't want to deal with her.
I don't like pointing towards
I think that's more so what it is.
Because I feel like it takes away from the gameplay.
Like they just don't even want to have to deal with her.
This is a very obvious B1 Rumble angle with that ban of the Ornn Galio already taken away. So we'll see if CFO recognize and want to ban it. But T1, they're going to have to rally here, or CFO are going to get the 3-1 upset. And even in game 1, you can argue that CFO, for a lot of the decision-making, looked better. It was the skirmishing of T1 that got them back in, that got them that win. If CFO had played that a little bit more respectful, could have just been looking at a sweep, as it's going to be the comfort for Faker.
Was it supposed to be I Love Faker, man?
Varus still on the table. Banned in other games. Unlock it here.
Or is it supposed to be Man I Love Faker?
Regions as a top lane counter pick. Rest known to bring the spice, although I think for now that might be a bridge too far.
I think it was supposed to be
Certainly
Man
not
I
a
Love
pick you want to
Faker.
give away. We're looking at a T1 draft where Guma has a lot of potential powerful picks, both the Varus and the Jhin.
Crazy work, Holy. D1, bro. Yeah, why don't they go Mbessa?
Considerations here. Mbessa, insanely strong when you can get to your spikes.
And by that I meant
Saw that
T1,
even earlier today.
But
although didn't lead to a win for Mern, we still saw the impact in the fights, as there is still a good amount of junglers available
oh
here.
my gosh,
Junja
that's already
gonna be
so much
picking up
CC.
The Skarner here.
Whoa, that's such a cool sign.
Owner will have an opportunity to try and look for a counter pick, but not that much is still available here. Faker's pick,
Nice
I think, also
Mbessa
served
pick
to come through,
manifestation.
but are they
Thank
gonna
you
go
for that,
towards,
bruh.
Like Orianna is a consideration. If you can find a good AD jungler, can also just go for comfort for Guma. Pick up that Varus, but into an Mbessa that is already a little spooky Dracos.
CFO prioritizing some comfortable options here, but giving away a cornucopia of powerhouse meta picks. Casting some doubt onto the start of this draft phase. Now the Poppy to follow, a good tool for disengages. Potential flex as well.
Yeah, I think that this is looking to be a flex. With the form that Carry has been in today, I've seen him pull off some absolutely heist-level gameplay with this Poppy, but today's been very, very muted. Kairing really getting the better of him together with Doggo. So
I trust Carrier's Poppy.
As the Jhin, I would love this here, because even if T1 end up clawing their way to a game number 5, this is a pick
I think
that
we
they
have
would
the
have
same
loved to have. One of Guma's other big comfort picks. And with the Mbessa, you have a lot of backline threat. Gonna take away a possible setup there.
Yeah, I have the
Doggo
super
on
light
the Jhin,
throat.
gonna be able to play off the rest of
It
his
is
teammates
super
very
light.
nicely.
Definitely will be. For Skarner as well, some pretty solid engage options for
So we're
CFO
looking
to
for
follow
a
with the
mid
Jhin.
pick, and we're
A little bit
looking
more CC
for
might be needed
a
from the side
jungle
of
pick.
T1, but a lot of magic damage, a lot of range. And some
The
excellent
Zer's
disengage
off the
tools.
table.
I really like what they've got here. It's not the spiciest draft, but it's
Okay,
just
they took
so
away the Lee
powerful.
Sin. I definitely thought we were going to see the Lee Sin for
still
owner.
So many engage supports left. And obviously a lot of them do not like playing into Poppy. That is important to note. But Nautilus is still available. Alistair is still available. Rakan is still available.
Yeah, once they play a
All options
champion,
here.
they
Rel
cannot play it again.
Finished the Suns, or
And that's
it's
for
already
both
banned
teams.
away.
So if red side plays
We do
Zed,
expect Owner to
blue
go
side
towards an
cannot play
AD
Zed.
top laner, or AD jungler here rather. Yep. Again, if it is not the Poppy, but you can see, I think CFO kind of
Will
hedging
we
their
see the
bets, which
Orianna?
does make sense.
And T1 continuing
There's
to put
no
pressure on
Nocturne
Kaiwing's
ban.
champion pool.
How do we
Again,
feel about
pretty
Nocturne Orianna?
universally agreed upon weak point, but we've gone so late in the
Oh.
draft and so few of the engage options.
Are
have
y'all
been taken.
listening?
It's a good ban.
Still picks like the Owl.
Are y'all listening to me?
Available. Obviously, can really struggle into the Poppy.
Because that's the
Kinda
third
getting towards
time.
picks like
This
Neferi,
this champion
like Viego,
pool,
that haven't
they do
been
something
quite as
after I say
successful.
it.
Clearly the read from CFO is that this Poppy is going towards Carrier.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Take
an
away
owner
some of the picks that
Poppy.
can threaten Doggo on the back line, it would seem as well. Things like the Nocturne, things like the Lee Sin. Plenty of great moments from Owner domestically on that pick. Both those picks really, as the Alistair's taken off. Okay, so what is left?
Could be a part angle as well if you want to go towards that. Both as a pick away.
I think
Also into
Soraka's
some of the
sleeper
immobile
OP,
characters on the
so
enemy
if she
team.
does that,
It would be good into, of course, yeah, the Varus and the Rumble. Oh, the tension is high, man. We're both so
I
serious.
know.
It's only draft, and we're so stressed out. Okay. Maokai. Bard.
Ore?
Bard.
Ore?
No.
Okay, all right. The timer.
No, I know. I'm with you. I kind of like the Bard. I do think the Nautilus struggles a lot more into the Poppy, but you can obviously go for you get Poppy out of the way, you can buffer the Q.
What's
find
going on,
your way
Blacken?
into the fight, but I still don't think that it's the most fun matchup.
I got
Again, it feels like the hedge defense
baited
there because
by
they're afraid
the
to pick Bard and get counterpicked and support
by the
and see
Bard
that Poppy
pick.
move into jungle. So they're just blind picking something reliable. Might not be the best in some matches, but it certainly won't be the worst. The Bard, definitely a pick that can be exploited in the laning phase. So now Faker Sylas.
Blind Sylas to come through here.
I mean, it was just last year, right, where we saw this guy go Super Saiyan on this pick, finding
I don't know
incredible
who
angles.
or Owner is gonna go.
Game.
It's not about to be no Sejuani, right?
Faker having an incredible performance, but even though he was struggling in
No
spring,
way
I
it's
think
a
today he actually
Sejuani.
just has been invisible. And
Right?
even in the series where T1 was struggling throughout spring, still was able to often make an impact.
Well, in game one, it was
Okay.
easy. He was the utility pick, right? Setting others up for success. And Sylas isn't necessarily that pick, but now we have the J4 to punish immobile champions. So what is the option for Honkyu?
If he really wants to throw down, can go towards the Akali.
Skill matchup, one of the OGs. How confident is he feeling? He's gotten the better of Faker in every lane thus far.
Maybe Ari as well, looking to take it away. Oh.
Double AP topside, limited lockdown. Poppy does not interrupt the blink
Please
with
don't.
the steadfast presence. This is a bold bet, but instead it's the Casio. I think almost universally considered one of the hardest champions to play in the game, League of Legends. Your actions have to be perfect. Every click has to be flawless. Honkyu really betting on himself, and it is a solid matchup. Sylas, a single misstep, the miasma comes down, and it feels impossible to play this.
You get run down. It's a short-range comp as well from T1. The Casio feels like a smash hit, and after a couple of great drafts, I think CFO are looking at this.
I don't know how I feel,
Feeling
y'all.
great. Only thing I do think you have to be worried about is
I do
towards
not
the
know
top
how I
side, some
feel.
early game volatility. The 2v2, the 3v3. Once those ultimates are available, the flag and drag into
Like the late game,
Sylas getting on top of someone, the Rumble.
the late game on the
combined
side
with
of
Jarvino,
CFO,
combined with Poppy,
like if
that
they
could be a
get
problem.
there,
But with how CFO have been playing T1, they got to get through the laning phase first.
And
I don't
Honkyu's
know, man.
first Casio ever. Again, betting on himself. The confidence there, already pulled out to Swain, has already shown us so much, but you highlighted the Jarvan. The potential for Owner in this early game to take over off a few early ganks and punish those immobile carries. T1 have clear avenues
Casio
of
is
attack.
easy to beat lane phase. Watch
Stronger
Faker get first
composition
blood. I
overall.
really hope so.
Can CFO weather the storm?
Oh,
Make
how I really hope so.
the upset happen. T1 bring us to silver scrapes.
I'm just really scared here
can only
because
hope so,
they
Dracos.
definitely outscale.
This game number 4 is afoot. Can't wait to
Please,
see if CFO
T1,
can
please.
close it out here, or is T1
I didn't
going
think
to bring us to
T1 would be
game
the
number
team
5?
to ruin my perfect,
An incredible series thus far. CFO showing us so much more than
pick'ems,
we ever
bro.
expected.
Like, please,
Now
no.
I need to see T1 dig deep, rally in this moment. An incredibly veteran lineup.
Please, no.
Not a team to crumble under the pressure.
Team that has very few finishes below 3rd place in their time as a core 4-man unit together. Obviously did miss out on first stand as Humble Life was the representatives. Carrier found by the Snake.
Twin Fang Star from Honkyu burning through a little bit of that mana. Level 2 is where Faker has to be really careful.
Tension is palpable here. Audience.
I mean, good job.
Going crazy. Love to hear
we
it.
got fan chant leaders for CFO and T1. Love to hear it.
As per usual, T1, really anywhere they play, playing with home advantage. But the CFO fans,
And the thing
are
is,
just gonna let it get away with
That's
it.
so cute.
talked about it being T1's house. Just feels like every arena is, but CFO gaining a ton of fans in this series already.
Oh, the chains.
Not connecting is going to be big. Hook just a little bit out of range. The lollipop doesn't quite mean it can connect, and every single lane feels tense, Chronicler. We've seen what happens in these early games.
Yeah, the leads for CFO.
MSI's in Vancouver,
just
Canada.
been pushed so insanely far, and you can see Doggo and Kaiwing going to be getting themselves the earlier level 2, playing with Prio. This time, though, there isn't a dive waiting for them. Will be okay. They also have Owner towards their side of the map. This Jarvan gonna have to find a decent amount of early impact. Owner thus far not able to showcase both the skirmishing power as well as his ganking prowess that T1 heavily relied upon in particularly early to mid part of spring. For CFO, they're chilling, right? Even if
Faker
gets on top of you, Hongq.
Sidestep, good flash out. Faker in trouble, ticking, but he won't fall yet. Owner, EQ flash, keeping it going. Faker standing on the edge, hoping to be Hongq back, and it's first blood for T1.
And I haven't finished my sentence, or Owner makes his presence known.
Faker.
Even with Hongq flashing the chains.
We're gonna talk about that later.
Faker,
the good save, Owner.
The tiniest bit of health, walks it up, and Owner flashes Cassiopeia. That's easy pickings for a Jarvan.
Should be, and this is exactly what you need from a Jarvan. The timing. Hongq.
Just
saw it, thought he could outplay. Overconfident or didn't see.
I think it's just as Faker was going to go in for a trade, he sees Owner shows up. She's like, my guess he's playing for the kill, knowing that actually getting out is going to be tough.
Topside now.
Trying to make a sideline impact. Rest.
Stunned there. Doran starting to burn Rest down. Rest living for an extra second. Flash out. T1.
All right, then.
Monstrous in the first few minutes of this game. Faker conceding a bit in lane to make his presence felt on the map.
He's going to be missing out on a
up,
decent amount of CS for this, but that's a kill going over to Doran. Courtesy of Faker.
Interrupt there. Carrier taking a decent amount of damage. Hammer Shock firing back. Arrow does connect. Good trade from Guma. Hongq trying to zone Faker off. Junja moving through, but Owner already in the midst of CFO's jungle, taking away the Raptors.
Oh, he uses his cooldowns. Should be fine, though.
Punish.
Hard for him to actually get the hook.
Connects. Carrier not ready this time around. Ignite already ticking. Damage coming through. Carrier forced to flash out. CFO trying to make the fast play. Had the opportunity for a recall, but instead opting to stick around.
And Guma not running the lethal tempo.
Hook connecting. Damage there, cooldowns there, forcing flash and barrier.
What a win.
Guma,
there for
see
the
me
bot
after
lane
this
of
game.
CFO again. This time in the 2v2.
See me after
Kaiwing
this game.
almost leisurely
We
froze
gonna
out
have
the
a little
hook, finds Guma.
Arrow. Doggo has to be careful though. He has cleanse. He doesn't have barrier. Hongq solid trade, but Faker managed to sidestep all the poison, so the extra damage not
Owner's
coming
just
in. And
here again.
Hongq just continues to trade aggressively. Owner on the way forward. Rinse and repeat on this gank. Sidestep from Hongq has to be good, and he just doesn't have the movement speed. Owner moving up. They don't quite finish it though. Can't afford to go into the tower. And Hongq firing back. Gets the kill. Faker goes in and makes it a 1-for-1. But T1 again over eager. They're keeping the pace in their favor. They're keeping the gold in their favor, but a small fumble.
I think they have to though, because you do have to make sure that Faker gets the catch up in this lane, right? So trading the 1-for-1, I think in this instance is worth it. Allows Faker to shove in this lane. We'll see Kaiwing catch it. Looks like a full rotation actually coming through as, again, Hongq, kind of the same. The ward not quite timed out. Does stall there with the side steps. And even with the flag and direct, there's not enough damage for Owner. That second
I will
turret shot
say,
in particular,
dude,
I think catching him
the
off guard,
way
Faker with
that
the
these
flash
players
level
will
up as well. He
punish
actually
you
was,
for one
really close to
mistake.
going down there as well. As now
For one
100%
mistake.
Kill participation.
Fully
Faker
punished.
trying to make his way back into form
I think
after
that's
a rough
so
first 3 games.
inspiring, low key. Like I wish I could punish people like that for misstepping.
Level 6 lane assignments.
Misstep out of
CFO
one
on the bottom
pixel.
side is Doran alone here. Will have to do what he can to defend under tower. Rest a bit behind in terms of overall XP because of the previous play, and Carry in a good position to force a dive. Guma no 6 though.
Rest does have his ultimate available, so he can actually buffer
The way
that.
Junjia has nothing but ruby crystals.
Invulnerability to CC.
Bump
and
damage.
Guma
He wants HP.
I don't think he's going to hit 6. I don't know without 6 if they can do this. They need a
potential
member.
Hex Flash over the wall.
They need someone else. Other reinforcements.
Hex Flash in, wall, trying to make sure that he can't get out. Quick burn down, and down goes Rest. Instantaneous dive. CFO now forced to respond with Faker on the way. Waiting over the wall.
Good job.
Waiting
Keep up
for
that
them to pull
tempo.
the triggers. Junja's going to find Faker. Faker forced to trade, has a Skarner ultimate
Faker,
of his
you
own.
are currently
Ultis might just get traded
1v3.
out, but Kailing now here to follow. Faker caught out, has an ult, steals with
Nobody was there to
No
help.
follow-up there, and
That
down
was a
goes
great
Faker.
3-man ult, but nobody was there.
It's a 1-for-1 trade across the board. Top side going the way of T1.
I just don't think he needed
Even
to
if Doran
die.
survives, Faker ends up going down, and while that's going on, Hongq 22 CS lead, by the way.
I just don't think he needed to die.
Slamming mid lane waves into the turret. This game very chaotic here, Drake, because his owner gets found yet again eating some chicken. And he'll just, I guess, get
I mean,
rep buff
that's their
instead.
job, no? You're
That's
shocked
abandoned
they're
ship because
good
the
at their
Ducey base gone
job.
down.
I think it's just shocking to see how perfectly they can
But this is
execute
T1 with
plays.
1K gold lead.
Like, and it's
T1 matching.
second nature to them.
Fighting
It's
fire
not
with
even
fire
like
for
they
like
have
the
to
first
think
time in the
about
series.
it.
Owner
They
has been on the
see
back
it,
foot the vast
they
majority of his
expect
early
it, and then
games.
they
Jordan
turn it on
demanding
immediately.
that aggressive
I think
play.
that's more like, it's
And Owner
just like
certainly
fascinating
delivering.
to see.
As Rest,
no flash.
The one who's really suffering here. Level 6 for Guma. Rest has to be careful about walking up at all. X Flash, as well as the heal for Carry, a little bit extra movement speed.
Jinja, I think, going to be looking to steal at least one grub. Owner finds one. Does T1 actually want to possibly flip the game here? Carry doesn't have his ultimate yet, so turning this into a numbers advantage, not going to be easy. There's also Jin, right? Always have to be careful. He can join fights a lot faster than you might initially think due to the range on ultimate. Doran does have TP. Oh. CFO, are you going to contest this?
CFO is
Okay, they
all
just want two
coming
grubs.
up.
They'll be happy to get it and walk away. CFO ready to force the fight.
Did we get
Got it.
that?
Junja
No, they stole it.
taking one back. Now they're set to grab 2 grubs. T1
That's not good.
willing to risk the flip.
Dragon
Arrow.
and
Okay. We all know the play we're thinking of. It's a baby version of that play, but you can hear the call in your head. You can hear the swear
There
words
we go,
from Cadril
Guma.
himself.
There we go.
It's
We've been waiting on you.
It's a little
We've been
reminder
waiting on you.
of what once happened. The Skooma finds
We've
the
been
steal
waiting on you.
on a small.
Okay. Okay. Let's keep that up.
It's fine.
Tiny, it's a little thing.
It's a
Let's
purple
keep that up.
objective in the pit. We'll
And
take it. But the most important thing,
Let's keep
as
that
fun as
up.
that was, is that CFO does deny the triple, right? Junja with a great 50-50 smite wins it, denies them the opportunity to actually get full value from those grubs, and simultaneously CFO did pick up the dragon, next one up in about 2 minutes.
It was Def the pep talk.
So a lot
Well,
of the
hopefully
damage, a lot of the
they
burst
keep that
souls
in
not
their
on the
ear.
board. Certainly would have favored T1, but weren't able to grab that first Drake. See what the soul spawn is going to be.
It's the early game, yeah, very volatile. Slowing down a little bit here. I imagine T1 just wants to keep the pace up. CFO have made very clear that if they get to decide what happens on the map, they are more than a match for T1 now, running away with 2 consecutive early games. This
All
third
right,
one,
unleashed
T1 at least have a little bit of
TP.
grip.
So
We have
these
seen in a
TPs are
close
going to be
game
coming in a
where
little
T1
bit
have so many
faster.
playmakers as they
A little
do
bit
in
harder.
this game 4. They're able to attack from a lot of angles, and CFO weren't able to weather that storm in game 1. See if T1 can replicate that success here. Still a big lead for Hongq in the bottom lane. Cassio, a champion that can build all these scaling options. Will just be a massive threat later, but again, it's the execution where so many Cassio players fall short. You're spacing every Q. Everything has to be perfect.
That's Carrier on a flank angle
Yeah.
here. Does get spotted.
On the retreat, gonna go to the wall. Carrier finds the knockback into the wall. Junja.
Flash.
Instantaneous flash
No
out.
flash ultis will
Carrier
be
also
seen
healing.
in the next 5 minutes.
Obviously, the teleport has the
That's
heal
what I
now
like to
available
see.
for the upcoming fight.
Yep.
And important is that Junja doesn't have flash, both offensively, because it means that he can't go for a big flash impale play, but also that Carrier now has the opportunity to much easier knock him out.
No,
right?
like,
That's
do
one of the
you
things
see
we're
what I'm
always gonna talk
saying about
when
how, like,
any
I
objective is
know they
started.
listening to me,
When
bro?
there's a poppy in the game, it's so
Like, that's
easy to
crazy.
just turn any situation into a numbers advantage. Start the objective. They have forced to walk in. You hold them out. It's top side. Doran in this matchup with the early kill, actually doing very well in the 1v1, and neither top laner outside of that has really seen a lot of attention.
And Doran, again, the strongest point on the map for T1 in terms at least of an individual gold. It was Faker.
Yeah, look at that
used
gold
what
lead.
little advantage he had.
Not
from that
only
early
does he
kill
have up
to
a
set
kill,
Doran up for
but he's
success.
also up
Now Rest
21
put incredibly far behind.
CS.
20 CS down. This game very unplayable for the Ambessa at this stage.
Love to see
Has
that.
to catch waves and T1.
All right, I think we might get a fight here, y'all. I think we might get our first team fight.
Look at owner's ult.
We'll get first
Faker is
move.
not there.
Can they get the top laners into this fight as well? There's Doran,
Faker with the
DTP.
flank.
Flash
No,
ult
that's
available for Hongyu.
Doran.
The
That's
Cassio
Doran.
Potential to turn initial hook. Locked down onto Carrier, trying to start the fight, but Owner immediately starts as well. Ulti over the wall from Doran. It's Doran showing up in the clutch in the moment, finding the angle as finally the curtain call comes out, but the curtains have already closed on CFO in this fight.
And it's the arrival of Rumble. The CFO's backline gets
That's what I like to
toasted.
see.
So many of the early fights
That's what I
over
like
the
to
last
see.
couple of games going their way. This one not the case. Attempted collapse onto Carrier.
Doggo?
T1, the response this time ready. And that's going to be the Drake, not end of the world. CFO in this game are always going to be feeling comfortable once you hit the items.
Are they
of
trying to
both
pull a
Rest
little
and
sneak attack?
OnQ. But the mid game is where we saw both domestically a lot of their troubles arise, and also going back to game number 1, Dracos.
Yeah, I want to see this replay.
The
Can y'all
combo
believe
here from T1
this
is
time,
phenomenal.
last game,
Equalizer
in this
across the
spot,
top. Doran
Caitlyn was getting
perfectly
pentakills?
overheating.
But look at us now.
It is exactly what
But look at us now.
T1 want from a team fight.
Happily giving his life
Wow.
to ensure that
I don't
the
know
fight
if
is
y'all
won.
peeped
Guma
that,
unthreatened.
but Guma
In that
was
one,
charging up an empowered
the value
Q
of the Jarvan
for that
combined
Jin,
with the timely
and
round
Jin
of
did
Doran,
not
Rest there,
have
a little bit
vision on
disjointed with
him.
the rest of his team. I don't think
No
it would have mattered
vision.
with that engage,
But
maybe they could have traded more evenly, looked for a
He knew
refight.
to move. Doggo knew to move.
another
He
chem
stopped
tech
his ulti.
for Silas,
That,
for
very
Ambessa,
respectable.
and for Cassio, obviously going to be
Very
feeling pretty good.
respectable.
Definitely will. Nice cancel on the recall.
Nice.
That was very
Doggo.
nice.
So bit of a tempo lead is Carrier going to take that much
Because I was
longer
thinking to myself, why
reset.
did he stop
Seems
the
like
ulti?
lock
He
at first
probably
will be
could
the
have gotten
call
one
to
more
try and
kill or
mitigate
at
the
least put
upfront
out a little
burst
bit of damage. He saw the Varus ult.
Continue to trade blows, but with Faker getting out of that early lane phase, a bit more caution from Hongyu. Not entirely sure where Owner could be lurking. And Owner, we talk about kind of the brawlers, the skirmishers, the Xin you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Champions with a ton of that individual agency, the potential to outfight. And Jarvan a lot more of a linear champion, but still having an incredible amount of impact in this game. 7 out of 8 kills he's participated in and really has been the driving force outside of
If
that
you
one
don't see
game
Varus,
topside
he
from
is
Faker
behind you.
for
No,
getting
I feel
T1
like
this
that's
big
so
lead.
valid, especially for other champs like Twitch or something.
There's still so
Always.
much skill express. You know, when you will, the
Always.
flash, flag and drag combos that you can pull off.
I think that's the funniest part.
Obviously, you know, all champions, so we don't see him until we're like in game 4, maybe game 5.
Yeah.
As,
He's not a game 1.
he's
sort of.
not a game 1 champion. No, unfortunately not.
It's 2025. I'll take my reworked Pantheon, thank you.
It's fun. I don't mind it, but you know, the classics hit for a reason.
It's very true.
It's the gold late.
He also, I
2.5K.
think, has the Fnatic skin, which is kind of funny.
That's very cute. Good for you, Owner.
I
Not
saw-
when we see that
saw
often.
at least one person in the audience with a Fnatic jersey, so there's their shout out.
It's Junja. Maybe an angle on Doran.
Ready to
Oh,
go.
the
Immediate ulti. The combo now coming through, trying to burn through Ornner before he can get the ulti down. He just barely manages to get it up, but it's not where he needs it. CFO, quick shutdown, finding an angle now at Faker, who might be in trouble. Ulti going across, but Owner is here to respond, and they're looking to turn it back. A good ulti coming in from Hongyu, but he gets cut down where he stands.
That's what I like to see.
The T1 gonna be happy with that trade.
That's what I like to see
Carrier
right
also
there.
goes down because yes, Doran dies. Oh, Carrier.
Let's repeat. Nice
Carrier
dash
not
out to a
stressed.
minion. Ulti, but only hits a creep. Trying to zone them
Carrier
away from
not
the tower.
stressed.
Junja's tanking. And Faker, in the meantime, breaks down that top lane.
First
Tier 1's almost
turret.
4,000 gold.
Yeah,
Oh my
hit him-
in the lead
hit him with that
for
bing bing.
T1.
Guma?
Doggo ulting, but Guma's
All
just
right,
going to walk
Guma,
in
let's
the
see
E
it,
to
baby,
sidestep.
'cause he think he
Q
can try
connecting
you.
as well.
He think he can try you.
And Guma,
No.
not wanting to use the summoners,
No.
but with the barrier
That's
and flash,
big
could
Guma
have
right there.
fully committed there.
You're not playing in his face. Didn't
So
even
taking a
land
look
in
at
the
this
ult.
fight. First,
Didn't
it
even
looks like
touch him.
Faker is in trouble, but they do know they have a
Didn't even
numbers
touch him.
advantage here. Finds the ult, and he hits the stun onto Hongyu, which is the only reason
Got
why
the
he actually
wrong
ends up
one
surviving.
on the right day.
If Hongyu doesn't get hit by that, Faker trades 1 for 1. Owner ends up killing Kaiwing, but I think CFO going to feel a lot better about the trade. But now the game rapidly snowballing away from them, because even though they did kill Doran, the first turret bot going the way of T1. Mid lane turret immediately being taken by Guma as well.
And it might end up feeling like it's just too little too late. 1.5K gold.
Thank you so much for 55 and 56 months in one day.
Going down so much CS earlier on.
Thank you so much for resubscribing and the
T1, this is a team that,
56
again,
months
when you give them an
of
inch, they will take a mile.
support. I appreciate you, love. I hope you're having an absolutely
how that can turn against
blessed
them. But
day.
this is the kind of game where the gold
T1
favors
is,
them,
yeah.
the map control favors them.
I don't even want to talk about it,
Relatively
man.
even in objectives. This is where this team is at their scariest.
40 seconds on the Dragon.
It's a sad freaking
Carries
day.
have their flashes available. I think CFO want to play for the absorption. Take the initial blow, re-engage, counter-engage with the Skarner, set up with that Jin. For T1, obviously, go in all the way, all the time. Just try and find a target, blow them up before a response is available. Utilize the power of
Okay,
the
but
Poppy.
this is literally what happened with
Create a
Gam and
numbers advantage,
G2.
and
Owner
combine the
learned to
Jarvan
finally
ult
start camping
with the
Hong Q
Rumble.
when they were at
You need to be careful
match
about the
point.
backline though. Guma,
Well,
even though he's a sums
hopefully,
available, if
with
Rest
that,
gets on top of him,
with that information,
he'll still be in some serious trouble. And
oh,
he is
yo,
the most
this
set
is scary,
member.
bro.
Mega Blast Cone.
On
vision there.
T1 is Guma. Should be okay here.
Nice
Dude,
use.
that was so dangerous.
Coming in from Owner. Giving them that bit of extra vision.
No, truly,
Carry is on the
holy.
hunt.
Especially with those missed abilities. I almost cried.
Control.
Slow and steady.
Restraint. They know they have mid prio easy with his Varus.
He's big.
He's very big.
Level up, although not that much. Second item done. Swifties with feats as well. Drake has started.
OD.
TP
Hello,
already
OD.
coming
How are
in.
you?
Doran needs the base first. Will TP now.
Hold on.
Ulti from
Do
Hong
we
Q. Big to watch.
Hit the drag.
The ulti from Carrier, arguably even
Okay,
more
no
important.
Mbessa. We're in a
Immediately go knowing they
4v5.
have the man advantage for a brief moment in time.
Okay,
They're gonna
Dragon
get the Dragon
secured.
down the Hong Q over the wall. It's a perfect ulti, but I don't think he has the damage quite yet. Trying to burn through Guma, but the exhaust is perfectly placed. And T1 obliterates CFO.
CFO, they're
Yes,
a little
sir.
early. With Rest,
Yes,
he
sir.
arrives in time.
Owner
but
once more. Why
T1
stop there?
Still get the numbers
Why
advantage.
stop
Thanks
there?
for the ult from Carrier. And now
When we can
Dodo,
take
not
some more
long
cheeks.
for this world.
Rest trying to get
Why
something
stop
back. hoping
there?
to
When we
finally
can
shut
take
down
some
Carrier,
more
takes him out of range
cheeks.
of his own tower. Doran living.
Doran donates his life.
1 for 4.
But T1 still
I
gonna
think
be
we'll
happy.
take those. 1 for 4 and Dragon.
6 point
And
actually with
turret.
the turret upwards of 7K lead.
Personally, I think
it's
we're
a lot
up.
of money, Dracos, and it's looking good for a game 5 as Hong Q finds a
Personally,
beautiful
I think we're
but
up.
they're a member down.
But that's
The
just me.
exhaust
I don't
comes
know.
through.
We should check in with the
Carry
CFO
out and
coach.
don't ensure that
See
no
how
one
they
else
feel
can
about
follow
that
up
trade.
when it comes to the damage. Guma just not fretting enough.
We'll check in with them later.
And I am feeling good about as some silver scrapes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like Vancouver is as well. We do seem very close to scraping silver.
No, literally, OD, I'm perplexed.
At this point, if you're
Perplexed
CFO,
at how
you
we
don't
got
wanna
here.
Let it get to a game 5, but your options to come back in this game are so limited. The death ball of T1 is lethal, and you talked about their strategy is absorb and fire back, but you just can't absorb.
Look at that damage, dude. I didn't know Rumble was like that, bro.
And
I didn't know
It's
Rumble
like if
was
you're in a
like
fight
that.
and you get a black eye and you're like, you should see the other guy. It's like, we can see the other guy. The other guy is fine, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking too hot here for CFO. And
The Valo gameplay is going to be next week, and so is the Wild Rift gameplay.
Somehow get on top of Guma. If you don't attend
I'm thinking maybe
GWORL,
like
he will toast you.
Tuesday,
Same for Faker,
Thursday.
still sitting on 2 items, and now with a level lead, despite everything that happened.
No, so Van, I'm
In the
going to
previous
post
game,
on my
Dracos.
Instagram what song y'all want me to lip sync to,
push this
and I'll take like the top
Drakes now.
choices,
Right, you have the
and
Poppy, you have vision
you'll
control,
vote on
you
my
have Faker
Instagram.
pushing in the
So
side,
make sure you're
TP
following my
available.
Instagram. Make sure you're checking my stories, because I'm gonna put it up
Rest really can't afford to walk
tonight,
in.
tomorrow morning ish.
Objectives are getting shredded. Hong Q trying to make good into
We
the
should do
side
this
lane, ready to
Monday
back
since
step
I'm
Faker
off.
Tries to turn and he manages to get it. Faker still stepping up. Goes through. Hong Q to turn it back. Faker.
Just got gapped. Maybe he can back and then make
Doggo's
his way
now free
over.
firing. Ulti into the midst of the entire team. They're now trying to turn. Rest into the midst of it. It's an entire flip. And who's going to grab it in the end? Are you kidding me? The objective bounty claim T1. It is the GOAT who throws it away, who goes in when he does not need to.
Guma looking for an extra kill, will not find it. And Faker, as you highlight, doesn't need to go in there. All he needs to do is make sure that the Casio can't join the fight, that he's a level up, thinks he can make it work, but mid-chains gets ulted, and then Honkyu reads him like a book. Turns it around, and here Carrier not able to actually get Ginger the flash from the Skarner to ensure the play works out. The Jin laying down support.
But like, why?
And the Smite of Skarner being the difference maker there.
And the choice for Owner was let his AD carry die or be in range to flip the objective. He chose to save Guma, but at the cost of losing this Otacon, that's still a 5K gold lead.
But why did he do that?
Still far ahead, but so many flowers in the favor of CFO mean that gold lead isn't quite as big as it looks. And it's the kind of misstep they can't afford to make again. The Casio is only continuing to get stronger.
Sometimes I think Faker just dies so he can take a sip of water.
Rest. Only an item away. I think that free item breakpoint, particularly if you're...
He just needs a little break.
Something like a
just
death
a little
stance,
one,
basically
you
impossible
know?
to take you down in fights,
He just wants a
especially
little
if they
break.
can get their hands on maybe a Chemtech Dragon.
Just a quick little timeout.
That play towards the top side might end up being the turning point, might end up being what allows CFO to not let this go to a game 5. As Dragon about to be up. Guma doesn't have Barry, but does have his flash available. Summoners mostly available across the board. Not quite there yet for
Has it
Junja.
really been 10 hours? Wow.
Same, I think,
We
for
might be going
Honkyu,
another
but he should
hour,
be available if
depending
they
on
can
what
stall for just
T1
a
wants to
little
do
bit.
with this game.
CFO making sure they keep vision in the area. 14 seconds to that
I knew
crucial
today would be
objective.
about a 12-hour stream, though.
Soul point armor penetration there for Guma.
A lot of damage here on the poke.
CFO desperately trying to find a way back in, hoping for another good fight.
And Junja doesn't have flash, so carry out. Should be easier for him. T1, though, they can play this slow. Just keep poking and prodding away. Rest's going to try and look for backline access on the flank.
Hold on, y'all.
3 items relative to the opposition, one of the strongest players in the team. Junja taking a big chunk. Lock up there. They're going to try and delete the jungler instantly. Honkyu's ulti doesn't connect on anybody. But in the meantime, it's Ambessa in the backside. Trying to delete Guma. Guma in trouble. Guma down. But T1 holding on to hope. Holding on to the fight. They have the man advantage. It's a 2-for-1 thus far. Doggo alive. Honkyu alive. The damage is there. Damage traded back onto Kaiwing. In goes Carrier. Doran to follow. Honkyu trying to burn as quickly as he can. The root not going to connect. T1 better in the exchange. Faker.
Yo, low-key, Honkyu is making Faker look silly, bro. Low-key, I don't like that.
Doggo back into the tower. Doran going golden. Honkyu trying to turn it to miasma, stopping Doran from getting out. The Hex Flash going. For 3, 2 down. Faker once more.
Faker, please
Backstep.
don't let him embarrass you.
Carrier moving in. He has a big shield, and down he goes.
I don't know if that's worth, though. The Dragon is up. We'll have to see if T1 can still make a play towards it.
I'm sorry,
It looks
babe.
like
I
they're
didn't
definitely gonna get this turret if
raise my
Faker and
voice
Carrier
at you
can
like
get
that.
out.
I'm sorry.
The contest should be possible, but
you just been
look at the
making
fog.
questionable decisions, bro.
They
Like,
made it out.
They're chasing, but
I'm
they didn't get the
sorry.
objective.
I'm sorry.
They're still holding on. I mean, it's incredible.
I'm sorry. I let my emotions
Also a
get the
little
best
bit
of me.
messy.
They
What
could
do you
have just
say?
backed off and done Dragon. I know.
I was talking.
Because
I was
we
talking
take a
to the
look
team.
here. The block onto Junja. There's no vision.
I was talking
He
to
just
the
gets blown
minions.
up
I was
immediately.
talking-
But the
I
split
was
of
talking
the
to the
fight here, where
minions. I'm sorry,
Owner's
babe.
trying to deal with 2 people,
My bad.
which can't really do, and they did get it in top of Kuma's. Yeah, why not? It's T1. Star
bad.
Baron.
Kaiwing did grab the shutdown kill onto
Yeah,
Guma,
no,
though,
that wasn't.
which means much
that
less
wasn't
gold
that
in the back
You
pocket
forgive
of
me,
Rest.
right?
It's 25 minutes. We cannot do Baron. As T1 have learned, CFO though, they still get the TP. So that is a win for T1. Does mean that Honkyu won't have that summoner available.
No, because he
T1
can't
instead
let this.
look like they want to turn
He can't
it
let
into
this CFO
a
mid
movement
laner like make
towards
him
the
look
Dragon here.
like he
Do
a
know that
rookie,
Owner is
bro.
just clearing
Like
his top side.
this man been dancing
Wanted to
around
get to
this
a
man,
third
and
item,
I just
unheard of generally for
like
a
he
jungler.
better than that. I just can't.
From
I
Guma
can't
going to
stand
again
to see
be
him
something that T1 will
get
rely on.
made
Soften up
silly
these
like
members,
that,
but
though.
CFO, 3 items done. Honkyu sitting.
I can't.
And Leandris
as well.
has the
I
Seekers.
can't. I
So
just
even if
can't
Owner
stand to
finds a
see
no,
that.
that might not be enough.
T1 denying as much as they can, taking as much space as they can. Scuttlecrab down does give CFO relative comfort to step up. Doran taking the Mega Blast Cone. A little bit of poke going over the wall. 8K. Doggo gets to open the fight with the curtain call. Carrier fishing, and he manages to find the ult. CFO
Junja's there.
hesitating for a moment. Junja wants to flip it. ready to risk the 50-50. Carrier trying to zone him away. 3K, good diligence coming in, and they're going in for it. The man's finding
That was a nice try, doggo. Now we gotta win this fight afterwards.
Honky living for a moment, but Owner wants to make the difference. Cassio goes golden. Rest in the back line. Mbessa.
Somebody kill anybody.
T1 taken down in the pit. T1 gets obliterated by CFO. They get the dragon, but at a cost that surely is too much. The CFO make their way, the Flying Oysters on their way to the Baron.
And you thought it'd be simple. You thought with the Mbessa gone, it'd be a flip. T1 have the discipline not to flip it, to keep Junja at arm's length. It's a flash in. The risk, Owner secures. It feels like everything you could want for T1, but it's the fight where they find a way to crawl their way back in.
Faker with the ult. It's the miasma plus the ultimate from Honkyu. He baits in Owner, keeps out or stuns Doran, and miasma's Faker.
Owner tried.
One part of T1 is trying to get on top of this backline and is unable to.
Owner tried.
Rest. Gets on top of the Varus, and as we
Owner tried. I can't be mad at Owner. He secured the objective. He went in on the Honkyu like he was supposed to. He just, like, you can't outplay Zhonya's.
Reignited as the goal.
You can't outplay Zhonya's. There's nothing you can do with that.
The last time Asia Pacific, the LCP, the LMS, the mini names they've had historically, ever won a best of 5 against
Our 5K gold lead
Taipei
gone.
Assassins, Azubu
okay.
Frost, 2012 World Finals Toys.
Oh, they absolutely should have followed Owner's R. I'm truly perplexed as to why we didn't, but you know, hindsight 2020. You know what I'm saying?
But they are on match point, and it is T1.
Hindsight 2020.
How old Honkyu was back then. It's
insane. I thought he was 5. I did the math. Kai Wing caught out though. Guma looking for a quick punish. T1.
Guma.
A nice pick.
I'm glad you got the kill, but we cannot be whiffing those. We have to have 100% accuracy right now.
Certainly isn't Dracos.
We cannot be whiffing a point blank ult.
It really feels like it comes down to how much can Honkyu do, and can they keep Doggo safe? Rest has also been able to get onto the T1 backline very consistently. But with Poppy, you're never going to really feel safe at any point. Any fight can be turned around very quickly. If you overstep, if, say, Honkyu, Doggo or Rest gets knocked away and T1 gets to still pull
I feel
the
like
trigger on a
some
fight,
members of T1 understand that Honkyu has to be the first to go. I feel like other members
but the gold lead
do not understand this concept.
Negligible at this point, and I'd argue that with Skarner and Mbessa and Cassio, you're not feeling too bad about going into the later stage of the game.
They got Otacon.
Definitely aren't.
They got a crazy XP lead
pressure
from
of
that.
execution. It's clear what T1 want to do. So many good proactive engage options. But they have to consider Guma in the back line.
How much longer we got on this Baron buff? 40 seconds.
On the team, although Doggo has
40 seconds, bro. Just wait it out.
That's big.
We don't want to fight them while they're empowered. Clear these waves.
On the map for a little bit of Rebel Baron
30 seconds, bro.
Minor.
30 seconds.
Denying it though is a big deal, and it mostly just means that
Honkyu
CFO
is making them look
in the game. Now, we
so
do
silly.
Have the Chemtech Soul possibly there for T1. But if it was a Hextech, if it's an Infernal, even a Mountain, I think the value would be without question. Now I'm not too sure if the Impale.
Initial start, Honkyu off to the side. Keep your eyes on him. Equalizer cross trying to zone Honkyu off. It's a good initial start. Owner in trouble though.
Honkyu's gone. If we kill them now, then we good. If we don't kill them, oh my gosh, he's TPing. Why did he TP in?
Backing away,
Bessie just walked there.
For the low health teammates.
Why didn't he just walk?
Used for CFO. Single TP for
What?
Faker.
What
Honk
was
actually
the TP?
TPing back into the fight after Carrier knocked him out. And in the end, it's a lot of summoners being exchanged.
He wanted T1's cheeks. Didn't it take more time to TP than to just walk there? He was in mid lane. He's where Nautilus was.
No flash. Flash is up for everyone on the side of T1. So many resources. And it's
He
going
said,
to
"No,
come
I
down
don't
to the
feel
slimmest
like
of margins.
walking."
Alt cooldowns, flashes. Who has Zhonya's,
He
who
said
doesn't.
stylistic entrance.
Pot picked up by
Okay,
the
like
side of
what?
Rest.
No, really, only like that's the only reasoning.
Injection of stats. That's the state of the game,
There
as
is
Andy
no
knows.
other
Any
reason
fight
for a
could be
TP
the
there.
final fight
I'm pretty sure it
of this
took
game.
longer to TP
For
than
CFO,
to walk there.
Very well could be the final fight of this series if they can come out on top.
I'm truly perplexed.
T1 do have the luxury of trying to play.
Can we get a replay on
maybe a
that at
mid-push,
least or something?
Something else. There isn't a Baron on the map, obviously, but
All right, we got a dragon fight. We got a dragon fight.
CFO do get it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see T1 play fully for the fight, not necessarily to actually get this objective. Faker sitting on an uphill right now, but is spotted by Rest. Rest, by the way, was looking for that flank. If he can get on top
4K, 3K.
of Guma again.
2.7, getting lower.
We just gonna let him have it. We don't have to take this fight now, right?
It's Faker on the side. Faker finding Rest. It's a big start to the fight. Junjo realizes this is not the angle they can go for. Pick to start, but Doran wants more. T1 hungry for the chase.
Burn.
Rapid retreat from CFO, but T1 still chasing.
There's no turret. Faker's gonna keep on chasing.
Big Cone massive. This might just be. Flash forward, ulti, Doggo flashing out. Faker looking for the angle, stealing away the Nautilus ulti. Will lock up Doggo, but they don't quite have the follow-up. It's gonna be Kai with the drop. They will take him down. Good kills to the side of T1. They don't get the Drake, but they put the gold back in their favor.
They can't push though, with Honku still alive. Same for the Jin.
But again, it's the slimmest of margins. The flash now gone for Doggo in the next fight.
Faker was tower diving. He was a little bit deep with Cass still on the board. You know what I'm saying? I was a little bit.
It's Faker that finds the pick.
I was a little bit scared.
45 seconds on the Baron.
Junja looking for Faker. Goes golden, but Honku lays down the miasma, and Faker's got nowhere left to go. Tries to turn it back. Stealing away ulti. Stunned up. T1! Are they going to keep going? It's cost them so many times. Is this the right fight? They have to be asking themselves, but they don't even hesitate. They go in. They find their
Okay, I saw you with the bait, Faker. I saw you with the bait.
They will not relent.
You baited me. I'm not going to lie. The bait was so good, I took it. The bait was so good, I took it. Okay, and I'm on your team.
The timers are favorable for
I'm on your side.
10 seconds on Nash.
I took it.
Bases are going to come in.
I was like, what the frick is this man doing?
To gun straight for that objective.
I was perplexed, confused, and baffled all at the same time. That was a great bait. But hey, we got Cass off the map. Way to go.
Given a base.
Way to go.
Down a bit of poke.
Oh, I know you were a good time at
the mid lane.
Koi.
CFO ahead
when
on
I
tempo.
tell you.
Faker responding in 6.
When I tell you, I used to be so loud at UGA and football games, like, because my brother used to play. The way people would be laughing and giggling when I'm at the football games.
A spike for any AP character that at this point in the game feels like a necessity, not going to be available for him. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on, but not having that available can be the difference in this fight.
Okay, because you know I had a sign for my brother every day. Dual-sided. Dual-sided.
Played slow as well, but
no flash.
No, I want to be a football mom so bad.
Tell with the exhaust heal might have it available in a few seconds. After he does drop it mid-fight.
Yikes. 2.
Junja not having flash makes it pretty easy to knock him out of the pit. You highlighted it before. Vulnerable target for the pop. The ultimate is Junja starts going under Guma. Smite. The ulti completely whiffs. And T1 see that as a sign to keep the fight up. Guma uses his ultimate, managing to land. But it's Rest in the backside. Guma immediately the exhaust coming in from Carrier. It's clutch. But the rest of the fight falling apart for the side of T1. Doran has to make the difference. Doran has to burn them down. But it's Carrier! He finds the angle to send them packing. Honku's still going.
Let's finish this though. Let's not just let them get free kills. Let's finish these kills.
Going golden. An extra moment, but Honku drops T1. Willing to trade blood for
Carrier, go ahead and solo him. Nah, let Carrier do it. Let Carrier solo him.
So this is flash.
He ain't talking about nothing.
T1.
He ain't talking about nothing.
No, they can't really do the objective in good conscience.
Let
The jungler. So they want an exit kill.
Lord have mercy.
Not going to be given one though.
All right.
As Rest needs to be respected.
All right.
Mobility.
Now, we getting these kills. We winning these fights.
No
Let's close out the game, please.
On Honku as we take a look, Junja.
Please, Bessie, I think he would have lost that. I believe.
So many consecutive
Carrier like
first-place finishes. Doesn't find Guma.
Carrier like that. And you want to know how I know? Watch this right here. Watch this.
Doesn't get on
He
top of the
hit him with the
immediately and Doran in the back line.
Bink.
Together with Owner.
And you're out of here.
Already doing great work.
Home run.
But with the arrival
They're out the stadium.
of Carrier and that ultimate taking away the biggest damage dealer that at that point
I'm
is
sad that Owner died there. That's a little unfortunate, but they got what we came for, and it was that right there.
They want to bring us to a game 5. That wasn't enough though, because as big as it was, as good as the
can we get Soul? Can we get Baron? Can we end the game?
Take a chance.
Those are 3 questions we need to get.
Take a breath. T1 still in a comfortable position. The onslaught of poke, something that CFO have to contend with. Every single fight has been bloody. Summoner spells, maybe the most important resource in this game.
Gold lead is basically negligible. At this point in the game, doesn't really matter. Faker, still no death cap, by the way.
It still
Coming
matters.
to the wall. Threatening posturing.
It still matters.
Popping the
Really
Yomus.
big. As soon as that Edge of Night is down.
Dorn on the side. Honkyu, the crucial member.
Sounds like a CFO glazer.
T1.
Holy, I didn't know you were casting this game. I didn't know you were on the desk. That's crazy.
Yes, TP.
You
There's
out
not-
here on
there's
the
one
desk.
Good ward behind.
Blazing.
Potentially an angle to flank near the Wolves.
I think T1 are going to play
That's
for the fight
crazy.
again. Oh, that's a
6K.
deep flank.
Ulti across the team. Honkyu waiting over the wall. 2K willing to flip it, and they manage to get the chem deck. Drake 3-3 across the board, but T1 now wants the fight. Rest off to the side.
Get out of here, Cass. Get out of here. Get out of here, Cass.
Still
Go
going, doing
home,
everything he possibly
Cass.
can, but it's already down for Junja. Faker finding the kill.
Let's
going
end
in
it.
onto Doggo. He gets
Let's end
another.
it.
3 down for CFO at TP mid. They need this to be the final
Do we
fight.
want more? Do
They
we
need
want
to
more?
execute CFO here. They need to take it to game 5.
Do we want
Honkyu
more?
falling, desperate to turn it back, but look at his damage on the way in. The interrupt on the flag and drag.
Do we want
Honkyu gets an
more?
extra second. Carrier knocked up. Honkyu
He's
still
still
just raining down damage. Only 18. The flag and drag coming up. He goes down.
If Kai Wing hits that,
Boom
they
out of
kill.
nowhere. Finishes the kill.
That's what I'm talking about.
We are going to game
That's
number
what I'm
5.
talking about, T1.
The CFO, despite their most valiant efforts.
Let's go.
Come on, actually take down T1.
And we're
in the
going
full
to game
of
5.
outside selection.
It's time for
Let's
Silver
go.
Scrapes.
Honestly, I can't.
T1.
I can't hype him up too
Hold
much.
on. In the face
He
of
was
defeat,
kinda
they
trolling,
bring
I'm
us
not gonna
to
lie.
Silver Scrapes.
A lot of that game.
1 game
He
left.
was trolling. But hey,
What else is there to say?
good
More
job,
Silver Scrapes at this
boys.
MSI. Let's send it over to the desk
Good
to talk
job.
about the looming game 5.
What
I
an
guess-
amazing game.
I
What
guess
an
they do
amazing
want to
game.
stay.
It is happening.
I guess they do want to stay. I guess they do want to play.
I'm really, really happy
I
about
guess they
it.
do.
What a game, because even if T1 takes this one, CFO kept on fighting. They didn't stop the
did.
recovery after the early game
They
that they
did.
had was absolutely
Peppo,
phenomenal.
thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day
especially
today.
for his Ambessa, but let's roll back a bit here because it all started from Owner trying to set up his solo laners here.
Yeah, and I think that this is what we wanted to see from T1, right? We'll get into some of the later team fights, CFO clawing back, but really what started and kicked this off were these early plays, right? Honkyu going
They're gonna
in
play it
on
after
the
this.
Casio, thinking he's able to get the better of Faker. Guess who's there? Owner, and Owner has his back, and that gets Faker ahead.
God bless
He goes
Owner.
topside.
Owner
He
and
gets
Doran are
ahead.
playing out of
He
their
pays it
freaking
forward,
minds.
And that's where, this is exactly what I did want to see from T1.
And we will get there because it was a long
Owner and
back
Doran are
forth
playing out of their
game.
freaking
that
minds.
Final fight to me was interesting because Silas comes in and
Oh, I'm
joins the
sorry.
fight late. So of course, Dragon goes
Carrier
over to CFO
playing
with the
out of his
secure,
freaking
but
mind.
just
He was.
watch
He
Honkyu
was.
joining in and nah. Carrier says, "Get the hell out of there." So
He
then
sure did.
No carry
He
there.
saved
It's a
these team
45,
fights.
and it's just straight up T1 finishing the fight.
If Carrier did not do his job, we lose this game 1,000,000%.
All the fights
1,000,000%.
of which there were many. They went really, really back and forth for a few
Holy.
carries. A few players on each team would get eliminated. Was kind of the final game-clinching fight after.
Booty
again,
clinching.
Honestly, I thought T1 had
Booty
this game
clinching fight.
absolutely wrapped up by mid-game.
Truly.
Yeah, the game is just getting incredibly chaotic. If just one of those moments where if CFO
That fight right
knowing
there at the
that
end,
Silas
I
is
think
still on the top
Honkyu
side of the
almost
map,
turned
we're
it.
able to
I
have
really
stronger
do.
Positioning. Like Casio just wasn't in position.
I really
and
do.
usually in the last Dragon fights, Nautilus is in position to try and like cancel out anything that Poppy is trying to do. So that was just one of those moments where CFO just didn't have the right play or positioning there. And that just sucks for them because they were really clawing it back.
They were really trying to get back, but that's the thing. Like with a game like this, they have to take every chance they can. They have to take every fight they can. And for this Dragon, they had to commit, but rolling back to the beginning of
This
the
is what
game,
you were talking
you were
about.
talking about this. Honkyu committing a bit too much. He doesn't know owners here.
Yeah, and I mean, Honkyu absolutely showed up in this game, right? Like, he later had some
100%.
insane plays, thought he could go in, then again, Faker
Holy.
paying it forward to Doran.
Yeah, and even honestly,
No,
he saw
literally,
Owner.
Van,
Like the
'cause
ward expired, but it
holy
expired when he
moly.
saw the J4. He just thought he could take the 1v2, or he was just so focused
Why he look
on
so
that
proud of
single play,
himself?
And Faker ran away with it. So the early game goes in T1's favor, and you're like, okay, it's starting to build now.
Absolutely, and especially when you look at the composition that T1 had, putting Doran ahead in the early game with this rumble, you know that it's going to be useful in fights, because we had a lot of good opportunities for Doran to have amazing equalizers and actually grabbing every fight that T1 could get. And for me, in the early to mid game, that's exactly what
I love
set the
casters. They
pace.
have to ignore
Really
any
nice
mistakes
TP
the
from
winning
Doran,
team
really
made
nice
and turn into
equalizers, but they
full-time
always had CFO
glazers.
fighting back.
Hongq getting the Zhonya's here, so he's able to survive. Him and Doggo just basically
were-
gliding on the outskirts of the
I think
fight.
they're praising
So that
both
was the
sides,
moment.
which
You're like, okay, final
highlights
fight for
the
T1, they take
mistakes
this fight,
of
they end the
either
game.
team.
It was not that case at all. The DPS from Cassio and Jin were just that big. And he didn't even go for the Mosquito build, the Yomus and all that.
Yeah,
he went, not at all. When Collector's IE was building towards LDR, he was a really strong Jin at that point in the game.
Looking at the game and looking at the one that Guma Yushi had, I feel like DRX just woke up in the middle of the night with those steals with Varus. What a monster performance from him.
We even saw the like patented Guma steal on an objective, right?
Oh, true.
With the Varus.
Throwback to World's
Yeah.
Finals.
I mean, the game did get kind of difficult for him in some of these fights when Rest was able to get through onto the backline. But I thought he played really, really well. And again, we talked about two of the players that really helped T1 get here and really, really stepped up. It was Guma and it was Doran.
100%. And it's actually just hilarious because you're right. A lot of those fights that we didn't see in these replays,
yeah.
Doran was just cooking them.
Yep.
You're
Literally
like,
cooking them.
literally cooking them. Just like 1v4, burning them alive. And you're like, okay, this seems like Rumble is, balanced. And then you see Mbessa on the other side of the fights. You're like, okay, Mbessa is destroying Guma, and he's
I feel
not
like
dying.
they can see like the broadcast and see that they're on broadcast.
Despite the fact that
And that's why Owner looked up and then like closed his eyes because he's trying to stay in it.
You have to
I think that's what just
really
happened.
appreciate the fact that they kept on fighting. It was a close game.
There it
They
is.
kept it close. There it is. This
How many
Varus
kills did
damage that we
Faker
were
get
talking
map
about,
1 through
we're
3?
gonna head into game 5 in a few minutes. That is not something that I thought I would have said
I think
at the
we'll have to
beginning
pull
of
up
the
the
day.
stats
But the
on that. I don't
Oysters
remember
kept crawling
precisely
back and
what
fighting here in
his
this
kills
series.
were.
Can they take down the current world champion? Or is it gonna be T1 finally being able to close out this series? We'll be right back after this. Vancouver, turn out Silver Scrapes!
They did it, y'all. We're at game 5. We are at game 5. Nope, one more. This last game decides it all, y'all. This one game decides it all. Who's going to continue on in winner's bracket and who's going to the loser's bracket to face off versus I think MCoy. I think it's MCoy that they face. Yeah, whoever loses this goes on to face MCoy. So, T1, great job. Great job. Thank y'all so much for locking in, clocking in, and listening to the little pep talk we had. A little pep talk. Now I just need y'all to close this out for me one time, man. Just close this out for me one time. I want to say that there was something I wanted to say. Real bad. There was something I wanted to say. Dang, I don't remember. Oh, this is it. Dude, honestly, I knew this game was going to be a little bit trickier because CFO had a great display at first stand, really put them on the map. And I know that T1 likes to fumble from time to time. They do. We calling a spade a spade. We keeping it above 50. But I did not know Hong Q had the hands that he has. Hong Q got some hands. I can't even hate. I can't even hate. That man was making Faker look silly. It was fully. He was out playing left and right and left again. Very good. He's on the map now, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I don't know. The site has been acting a little bit weird for me as well. Like if you go, where is it? I think if you go to the schedule, it doesn't show, and it says no matches are scheduled for today. It's a little weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, is it because I need to press all? Nope. There's just something going on with it. You have to choose MSI. I clicked all. Oh, that's weird. I literally clicked all. So I guess if you click all, it does not include MSI for whatever reason. That's a little shush, but yo, I did not think T1 would be the team that made me fear losing my perfect pick'ems. I did not think it. I did not think we would be here.
Till CFO really started clawing back in
now,
these team fights.
I'm a
We were like,
little bit
okay,
nervous going into
how is
game
Hong
5.
Q going to look on this Casio? There's some things about this composition
Well, Sarah,
that's a little
you
bit
can
more
watch
difficult
it
to
right here
execute in
with
some of
me.
these fights, and they did
I got you, fam.
so well, and it made it an insanely close game.
Yeah, and there are some aspects with what CFO's been throwing at them that is unpredictable. Like throughout the series, we saw the Swain. I really enjoyed that one. Swain, Trundle, and the Galio. That
Who do
has
you
been
think
something
Faker
they've
will
been
be playing this game?
kind of dealing with.
Yeah, I feel like
another
we're gonna see,
aspect
like,
has just been the top
if they
laner
don't ban
swap.
Azir,
This time around,
then he's
they're
gonna be on
sticking with
Azir.
rest.
We have one of the only teams in the world who can play around a 6-man roster as beautifully as they do. With the recovery that Rest got with Mbessa, he's gonna stay here. So Emily, are we hyped about Rest on the top lane against Doran, against the Krog Lord?
Yeah, I mean, Rest has some kind of like weirder picks, I guess, to drive
Nah,
her.
we
Like,
still
I don't think
going,
you
we
can necessarily
still
think of them
going.
as
This is the
just
last game,
tanks
though.
and just carries, because that's a little bit too simple.
This is the last
but he
game.
sometimes has some interesting things up his sleeve. And what I'm looking to see if this is potentially a Jace angle, which I think is the other big pick, in addition to something like the Cassante that we haven't yet seen from him. So I'm wondering if they're going to go with that.
Yeah, it's interesting because even in the last game where we put the Ornn on the side of driver, it was still banned because they don't know what to expect. They're still going to be a little bit afraid of it. And if you take a step back and look at the wider series, there's just not a lot that T1 really expected here. I don't know if they expected it to go as far as it did. And so these team fights have been crazy and they need to be locked in for this one.
And then for T1, I really loved what I saw early in that last game. That's exactly what I wanted to see, right? Like, get Faker going, get him into side lanes. That was great. Keep it up. And don't throw in team fights.
Don't throw in team fights. Don't throw in team fights.
Okay, so we got our predictions and how bad we are. I'm not flipping just yet, but I need to hear from Vancouver.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have any CFO believers?
Do we have any T1 stands? Are they closing out this series?
Yeah.
That's a
quick question, y'all. Quick question. I got a little update.
To the world champion. What are we looking at though? On the side of CFO, we have a few seconds left here.
Apparently, they hold a press conference with some of the players on both sides, both CFO and T1. And I have just been instructed that I am allowed to join it, and I can input questions that they could answer potentially. Would you guys want to watch that? Like, would y'all want me to join the press conference? Because they don't show it on stream. Would y'all want to see that or nah? Like, that's like kind of boring. Y'all want to see it? All right. We will be there. I don't think I can make up any questions. Maybe we can think of some questions by the end of this game to submit, but I don't really have no questions for them, honestly. It's the sky blue. You're so silly. Yeah.
Picks and
All
bans,
right.
powered by Omen
I'll be in
and
the press
HyperX.
conference then.
CFO back to the blue side. Talia once again hitting the bench. T1 don't want to see it. It's game 5 fearless, so there's
Go
not
ahead
a
and
lot
get
left
set up for that.
in a lot of different positions. It's time to start cooking. Rest on stage. See what T1 have up their sleeves. Red side means someone is getting counterpick, and each and every T1 player can be pretty lethal with that option.
As we get to game 5, so many of the mainstays no longer available. Few of them going to remain banned. After seeing the impact that Owner had on the Jarvan, I think the Lee ban, very obvious. Whereas, despite what the scoreline may tell you, everyone that watched that game knew that Honky was a raid boss. Those bans toward him, keep them coming. As it was mostly Faker's impact outside of the lane, able to very quickly make his impact known on the rest of the map.
And again, just a new generation of mid laner. He was 6.
Unreal.
When Faker went to Worlds. Made that run. With SKT back in the day. T1 debating what the final ban is going to be. Renekton, TF, Lee Sin, a lot of safe
The
blind
press
picks
conference lasts approximately 60 minutes, 30 minutes per team.
Okay.
Gnar, Camille. So we could be looking towards. But in a game 5 like this, we'll see, in theory, the ability to get a lot of value out of being on red
literally,
side is
Koi.
there.
Jace, makes me nervous is what Jace does.
Yeah.
Jace, a champion who can take over games. Jace, a champion who can fall apart, most certainly. Rest known for bringing that spice. Oh.
We are looking. We knew it wasn't going to be blind GP. It's going to be the Ornn. Guaranteed engage. Despite the fact that, shockingly, this deep into this series there are still Rakan, Alistair.
We'll just stick around for however long.
All on the table, but this guarantees that you will have the opportunity to try and make
I don't know. They should play Karma.
big engage plays, and this series has been all about the
Are you
team
feeling a little Karma-y? I feel like if there was Kate still on the board, it was possible,
they
but
defaulted to scaling. They put their faith in that late game team fighting. And in game 1, they did almost weather the storm. They did have that better early game. But now with Jace,
oh, they putting this man on Sejuani duty? Y'all, they're scared.
This is going to be tough.
A lot of comfort here.
They're putting him on
Jace
Sej duty?
Theoretically, could
They're
be flexed.
terrified.
We have seen some LCK teams do it. And my guess would be maybe an
they're terrified.
carry or support pickup here on free. But first, what is CFO going to go towards? Great pick. The pick away. I like it a lot. Ensuring there's no Poppy in the game anymore. You pick away one of Guma's best champions.
And a champion they banned most other games.
Question,
and finally,
where are the
Kyling
world skins?
had the Nautilus previously, now has that reliable engage source. Keria, this is where we need to see those counter picks.
And into Rakan, we've seen things like Maokai. Poppy, obviously, after that last game, pretty sure CFO will be happy there off the table, as this is another old, reliable for the GOAT as he picks up the Orianna here. Ball delivery system, obviously, in the form of the Sejuani. And then, I guess, maybe some additional bans to try and ensure that Faker has a decent matchup, because what he did on Silas in that game
I figured the Orianna was
the
gonna
skill
come
shots
out.
not always landing. The pressure that he provided was
Orianna,
undeniable,
what are
and
you
even though in some
doing
cases,
here?
like in the top lane play, might have been better if he played it a bit more slow. T1 wouldn't have had the early game if it wasn't for him immediately ganking Doran. what was it, level 4?
Yeah.
After
If
he
it's
got
a classic
Making that
T1
play happen, and
draft,
that's what you want. Again, when the pressure is
does
on
that
you
mean
to perform, when you are the expected favorite in the series, or at least were coming into the day.
Does that
A
mean
lot feels uncertain.
That's a great point, Dracos.
But Oriana, you said old, reliable. I mean, it would be hard to think of a player in the world currently playing who probably has more games on this pick than Faker does.
Goes for a lot of champions as the...
I think, dude, they just banned Lulu.
Yet another, even though the champion has seen repeated round of nerfs, this is, I think, the type of situation where you will always just be able to get good value. The fact that Braum is gone, you're going to be very happy about a CFO. Does mean that it makes it a lot harder to actually block the Ornn ultimate. Is the Ahri taken away here?
If this means what I think it means.
Early game playmakers and comfort. On Q, 3 games on the pick.
Still have Kindred available. Could be an angle. Can go towards more tankiness. We saw the Mundo come out from Junja as well. What is that mid jungle going to be? AD carry, I think most likely here, and then carry up. Probably cooking up something for the R5. That is the JINX. Already a lot of support available for this pick, and a pick that, as Guma knows very well as well, Xayah really struggles with the range advantage. Is a big deal.
When I saw the Lulu ban, I knew. They're predicting the JINX Lulu.
Something that CFO want
They're predicting the JINX Lulu.
Stage of the game. A lot of hovers. A lot of hovers. Okay, Tristana locked
Yo, they're
in.
a full AB team.
To follow gives them the magic damage that their composition needs.
They have to have an AP jungler.
Junglers.
Lilia.
They need a magic damage jungler at this point. Likely
Lilia.
the mid lane Tristana. I mean, likely, it's the mid lane Tristana.
Is it Nidalee?
Velvet?
Could be looking towards that as well.
Yo, just build armor, guys.
Will be unkillable if they take this risk, but they will have a powerful early game.
Just build armor.
Happy to make consideration.
Xayah.
Brings back to Xayah.
Interesting.
Saw him pull it out in the mid-season playoffs as well.
Guys.
Gonna go back as the carrier Kench comes through. Locally and domestically known as the Engage Kench.
We
which,
feed
given how
JINX.
today's
We're
series
set.
has played out, should come as no surprise. So to
Dude,
summarize,
I knew
top lane
as soon
prior
as we
definitely
saw
there
that
for T1.
Lulu ban,
Rest
bro.
just looking to absorb the blow.
As soon as
Mid-jungle,
I saw the Lulu ban,
setup
I was
isn't
like,
great,
they're
but if you can
anticipating
start
JINX Lulu.
getting ahead early, this clear
Has
speed
to be.
of the Xayah obviously
Has to be.
really
I'm
tough to deal
finally
with.
getting
Now,
my
bot lane,
JINX game, and I wanted it
the
on
laning matchup
none
is favored,
other.
but no one should be dying in that 2v2.
None
Most likely not.
other.
But we've seen a
than the
lot
man
of
himself,
flames, a lot of situations we
Guma
didn't
Yushi.
expect to be explosive, turn into
Very
bloodbaths,
true.
turn into fist fights early. We've got double AD carry
None
scaling
other.
on one side, the Orion and the JINX on the other. Both sides with some solid engage options. CFO certainly favored there, but in the straight front to back, Tom Kench and
Let's do this,
Troll
bro.
Mage,
Let's do
kind of
this,
the
bro.
OG scaling hyper
Let's
carry
do this,
alongside
bro.
Sivir. It's a lot to deal with.
As we go into game number 5, a lot of the games blown up early, but I think this one might go the distance, Dracos.
No, like that's actually how I feel, bro. That's literally how I
a fair
feel.
share of blowouts in this series, but
Let's
come on,
do
for game
this.
5, we gotta bring the fire.
That we do.
I'm so freaking hyped.
Winner of the series. Moving on to face BLG, loser.
I'm so freaking hyped.
Face Movistar Koi.
Spotted. Come on, T1.
Chance next to me, but I think they need more. No. Should we help?
Let's help.
T1 fans, I hear you, but CFO, I hear some chants here and there. I need to hear you together. If you believe in CFO, if you believe in the upset, let me hear you now, Vancouver.
Ooh.
The T1 fans, one last time.
Yes, sir.
It's happened and it's already a sick game, dude. Oh.
All right, no
Yes,
action.
sir.
First 15 minutes. Let's go.
Yeah,
we're
a lot of
looking at
people
Junja's
are,
early
a
clear.
lot
You
of
mentioned it
supports are
before.
taking Unsealed
If an AP
Spellbook.
jungler gets any kind of early advantage, exponential scaling on that clear speed. On the opposite side for Owner, much more playmaking, yes, most certainly, but historically, the AP options were what were good into the tank junglers.
And Guma got on his skin.
Owner needed to make those early plays happen, and he did.
Type beat.
Really started snowballing T1 in this game as HongQ determined to play aggressive. Rocket jump level 1.
Gonna deny the mean from Faker.
Low-key a little bit even trades.
HongQ gonna be decently happy with that. Getting a good amount of Doran's blade value. So Rest also going for the unsealed spellbook. Really further leaning into what we kind of expected, which is try and interact as little as possible with the Jace. As in he goes again with the E.
Level 2. Satchel charge
You
laid
just have
down,
to be
some
really
damage onto
careful.
Faker, keeping the push going. Owner for now
I'm
focused on his
really
own
surprised at the W start.
Oh, and look
I think
at,
I might try
look at
that.
Junja. That red buff
Very
dying while he
interesting.
was already basically
I normally
at
start
his
E.
Raptors.
He started W
Showing
to
his knowledge of the Zyra
get a
clear.
little bit of damage
Good
off
news for
on the.
T1 is it looks like
on
they
the-
spotted the movement from Zyra. They
on
have
the
vision in that
damage.
brush, so seeing that Junja is about a camp ahead right now.
Barely,
And it's just the
Sanjeev.
difference in these champions, their relative
They can
clear
hear when
speed,
they like
that much
scream
more
really
opportunity to
loud,
either
like
reset
if
or get
there's
an early
a really big
gank
play, like they
off.
take
Kaiwing on the
Baron
bottom
or
side of the
something.
map. Person with the
But
most setup.
HongQ early base
Not
into
too much.
TP. Into dropping a ward where Owner got him a bunch
The score
of
is
times.
2-2. Whoever
in the
wins
last
this
game,
game
is
takes
5.
all.
You don't want to give up any free early advantages. Junja, there's the full clear. Owner, he's still on his red.
Dang, the way
One of
he
big
knows
reasons
that
why we
that's
see the
gonna
Zyra
clear it.
Sub 3 minute clear.
On Q. 2, 3 autos, waiting for the 4th to get the reset. Faker chunked out. Does still have his TP, but
Junja.
on Q, trying to keep him here, trying to
Junja.
jail him here. Junja on the way. Plant, just a bit of damage. This is where it gets hard. HongQ ready to rocket jump
Yeah,
over the wall if
I
he
don't
has
think you
to.
can back there.
Faker losing so much because he had the TP. The
He's
help trade
losing a
might
lot,
not matter,
but
because they pushed this
he's,
wave
he's
in.
not dying. So
CFO
if
able
you're
to
not
grab
dying,
that first play, only
you're
further
winning.
establish that gold advantage for
fine.
HongQ. And if he gets this wave in, likely to get the free reset as well.
Textbook place to come through. As Rest.
Dash out, but on
all
the
right,
edge of
Doran,
death
that's
there.
what I like to see. That's that
Heating up.
DD. That's
Yeah, I
that
think
DD. That
especially against Ornn with the W
domestic
available.
Doran.
I don't know if you want to run the risk. It looks
Okay.
like that's not the case. But
We're not
again,
getting the
it's
ID.
Early game. It's
We're not
textbook.
getting the
You load
international
into the
Doran. We're getting that
draft,
DD.
Tristana's prio. Try and harass as much as possible. You have so much tempo.
Is there any
as
A
Zyra into
teams
Sejuani.
left, or they all
And
lost?
even though
So
they
we
don't
only
get
have
Faker, they're
one
not able to
NA
get his
team
flash, which I think
at
would have been a really big win.
MSI
We're able to get a
technically,
plate.
and they are in the losers
early
bracket. They'll be playing against
Experienced late CS, still somewhat even, or relatively even.
G2 tomorrow.
So it's that even here.
I
between
do
HongQ and
predict a
Faker.
win.
They balance it out.
I do predict a
Kaiwing needs to
win.
be a little bit careful here. Base damage from Tom Kench, very powerful.
Engage Kench.
Engage Kench is
Just
expected.
yet.
Also, as a side note, we do have 4 unsealed spell books. The first in an
International Doran
game.
is not in the room with us.
That's both supports
Amen.
Rest and Owner. So if
good luck calling
yeah,
smite
that-
fights,
don't. So yeah, there's going to be up to 3 smites at any given point in this game. So
yeah,
we'll just keep our eyes on the kill feed, shall we, to see who actually gets it. As once again another very positive topside trade. Kaiwing not able to body block that.
Oh, and it's looking like early game Link in the Sept in mid. His Owner might be caught here.
He's fine.
Natural
He's
charge.
fine.
Good damage down on the Owner, but they don't really have great follow-up at this point. Instead, they're going to turn back onto Faker.
They're fine.
Junja grasping roots. Does manage to get him. A little bit of damage onto Faker. They don't quite want to commit for anything else, but Faker doing what he can to weather the storm here as Kaiwing and Doggo.
This is what we were talking about. It's just a range advantage. Just you know
Faker,
HongQ is
respect
looking,
the
but
tryst. Respect
Faker
the
actually
tryst.
getting a good amount of free poke there. Shields down now. Rocket jump is available, but he can't do it
Yeah,
with the turret the way
respect
it
the
is.
tryst, please.
Ready to wrap around in the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the top side, Rest! Taken down by Doran. In game 5, when you need him most, there he is.
Game 5, when we need him the
Almost
most.
800 gold
There
already in his
he
favor.
is.
Park Lord arrives exactly when he
Yes.
means to.
Yes.
The head-to-head was already going well, but
Yes.
as Ornn, you're expected to take a bit of a beating, but we've upgraded from a bit to kind of a knockout punch here early on. Doran finding the solo
That's
kill.
what we like to see.
We'll see CFO answer.
Sensational.
Knowing that a lot of attention was
We
paid
gonna
for
put
T1
some
towards top of
respect
the
on
map.
that
They're
man's
all on
name.
recalls as well, but they do this pretty slowly. Owner's there.
Junja looking for the root, looking for the knockup. Owner taking a decent amount of damage, but I don't really think they have enough to finish the kill before anyone else arrives. Carrier
We gotta
does
give
have
that
access to this
Owner.
Voyage moving in.
I hate it just as much as you do.
Reset. Oh, devastating for the side of CFO. Just able to grab that aggro.
On the way.
Now here comes Carrier, but Honky's on the way here too. He has smites! Carrier in the midst of the team, Carrier with the smite ready to go. And then the end of the day, it's a different support, it's Skywing! Supports across the board, Skywing escaping, Guma flashes, he can't finish it!
And the Dragon goes to Skywing. The one smite, I don't think we noticed. Guma flashes, but doesn't get the final auto as Doran.
Doran and Resto going toe-to-toe, nice flash to get away. Respecting the all-in potential of an Ornn with level 6. He's also taken Ignite from the Summoner's Spellbook. Boy, I hate this room, but it's so hype.
And if you were worried that the tension would be there in game number 5, I'm not so worried anymore. Yeah, it's there. It's good.
T1 with a gold lead, it's almost entirely Doran. It's on him to push this lead forward and either break that tower or give his lead to someone else. Support another lane. See if he wants to just keep the pressure on Rest.
One of the
Gage, nice combo. Pull back onto Faker, good initial dive. Carrier coming in, but he's only level 5. They can't quite finish the kill on the Orianna. Kaiwan needs a way out. Gleaming Quill gives him a bit of health. Trying to get behind the minions.
Ooh, if Carrier has his Devour there, I think Kaiwan dies, but not going to be the case.
Really low though. I don't know if he can afford to stick around. Doesn't have ulti, neither does Faker.
I do think, looking at the compositions again, with how a lot of these early fights play out, T1 with both JINX and Jace actually have so much effective range. Can be hard on the Zyra to really get the most
My
value.
heart is pumping at least 1 million miles per hour.
Forced to jump into you.
Bare minimum.
So much you can do, but this time around, Junja is going to be relying on Rest and Kaiwing setting him up. Kaiwing, especially after that early play, you're going to be feeling good about, but Rest definitely struggling in the lane. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. His owner starts up the grubs here early on.
The other big thing is this Jace is a constant pressure point, which means setup is that much harder. We know the dream situation for the Zyra, that you have to fight into her.
Owner's like, not again. Doesn't even have smite. Doesn't matter.
Wants to get it. Junja now on the way. Honku on the way. Carrier only level 5. Can't save the day, but they're looking for a little bit more. Honku goes right in and is going to try to take down Owner. It's a solid ult to kick things off. Owner going to fall. Goes over the wall. Satchel charge. Just barely lives. And they managed to get all the grubs.
If Guma stole that last one, holy moly, that would have been fantastic because it would have been all 3. But I won't be greedy because Interlations 2610 says if you greed, you will feed. And luckily, our jungler made it out of there alive and we are up. So we're going to take that.
Slightly ahead.
We're going to take that.
Spots them with the sweeper. Kaiwan goes in, doesn't find his target, and now they're forced to back away. Honku.
Faker!
Push back.
Faker.
Flashes out of safety. Faker now on the chase. Flash of his own. One more auto will seal the deal. One more auto and he gets it! Redemption for the first few games. Faker finds his form in game 5.
All right.
The laning phase will not belong to Honku again.
All right.
That's the reps on Orianna right there paying off.
Love to see it.
As that is now the second solo kill found for T1. The CFO games, both of them could not be more one-sided. Master classes in snowballing the game.
And even in the midst of the explosive action mid lane, it's still just Doran on the bottom side of the map, slowly but surely extending this gold lead. Rest, there's just nothing he can do.
And for Junja, there is so much he needs to do, right? Like, he can't help the tank. Needs to try and play towards his top side that's getting pushed in as, Rest.
Rest in trouble, drops the Ignite early.
Because of his W. That's going to be enough. No wave right now. Junja looking for top. A punish would be huge here.
Carrier level 6.
Oh, no ult for Kaiwing.
Pumpkin has ult.
Trying to take Guma out. Junja locked up, goes for the root.
Nice dodge.
Sidestep.
Nice sidestep. Well played. Well executed. Very disciplined.
Too much
Keep it up, T1.
Is going to be
Keep it up.
Chicken camp being picked up by Owner here. And Junja,
stop that back. Stop that back.
T1 know they're in the lead.
Slow
they
their
know they've got these
tempo.
winning lanes and they just want to keep pushing.
Because we don't let people get stuff for free. No. No, we stop now.
Coming.
Owner ready to go. Sees the TP coming in though. Kaiwing on the way. Now taking over to level 6.
Faker doesn't have flash, so there is a lot more playmaking potential here for CFO. They need to
We're just getting
towards the
free
top side because of the play that they found to cancel.
Plates.
T1 just
Turret's
keeps on
about
pushing.
to fall.
So Junja needs to deal with bot side because they're getting pushed in. Because Guma has range
Guma's
advantage.
still getting the gold from that plate, but he's already in base, so he's got more gold to spend on a full item. We talking wild arrows.
Just now got solo killed by
We're
Faker.
up
That
10
lead is gone as well.
CS.
And that's why.
Really get into that real quick. Really get into that.
And you're starting to
Don't
see the
even
cracks
get me
in the armor,
started on
CFO.
top. Don't ever.
So many explosive early games as Guma.
Don't even get me started on
Junja,
Doran.
Good initial route, ulti to follow. So much damage now into the Jinx. Junja can't quite follow it up at a big chunk. Carry immediately sprinting up to the top side, knowing he needs to be there to defend his AD carry. Ghost burned. Flash now.
What if you just went home, Guma? What if you?
Can. Reinforcements
What if you
are on the
low-key
way
just
though.
didn't die?
Oh,
Junja has to be
T1
careful.
Might be trying to play a little greedy here as carry out.
This is giving very
Junja
interlations.
sees the Tom Kench, but in comes the Rakan just in time. Guma playing on the edge.
Giving
however.
very
Valor there to
interlations.
keep owner standing. Doggo wants to finish that kill, but they can't get anything. And the wave now deleted. They're likely to tank this. Knockup coming in from the Tom Kench. Doggo still going forward. Ulti coming from Jinx. Doggo finds the first kill. Honky ready to go over the
Very
wall.
interlations.
Doggo wants to stay safe.
Carria's still stuck. There's no TPs available. No one can help him.
Faker uncontested mid lane. Missile dive coming out. Doggo has to be careful though. Carrier does a lot of damage. The Q healing as well going to be clutch, but a few plates to the side of CFO. Unfortunately, Faker still pushing in the mid lane.
And what they will deny a
Hey,
lot of
so this
resources
isn't
from
us.
Guma
No, like.
still feels like a trade as opposed to just a win for CFO. I think they're still going to be happy about it.
Battle Kench.
Unless on Q should be fine here. Carrier.
Use the rocket jump. Ulti
He had the
force.
ult there. If
Carrier
he
put down
didn't,
more
Carrier
pressure there.
eats him.
Rest doing what he can in this bot side
It's
matchup.
scary, man. Giant catfish walking towards you.
I mean, if you hit the Q, you're going to hit the W. Tough situation.
A lot of minions going by the wayside here for CFO, but I think those kills and the fact that Guma doesn't just get to run away with this matchup, put some resources into Doggo, definitely a good call there from the LCP representatives.
Certainly helps out. Again, range is the big issue. How do you get in range? Some defensive tools of your own. It's not like T1 have the greatest engage options, but if Jinx can keep you at arm's length, it might not matter as Skywing spots Carrier. Carrier pretty damn tanky, and Faker hungry for blood on that top side. Didn't hesitate to go on in the last game, won't hesitate to do it again here.
Ulting for tempo is Rest.
Rest looking for the angle, but it's just not enough. Down he goes. The feat of warfare, the rocket. Not gonna
Nice try,
connect.
Guma. I'll teach you how to land those.
T1
We'll talk about it.
Starting to run
We'll
away
go
with
over the
it.
VOD.
CFO.
Carrier has
I'll teach you
exhaust
how to land those
available.
later.
Looking for the return play. Well highlighted.
Keep it up. Keep
Lock
it up.
it too. I don't think there's a dive angle here, but CFO are desperate to find something. Junja's damage is okay, but
He does have the Leandries. I feel like they're pressed into this. On the other end of the map, owner's taking Dragon. Doran is just
taking
pushing.
a
They
tower.
gotta try.
CFO, they need this to work. Taking their time. Junja, good lockup. Ulti going down. Carrier staying next to Faker. Faker not going to get caught, though.
They can't.
They get nothing.
They lose the first turret. Reinforcements arrive. And CFO see T1
All
take
right.
a great trade
Dragon.
now.
First
Stone Cold
turret.
unfazed.
That means feats.
CFO
Well
still
done.
pushing. Carrier ready to go. Doggo
We're winning the
walking
objectives
forward.
game. I don't know what you thought you were doing, Kai Wing. I don't know what you thought you were doing, Kai Wing. I don't know what you thought you were doing. I don't know who you thought you were about to kill. But I'm gonna need you to think again.
But it's too damn late. Honky wants
I'm gonna need you to think again. Don't ever disrespect my team like that ever again.
An incredible fight. And
Don't ever disrespect them. Thinking you just about to go in like that, do a knock-up. No, sir. You're going back to base.
And as the arena erupts,
You're going back to base.
relentless. Top
That's
side
where you're
turret
going.
falls. Mid lane
Think
falls.
twice.
The dive,
Think twice.
a failure, and CFO.
Absolutely not. Look at this.
They got so
Look at this.
insanely close. I understand why they go
No.
for this play. Again, they're losing
You forgot
on all
who
the
you
other
were
sides
playing
of the map.
against.
It's a Hail Mary, but T1 is ready. Even though
You forgot
Dogo's
Carrier
timing
got
was
them
good,
hands.
the exhaust means that Carrier just stays alive.
Yep.
Doran shows up.
Yep.
And then Honkyu feels priced in. Maybe
Yep.
he can get a kill.
And
the
then
fact that he
boop
doesn't
bop.
even get the Kench.
But eat bop.
Even if it wouldn't have made the play better, it's insult to injury, and Junja can only watch
Oh, you're not gonna show the bow?
as his teammates are taken down one by one
Yeah.
by T1.
Yeah.
Fans erupt, even as Faker is stone
Sometimes
cold.
they just need a little pep
Gotta
talk,
give credit to
Charlanders.
Carrier. The Poppy game,
Sometimes
so
they just
many
need a
incredible
little pep
moments.
talk.
It's hard to replicate that on Tom Kench, but he was exactly where he needed to be.
And
The
we're getting
exhaust,
Rift
the
Hill.
feet of
Engage
power,
I'm talking to you about
perfectly timed
two Void
to keep Faker
Grubs.
standing.
I'm talking to you
Ooh,
about
CFO go.
Mountain
They're not
Dragon.
gonna give up.
I'm talking to you
Certainly
about
aren't. Lock
Rift
up there.
Herald.
Ulti going in onto Faker.
Feats.
Faker likely to get taken down.
That's
Junja will live.
one.
Big shutdown, but in the meantime, the rest of the map falling apart. Rest in trouble as owner goes 1v1 versus the Ornn. And Doran still just keeps pushing these waves forward. Rest
Ooh.
using the unsealed heal.
trying to do what he can, but there's 2 towers being assaulted. CFO, they're finding 1 or 2 kills back, but look at the difference in gold, 5,000 in the favor of T1.
The way that just went through my head.
The T1 are playing the entire map.
And yes, we see the bounty.
Wait, let me shut the frick up, bro.
With the E. Although, he might be paying because Junja's looking to get ahead of the play, looking to get ahead of the punish. Maybe just trying to execute, but I don't know if this is going to happen with the J6 for Hongq, but he's stuck.
Hongq does not have jump.
Also caught
Hongq does not have jump.
He gets taken down.
He gets the execute.
Thank you.
The execute crucial.
I'm a snitch every time.
They give it to Faker.
I'm a snitch every time. Hongq does not have jump. Finish him.
And that is not what you want to see. You do not want to see 3 members of T1 standing in front of you while you have a blinking red health bar waiting for the
I think the Zyra got executed though.
Gold. It feels like the writing
She got
is on the
executed,
wall.
so that was unfortunate.
And in theory, right, if Rest can get to level 13, 14, start giving out these ornaments. If Doggo...
No, that's what I'm saying, Koi. This is how I expected the first 3 games to go.
Your mid to late game
what the frick happened?
Absolutely disgustingly strong.
T1 following the script a little bit too hard, bro. Like deviate.
He out from Rest. CC there. Kaiwing trying to make the difference. Ulti going in. The Forge got called, but Junja already exhausted once again. The carries just cannot get their damage down. CFO still stepping forward.
What
Uncertain
damage?
if they can keep this fight going.
The carries
T1
just
happy
can't
to
get their
take the
damage.
tower and
What
retreat.
carries? I'm looking for them. Who's the carry on the side of CFO?
CFO holding on.
What carry?
To the remnants of their base. Knowing
I'm perplexed.
It's 17
Can y'all bring up the
in.
gold leads real quick?
It's a 6K
I want to see
gold
some.
lead.
And you wished for a close game 5.
What carry?
And you're not
What
gonna
carry
get it,
do
it
we
would appear.
see on the side of CFO? What?
Never say never.
Never say never.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Glass half full.
We do need. We do need.
Oh, the Tristana with the
something needs to
52 gold
happen.
lead. The 52-cent gold lead.
I'm looking at
that one.
Maybe another Dragon Steel.
It's possible.
Maybe an Otacon.
Oh,
Definitely
the
possible.
one that's 1 and 3 in comparison to the Faker who has 6 KP.
Exactly.
What I will say
Oh.
is
Diving too deep on the Nexus. That's a classic.
I think
Oh, okay.
when you think
Or
about T1,
thank you so
we
much
said it
for the
before,
follow.
They're a team that always peaks at the right time. And
The
usually
one that's got the 2 quarters
But right now I'm thinking about
jingling
it as
around
games,
in their
because
pocket.
in Game 5 they've been clutch. They found Junja.
Oh.
Nice McHale's coming through from Kaiwing to keep him
Just checking.
standing. So T1 not able to find that pick.
No reset.
But they do get some major cooldowns. Faker just waiting in the brush. Ward over the wall too. Ball there. Owner still stepping forward. Carrier ready to back him up if he needs to. Shockwave only connecting onto Rest. Not the ideal target. But Faker just, and the rest of T1 just don't want to let them back into their own jungle. Trying to keep the pressure on, but it's Hongq.
Hongq ain't talking about nothing. Yeah, he don't jump out. Ain't nobody
Carrier was
stressed
still
out
in
on
the area as
Hongq.
well. Still at Locket. Still at Heal. Still at Devour. This is the problem, is that when you get ahead with a composition with both Orianna and Kench, T1 can't just have someone be a little bit too far forward. There is so much shielding, so much safety that's available here.
It's also incredibly difficult because the exhausts that are coming in from having double summoner spell
No,
make
it is
so
a little
easy.
bit
If anyone
stressful.
does even manage to pop off, his
You should be able
CFO.
to get the bounty. It's about the exit here, Dracos.
T1 playing for the kills. 2.3K. Where's the objective going to go? 1600 Dragon getting lower.
They get the objective.
Orn called. Owner trying to retreat.
I
Hongq
feel
into
like
the
Guma
back line. The
ulting
rest
a
of
little bit
CFO a
too
little bit
early.
split. Faker about to fall, but Faker remains
Guma,
standing.
Faker's
Crucially
fine.
carried amidst the team. Feathers ready
Hongq
to
is the
go.
person you need
T1
to check
continue
on.
advance anyway. Unconcerned. Doggo pulls the feathers back.
on a
Finds the
flank.
root.
He's behind them.
Owner ready to go. Shockwave connecting on the
Hongq
Junja,
is the
getting down
person
whatever
you need to
damage he
worry
can.
about.
Owner playing with his food, keeping him slow to Shock Blast. Massive damage. The ulti! He slides, he glides, he finds the angle, and carry is not done.
Buddy, calm down. He's in the base.
He's
Looking to
hype,
break it open.
baby. When my boys are excited, they lethal, boy. They lethal. You can't talk to him. You can't talk to him. He in the zone. He in the
They
flow
are a
state.
terrifying
He
team.
like that.
Oh, and
CFO
CFO
are
like
being
that.
reminded of that
Guma,
very
next time I'm gonna
quickly.
need
They're
you
not
to
gonna be in
save your
position
ulti for when they're
to try
actually
and
low
contest this
HP.
Takes off one of the
You don't want to ult them when they're 100% health
on our
points.
list. Just not gonna happen.
Your ult does more damage
Hongq
based on
close
the
to a second
percentage of
item,
missing
but
health. I just want to.
Still so far away. Doggo has his.
If you
but
ulted at the
he,
end of that fight when they
again,
were about to
is
enter their
always gonna be
base, you get a
reliant.
double kill there.
Zaya, when you're playing into Orianna, when you're playing into Jinx, character just
Guma
has
using
very,
his ult
very
for
limited effective
poke.
range.
Like,
As
come
Guma
on now.
Sitting on
Come
his
on
IE.
now.
Faker's just going Death Gap second.
He's locked in.
He knows they have the damage advantage.
This man opening with his
It does not
ulti,
matter if he
sir.
dies. They will wipe the fight. Doran.
You know better than that.
Opportunity? He's 5,000 gold ahead individually.
We haven't talked about him in a bit.
He could just give money to any one of his teams.
I wonder if
They'd all
it's
be an
just
item
like
ahead of their
out of
opposition.
nerves of like wanting to get the damage off ASAP. I also think
absolutely
maybe
insane.
he
And
wanted to
more
get damage
importantly,
on
don't
them
balance
just
this
in
out. They're
case
like
they
1,000 gold
die, but they
ahead.
were full
Close.
HP, so
He's
that
just
doesn't
level
make
12.
sense. But just in case they die, he gets his resets.
there.
But
I don't know where
like
he goes to
again,
farm. He's another support.
Oh. And Doran on the Jace.
nah, I get what he was doing. He was doing it
poignancy
as
of
a
the
taunt.
moment.
Like I don't even need my
Not
ult.
lost, I think, on any T1 fan opportunity now. Started with his early solo kill. Bolstered
Oh.
by help from
Oh, okay.
Honor.
I can only assume the AoE if someone dies is instant passive, so
just
that's my
desperately
thought
holding on.
process, Koi.
Only a game and a half
But
ago,
with that being said, they were full
seemed like
health
they were on the
points,
verge of
and you only
doing
get, I think
something
it's
that had not
3
been done in
seconds
13
for the
years.
reset. So I don't know who they were about to kill in 3 seconds at
Now
full
it's feeling
HP,
very far away as T1.
but it was a little perplexing.
Again, sometimes they misstep. When it matters, they always
Guma.
seem to show up.
No, me in the press conference.
Cap completed for Faker. Double
Yes,
items for
this is
Guma.
Reagan, aka Miss Chim Chim, with For the
bits
Girls
and pieces
Entertainment.
for Honku. Doggo at least has 2 items of his own,
why
but
do you throw your
again, the
ultimates
range.
out for absolutely
How they
no
walk
reason?
up into this team. Even without the Tom Kench, these fights would be hard as Doggo loses
Thank
so
you.
much of his HP.
There's the
The
turn.
CFO determined to try and find the fight, looking for the lockup on the carry. It's Torn who's been exhausted. Torn in the midst of the team. They're trying to burn through this Jace and get that shutdown as quick as they can, but the shot wave is good.
Yeah,
The
Guma's popping
reset
off.
is there. Guma's damn well
GG
getting
though.
excited even as the feathers fly. The knockback play
Great
was decent.
series,
They're trying
everyone.
to hold on,
Well
but
played.
T1,
I'm
they
really
wanna
glad
end
we
it
got to
quick.
spend this time together. It was a great best of 5.
just don't have
Due
the
to
money.
unfortunate
They don't have the
circumstances,
stats, they don't
CFO,
have the items.
you will
Donor is
be
just standing there leisurely tanking
you
the
will be
turn, and
taking the L.
Doggo
You will be in the losers
trying to
bracket.
hold on.
But
There's nowhere for him to go. His
I just want to
base is
say
falling to pieces. The
congratulations to
fountain, the
T1.
last bastion of
Congratulations to
safety in this
CFO.
game.
Y'all did a
5,
great display of
T1.
skill.
Only
However,
23 minutes in.
we're gonna have to give this one to T1.
No.
We're gonna have to give this one to T1. Dude,
seconds. I
why
don't think
do
it can
all of
actually
these
end.
games end
Junja on
in
his
someone
way.
like being
Dead.
chased for 10 years?
TP angle, but the people of TP not alive just yet.
Bro gonna curse in Korean and then tell her in English for fun.
And at this stage
No,
of the game,
he's gonna
10,000
fully
gold
curse
for
me out in
T1.
Korean
It would
and
take
then
a
be like,
miracle for
"Oh, I
CFO
don't
to
know."
find a way back in.
fully.
T1 will give them the respect to play it safe, to play it smart.
Dang, I wish I had a question for them. I really do. I don't have a
The
question.
map is just getting smaller and smaller.
They don't get to play the game, right? It's why we always talk about when you get to this point, you just don't have the items to take anyone down unless they massively overstep. And T1, they've been playing pretty deliberate as I say that. Faker will be found here by Rest. Has his own
I don't have a
now.
question. I wish I did.
Over the wall, and it was a trap. Baited beautifully.
There you go,
T1.
Guma. That was mwah,
The wave on bot
perfect.
side might be the final. Double 80 carries, Kai Wing. Carrier.
They gonna say,
unafraid, unthreatened.
he
The
said
magic
yes.
was so close here in Vancouver. But it looks like reality has set in. Draco says the Nexus is about to fall.
T1.
And
Sending
my
a reminder, you might
pick'ems
take one game.
stay
You might take 2,
perfecto.
but you are not taking
And
the
that's
series.
a
The world
T1
champs
win, baby.
will move on in the upper
For
bracket.
the books.
And to me, what summarizes this series is right, the faces
Yes,
of
sir.
Junja and Hongkyu. Do they look devastated
Yes,
that they lost?
sir.
Yes, but also smiles because they know that series was
Okay,
something
all
special.
jokes aside, y'all.
T1.
All jokes aside, this was a banger series. Enjoyable through and through. Exceptional displays of skill on both sides. Honestly, each player had their game of perfection. Some more than others, but the champions that we saw, the plays that we saw, the full game 5, everyone played their freaking heart out. Yes, CFO definitely showed a reason as to why they are here. They are not just some puny little team from a puny little region. No, they said we that big LCP. that big LCP. Put some respect on their names. And honestly, I have to. I do.
T1.
Absolutely outstanding performance.
BLG and MSI have often been the boogeyman for this lineup. And here we are. It feels inevitable.
Crazy work.
Every single series is a banger, by the way. Unreal.
It's insane. It's completely nuts. We take a look at the post-game breakdown powered by AWS. It's a story of dominance. It's a story of Faker. Again, how is this the same player who went on like a wacky Silas journey? How is this the same player we saw in
I want to
Game
ask
2?
a question, guys. I want to ask a question.
That he's not a player you can break. He will always find a way to come back.
What a back and forth. What a series.
What do we even say? Like, what? It's just incredible.
They should have locked in GP. I don't even know. Don't worry, BLG gonna handle y'all. Oh, I know.
LEC and LTA.
Totally, I predicted BLG wins.
Junja.
I want to ask something about like
Doggo as well. A lot of players.
T1.
Every single player on that team at their moment today.
Certainly did. I think the same is true for T1, right? Again, carry in those last two
Why
games
the frick did
especially.
y'all pick Senna ADC?
Incredible
I
stuff.
think we might go with that.
But that's enough from us. We're going to join Shox and G-Sun with Faker and Gumayushi on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Faker and Gumayushi and T1 who reign supreme, but it was a battle very hard fought. Congratulations to you both. But I do have to ask as a first question, Faker, tell me about that game 5 and what do you think the key to victory was? Because CFO had a really
It's
good
going to
showing
be Doran and Carrier
우선 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘
at the press conference.
굉장히 좋은
Doran
전력을
and Carrier,
보여줬는데요.
Kaiwing and Driver.
승리에 있어서 어떤 점이 가장 주요했다고 생각하시나요?
일단 미드에서의 플레이가 좀 중요하다고 생각했고 초반에 조금 안 좋았는데 중반 이후에 좀 저희가 준비했던 대로 잘 된 것 같습니다.
I think the mid lane play was crucial. Although it didn't really go well in the early game, we were able to kind of come back and make better plays later on. So I think it was the key.
Okay, Gumayushi, you were quite unexpected in getting here in terms of T1. Not that many fans were hoping to or expecting to see you here. Did you have to get used to the stage, you think? And how good do you think you could play here at MSI?
I submitted my interview request for this game too late.
지금 무대 적응은 완벽히 잘 되신 것 같으신지 그리고 이번 MSI 자신감은 어느 정도인가요?
No, not this game. For tomorrow too late. So I will be up for interview on Sunday, which T1 is playing.
찾아갈 것 같습니다.
But
we just had our first match, so I think it's gonna take a little more time to get used to the new stage and everything, and confidence will also build up later.
It definitely will. Now, Faker, you were up versus Honkyu, who was 6 years old when you won your very first World Championship. And I know that you're also one of his idols. Is there anything you want to say about his performance today?
오늘 생각했던 것보다 조금 상대 선수가 홍큐 선수가 굉장히 잘했다고 생각했고 그래서 좀 어려운 경기였는데 오늘 이렇게 승리할 수 있어서 기쁩니다.
I mean, Honkyu played even better than I expected, so it was actually a rough kind of a series for me, but in the end, we had a really good game together.
Okay, you definitely did. You put on a beautiful show. When you're here in Canada, that means you can play in NA solo queue to
you only
practice,
get one question?
and I know you
I
have
can
some
submit
experience with it, Faker. How would you feel NA solo queue is currently to make sure that you get good practice in?
또 북미를 오신 만큼 캐나다에 오신 만큼 북미 서버 솔랭을 하시면서 연습을 하실 것 같은데 이미 몇 차례 해보신 경험이 있지만 연습에 얼마나 도움이 되는지 한번 알려주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
전 항상 솔로 랭크는 도움이 된다고 생각하고 비록 좀 핑이 높기는 해도 그래도 되게 재밌게 하고 있고 또 NA 그 플레이어들이 굉장히 채팅이 많더라고요. 그래서 보는 재미가 있습니다.
Well, any kind of solo queue game is a good practice. Well, although the ping is a little higher, but still, it's helping a lot. And also, one thing that's really fun about the NA solo queue is that they chat a lot, and I'm having a lot of fun reading all the chats and having interactions.
He sees all of it. Amazing.
We
the wolves
do.
are a little dangerous, though. Gumayushi, even here in Canada, there are so many fans of yourself, of T1, of course. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone here and the people at home, of course, supporting T1?
여기 캐나다 현장에도 정말 구마유시 팬분들 그리고 T1 팬분들이 많고 열렬한 응원을 보내주고 계십니다. 현장에 계신 분들 그리고 온라인에서 또 시청하면서 응원해주시는 모든 분들을 위해서 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단은
좀 아시아 쪽 시간으로는 되게 이른 시간이라고 알고 있는데 이른 시간에 일어나서 저희 응원해 주시는 모든 팬분들에게 너무 감사드리고 또 현지에 찾아주신 분들이랑 또 현지 팬분들 모두에게 너무 감사드리고 MSI 꼭
I don't think
열심히 해서
Faker
좋은
types
성적
Becca.
있도록 하겠습니다.
First off, for the fans in Asia time zone, you know, I heard they have to wake up so early in the morning to watch us perform, but I'm very grateful that so many fans are tuning in live to support us. And also for all the fans out here, thank you so much for coming down to support us. I will make sure to do my best in order to make the best outcome here in MSI Vancouver.
And there's just one more question I need to ask, and I'll ask you both. Up next is BLG, a really exciting matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG? Faker first, perhaps.
이제 다음 경기는 BLG를 상대하실 예정인데요. 아직 BLG가 작년 월즈에서의 그런 악몽을 떨치지 못했을 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 마지막으로 BLG 상대에게 한마디 할 수 있다면 뭐라고 하시고 싶으신가요?
PLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘만큼 힘든 경기는 내일은 안 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I was actually
Look at
not
Guma.
expecting a rematch to happen this fast. But, you know, I hope we can have a good game together. And I believe it's not going to be as tough as today.
Well, Guma Yoshi, would you like to add anything, or is that enough?
뭔가 더 덧붙이실 말씀 있으실까요?
작년 월즈의 악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
You guys are going to relive the nightmare of last Worlds finals.
Oh, well, we will see T1 against BLG in their next matchup. One more time for T1, Faker, and Guma Yoshi.
Wow, thank you so much, Shucks. Thank you.
All right. All right. Holy moly. All right. I need to get set up for this press conference. Like I said, it will be Doran and Carria on the side of T1 and Kaiwing and Driver for the side of CFO. Let's see. I am going to get this pulled up. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I don't leak anything, so I'm just going to turn off you know what? Let me just do it like this. Let me get this set up real quick. What's today? The 3rd. Let me get all set up, y'all. I don't know if I need to turn on my camera. I guess I just will. Okay, my name is... Okay. All right. We're in. I'm gonna hide this. Okay. I will put this on screen and then I'll change it to be like full screen when it pops up. Because right now I'm not like in the room. So I'll just put this right here for the time being. Oh. Okay, I'm muted. I'm muted. Wait, why can't y'all see? There we go. Wait, why is it black? Okay, y'all can see that. I don't know if my cam's supposed to be on. I'm not gonna hold you. Oh, you can't see the cams. Okay. I don't know if that's good or bad. Nah, they just accepted me into the room and I was like, oh. It might be best if I just display my whole screen, but I just gotta make sure I don't leak nothing. I don't have anything else on this window, so I should be okay. Okay. We should be good. Should be good. I got a question for Carrier. What's his type? Yo, the way that like I'm so nervous that I'm not muted, but I see the muted sign right here. I don't even know if I need to have my cam on. Nobody else got their cams on. Everybody else chilling, bro. Dang, bro. I don't have a question. I feel like I need to submit a question. Carrier, your ultimates were make or break during game 4. What's your favorite chroma color and why? How we feel? How we feel? Girl, we know it's pink, period. And true, and true. Okay, how did you ensure vision was set up to make sure you could be successful in finding the right pick for your ultimates? Right pick or target for your ultimates? I think that's pretty poggers. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. No, my cam being on and they see me actively talking to y'all, and also my chat is on stream, so they can also see chat. Carrier, your ultimates make or break game 4. How did you ensure vision was set up to make sure you could be successful in finding the right picks or targets for your, I'll just say right targets for your ultimates? Like, I no, because Driver is gonna be in here. Driver is gonna be in here, so I want to ask Driver, can you hit that hoe real quick? You know what? I think I might actually. No, because that's mean, because he lost. Like, I want to be like, Driver, if you were to have won, which dance would you have done? Like, I want to ask him so bad. What question are you about to ask? I put in, Carrier, your ultimates make or break game 4. How did you ensure vision was set up to make sure that you could be successful in finding the right targets for your ultimates? I want to ask Driver so bad, bro. Oh, Cupcake, that's fire. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. Doran, how did you... Okay, Doran. CFO has 2 top laners who were both well prepared for your top lane slayness. I gotta put a little sprinkle dinkle on there, bruh. I like that, Cupcake. How did you prepare for draft since CFO has 2 top laners? And how did you adapt to both of them? That's fire. I'm gonna quote you though. I'm gonna quote you on there. From Cupcake Freak. Oh my God. Fam, can we... I'm gonna just shorten you to Cupcake, fam. I'm sorry. I gotta shorten it, bro. I gotta shorten it. You just Cupcake today, bro. You just Cupcake today. I don't want to plagiarize, but dang, fam. You dang it, Cupcake. Don't quote you. You're so embarrassed. I'll take it out. I'll take it out. I'll take it out. I just wanted to give you your cred, babe. I didn't want it to look like I was plagiarism. FTG, I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. Yeah, let me put for the girls media. FTG media. For the girls media. Yeah. I like that. I like that. I like that right there. I like that right there. Okay. CFO, what about a question about how to pace a best of 5 with the new draft rules? Like, are you talking about like fearless draft? Wait, is this the T1 room? Wait, are there 2 different rooms? I only got 1 link. They do one after the other. Oh, okay, Sam, they do one after the other. They do one after the other. They're not simultaneous. This your first one? Me too, bestie. I don't know how we got in here. We got sent the link. We lit. We lit. Okay. I want to ask a question so bad for Driver, bro. I want to ask a question for Driver. Real bad. Driver, you played outstandingly today. Amazing display of skill. But I'm curious, what dance did you have prepared upon a win in today's series? Does that mean? I feel like the setup is quite good there. Like I hit him with the little morale boost. You played outstandingly today. Amazing display of skill. But I'm curious, what dance did you have prepared upon a win in today's series? And what is your biggest takeaway? I can add that. I want to see him dance. I'm sorry. I want to see him dance. I want to see a dance. We probably not going to get a dance because he lost though, right? But I still want to give him that chance to shine. You know what I'm saying? He might be too sad to dance. Okay. How about this? You played amazingly today. Amazing display of skill, but I'm curious, can you milli rock even though you lost today? I don't know. I don't like that wording. I know what you're saying, but I want us to get invited back. So is it mean to ask? Who won? T1. It is? Dang. Okay. We can reword this. I really want to ask Driver a question though. I know you just lost. Go ahead and bust out a 2-step for me. Oh man. Make it friendlier real quick. Let me see what ChatGPT say. Oh, they probably. Oh, I want one for Driver, bro. I feel like you rage baiting. All right, bro. We won't ask. Dang. Can't even ask the man to dance, bro. All right. Let's go for CFO. Or CFO. All right. Driver. Ooh, okay, Munchie, I kind of like that. Respectfully, the press room is not in favor of ChatGPT. Why you say that? Kings, I don't think I can ask him that. I really don't think I can. Yeah, tomorrow's FlyQuest versus G2 and Genji versus AL. Despite the tough loss, you gained a lot of fans today. Is there anything you want to say to them? Ooh, okay. I'm gonna change that a little bit. That's good. But what I'm gonna say is, Driver, despite the tough loss today, we got to say something about the girlies. Despite the tough loss today, the girly pops were vastly impressed by your gameplay. Is there anything you want to say to the girly pops today? How we feel? I feel like adding the girly pops adds a little sprinkle dinkle on there. You feel me? I think that deserves a little dance to be proud of. Would you mind shaking some for one time? Girl, turn that camera off. No, because like I don't know if they can see, like the players can see. I don't know what the setup is. They'll probably just say like girls. Driver, despite the tough loss today, the girly pops were vastly impressed by your skills. Vastly impressed by your playmaking. Is there anything you want to say to your new fans? Very impressed. Immensely impressed. Ooh, the jackets. Facts. Driver, despite the tough loss today, the girly pops were very impressed by your playmaking. Is there anything you want to say to your new fans? Vastly impressed by your playmaking and your drip. That jacket is fire. What would you like to say to your fans, and where can we get that jacket? Close loss. I love how y'all are so sensitive towards their feelings with this wording. I really like that. I really like that. Okay, so driver, despite the close loss today, the girly pops were very impressed by your playmaking and your drip. That jacket y'all had on today is fire. Is there anything you want to say to your fans? And where can we cop that jacket? The translators are not going to know what to say. The translators are going to see this question and be like, not going to lie to you, I don't know what she said. Not going to lie to you, I do not know what she just said. So just say some words back and I'm going to repeat it. Where can I cop that jacket? Where can we purchase your merchandise? Okay, driver, despite the close loss today, the girly pops were very impressed by your playmaking and your drip. That jacket y'all had on today is fire. There's no freaking way, bro. What is she saying? What is she saying, bro? What is this question? Driver, okay, let's clean this up. Let's clean this up a little bit. Driver, despite the close loss today, the girly pops were very impressed by your playmaking or by your plays? By your gameplay. And your drip. That jacket you had on, I don't think they'll know what y'all is. We also loved your team's flash fashion. Okay, I like that. I like that. And we also loved your team's fashion. Where everybody go? Why half of everybody just leave? They saw you asking nonsense and decided to leave. I guess so. Oh, we in. Okay, I'm muted. Period. We in. We really in here, y'all. Okay, we muted. Okay, I thought that was saying that we weren't muted. We really in here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Period. Okay, let's finish this question. Despite the close loss today, the girly pops were very impressed with your gameplay. Also, we loved your team's fashion. Y'all ate with those jackets and jerseys. Is there anything you want to say to your new fans, and where can we cop that jacket? T1 is up first. How did you know? Does it say it somewhere? Do winners always go first? I don't think nobody watching, bro. I don't think nobody watching. I just want my camera to be on, because like, what if they can see? I want them to see me. You know what I'm saying? Because if I at the next live thing. Oh, not the faker jacket. No. They can't recognize that I'm a fan. They can't recognize that. No. He must be low key. I'm not gonna be the super fan. I'm not. Okay, we gotta take that down too. Oh, sir. I ain't about to be no super fan. Oh, sir. Smolder, you gonna have to go. I do apologize. I ain't about to be no super. I got on the jacket. I can be a little fan. Right? Just a little fan? Hold on. We gotta be somewhat professional, y'all. Somewhat. All right. Okay. We good. Hello, my name is Reagan, representing FTG Media for the Girls Media. When driver sees your jersey, jacket, smolder, merch, sign, tattoo. All right, we good now. We chilling. Okay, but I think they doing T1 first, so T1 not gonna hear the question. They're not gonna hear that. Accidentally joined the. Okay. Do you want to send the CFO? Yo, that's freaking crazy. There's so much T1 merch integrated into this stream, bro. I am just now noticing. I had the jacket, the signs, the freaking jersey. I got T1 here, bro. Dang. I sold myself out, bro. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to. Hi, Miss Chim Chim. I'm just gonna have to hold it like that, bro. Okay, I need my cam to not be where they are. And I need it to be a little bigger in case we turn this into a clip. Oh. And ooh. I'm trying to get the camera. Here we go. I don't know where they're gonna be. I'll just put me right here for now. Yeah, I'm thinking between the chairs might be the best because it looked like they're like seated like one over here, one over here. I think that might be best. No, Kat, I'm doing the most for me. I want my image when I post on my socials to look okay. I don't want to look silly. I haven't submitted the CFO one. I'm not too sure about it. It looks like you might be the only English outlet. Arsh is with Namin or Namin. Lip touch up. Facts. Okay, thank you. Thank you for getting me right. Thank you for getting me right. Are you going to MSI this year? I wanted to super duper badly, but it does not look like I will be going. It's Joey. Thank you so much for the follow. Let me change the title to MSI conference and then we gonna rock and roll, baby. I don't know when this thing start, but hopefully soon. Let's see. All right. Yo, thank you so much. It's Joey. I appreciate you. We are actually in the press conference. This is what they do not show you this on stream, but we are about to be in the press conference with T1 and CFO after the games. And we're going to see if we can get some questions answered. So welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. Okay. I might just do the we were impressed by his gameplay. What do you have to say to your new friends or fans? Is it only these people? Who on T1 do you have a question for? Doran and Carria. No, my question isn't that. I ask for Carria, I say your ultimates made or break game 4. How did you ensure Vision was set up to make sure you could be successful in finding the right targets for your ultimates? And then for T1, I'm asking Doran. CFO has 2 top laners who are both well prepared for your top lane slayness. How did you prepare for draft since CFO has 2 top laners, and how did you adapt to both of them? Doran did play amazing. He really did. For CFO, I only have a question for Driver right now, and it's Driver, despite the close loss today, the girly pops were very impressed by your gameplay. Is there anything you want to say to your new fans? Which I think is pretty chill. I think that's a pretty chill question. May not get a straight answer for backroom strategy. Yeah, I know, but still, they might be able to give us a little insight on like how they think each top laner plays. Like he might say something like, Driver played very aggressive with tanks while played XYZ. It is Driver and Kaiwing, which is the support. So it's top lane and support for both. One of the top laners. The mid laner isn't going to be here. It's top and support. You think you can get him to trash talk Genji? Oh, like T1? They won't play them low key. Wait. That's not Carrier. And that's not Carrier. Oh my gosh, how do I move this? That's not Carrier. I didn't prep a question for Guma. How do I move this? Okay. Moved it. Wait, now I'm nervous. It's Guma Yoshi. I'm nervous. What is Guma doing here? Oh my gosh. Literally your laner. No, truly. Oh.
Testing. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the press conference with T1. The first question is for esports from Esports Focus. Gumayushi, in Game 3, when the opponent first picked Caitlyn, what was your team consideration behind selecting the Senna Thresh bot lane duo?
구마유시 선수에게 질문입니다. 이제 3세트에 상대방이 해틀 선픽을 했습니다. 그 당시 이제 거기에 대한 대답으로 세나 스래시 바텀 듀오가 나왔는데요. 그 나타나게 된 배경이 어떻게 되나요?
약간 뭐 그렇게 의도한 느낌의 뱀픽은 아니었다고 생각은 하고 그냥 그 상황에서 최선의 픽을 좀 찾았던 것 같습니다.
I don't think, well, that was something that we were like fully prepared in the given situation. We were not planning to go Senna Thresh exactly into that pick, but we were just giving our best reaction to the given champions that was locked in.
Next question is from Tuan. Doran, after losing Game 2 and Game 3 consecutively, what urgent adjustments did the team make? And what did you both think were the key reasons for managing to stage a comeback?
도란 선수에게 질문입니다. 2, 3세트 연달아 지고 난 뒤에 가장 급선무로 수정하신 부분이 있다면 무엇이고 어떤 부분이 가장 잘 작용해서 이렇게 역전을 가져올 수 있었다고 생각하시나요?
일단 조합적으로 상대방이 준비를 잘 해와 가지고 2, 3세트를 졌다고 생각하고 지고 난 후에는 이제 더 좋은 조합을 가져오기 위해 팀적으로 짧은 시간이지만 빠르게 수정할 것들은 좀 했습니다.
I think the main reason that we lost game 2 and 3 was the opponents got a really good comp prepared against us and it worked really well.
That's fair.
So after losing those 2 games, we wanted to make sure that the given time for feedback is really short, but we wanted to just make as much adjustments as possible in order to get the best drafting.
Next question from Esports Focus, Doran. Ben said he's really looking forward to laning against you. Do you have any response to him?
도란 선수에게 질문입니다. 빈 선수가 도란 선수와의 라인전 굉장히 기대하고 있다라고 밝히셨는데요. 이에 대한 대답 한마디 해주실 수 있을까요?
저도 개인적으로 많이 기대하고 있고 지금까지는 제 개인적으로 국대전에 나갔을 때 BLG에게 많이 졌는데 이번에 복수할 수 있는 기회가 와서 좋습니다.
I'm also very, very looking forward to the matchup. And me personally, I fell to BLG a lot internationally, so I'm very glad that I got my chance to get my revenge.
Next question is from the score. This was an extremely close series, contrary to what most analysts expected. Were either of you surprised by the form CFO demonstrated today?
오늘 사실은 많은 분들의 예상과 다르게 굉장히 접전이
I'm trying to see
나왔습니다.
like which
오늘
questions they're
CFO가
pulling
보여준
from.
그런 경기력, 그런 폼에 대해서 놀라신 부분이 있다면 어느 점이었을까요?
둘 다 대답하면 되겠죠?
네.
일단은 다른 팀들 경기하는 거 보면서 이번에 좀 타 리그 경쟁력이 꽤 강해 보인다라고 생각을 했었는데 CFO도 저희 예상보다 훨씬 더 좋은 경기력을 보여줬던 것 같고 일단 그냥 독고 선수가 라인전부터 계속 후반까지 좀 탄탄한 모습을 보여줬어 가지고 되게 긴장감 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
네, 저도 지금까지는 좀 HK나 LPL 팀들이 많이 우세를 보인다고 생각했는데 이번 MSI 대회를 지켜보니까 좀
Yeah, I
평준화가
love the
많이
white
됐다고
jerseys.
생각해서 네, 남은 경기를 더 잘 준비해야 할 것 같아요.
Fumayushi answered, yeah, I mean, based on what I've watched so far here at MSI, other regions look very strong, including CFO. CFO also, they managed to put up a great performance. Doggo, especially, he was very solid starting from the laning phase up until the later game. I think the gap has for sure closed between the major regions and other regions. So playing up against Doggo, I could tell that he's super solid. So I was myself very kind of focused up and staying alert, still playing up against him. And Doran also answered. So far in the previous internationals, I believe LCK and LPL were the two kind of dominating regions. But this MSI, based on what I've watched so far, I think we're pretty much on the same level. All the regions are pretty much on the same level. So I think we really have to focus up and prepare our best for the upcoming matches.
Next question from League Funny. Gumayushi, how would you rate T1's overall performance in today's match? The bot lane seemed to face quite a few challenges. And so what do you think was the main issue there? Also, what are your thoughts on CFO's decision to rotate their top laners? Their bot lane duo also showed some strength today. How would you evaluate their performance?
That's a loaded question.
구마유시 선수에게 질문입니다. 오늘 T1의 경기력 총평 부탁드리고요. 또 이제 상대방 바텀 듀오도 굉장히 강한 그런 경기력을 보여주면서 조금 위기의 순간도 있었던 것 같습니다. 어느 부분이 가장 까다로웠는지 궁금하고요. 또 상대팀이 탑을 계속 교체 기용하는 그런 전략을 보여줬어요. 상대하시면서 어땠는지, 그리고 상대 바텀 듀오에 대한 평가도 궁금합니다.
탑에 대한 질문
그렇게 할까요?
일단은 저희 팀의 총평은 그냥 점수로 단순하게 말하자면 10점 만점에 한 6.5점이었던 것 같고 바텀 듀오를 상대할 때 일단 3세트랑 2세트 때 되게 힘들었다고 느꼈던 것 같고 저희의 초반 설계가 아쉬웠던 것도 있지만 상대의 초반 설계가 좀 탄탄했던 그런 부분이 있었던 것 같고 상대 바텀 듀오에게 또 점수로 그냥 간단하게 말을 하자면은 10점 만점에 9점의 퍼포먼스를 보여줬다고 생각하고 있습니다.
음. 네. 상대팀이 계속해서 교체 기용을 했는데 상대팀이 네. 교체 기용을 했는데 거기에 뭐 심적으로 휘둘리거나 그런 건 없었지만 그래도 2세트를 졌기 때문에 뭐 교체 기용이 의미가 있었다고 생각하고 개인적으로는 어떤 선수가 와도 이길 수 있다는 생각으로 마음가짐으로 경기했습니다.
구마유시 gave for T1's performance 6.5 out of 10. And
Wow.
about the opponent's bottom duo, I think especially game 2 and 3 was very challenging. I think our early game setup and game plan was a little off, but I can also say the opponent, their setup was really solid and good. So I would like to give 9 out of 10 for the
Wow.
enemy bot duo's performance. And he asked Doran to answer about the top lane rotation strategy. And Doran said, yeah, he thought while they were making swaps, it didn't really affect his mentality much. But after losing the game, and then they subbed in a different top laner, and they actually won the game. So I think it was effective. But myself, I kept this kind of confidence in mind that whoever I get to face, I can win.
Period.
And final question from Namin. When the game calls for a clutch, T1 always seems to answer the call, whether it be an objective steal or an unbelievable team fight. Is it Faker calming everyone down and calling these clutches, or has it just become inherent to every player, and does it happen automatically?
또 이제 클러치 플레이하면 T1이 언제나 떠오르는데요. 뭐 스틸이라면 스틸, 뭐 한타, 기적적인 한타하면 한타, 모든 그런 플레이를 다 만들어내는 것 같습니다. 이런 클러치한 순간에 있어서 보통 뭐 페이커 선수가 좀 팀원들을 침착하게 해준 다음에 이끄는지 아니면 모두가 그냥 타고난 클러치 플레이어여서 그런 순간들이 왔을 때 본능적으로 클러치 플레이를 만들게 되는 건가요?
누구 질문인가요?
두 분 다 답변해 주셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
일단은 저희 팀원들 모두가 다 특별한 색깔을 가지고 있는 선수들이라고 생각해서 네, 후자의 답변에 가까운 것 같고 각자가 되게 뚜렷하게 그리고 개성 있게 플레이를 잘 하는 것 같습니다.
They might have not have selected our question
저도
because there were so
각각의
many submitted,
선수들의 보는
like so many
각들이
outlets
되게 날카롭다고 생각하고 그런
submitted a question.
좀 개개인이 노리는 각들이 많이 성공하는 모습이 보여서 그런 클러치 플레이들이 많이 나온다고 생각합니다.
Gumayushi answers he believes it's closer to the latter because all 5 members on T1 have their own kind of play style and characteristic. It's very special. So they always have their unique kind of color whenever they make the play, and it works really well. And Toran answered, I think he also kind of on the same page with Kumayushi. Everyone has their own angle when it comes to seeing an opening or angle to make plays, and most of those attempts are working really well. So that leads to a lot of clutch plays.
That concludes the press conference with T1. Thank you.
고맙습니다.
That wasn't 30 minutes,
감사합니다.
so that was quick. I'm not mad at that. I thought we were gonna be here for 30 minutes. That was a quick 15. They tired. Yeah, no, like, can you imagine doing a full best of 5, playing for how many hours? I don't even know. Doing a full best of 5 and then having to go do a press conference for an actual 30 minutes? Bro, I'd be so tired. EVA, thank you so much for the follow. CFO is gonna be up next. CFO is up next. So it'll probably just be a quick one. I'm down to stay for it. Time to play some JINX after, bestie. Can you look down and see how long I've been streaming? Read out them numbers to me. Read out them numbers to me real quick. Did FlyQuest win their game? They won a game. 1 hour. 1 hour, Bessie. 1 hour. Do you watch the conferences after each match? This is my first press conference that I've attended. I'm just now finding out that I can be in here as an official co-streamer. But I will be doing this going forward. Oh my gosh, Cupcake, that was a tough one. Because that was, Cupcake, that was LTA and LCK, and that was going into the AM. Insane work. Insane work. Roki said 1 hour. Yeah. I was putting in tons of hours back during LTA. Tons of hours. Oh, absolutely, Aluna. Because why the frick not? They're giving me opportunity. Why would I not take it? You know what I'm saying? You're so funny, Chim. Please don't go bald. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best. Lord have mercy. Have mercy on me. But yeah, I can't imagine the players like having to play a full best of 5. And like, y'all, I'm so for real. Like, I've played in like competitive tournaments before, And of course, it's nothing like LCS or international tournament gameplay. But I've played in like tournaments, competitive tournaments before, and the way your brain has to work on another freaking level, bro, like your brain is constantly turning. While we're watching, we get bird's eye view. We get to see both sides. Like we get to see it all. We get to see the whole story. It's such a different like experience. When you're playing, like your brain is turning 100% of the time, even in the downtime when we get to take a break, when we get to go grab some more snackies, they're reviewing the footage. They're reviewing the VOD, figuring out what they could have done better. But that being said, they have to play that best of 5 and then come to this press conference and answer more questions and think some more. Dude, I can't imagine, bro. That's a hard knock life. You use a lot of energy in competitive. You really do. Even though you just sitting there, even though you sitting there pressing QWER, you are still, yeah, running on full power. Yo, when did the matches start? Did I miss a lot? Bessie, you missed the whole thing. You missed the whole thing. And then they got to practice when they get home on a loss. Oh yeah, no, Roki, I am very jokey. You all good. I'm just talking through some stuff while we have this downtime. And especially, dude, another thing. Imagine BLG versus T1 Worlds 2024 final. Game 5, high stakes for the whole entire title, for everything. And you're BLG, you go to game 5. Let me just put this right here for right now. You go to game 5. Who this? You go to game 5. And I don't know if I'm supposed to join another room for this press conference. I don't know. They probably gonna join back. You're BLG, you lose game 5, you pumping out mental capacity, full power the whole entire time. Then you got to go do a press conference after you just got your cheeks took. What's going on, sir? How you doing? After you just got your cheeks took, fam, you got to go to a press conference and they going to ask you what went wrong in game 3? What could you have done better in game 5? Why didn't you do XYZ? They gonna ask you that. You already know they gonna ask you that. And then you gotta go home. No, like, holy, that's what I'm saying. Like, how did they do that? But y'all, I'm so for real. Do you hear me? If they let me into that press room for Worlds, it's a celebration. We going up on a Tuesday. If I get to be in the press room after the World's finale, let alone my question get asked, I don't know, man. What do you think of Jensen? He's retired. That's what I think. I don't know. He was a good Azir. I am kind of new to the esports scene. I'm not gonna cap. I'm kind of new here. I just know that man retired. I saw him play on Dignitas. No shade to Dignitas. I started playing in like 2015, 2014. But I started watching professional league like 4 years ago. No way I'm in the wrong room, right? No shot? Here, I'm just gonna put us here until we learn where they gonna have us next. Oh, wow. That is not what I want to do. Okay, when this white box change, that is when we are in. When was your first T1 is the moment then? I think you kind of just always know about Faker as a League player. Like, I feel like you can't play League and not know who Faker is. So, but when did I know that T1 was them? I think it was at Worlds 2023. Because I didn't watch Worlds 2022. So Worlds 2023. Even without playing League, you know, Faker, that literally my roommate who does not play League was going to Ireland. The person she was sitting next to on the plane, just some random Irish boy. They started talking, started chopping it up. She mentions that she's going to Europe to meet with me for League finals. She say League of Legends. This man who has never played League, doesn't know nothing about League, doesn't do nothing with League, said, Faker? That's the one word that came out that man's mouth. And she was like, yeah, Faker, that's League. And that was it. They did not discuss, well, I think she told him like what I do, but the fact that like that's the one connection, that's the bridge, is crazy. People who don't even play League know Faker. The impact of Faker. I think when you think gamer, I think Faker is the answer. I think that's how that works. I'm gonna give them about 3 more minutes to pull up to the function, and then I'm gonna head out. And then I hop on the Rift. Right. Just waiting for the green light on this press